EG's turn to ban.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International 2016. It is day 2 of the round robin group stages and we are in Group A. We are going to watch 2 games with Evil Geniuses and Escape Gaming going at it. And I am joined once again by Shane. Welcome back.
How's it going, Shiva? Alright.
Pretty good.
So in this matchup, we have the leaders of the group, Evil Geniuses, who went 1-1 against Wings, 1-1 against OG, and beat Navi 2-0. So they're 4-2 today.
Yep.
Against Escape, who are, I believe, 1-5.
Yep.
So Escape have a lot to do in this game. First of all, they need to win 2-0, I think, to stand a chance, right?
Yeah, so what you want to do in the group stages, it is important to note that nobody is actually eliminated from the group stages. So everybody is going to go through. It is indeed just seeding. But to have an effect on the seeding, you have to be top 4 if you want to go to the winners bracket. Bottom 4 will be seeded into the lower bracket at the main event. So you want to be top 4. And to achieve that, Escape Gaming does need to get some wins under their belt.
Alright. This other Titan hero, in my opinion, is the strongest hero in the game right now. Like, so everyone's playing this fast-paced, rotation-based Dota. Like, they take objectives as 5. They do Roshan as 5. They farm as 5, like Liquid OG.
It's a party.
Elder Titan is amazing. That the stomp just slows down everything. Also, everyone's clumped up already, so all of a sudden your spells are far more effective. Early game, the Spirit gives vision, and then late game, Natural Order against all these agility heroes that people are picking with the Shadow Demon. It just destroys all their armor, and they're very, very weak. So I didn't even talk about Earth Splitter. Like, he's like Earthshaker, but he doesn't have to initiate. You know what I mean? He doesn't actually have to go in.
He does have a longer cooldown though. At least, you know, that's silver lining, Shane. Come on, silver lining. So I do really like the opening of Escape Gaming though. Ogre Magi and Juggernaut. We've seen Ogre Magi have a lot of results yesterday and especially the day before for the wildcard matches for eHome.
And Escape played it as well, but Yaxor. Yeah,
they did. And the Juggernaut, very versatile. You don't really know where it goes yet. Could be mid, could be safe lane.
I think Ira plays it usually, and they usually go offensive with it. That's how I've saw them play.
They have done that indeed in the past.
It was against the Sven, I believe. And it's extremely powerful in an offensive tri lane, especially with Ogre. Like, one of the... like, just watching Ogre in Dota is one of the funniest things. It's just this giant fat guy with 2 heads with a club that just walks up to people and beats them.
Dude, he's just big boned.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know what these 2 circular things are on his chest.
Okay, so he has, you know, maybe he has an overdose on hormones that he had to take for some illness, and now he's just got the man boobs because hormones do that to you.
I kind of feel bad now. Thanks,
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Okay, so for Evil Geniuses, because we know that they're coming in as the favorite of this match, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So the pressure is on Escape Gaming, but how has Evil Geniuses been playing so far? What have they been doing? Because it seems to me that they've been doing a lot of different things. I can't really put like my finger on the one strategy that they like.
Against Navi, they first picked Elder Titan in both games.
Yeah.
And they followed up with Void in the first game, and in the second game they did this kind of Dazzle Ursa thing to counter the Huskar.
Yeah.
So they do love their Elder Titan Void, and like it gives you so much control in the mid game, even without too many levels on either hero. Like, usually if you pick Void, you definitely need a core on your team, like maybe an Invoker or a Drow or someone to do damage inside the Chrono, because he doesn't do much early game, but Elder Titan just adds so much damage to your team. So all of a sudden Void's right clicks do crazy amounts of damage. And this Naga ban, this is a hero that we've been seeing a lot of. People have been running it in this like offensive tri lane or even mid, and just this whole tournament we've been seeing a lot of Naga and paired up with heroes like Coddle, and people are just pushing the lanes, just constantly pushing and not allowing people to group up as 5. That's like the main strategy at the moment.
So Escape Gaming has also played a lot of like the only game they won so far was with the Lone Druid for Korkfa.
Yes, and they first banned it.
They first banned it, indeed. So is there a hero that does about the same as the Lone Druid that they can go for? I mean, they still have the Juggernaut. Normally Juggernaut Lone Druid is a good combination to go for high ground sieges. Is there a different hero that would benefit as much from that healing ward as Lone Druid would?
Okay, so the main reason they like the reason Lone Druid's so good with it is because when he hits level 7, he has like 2,700 HP or whatever it is on the bear. So what other hero has that much HP? And I guess you have your answer, Shiver.
It is the Huskar. And I mean, we saw the Ancient Separation ban, so already anticipating that they were planning on going for that.
Yeah. They still need more save, I think, for the Huskar, because Chronosphere is very potent against them. Because you want to, if you watched our TZ play it in the secret game yesterday, even in team fights when he didn't want to life break a hero, he'd like life break creeps in the team fight to position himself. So you want to be active in the team fight, like going around. And I think Dazzle was definitely on their mind.
Yeah.
Because Synderen likes that hero a lot.
Evil Geniuses has picked it as well, though, themselves, so it's not really that much of a burden for them to take it on their team instead.
Another thing that you can pair up with Huskar is not so much defensive heroes, but more offensive heroes. So like Axe is very good, Sand King is very good. You want to, instead of trying to save the hero, just stun the other heroes. You know what I mean? So it does the same thing.
Make sure it doesn't have any supports, anybody backing him up.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean like with the Huskar.
Oh, with the Huskar. Axe with the Huskar.
Yeah. So usually when people like close in on Huskar, especially Faceless Void, Elder Titan, they'll be close to him, right? Well, Elder Titan not so much, but you want to just back them up. Instead of trying to save them with saving spells, you use offensive spells defensively.
Okay, Axe is actually the hero that with the highest win rate with over 10 games picked this tournament so far.
Yeah, I saw EE play Axe yesterday. I was like, what?
Yeah. EE also played, and they played it in combination with the Huskar.
Yeah.
They did. I saw also EE play Safely Bat Rider. That was something. Oracle Huskar. Okay, so if you can't get a Dazzle, you know, Oracle.
He'll do.
He'll save Huskar as well. It is very annoying to play against. I wouldn't say difficult, but he's just annoying.
So.
And good against the Faceless Void as well. If someone's in a Chronosphere.
Juggernaut healing ward is 5%.
Yes.
False Promise doubles healing. 10%.
Yeah.
10% of your HP a second on Huskar when he's in the ulti. Look, if Oracle's played correctly and positioned well, I presume by Synderen, then Era's going to have a very good time on this Huskar.
So Evil Geniuses pick up the Ursa to go with their lineup. How do you feel like they're going to do this game? What do you think about their lineup?
Well, they have a lot of close melee heroes and a Void. It's kind of difficult, so they need a ranged hero to finish it off mid. And Evil Genius's counter to the Huskar has been the Viper. Like they've picked Viper against Huskar in a lot of games, Viper Huskar, and they kind of need that because at the moment Ursa does very little in it, unless the Chronosphere is perfect. This is Universe, probably, so you know he might be alright.
The Chronosphere should be on point.
Yeah, definitely knowing Universe, but it's still a lot of risk.
We're still looking for a Kazu hero for Escape Gaming, I would imagine.
Yeah,
because it is. Is Koifa playing Juggernaut or Huskar? Because I think Era plays the Huskar for the team.
Era plays the Huskar, yeah. So I guess Koifa maybe taking the Juggernaut mid.
I believe I've seen Kezu playing Juggernaut as well.
I'd like
but
10 seconds remaining.
I'd like to see maybe Darkseer or someone that can help people run away from Ursa. So Ursa goes on someone and you surge.
Like the Beastmaster that just got banned out?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You want to be able to either lock people down or make your allies more maneuverable. But Ogre already helps with that. So
yeah.
Oh boy.
So you mentioned Viper as one of the heroes, and Razor kind of normally when you're going through mid, he kind of falls in the same category.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Strong laners, like the static link is extremely good against Huskar and Juggernaut, and he's extremely fast. Like this is something people underestimate. The unstable current just allows you to move in and out of the lane to avoid ganks. It actually makes you very difficult. And another thing, if Ogre stuns you, if Oracle uses anything on you, they're going to be taking a lot of damage. Like it's 130 damage, and Oracle is constantly spamming like single target spells.
Very low cooldown spells.
Yeah.
As well.
So that's like you literally don't want to do that as a Oracle because you'll die.
Yeah, you can't really jump him because you'll get static linked, and then as a Huskar, good luck with that. You're gonna not have any damage left. Okay, so what is the ultimate hero? We have 10 seconds. Escape Gaming is thinking about their last pick, and it's going to be an Enigma, and that would be a Kezu Enigma. They have done that in the past.
I like this. We were talking about how many melee heroes, like close range heroes they have. How people group up and push as 5. Yeah. Alright, let's get some black holes, Shiver.
And I think Midnight Pulse is going to be really key, because EG is, the team that should on paper do very well this matchup. So
Yep.
having that extra little bit of high ground defense might just be key for Escape Gaming to make sure that they delay the game to the point where they can take over.
They needed a mech hero as well.
Yeah.
And that's
Fighter.
perfect. That's why I was thinking Dark's here as well. I was like, okay. But Enigma works very well.
How active do you think this game's going to be there in the laning stage? Are we going to see a lot of rotations?
Well, we have Yapsor or Ogre, so I presume he's just going to run around and just bash people with his
5
club.
seconds remaining.
The having Dazzle on the other team and Elder Titan, both of these heroes are very good at stopping or slowing down ganks, so it's difficult to gank EG. So I'd like to introduce our observer, Shiver Gaming.
Prepare for battle.
Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce my co-caster, Shane Nomad.
Hello.
Hello. Let's. It was requested that we would mention this, so hereby. Let's see who's playing what. Actually, let's first do the predictions because we got a
Okay.
minute. Total number of Roshan kills.
Oh, 3.
First Tower of Destruction. Tower of Destruction. 8 to 11.
Yeah, they push kind of slow. Enigma's
And so far we've
fine.
had them all wrong when we went earlier as well.
Yeah,
First time at barracks.
20 to 30.
Okay. Highest amount of physical damage hero to another one in one hit.
1.
And it is the amount of damage that someone does in one hit. That would be
751 to 1,000. If it goes late game,
Seconds to battle.
Juggernaut can crit for that. Or also Ursa can build it up.
Ursa can build it up or Static Link Razor.
Yeah, I think 750 is not unreasonable for a crit on.
So 752,000?
Yeah, that's what
Oh, we're very-
do the one on there, Shiver.
Okay. Optimistic, pessimistic. We'll see how it goes. Okay, the horn sounds. Let's take a look at who's playing what on the side of the Dire. It is Evil Geniuses. They have PPD playing his Dazzle. Sumail will be playing a Razor. Universe, of course, on the Faceless Void, as we already mentioned he would be. Zai on the famed Elder Titan. And then last but not least, it is Fear on the Ursa. And let's take a look at the lanes real quick, because that Ursa is on the off lane, and we have Universe rotating towards the top lane to go there on his Faceless Void.
Okay.
And it will be an aggressive tri lane because Zai and PPD are rotating bottom as well.
I think Escape. Look, we were talking about Yapsar and how he rotates. Who is
Yeah.
playing the Ogre? I'll just do it real quick. Ira is playing on the Huskar. Top lane with Ketsu on his Enigma. Bottom lane Synderen taking up the Oracle and Quoifa on the Jug. And what I was saying is, Yapsar usually rotates heavily.
Yeah.
So their punishment for this is, okay, we'll just send people bottom to try and pressure your safe lane and force Yapsar to respond to this instead of allowing him to run around the map. And this dual lane mid is... I don't think anyone dies. Like, it's Dazzle Razor
Yeah.
against Ogre Huskar. I guess if anyone dies, it's going to be on the Dazzle Razor side, because unless Eero overextends, it's very difficult to die.
So what do you think about the other lanes? Because obviously that's a little bit different than maybe what Escape was expecting, or at least different than what I was expecting. We have very sad Synderen on his Oracle, who actually gets punched real hard, and he only got 2 tangos left. And on the top lane also, Kezu is going quickly through his regen as he just gets punched by Universe.
Yeah, I think as Kezu gets he's constantly denying range creeps with
Mhm.
the Eidolons, so it's pretty big for the lane. But when he gets a few more levels into the Eidolons, they'll just click Universe, I think. But
Okay.
he has Permanent Shield. He's doing very well. It's difficult to lane against Void, to be honest, 1v1. Even with a load of Eidolons.
Now we do have the rotation, by the
Quoifa.
way. Era is left alone.
I'm not so sure, but like usually you want to prioritize saving Huskar, like making sure he gets a good start. Because usually your strategy revolves around the Huskar. You know, you want to follow him around.
Yeah.
You want to save all your spells to protect him. But in this case, they kind of just throw him to the wolves, I guess.
Yeah, I was like, good luck, Era. I'm sure you'll do just fine. And Synderen keeps just getting punched. He is now completely out of regen. Ooh, Arcane Rune for the Ogre Magi. Maybe he can make something
Oh.
happen with that.
He's only level 1 though.
Oh, that's a bit sad, actually. That's a fairly decent cooldown on that as well. Oh, thank you, neutral creep. Synderen does not have friends in this game.
He also has no regen and
Not
200
the enemy
HP.
team, and the neutrals.
Does he go home?
Synderen?
Yep. They keep sending spirits. Look at the spirit. Oh.
It's-
Oh.
At this point, it's just bullying. We do have another rotation coming as well, because PPD also left the mid lane and is thinking about making something happen.
This is good though. What Beat is doing is he's just following around Yapsor and making sure he can't put pressure
Yeah,
on.
Quickfire. He actually is so patient, not using his Blade Fury, knowing that he can still run away. This lane just got a little bit more volatile. Both teams knowing that whoever gets the first kill here is going to have a massive advantage going into the rest of the game.
Having no regen on either Koifa or Synderen is so terrifying, actually.
Yapsor is the only one with
Because
regen
there's
left.
consistent spam coming out from Zion, the Elder Titan. He doesn't have any clarity, though, so he's out of mana now. So
Yeah.
unless PPD is nope, he doesn't have it.
No, not gonna share. Maybe he gets lucky with 4-minute rune, gets a regen. That would be devastating, actually.
Top lane universe is just destroying.
Yeah, he's doing really well in last sets. 18 for 6. Enigma's not that far behind though. 13 for 9. I feel like still this bottom lane is where it's all gonna happen. Elder Titan denied himself to Roshan, by the way, but in the meantime, Synderen, he's getting punched by PPD as well, but it should be able to make it out. Oh, yep, sorry, he's fine. He got blocked by his own creep, but should be okay. Should be okay. Synderen to the rescue as well. Now he does need to go back to base. And Elder Titan denied himself to Roshan, so is back again with a full mana bar, ready to spam some more spirits.
Boy. I think Synderen's gonna have nightmares with this. Just this constant spirit harassment.
Yeah.
It just, like, they have the healing ward now, so it's not too bad. But what I want to talk about is the middle lane and Era and how they're playing around it. Like, they usually play Era safe lane, right?
Yeah.
Or at least dual lane mid and protect them heavily. And in this game, they're kind of it's difficult for them. Like, you can't playing against Razor.
Look at the difference in damage alone right now.
Yeah,
you got
exactly.
75 for the Razor and 64 for Huskar, and it is hurting him. It doesn't sound like a big difference, but at this point, it really is, and they actually are going to force him out of the lane.
Like, he has to keep buying salves. They sent Synderen mid, but Synderen doesn't have the heal yet. He went with Fate's Edict.
This is very rough because sure he hasn't died yet, which is nice for him, but he is on 12 last hits, while that Razor is on 31 last hits.
Yep.
So
Smell playing extremely well. So if I look at this and I'm thinking, you know, okay, Razor's gonna hit his item timings.
Yapsor, please, Yapsor, careful. What are you doing? PPD is there too, and this is one dead Ogre Magi.
Oh boy.
First blood goes to Fear. And that was just way too aggressive going forward like that without knowing where PPD was on the map, because he has been walking back and forth.
Yep. Also, it's like, okay, the middle, Razor's gonna hit his item timing so much stronger or faster than Razor. Like, if he chooses to go for a mech, whatever he chooses to go, he'll have it way before
the
Era has
blocks. There is a nice stun coming out of Fear though, and he's taking a lot of damage here. He will end up going down. Koikfa to the rescue. PPD is around there to try and help out Zai. Zai does have those boots though and should be able to just give him all the walk away. Or not. Yeps are coming in with the stun. Somebody blocking going on here from Koikfa, and the slow from the Ignite is there as well. The Graves saving him for now.
Universe is level 6.
Oh, he has a chrono. There's no
follow-up.
There's no follow-up though. He doesn't have the damage to do it by himself. Elder Titan will be fine. He has a salve as well, but he will choose to go back to base instead. So the score's 1-1, and Fear dying there actually is pretty big for EG.
And Ketsu gets, because of that rotation, Universe TP to mid to try and help them. Ketsu gets complete space top lane.
Yeah.
He can pressure the lane. There's still this issue where the Razor is a monster. That's pretty huge. Ketsu's actually coming. He's ahead of him now in CS. That's pretty huge.
So it is big indeed. So we have Synderen going down in the meantime in the bot lane. He was a little bit locked in place there. So with the Razor, you're saying you know, he will hit his timings very early on, obviously, because he has been having a great time on lane. So what are we looking for when if you're playing Razor, when are you gonna say, okay guys, you know, I'm game, let's go?
I think basically what they want to wait on is they want chrono off cooldown.
Yeah.
They want to have one core item on Razor, basically. That's all they need. And they can push together. Because Escape, they have Enigma. They have Ketsu, and it all relies on him. They have the Stomp to stop the Chronos, or the Black Hole, but it's pretty much it, really. It's actually, yeah. If Ketsu plays this well, this will be his game to win. Definitely.
You know, Chronosphere coming in the mid lane. This Huskar is having a bit of a trouble time, and he will drop. Kezu does teleport mid, but obviously a little bit too late there. Couldn't do anything for his teammate.
He tried though.
He tried. I mean, it's honorable.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Unfortunately, not very successful. So For Escape Gaming, they are, a lot relies on Kezu. He is building towards that mechanism. We do also have a very sad Koikfa who only just managed to get level 6, but in terms of farm is pretty far behind.
Half the CS of the Razor.
Yeah.
It's not ideal. They're trying to give the, like, he went bottom for the bounty rune because he just knows the pressure in the lane is so strong. It's never what you really want to be seeing in another carry, unless he has a bottle or something.
I mean, on the bright side, Fear is not getting that much farm either, but he
Thing
doesn't
is though,
need to.
okay.
He has the Razor to back him up.
Yeah, Fear
And
does
the Faceless Void.
Fear doesn't need that much farm because of how strong his other heroes are. Because all they have to do is around 15, 12 minutes. They'll use Sumail, they'll use Universe, and they'll win team fights. And then he can get Roshan. He can get the last hit on Roshan. He can get some experience out of Roshan, so he can catch up that way. But it's a lot harder for Quickfoot to catch up.
Yeah. So for Era to catch up on his Huskar instead.
Well, when you're talking about two heroes catching up, that's never really a good thing,
True,
right?
but how is he gonna try to do that? Because generally, when a Huskar is behind, it's Huskar kind of normally wins his lanes.
Yeah, it's. I guess you
That's why he's strong.
rely heavily on Synderen. Synderen needs to help a lot.
Well, Synderen is about to die, so there's that.
Oh, neutral.
Oh, he actually got the Night by neutral. That is really nice.
Quickfoot got a kill in the back.
Yeah, uses his Omni Slash for that, and they are actually on the chase. Quickfoot doesn't have any more mana though, but Yapster does, and he has got that Ignite. Maybe he can get a slow. Era's there as well. He could get a jump, but he has to run away from Fear already, and he might actually just die. No, Malif is coming out from Kezu. He has also got a Black Hole just in case. He might need it. The body blocks are there from the Yapster, and that is Fear dropping. And 2 kills go the way of Escape Gaming, and that was what they needed. That deny by Synderen was really cool.
Yeah, it was very, very good.
And very touched, because a small camp normally doesn't do that much damage.
Well, when you're an Oracle, you don't.
You know when that hit's gonna come.
I wasn't going with that, but that was way better than what I was going to say.
Oh, what were you going with?
I was going to say he has 2 armor and he has no HP. Factual information.
No, he sees everything.
Bottom lane?
In his ball, yeah. Synderen, this one he didn't see coming, I guess. Sorry. Okay, can't get them all, guys. Let's stay with facts rather than crystal balls. That might be.
Oh, top lane.
Yeah, Koikfa. He gets a spin off though, so should be able to.
The Orb of Venom goes through it
as well. Yeah, he's got the Facebook though. He's okay.
Kitty.
He's got the cat. He's not got the golden cat though, guys.
So they've kind of realized Era's level 8 now. Sumail was jungling a little bit. They're so efficient the way, especially the way Sumail farms. He constantly jungles when he knows he's not going to get too much out of the lane. If a few CS are dead, he nukes them and then goes to do a medium camp or something to min max.
Yeah.
It's very, very good to see.
Well,
okay, Armlet done. Stage 1 complete of being a Huskar.
Yep. I'm actually looking at the net worth. It actually is pretty okay for Escape Gaming.
Yeah, it's good, but the thing is, when you look at their heroes.
Oh, Synderen, why were you there? That's questionable.
He's died 4 times.
Well, one of them was denied to neutral, Shane. Come on.
True.
In the meantime, top lane, I've got a bit of a skirmish going on. Fear thinks he can fight this, and actually he might be able to. No, he can't. But his team is still going to be there to clean up if they can. They already killed Kezu, looking for the kill on Yapster as well, and he won't be able to run away. He's an ogre. There is still Koikfa and Era around, and they're actually waiting for some backup to perhaps try and make it go. This is very risky, though.
They have the healing ward, though.
If they don't have an Omni Slash, it's 3 versus 3 when already. Oh, they're going to go for Sumail first. Might be able to do that. Yep, that is a 1 down. Looking for another. No, they are happy with just getting the Sumail kill. That's a lot of gold. He had a lot of net worth.
It is, actually, yeah. And the fact that they rotate the Huskar straight away when they get an armlet. This is what I was talking about, the 5-man group up push strategy. Their 2 cores are top. The bottom lane is pushing in. They're not even going to defend it. Like they're sending Ketsu to do it. It's like in Dota a year or 2 ago, you'd see like a carry TP bottom to farm. There's a lot.
There's farm. You see that it carries that triggers that.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to see those creeps go. You want to farm it, safe farm even.
But now it's more like, okay, we're going to group up together. Oh yeah. They have Chrono.
They do have Chrono, and they'll use it too. Earth Splitter even as well. We'll also hit Synderen on the very edge, and that's going to be him dead too.
Did Synderen walk into the Chrono?
No, he got Earth Splittered into it. He was outside of it.
You sure? Okay.
Not anymore, sure. Now that you say it like that, no. I think he was on the outskirts.
Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under
I'm pretty sure
attack.
he just walked a slight bit into the chrono trying to cast Fitz Edict.
That could be as well, in which case that would be unfortunate. EG got 2 kills, including the one on the Huskar, which is very important, but they won't get the tower. They won't push forward after those kills.
Dragonlance on some male finish now as well, allowing them to, if they do get an advantage, easily siege.
He's just having a great game.
He is.
And talking about rotating with 5 people, well, there's 4, but they're all rotating middle for EG. We're gonna see if they can kill Era again.
With the setup.
Oh,
he dodged.
nice dodge. Still gets a poison touch.
Dire's
But that's the
top
reason why
tower
they
is
picked
under
Razor.
attack.
He's got the immortal.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I think it's mainly for the unstable current and static link.
There could be something said for that as well. You're right. You're right.
Correct.
I won't put it past them to choose a hero for, you know,
Dispels.
the actual value of the hero rather than for cosmetics.
Sorry for doing that, Shiva.
That's okay. Roshan for EG. I'm not sure if Escape Gaming can contest it. I don't know why they would try.
They don't have blink on Ketsu or Black Hole, so.
There is no chrono though, and Escape is aware of that.
Roshan
Oh.
has
Yeah, I know.
Even-
Oh, Kezu. Kezu is in a lot of trouble. Sumil's actually just going for the
He's
mechanism
gonna get so
very
much
early on, but
damage.
oh, he's got 68, so it's okay, but there's another stomp stops Kezu again, and this time there's no running away. Cinnamon also died in the back of the fight.
Era was tempted to jump in as well. Chrono up in 5.
Yeah, they can chase all this down. Yapsor, already slowed down, will be killed off. They can't follow anybody else though, unless he does a blind jump up the high ground, goes for the chrono, but
Radiant's middle tower
nah, they'll just go for the tower. They'll do some objective.
Coach was like,
right there.
screw this, guys. I'm going top.
Yeah, clever too.
Yeah.
It seemed like it was a bit of a communication issue. Like, hey, we know that they're doing Roshan. Should we do something about it? Shall we go? Shall we not go? And then they kind of went there, but then they weren't really decisive. And
First of all, it's nighttime, and this ward in the
Yes.
middle lane spotted Ketsu
yes,
running down the river. If it wasn't for that ward, they wouldn't have known where he was.
true.
And I think Escape were like, we cannot give them Roshan. And we know they're doing Roshan, so everyone just kind of like panicked and ran straight for it. And it's just because of that one ward that they got the pick on Ketsu.
How does this work, guys?
Quick going for the Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Trying to maybe drag it out late. He hasn't died yet.
I mean, they kind of have to drag it out late at this stage, right? I mean,
It's very difficult to go late game against Void.
but how are
all
they
the
going to try
time.
to end it early with the way things are going?
They just needed to contest. They need to contest Roshan. They need to get objectives, like get the tier 1 mid, get the tier 1 bottom. Go as 5, use the black hole, use the mechanism. Like, go as a team.
Dire use scan, seeing if there's someone
Oh,
around here. And
caught
actually,
one.
Radiant use scan as well, and
They-
they realize there's people. Both do.
Wait, is the Radiant one just on top of PPD when they saw him?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
maybe.
It was, because he was in vision. He was attacking creeps.
Come on, Shane. Be nice.
Well, I thought it was funny, I don't know.
When we saw him, maybe they didn't see him.
Well, if he's attacking the creeps, they can see him.
Was he actually attacking the
Yeah, he
creeps?
was.
Oh,
is under attack.
I believe you. So, Evil Geniuses has got 5 people there. They are all 5 bottom. And they are ready to siege. There is a bit of a wraparound going on. They smoked
Ooh.
up. Sure, we have Juggernaut standing behind the tower, but he's just there to make sure that...
They need to kill Void or Void first.
let's see. Here they go to jump. No, Chrono up on 2. Up on 3. Cinder and Yapsur and Era all in the Earth Splitter. Kezu is looking for that black hole, but it can't find a good angle just yet. And he does not have a blink, so he just has to give him the walk. And walk up to him and try to get that black hole going. Sumil, he'll be the first target. He's not the one with the Aegis who will get the grave going his way, but does as much damage as he can before he will end up dropping Zai, trying to help out his buddy, but Sumil will drop. Zai teleports himself out of this fight. It turns into a...
Okay, Universe.
What?
They did not hesitate in like for a single second.
Oh,
The
it was
second
a
he saw
chrono.
someone, he's
Boom.
like, Chrono.
And it was good too.
It was on the cusp, so Fear could actually hit the person.
It was on the... And Elder Titan had a 3-man Earth Splitter, so
The reason
why didn't they go?
The reason they didn't kill anyone is because of the position of Ketsu. He was just to the left, and he started walking around the Chrono
Yeah,
towards
yeah.
them. So they were like, if we stay, we're gonna get black hole and we're gonna lose the fight. So it was very smart by EG.
Okay, Fear gets jumped here. That Ursa handed his ultimate up though and delays a lot of the damage. Still tries to turn around. Now there's a black hole. Gets to Ursa has of course got that Aegis still. And might just be enough to turn it around, but they stun him up. The multicast is there as well. Fear, can he live through all of this? I don't think he can at all. The mechanism comes out for Escape Gaming as well. They have already lost the Husker though, and Sumail is ready for some more. Gets the Oracle kill, and Kaiser tries it. Yeah, they do have a bash. Okay, that was fighting into an Aegis. If that Ursa would have died straight away and there was no Aegis, Escape Gaming would have won that fight.
If you looked at the positioning of Escape, they're like, okay, we're gonna kill Fair, we're gonna kill Fair, and they're all grouped up together on top of him.
Yeah.
And Zaya's sitting like just to the top right of the tower, and he's like, okay guys, I'm just gonna casually stomp on top of all of you. Then that allowed EG to kind of zone Yapsor out to the left, and then reposition themselves to back up Fair. Sure, Fair did die twice, but the amount they got out of that was ridiculous. To be honest, Zaya going for the Medallion of Courage as well, so.
Okay, so that fight, was that a fight that you think Escape Gaming should have taken like that? Because you know you're fighting into an Ursa that has an Aegis, right?
What happened was, they did the smoke earlier, and then they kind of followed up from that. So it was the same kind of movement.
Yeah.
And they felt committed, to be honest.
They felt committed.
Yeah,
they felt like they had to.
But it wasn't terrible. The problem was.
I mean, we're Captain Hindsight, right? We can do that.
Yeah,
so
of course, yeah. That's the idea, right?
Yeah.
But when they committed so heavily under the tier 1 tower in this like small little choke point, that right there, like it was perfect for Zaya and his Elder Titan. Like the AoE is bigger. It's nearly the same as Black Hole. Echo Stomp.
Yeah.
And it's the same duration. It's the same duration.
But you can't really do a lot of damage during it. So
no, but it's more about just positioning yourselves after you do it.
Yeah.
And having the natural order on top of everyone as well.
So for Escape, they gotta wait until the black hole's up again. And I mean, we know that they can fight with the black hole, but they just have to pick their battles a little bit more clever. That seems to be the case for them right now. Maybe make sure that they don't lose that much map control, because they have not got control over their own jungle at the moment.
They've taken one tower.
They have taken one tower on the top lane tier 1. In the meantime, they have lost 4 towers, and that's costing them a little bit on the map control. So they are going to try to secure out some more towers, see if they can make something
Universe
happen.
has Chrono.
AG is ready to fight, I think.
See how strong Elder Titan is against this. Like all they do is they use the Razor Plasma Field, and they use Elder Titan Spirit, and then the push is over. Like that's it. They kills the whole crew.
Efficiency. Oh, there's a Chrono. Gets just Quickfa on the side. Era in there as well. They go for Quickfa first. That means no more Juggernaut this fight. Era, no. Gets saved for a little while longer, but I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Fear also saved, or at least it's going to be okay. There he goes. False Promise was indeed proven to be false, and Cinderin is trying to TP out. Will be able to make it out, but the 2 cores already dropped. That was another fight where I feel like Escape, they can't pick that fight. There's just... They see that there's nobody else on the map.
Having both your cores right beside each other, Universe is like, I think I'll Chronosphere here. And he has been on the ball in this game. 3-0-12 on his Faceless Void. I guess there's a reason he's famous for this hero.
Yeah, you would almost think that. I'm getting a little bit disheartened for Escape. They you know that they seem like they're desperate on trying something, and it's just not working out because they may be slightly panicking. Or what's happening here,
like,
Shane?
if you look at their spells, right, they rely so heavily on Black Hole.
Yeah. So why fight without Black Hole?
I guess they know they're behind. They know they're going to lose Roshan very soon. So they're like, if we don't win a fight soon, we can't contest the Roshan. And then we're even further behind. You have this kind of tri-core of EG, and then on your team you have a Husker who didn't farm extremely well. He's not doing too good. And then you have like this Quickfoot Juggernaut who, like, all eyes from Escape are on Quickfoot, to be honest. He does a lot riding on. But he went for this Battlefield, you know, this farming build, and he has 1000 HP. You saw when he got Chronosphered in the last fight. They didn't even have to Earth Splitter him because he doesn't really have any health.
So this is surely the time to go. Chrono on cooldown?
Yeah,
you got Black Hole?
Yeah. But the cooldown of Chrono is not really
It's not very long.
No.
There's also Vision coming out from EG, so they are aware that Escape was ready there. How are you gonna try to find that
Okay.
one perfect fight that you need?
If Ketsu get BKB,
Radiant's top tower
There's
is under attack.
Yeah.
nothing they can do to stop the Chronosphere or to stop the black hole. So that's
Sure.
their play.
But at this, well, they can Chronosphere.
I guess, yeah. But you just go for the void, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, okay, but at the same time, you're also then assuming that EG is gonna let themselves get caught out to have a Chronosphere, or sorry, a black hole with, you know, you want to have at least two in that black hole.
But by nature of their heroes, like Razor wants to be close to someone with static link. Ursa wants to be right up in their face.
Okay.
You know, they're gonna naturally be like that if they want to do any damage. So you have that advantage.
Well, let's see if they can find that perfect
Oh.
fighting
Every time
scenario.
Chronosphere is off cooldown, EG are ready to go.
They're ready to go right now. The universe looks
Oh.
for that Chronosphere. They find Kezu. In comes the stun already up on Fear. Midnight Pulse there as well. In the meantime, Era hitting from the low guard. But no, the moment that Universe sees him, he is chronoed up. Will get saved for the moment longer by Synderen. Might be enough. The Earth Splitter, though, helping out a lot here, making sure that EG can basically reposition themselves into the fighting Yapsor. Just bursted down 196 extra damage for Sumil's
It's
Razor.
melting.
Everybody is melting on the side of Escape Gaming. Sumil, he can't catch up to the rest. Oh, Era! He actually went into the trees. It was a dead end. Maybe try to turn around quick, but you can't do that though. He wanted to try. Maybe on this slash, but he couldn't. He couldn't anymore, and that's a team wipe.
He died to the unstable
He
current.
died to the current, and that's GG. They just call it 24 minutes in. Guys, oh, you can just feel the frustration from Escape Gaming. They just tried to get their perfect fight, and it's just... Evil Genius is so clever around... Okay, we were really wrong with our predictions.
In fairness, we gave Escape more time, you know?
Yeah, and there was never a Rax.
Yeah, exactly.
This
So
would have... Otherwise, we would have had the Rax one.
who gets this no for rack? None.
That fight was so well done by EG, though.
When the laning stage happened, they sent the Enigma top. He was the only one on their team doing well.
Yeah.
He was the only one farming. And then he had to rotate. We went middle, and all of a sudden that kind of slowed down completely. Like, he had a mechanism at like 11, 12 minutes. He was the highest CS in the game. And then he had to TP mid to try and save air on a Huskar.
Yeah.
And then it just all slowly started melting away. Then it was the time when the most farmed hero on his team, had to rotate through the river to try and help the Roshan.
Yeah.
And he got picked off by EG there as well. There was
Clever warding. There was a
yeah,
lot of clever warding
it was
going on
a lot
from
to do
EG.
with the wards, yeah.
Yeah.
And Sumail played excellently on Razor, just giving Era the...
But he didn't really get pressured either.
And they sent Yaptor mid, but they answered with PPD rotating
Yeah.
mid as well. So there was pressure. It's just Razor is just
It's just Razor.
it's just Razor.
Okay. Well, at least Escape
okay,
Gaming
I
will
just-
have a...
One more thing though.
Yeah,
the,
yeah, yeah.
the Elder Titan as a hero, I think, is too strong for EG. The way they rotate with it, the amount of control in the bottom fight beside EG's tier 1 tower, I think this is...
You gotta ban it.
Yeah, Zai Elder Titan is too much.
Okay. We'll see if Escape Gaming bans it, as they do have the chance to take on Evil Geniuses again and see if they can get a win out of this one. It is, of course, a 2-game series here in the round robin of Group A. We'll be right back with game number 2 of Evil Geniuses versus Escape Gaming. See you soon.
Escape Gaming's turn to ban. Escape Gaming's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Escape Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Mirana.
Welcome back to Game 2 of Evil Geniuses versus Escape Gaming. We are still in the group stages of the International 2016 and it is day 2. Evil Geniuses on top of their group and also were able to pretty easily take out Escape Gaming in game number 1. And welcome back also to Shane.
At the end of the last game, we talked about Zai's Elder Titan and how much of an impact it had.
Yeah.
And Escape, take it first.
Clever. Didn't want to use a ban on it. I mean, Io and Droban is still, it's very good. Good bans against Evil Geniuses because Evil Geniuses has shown that they can use those two heroes very well yesterday.
But they get the bottom.
They get the bottom, they get the bat.
I think bottom is or Mirana is the favorite hero of this tournament so far.
So, the first day, the wildcard day, at some point he was she was 6-0, right, in favor, like six wins. But then the first day yesterday, I think her win rate at some point was like 55%, which is like, okay, you know, she's picked quite a bit and she's favored, but she's not necessarily the most OP hero out there.
But there's been a lot of games.
Yes.
And a lot of people probably watch the first games, and they've been scrimming against each other as well, so they know that bottom is the hero. And it can be played as a support, like we've seen Yapsor play it from Escape. It can be played as a core. We've seen old Chicken play it.
Yeah.
So there's many ways. It's very open.
It is very open. I mean, you pick up a Batrider and a Mirana, who knows what's going to happen. We've seen Sumail play Mirana mid. They were actually the first team to do that.
Nightstalker. Is this the Syndra Nightstalker?
No, well, the
I think
thing
it's definitely Yapsor's Nightstalker.
Yeah, because everybody knows Syndra's, or a lot of people know Syndra's Nightstalker from the Wild Honey Badgers days.
When he bought all the salves.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that game.
That was his signature hero. That was a hero like, oh my god, I get to watch Syndra and Nightstalker. Yeah. It's gonna be great. But Yapsor also has Nightstalker as a signature hero, and has actually been playing it more than Syndra in the past year as a number 4 position, and that is Yapsor's position. So having that.
I wonder does Syndra think about that game though when he's drafting? He's like, oh.
Every time. It's like,
and Yapsor's like, I love Nightstalker. He's like, oh, perfect. You'll do well on my team.
Yep. You'll be fine. I love the Nightstalker actually here in terms of the vision control. Obviously,
against
Batrider
and Mirana.
Yeah, but the thing is, it will take a bit before Nightstalker has an Aghanims and has actually got that vision advantage, like the maximum vision advantage. Obviously, you have a little bit of nighttime regardless, but
generally the way Escape play though is they kind of say, Syndra, you're doing everything. You're buying all the wards. You're buying everything. You're giving people tangos. And Yapsor takes all the farm. In the wildcard games, he had 20-minute ags on Mirana in 2 games.
I think it's a little bit more difficult to do on a Nightstalker.
It's harder to farm, but you can still do the Iron Talon jungle.
While saying that, by the way, then Syndra will play the Elder Titan?
I think so, yeah.
You want to get a little bit of farm on the Elder Titan.
It's true. It's kind of greedy, actually.
They're both normally played as number 4 supports.
The Elder Titan doesn't necessarily need farm at all. Like, his spells are really what makes him strong, but having, you know, a Veil or a Medallion is amazing, but I don't think he needs too much. Use Tranquil Soul Ring, I think, and you're good to go. You need levels is the key point.
Is there a chance that they will run either of the 2 as a core?
I've seen Core Nightstalker. You can play it mid, you can play it in the offline. You can definitely run it as a core, but I'm not 100% sure if it's the best choice. If you're talking about the vision game and you're talking about how much farm Nightstalker needs, running him in the offlane would
5
be the
seconds
superior
remaining.
choice. You know, because
Yeah.
you'll have your Ags earlier, you can get the gem, and then the Mirana Invis isn't very effective. The Batrider can't do what he usually does and use the trees as coverage to use the Firefly because you have complete vision in an AoE.
So looking at Evil Geniuses, obviously they won previous game and they don't
Yeah.
need any, like they don't need to change anything up. I feel. But what do you think is going to happen for Evil Geniuses? How are they going to run this? Is what kind of Mirana
I
are you
like.
expecting?
I
this
actually.
to be?
Okay.
Bean Mirana.
So that says to me, Mirana's it can be extremely potent either as a core or as a support. You know, having Bane
Yes.
Mirana together. Like first of all, Bane can solo roam if he's a core. You can even leave Mirana in the safe or mid lane.
Yeah.
And Bane just comes in from an odd angle, gets a sleep off, which has a like, what's the duration? Level 1 is 4 seconds. So you can easily position yourself as Mirana to get the perfect arrow, and then kill someone. Or they can be a duo roaming core, and then they can destroy. You can play it any way you want. That's why Evil Genius is drafted. Like it's so difficult to figure out what's happening when you're escape gaming here.
Is it can we turn this into an advantage for Escape Gaming that they have no other option but to focus on what they are gonna do in their own plan, rather than playing reaction-based Dota?
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking for a silver lining because I do think that
Okay.
Evil Genius
Oracle is still in the game. Extremely
Yes.
strong
Ooh.
against Bat and Bane. Keeper of the Light is their pick though.
Dakota is so happy.
This hero's been seeing a lot of play.
This hero has been seeing a lot of play this morning already as well.
The reason I said Oracle though is because Bane ulti, Batrider ulti, you can dispel both of them
Yeah.
instantly. Oh.
It does mean that either one of the two is going to be a core, Elder Titan or Night Stalker.
Yeah, it does. The mana leak is very good against Batrider because he initiates and he's running around constantly trying to drag people. So having the mana leak to, because Batrider doesn't necessarily have the best mana pool, so he will have lower mana already, and it's percentage based. Oh, Sven into Keeper of the Light. So
I mean, talking about heroes with a small mana pool, if you put mana leak on him, he normally just wants to run at you and he can't.
well,
with
it's
mana
more
leak
the
on him.
blinding light I was worried about. Like Sven isn't
Okay.
like MKB is very late game, or BKB is like your third or fourth item.
You can, yeah.
So it's basically you have this window as Keeper of the Light. If you get a good start, you can easily blinding light and control the Sven in the team fights, unless he just blinks it on your face and eats you.
Yeah.
So there's a lot on Batrider and Sven to try and get in on the Keeper Light, and you even have the Night Stalker miss from the Crippling Fear. It's another like there's a lot of miss spells, and then you have a laser.
More miss. That could actually. I mean,
Blind
you've got a
is-
Keeper of the Light and a Tinker.
Okay, now if I was Escape, I'd pick a split pushing. Like they have the Tinker as well, but if you use Coddle,
Yeah.
the strength of Coddle is to be able to, for example, send an Alchemist or a Naga or one of these heroes to another lane. Like he boots the travels in, summons his illusions, and then pushes the lane.
And you can call him back.
And then you call him back. But Tinker doesn't really need that. He's like, yo,
Sure.
I don't really need you, Coddle. So I think their core should be someone who can split push, and they do ban out Alchemist, Evil Genius. So
But at the same
there's still the
time,
Naga, who isn't great against Sven.
Tinker takes up a large portion of the farm.
That's true.
Cuddle Guy sometimes by accident does that. Not Cuddle Guy, sorry, Keeper of the Light.
Call guy stealing your farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true, but you still like okay.
You can't have a too greedy core, right?
Kind of have to use the Coddle though.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, Coddle and Night Stalker together isn't great. Because if you get Ags on Coddle, doesn't
You want to have either nighttime or either daytime, and well, they can fight both day and night. There you go.
the multi-fighters.
Sorted.
Yeah. I guess you just don't go Ags and Keeper of the Light. That's the.
I mean, to be fair, probably the person that's playing Coddle, which is probably Cinnamon, is not going to get any farm because he has to buy all the wards
That's
because there is
reasonable.
no space left to. Because if it's either Night Stalker or Elder Titan, we have seen Elder Titan as a core in the past as well. That number 4 support needs a lot of farm, or wants a lot of farm. Let's put it that way. Will take up some of the farm.
Slark.
Tiny. So you got the mana.
Okay,
battery.
this is cool. So this is the similar kind of thing. You push out the lanes, you can call them back in. It works. But then Evil Genius's lineup, oh boy. They're going to go hard from minute 3 and just run at your towers, roam around with Bane,
So
make space for this Sven. Like if I look at the 2 drafts,
yeah.
I see Evil Genius's draft, and they have these 4 heroes that don't necessarily need a lot of farm. They just need like a decent start, and they can fight.
And levels, yeah.
And then and they have Sven, who's farming in the background. And then I look at Escape Gaming's farm or a team, and I see Quigfa, who needs a lot of farm. I see Ira, that needs a lot of farm. And then I see Keyboard Light, who's not necessarily a hero that can make the space for them, but it's a lot. And Ketsu, he's the guy. You know, he's the. We need you to make the space, all of it in this game, for us to be able to farm and get. It's tough. When I seen Era play Tiny in the past, I've been really impressed.
Yeah.
Like he goes, like treads, blink.
And he's one of the people that doesn't need an IO.
Exactly. So maybe that's their answer. Like he's kind of more not necessarily a farming Tiny, but like a tempo creating Tiny.
Okay, Zai is gonna walk up to Yapsor perhaps, as they both teleport mid and place a ward, but Zai was first, so got that all good. And he sees the ward coming, depending on where he goes. They don't see where he placed it. Okay, that's some,
No, that was very close though. Like that's a huge advantage in vision wise.
Okay, so total numbers of smoke gangs by minute 25. We saw a lot previous game.
3-5?
3 to 5. Total number of player deaths by game end, 40.
No.
26 to 40.
0 to 25.
Player deaths? No.
Okay, 26 to 40.
I'm
sticking with my one.
I mean, you got your Bane Mirana combination. Those are gonna find a lot of kills.
I think this will be over fast though.
Yeah. 1 kill a minute. Boom.
Oh, and Tinker can hold the high ground, I guess.
Total number of smoke gank kills, 3+. Is that a bit optimistic?
No, that seems pretty fine.
And player with the highest total magic or pure damage done to game enemies.
Tinker.
Tinker or Sven? No, Tinker.
Magic or pure?
Yeah, Tinker.
No, Morana. Smale.
Oh, Samil. Oh, there we go. I was in time. Woo. So yeah, it is Mirana Samil. I really love that because that was actually the first time where I saw. I think was it at the summit? I'm not sure. Were they even at the summit? I don't think they were. But it was the first time that I saw Mirana as Aghanims. That fast. It was. I mean, I'm a Mirana fan, so I was really happy to see Samil get that Aghanim so fast and basically dominate the game with it. So let's take a look at who's playing what. I'll go over Escape Gaming this time. So we got ourselves Cinderin playing the Keeper of the Light. He'll be going top, and looks like he's going to support Era on his Tiny there. Yapsor will play the Elder Titan. Also on the top lane. In the mid lane, though, it's Koikfa on his Tinker, and then solo safe lane. It is Kazu, and he is playing the Night Stalker.
And against him in lane, we have the Universe Batrider. He played amazingly in game 1. His Faceless Void was extremely on point, and he's getting the stacks up. I don't know if this is what you want to do.
Kazu, this is not what you want to do. There's another stack, and this is actually, I think this is going to be a kill.
Yeah,
this should be first blood. 6 stacks, 1 more hit. Is that enough? No. Oh, it's not. So close though. He gets a salve off. Universe does take a bit of damage, but that's not first blood. Okay, breathe.
Universe actually stopped his attack. He was attacking, and then he moved before he finished it. He was trying to so he just misplayed it a tiny bit. And then in the mid lane, Sumail on the Murana.
Sorry, yeah.
Taking it up, he's facing up against Tinker. Tinker's a pretty strong laner, to be honest.
Oh, never mind.
Sumail's doing pretty good. And then in the top lane, PPD, Chen. We got Zai on his Bane, and Fear taking the carry role, Sven.
So, which lanes do you favor for which teams?
The way PPD is playing this is just getting creeps early game.
Yeah.
It's stronger than the hero, right? Like Hellbear Smasher is like 2 heroes at this time of the game. So I think especially with the Bane setup, when Zai gets level 2, he can just sleep someone, and they can easily get the stun with the Hellbear Smasher. I think Chen is.
Oh, Universe has got himself another skirmish. He is very deep. He's actually going to go for it. The tower is attacking his creeps anyway. He's got 5 stacks up on Kazu, and he's flying after him. Couple more hits needed. He's just not going to hit. There we go. He's just going to fly over him. 1 more hit indeed. We'll get the job done then. And first blood goes the way of Universe. And he still has some extra regen, because why not?
This lane is very difficult for Night Stalker.
Yes.
Like, Night Stalker has a slow turn rate, naturally, and having the Batrider sticky on top of that is hard. And even went for the Orb of Venom on Batrider. I like
That's
that. You know,
rough.
just to trade hits better.
Yeah.
Slow him down a little bit so you can gap close.
And it has been more about hitting each other rather than hitting the creeps. So Universe sitting on 6 last hits and Kezu sitting on 2.
You got first blood though, so
Yeah, that's worth it.
definitely. Alright. Synderen just kind of getting top rune, trying to secure it for Quigfa, knowing that PPD was rotating in.
What do you think about skill build? Illuminate level 1.
You have Tiny
Yeah.
to set up with a stun. You have the stomp as well, the echo stomp. So
But
if
is it enough damage to make an impact? I would have thought
We'll
that
see.
maybe having a level of mana leak and a level in chakra magic like level 2 might be better there as a. I mean
it does a lot of damage.
Oh, it did hit yes. Fair enough.
So what I want to see from Escape this game, I want to see them contest the Ancients.
Yeah.
I want to see them more like constantly putting wards and sentries in, so Fear isn't able to use the space that his team is going to try and create for him to just farm up the Ancients, like stack loads. So I want to see them contesting early. But the problem with having everyone top lane is it's kind of difficult.
It seems so indeed. And they kind of gave up bottom lane as well. At what point should Escape Gaming consider his rotating era bottom? So far, he's doing okay on the farm, though.
No,
he
he's
is
doing good.
He is doing okay, and he is also keeping up with Fear. Or rather, he's even ahead of Fear.
Does Zai go for a rotation? No, okay. Got a DD rune and
Tower is under attack.
on Smail. I thought he might rotate in, but he chooses not to.
No.
Nighttime now though. Ketsu's looking for it, but that ward earlier from Zai spotting out his rotations.
Yeah,
Alright.
he's just in the jungle at this point. He's out of regen, so he can't really show himself on lane anymore. Otherwise, he might have to go back to base to regen afterwards.
PPD stacked this camp like 3 times or 4 times, and now he's just clearing it out.
Yep. Oh,
So
that's
farming
that
away.
camp.
Compare that with like Ketsu, who's trying his best to just Iron Talon jungle. Oh,
They
Zai
have a
is
ward. They
deep.
see Zai standing there, so this is fairly unfortunate here. They had all the time in the world to set up that kill. Very nicely done. That ward paying off.
Yeah, it was very important because if he had got the rotation on Quickfire, it would have been what we talked about earlier. Like the easy kill for Samel with the DD rune.
Well, we have also got a smoke up by PPD. He's got 2 creeps, and Zai teleported back to top lane, so he's ready to help out. Tiny is on half mana. Fear has got the stun available. They go for Era. The back end, there's also Synderen there, who might be in a little bit of trouble
PPD's
there. They
coming
do
in.
get Fear first, though, so PPD is maybe a little bit late there to the party. Era's not yet done. Might be done soon if Zai has to say on it,
Salve?
because he's just, he's selfing. They don't see him. They
He
can't.
mangoed him quickly.
Oh, he mangoed and he teleported out. He is actually gone. He is absolutely fine. Another Illuminate from Synderen to just wave him all goodbye, and that rotation from Evil Geniuses definitely not successful. So
Oh
2
my
to 1 now.
god. That was so clutch.
That was very clutch.
He just solved in time and used the mango to get enough mana so he could TP. And I think they went a little bit too early. And when they went, Fear was already on like 40% HP.
Yeah. He was. I mean, he ran in thinking that PPD would be there
Exactly,
earlier.
yeah.
He was a little bit. He jumped the gun a bit there. Maybe they can make something
I
happen
think they
now.
know
though, Zai.
Zai's in the bushes.
Did they?
Hello.
Yeah, there he is. Let's lock him in. Can't
They have
escape
mana leak now.
They know. Oh, the stun still comes out. Nice dodge from Zai, or at least tries to dodge. Let's put it that way. The stun still comes out. They are now forced to help out Era first, though, as he gets lassoed. He tries to run away from this one. It's already slowed. Will end up dropping, and they're not able to get the Bane because they got preoccupied by helping their core, which didn't really amount to anything. But at least with a rotation of Universe to top lane, only 1 kill goes the way of EG.
Yeah, it's a very nice rotation from Universe, completely changing that fight. And Sumail this whole time is just
farming.
Just farming
He
away.
needs to get his axe, Shane. Come on. Let him be.
I'm not
He's
complaining.
just-
This is very good. I'm saying it's what he needs to do. He's going for the kill.
Love watching that guy on my round.
But if you look at the ward, the mid lane, yeah, watching exactly what Sumail does.
Yeah.
So there's no way he gets her.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, and that ward earlier scouting out Zai as well. The warding of Escape Gaming has been pretty good, on point.
Yeah.
Realizing where the rotations are going to happen as a pause comes out. Synderen froze. It's never good.
Not his computer either.
Frozen time and space. So Zai rotated bottom. The downside of having PPD on the top lane a lot is Zai, and he just obviously rotate a lot as well. He's just very low on levels, so he's trying to get those levels on that bot lane, catching up. And same thing goes for Tiny. I mean, the levels, if you're going for that tri lane, is just it's a point of attention. And we have got Coral level 4, Elder Titan level 4. Everybody's just very low level.
I think the main thing for Escape, they're playing pretty well, right? So they send us offensive tri lane top.
Yeah.
To lock down the support so the Zai isn't really able to rotate. You saw earlier when Zai rotated that they had so much space to farm on Era, and then they actually it just opened up the map so much for them.
Yeah.
And the second he was missing, they knew something was up, and then they saw him with the ward as well. So
Yeah, and they instantly also ran at Fear Sven.
Yeah.
To try and force him, not even trying to kill him because they knew they probably wouldn't be able to, but force him out of the lane, make sure that he can't farm and give Aaron the space. Yeah.
But this is very, very good for Quickfoot because he's 1.2k gold, nearly 1.3k gold, farming very, very well. He has rearm and a regen rune. He also has a stack in the jungle, so regen rune with a rearm, you farm very efficiently. So you can constantly use the rearm and march. So if they stack maybe 1 or 2 more camps, he's good. Then you have Yapsor in the top lane. He's doing okay as well. Like level 4. The Tome of Knowledge is, I love that item so much. It allows you to as a support play more aggressive and not really have to worry about pulling or getting experience, right? Like if you miss a
You can
gank,
just buy experience later.
yeah, if you miss a gank, no big deal. Just buy your Tome later. It definitely makes the game more action packed.
Mm-hmm.
I do really like it. Syndran's back.
Syndran is
Okay,
back.
so Helmet of Dominator is coming up soon, and I want to see how Escape can test this because this is
So yeah, and you mean the ancient sacking.
yeah, this is very important because if Fear gets off to a good start, like at 20 minutes has enough farm, I think they can just go.
Oh, it is nighttime. They find Sumail. Let's see if he can leap away in time. Yes, he can, but the Mana Leak is still there, and they should be able to dive this. Kezu is a hero with a lot of armor, and he can just run at him and kill him off. One more hit will do the job, and clean kill. And it is nighttime. He should be fast.
Oh.
Gets knocked up on the high ground. Lucky him. He just run away from this. Universe is very fast, though. He's got that windlace going.
Windlace.
This is actually, Kezu is dead. It's daytime now. There's no way out. Still a good trade, of course, and still a lot of time also taken by Evil Geniuses trying and chase down Kezu, but a bit unlucky that he couldn't make it out. But
Yeah,
he wasn't carrying a teleport.
the raindrop nearly actually saved him. It does so much against Nightstock early game. You saw how little damage the Void did, even though it's level 3.
Yeah. Oh, Yapsor. Got stunned up. Fear pops his God Strength, but the stick charges keep him up.
Alright.
That's God Strength used. Not big deal?
I don't think so, no, not at this stage of the game.
Okay.
Especially because he doesn't really have that many items. Like, he doesn't do too much with God's Strength. 80 extra damage isn't ridiculous. If he was a ranged hero, maybe. But because he has the gap close with Brown Boots, it's very difficult
Smoke.
to do anything. Okay, so maybe Escape are saying, oh, God's Strength's used. There's no way they fight us.
This is the time.
They have super.
Strike when
They smoke.
least expect it. They also smoked.
Yeah.
No smoke on smoke action. They're both going different ways, though. I mean, EG is rotating further top, and there's nobody on that lane anymore. And they actually, EG uses a scan right on top of Yapsor and Kezu. They know, and they instantly, PPD and Co. turn around. They're gonna run into Kezu right now.
I don't know. I guess they wanted to rotate mid, so
Okay,
Quickfoot could get a kill.
Yeah, you're right. Radiant uses odd scans.
Yeah, they use it on top of heroes again, right?
Yeah, they actually just used it on top of Sumail. In the meantime, top lane, there's a stun coming out on EG Fear. Is the invis enough? Hand of God as well. And actually, Universe shows up, tries to catch someone. PPD is around, gets the net up. Want to go for Yapsor, interrupting the Echo Stomp, and they get the kill. They might not be able to get the core, but this is pretty good.
The rotations from Universe have just been amazing. Usually you see Bat Riders, it's like, oh, I'm not going to do anything before I farm my Blink Dagger. That's usually how people play Bat.
Yeah.
But Universe is everywhere. He's TPing top with just like Tranquil Boots and Orb of Venom. He's like, alright, I'm going top. He changes the fights completely when he does this.
Are they gonna chase this?
I'm not sure they
Looks
should.
like
They have net up.
might be. They silence up Fear. But no, they're not. I mean, they already lost
Look
their
at Sumail
tower.
mid with the DD rune.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Got him.
Can they go for
Power
the
down.
sleep kill?
What?
Or the sleep deny even?
Radiant's
It's
middle
Oh.
it's the same team.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
It's okay. It's early. So 2 towers lost on the side of Escape, and it looks like EG has just decided, guys, it's time to take a more active approach to this game, and they almost get Koikfa. Yeah, they will get Koikfa. One more. No, they won't. There it is. Universe gets the last hit there, and he drags Yapsor up. Wants to get more of this. Wants to get another kill, but he can't get Yapsor. Turns out only the Tinker dies, but that's a big kill still.
Okay, did you see the arrow from Sumail? So Zai was getting chased by Ira on the Tiny. He uses full combo, and he was on about 20% HP, 10% HP, and the Tiny was chasing him, and Sumail like arrowed across and hit him right in the face. It was actually beautiful.
I
and
did
saving
hear
his
the
life.
arrow hit, but I didn't actually,
It
unfortunately,
was
see it.
very legit. PBD's been playing very well, farming very efficiently, also rotating well. They got
Yeah.
tier 1 mid, tier 1 top. Like the map is definitely opening up for EG. And Sumail, we haven't really seen much apart from that 2 seconds ago on Tinker, but he's farming very well.
Yeah.
65 CS. Here it goes. Here's the ancient stacking.
Ancient stacking is going on, and also EG another smoke as they rotate into Escape's jungle, and it really just seems like EG just, you know, they said, you know, it's time.
Yep.
We'll start moving around the map. We
Well-
got all the items we need. You mentioned that they don't necessarily need a lot to make things happen, other than a little bit of time to get their levels and maybe 1 or 2 core items up.
It's also this is the time when Fear needs the most space because he's farming. They need to protect his ancients.
Can they get him? Yes, they can. Flame break to interrupt, and Koikfa. Nice stun from Yapsor though. Earth Splitter coming through as well. That should be hitting on at least. Oh, just died. Universe was already gone, and they get the Tinker first. Sumail getting an Invis rune because he can. He might be able to get a nice Starstorm, but everybody backs off.
They see
I say
Ira.
everybody, but yeah, Ira blinks out. He went for blink there first.
Yeah, so he's more the like space creating core.
I mean, EG might not have gotten as much as they wanted, but every time they go for this
Every
tighter push,
minute.
they get Tinker.
And also every minute they get more farm on Sven, even if he's not
Yeah.
farming.
And I mean, if you're gonna kill only one of your enemy heroes, getting Tinker is very good. What are you doing there, Sumail? He got a kill on the Keeper of the Light. Probably hit a beautiful arrow that we unfortunately missed, and then hit a beautiful Starstorm, which we unfortunately missed.
I think he
And
just
then had a
leaped at him.
beautiful kill. No, beautiful arrow, Shane.
Beautiful arrow. Sorry, my bad.
You're right. That was his arrow wasn't on cooldown. So
Yeah, I think he just leaped at him. Yeah.
okay. Nice kill though, and gets out alive as well. And he is 2k gold away, unless there's a courier coming for him, which is not the case. 2k gold away from having his acronyms up.
Okay, so still no contesting of the ancients whatsoever. They have 1 ward on Syndrin. They have this ward on the high ground that spots it happening. So they're aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
Like it's no surprise if Sven has a helmet of Dominator. Oh, another scan.
Yeah, Dire uses smart scans. They
That
know that
wa-
there's a hero there. they
They're
now also
really
know who.
good.
Yeah. Oh, they jump forward. Era goes up on PPD, gets the kill as well with the help of the Elder Titan. Fear thinking if he can do something, but Escape's already out. Good pickup.
Yeah, they actually scanned at the bottom, so they saw Cinder and they're like, oh, we have a few seconds. Oh, what's
Yeah.
that? I'd actually say it was PPD that used the scan. Like, he's like 100% their in-game leader, so him using the scan and him being the one that died, he was probably reacting to the scan, you know?
Yeah, maybe taking a little bit of safety for granted that, you know, thinking it's safe, but it's not.
Yep.
False sense of security happens all the time.
Alright, so it's looking pretty good for for EG, I think. The one thing that Escape have though, right? First of all, they have the boots of travel on top of the Elder Titan Spirit.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool, you know, especially if you have the Night Stalker vision. Him and Night Stalker can just roam around and set up for Tinker, so you can get pickoffs. When Koikfa maybe gets the Blink Dagger, they should start trying to use this combo and max rocket, max laser. He's just gone for the max march at the moment to try and farm up. And Ira needs to do a lot as well. He needs to make a lot of space. He has combo mana, but
What is Synderen doing, you think? He just placed this ward. It's a nice one.
this ward.
But the moment that he shows it, why is he not teleporting?
Maybe he's trying to recall someone. He's trying to recall the Tiny so he can combo the he's just looking for the recall play, right?
Maybe. I mean, he has his ultimate if needed. But it's very scary for him at the moment. If he shows himself,
He's just been...
he's dead.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god. Hello.
You
Now he
goes for
teleports
TP?
out. Yep, you're dead. Who is not dead?
So close.
That was so close. If Universe kind of did his...
No, if he had
If
a
he
blink,
did, yeah, if he had Blink or did a little bit of, did
a
his
shorter one.
shorter one, then
Yeah.
his flamer would have hit him.
That
and
was
then it
so
would've been a kill.
risky, Syndrome. Don't be doing that to me.
Don't try this at home.
Yeah. Oh boy. Alright, they find Ketsu to use the drum, but Ketsu's very fast.
Yeah, and the flame break doesn't knock him back either.
Ira's farming away like,
Yeah, it's good. So EG still in process of trying to make things happen. They rotated all 5 heroes bottom, and this time also Fear came around. So they look for this tier 2 tower kill, and perhaps, well, some more on the back of that, because they do have Universe laying in low and hoping that he can get a pick off, perhaps he can get a lasso somewhere. But no defense coming out from Escape. They know they can't, and they're just saying, okay, we just take what we can get in the top lane and try to maybe get a tier 1 tower of ourselves.
the thing I like the most about EG's draft is they A have a lot of control,
Yeah,
and they B have like a mix between magical and physical damage.
okay.
Like Mirana does a large amount of magical damage, Bane does a small amount of pure damage, and Fear does like crazy physical damage. So just having this balance between all of them, it makes it kind of difficult to counter. You know, sometimes you're playing against a high physical damage team, you buy your Vlads, you get a Crimson Guard, that kind of thing, but it's difficult to combat this, you know, because they just have such a large mix. And the reason Sven is so popular against Elder Titan is because Elder Titan removes all your armor of your base stats. So if you have high amounts of agility or your base armor, it just removes it.
This
So-
is how you know tier 1 player, by the way. I just saw an arrow and it didn't hit the small birds, only hit the big bird. Sumail. Also has
So I was
max.
talking about the Warcry, basically
Yeah, sorry.
combating the Elder Titan natural aura.
So
Yeah, I know those Shiver. Like when I see Invoker being played, and I see cool things, I'm like, I just want to talk about that.
yeah.
Because I always hit the small creeps from Mirana too.
Yeah.
It's a struggle. There's angles, I think.
Yeah. Obviously Sumail knows those angles that we don't. I mean, there's a reason he's playing at the international, right?
This is true.
For the second time.
After winning the first one.
That's his first one. No big deal. No big deal. So Roshan, I mean, you got the axe on the Mirana, you got the Echo Saber on the Sven, you got the Aegis at this Universe. How close is he to his Blink? He has it on the way, actually. There you go. So they're set.
They're good to go.
And
This is
Escape doesn't know that this is happening. They lost control over the entire... I'm just going to switch vision. This is a dire vision right now. It's insane.
Oh my god.
There is, of course, a Radiant Ward right here somewhere. There you go. But this is the Radiant Vision. They just live in darkness right now, which is something that Night Stalker might like, but I think his
Cuddle
team,
hates.
yeah, his team is not really too pleased with that.
I thought that was pretty good though. The live in darkness thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was good. And what? They're just murdering a creep. Look in the jungle. They
What?
They sacrificed one of his
And
creeps.
then they all stand around it, and oh,
That's some grim stuff.
one of us has to die.
It's you.
It's you.
All right. Do you know what's actually really cool about the new Chen creeps? The cloak aura, magic resistance. The way it goes on the creeps with 20%, and it stacks on the when you have
Yeah.
more of them. So if you're playing against someone like Tinker or Tiny,
Yeah.
you can stack it up and you can push with it. It's like a baby pipe. It's
It's a baby pipe. I like that.
very underrated though. Like it's huge. 5% is a lot.
It really is. Okay, Mirana ultimate. This is again. They're just trying to make this happen. They're actually. Where are they going?
Her Moran ulting,
Top, but there's nobody there.
you know.
Tinker was there, I guess, but they're a little bit late for that.
Yeah, so
Tinker goes bottom.
Sven is going straight BK or heart. I think.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think
That's Satanic.
he technically can go Satanic, obviously, but I think Heart is better because they have so much miss and evasion.
Oh,
Oh.
they found Universe, and Universe does not like to be found. Dominating streak gone, and good kill, and kind of taking control of their own jungle a little bit. They don't have a ward to place there just yet. They do have Aghanim Scepter, so 20 minutes Aghanim Scepter for Kezu. And we talked about this during the draft, that
And
it
the
was such a
gem
good
instantly.
counter. The gem is there, the vision control. I mean, all this control that we just said, and the vision that EG has with all the wards that they had on the map, it's gonna disappear. And that is gigantic.
Oh, they spot Cinderin.
He's
He's going
fine.
for. He's just blocking the ancients.
And just placing some sentries. Odd sentry.
Just trying to be a nuisance.
Yeah.
This is pretty good for Escape. Like, Ira does a lot of damage with his combo now because of Yapsur's natural order. So if they win 1 or 2 more team fights with that, they can
Radiant's top tower is
they can
under
come back
attack.
into this game pretty strong. Like they're not too far behind right now, but it's more. They seem to be getting further and further behind as they allow Fear to continuously farm. They have a lot of ways to deal with him until he gets MKB, but it's pretty slow.
I don't
Carry
know
on.
why that sentry ward is placed there.
Does it not block it?
Does it not?
It does.
Oh, it does on the corner.
On the
It
ancients,
blocks it.
yeah.
There you go. That's
Oh.
nice. They jump. They look for a kill.
Ira Blinkson
Universe.
doesn't use his combo.
No, and Universe
Oh.
can't find a lasso. Maybe he can get Cinder though. In the meantime, the bit back. Tiny actually ends up dropping. I'm just still following Universe and Fear. Stomp comes out, but Fear dodged that one. Universe did not, but he should be able to still get it. He got the blink still, but no. They just get air, and I say just get air, and I was at a different part than the one I
Okay,
was
so
following. But
what happened was Ira was about to initiate, and then he saw 3 people run straight towards him, so he tried to run away. He got Fiend's Grip, and then they had an arrow and Starfall to
Okay.
follow up.
that's pretty grim then.
Yep. He didn't really have hope. Zai looking for the kill top, but the ward... Wait. The ward in lane is... Did that spot him? I'm pretty sure it did. Let's see. Yeah, it did. Yeah, the ward in lane spot out Zai. I think he can just like sleep the Tinker,
Yeah.
and someone can TP in. Oh, Sumail. Alright, alright.
Showed himself.
Now we got the prediction.
Oh, but it's in progress. It's not yet
It's
done.
25 minutes though, right?
No, at game end.
Oh.
It just changes sometimes.
Radiant's
When it
middle
changes, it
tower is
shows.
under attack.
It's all good. Escape Gaming, well, we talked about this, that even if EG does really well, which, I mean, they're doing good. Maybe not as dominant as they were in game 1. But even if EG does well in the game, they will still have an issue pushing their advantages because you're playing against a Tinker
ET.
and a Kodo. You know, the high ground defense, or just in general defense of Escape Gaming is pretty huge. So you got to be careful because one fight can easily for Escape Gaming transition into a push for them, and you end up losing some towers, which you
Wait.
can't really do.
Can you not see this? Oh,
Now
you
we
can.
can.
Okay,
Now we
okay.
can.
You walk by it.
Counters the board, guys. That's what
Huge.
happened.
But you were saying they're going to struggle to push high ground, but this, they don't mind. They can just stack ancients.
True, but I mean, it is a fairly slow game because of that.
It will be very slow, yeah. Oh, unless they get a huge pick on, say, Tinker or someone.
Yeah, if they can kill Tinker, they'll try to instantly go for a high ground push or for maybe a little bit more, and maybe try to force out a fight somewhere. But I think Escape Gaming is clever enough to try and avoid that. Previous fight, we saw that once Era was killed off, like his team didn't try to do anything stupid to go and you know, try and help him, even though it was obviously a helpless situation for him. So that's I think that's good. I think that's a sign of control of the team. We do have Morano's ultimate coming out. I
They
think Samir
spotted
wants
it.
to make something.
The ward
happen.
spotted the Moran ulti.
That ward did. And oh, is that enough though? Because we do have what are you doing here? Okay, no, he's fine. Everybody hiding.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a farm fest, I think. Just
Yeah.
until they get that one catch with the Moonlight Shadow.
Okay, so the Farm Fest is going to be in favor of EG. They have just more map control, even with the Night Stalker with the Sora. It seems like they are the team to be the aggressor. So they are okay with fighting at this moment.
Yeah, if you kind of look at the map, you can see where everyone's farming. Like Sven is farming in the jungle, Morano is farming the Ancients, Batred is farming top, And they also have the ward at the top lane, like on top of the cliff, waiting on Tinker, and Zai is just sitting right beside them. He's like, all right, this is where I live now.
This is not, he even put a teleport scroll in the base in the thing, just in case someone needs it. It's got the teleport scroll.
The bush scroll.
Yep.
Oh, you got the bugged out creep on the ancients, so we missed.
Oh,
Sad times.
We said it both at the same time. Okay, so what's the like? Okay, they're both happy farming. What's the next move that a team is gonna make? One of the teams is gonna make? Because it feels like.
Okay, what Escape need to do is they need to use the Night Stalker, gem Ags, to get out and get complete map control. They need to deward all the sentries. They need to deward all the wards, and just make enough space so that Tinker can. Oh.
Yeah, they find Zai. He's the first target of that.
No, here, took it. This is good though. This is
They
what
are
Escape
getting
need.
chased. There is an arrow being sent as well. I don't think it's gonna connect. It shouldn't
He has
connect.
Yules though, so you can still cancel TPs for that.
Doesn't see the TPs though. That's the problem.
That's true.
But I mean, these are the kind of kills you mentioned that they should try and get.
Yep.
And next time maybe they use the Night Stalker for it, because yeah, you do have that Aghanim's gem. You kind of want to put it to use, or you need to put it to use even to make the most of it, and also use that aggression and the combination of arrow that now still kills most heroes on the map. For EG, apart from maybe Sven.
The longer this game goes, the higher the chance of Escape Gaming winning. Because you have to remember what we talked about during the draft, that EG's lineup is all based around the Sven. You know, the Sven is their core. He's the one that's gonna farm. He's gonna do all their physical damage. And then you look at Escape's heroes like Tinker and Tiny, both scale extremely well to the late game.
Yeah.
Like Tinker can even go this control route if he wants, or he could go like mad burst damage, which would be pretty good because they have quite weak heroes. So there's many ways to do it. You could even go Ags and just constantly
Laser people.
laser people. Yeah.
That's actually. It looks cool.
Yeah, I think that's what he's gonna do.
And so EG, you kind of feel like the pressure then is on EG to
Yeah,
make sure
it
that
is
this
definitely.
game
Even though
gets
they're really far, like they're pretty far ahead right now. Really
Yeah.
far is probably an exaggeration, but as the game goes on, especially with the coddle, you can send Ira out to the sidelines when he gets his Ags. He'll push very very quickly, and all he has to do is just push a little bit, use the Shadow Blade, and then get recalled and constantly use this.
Well,
This
Moonlight Shadow used. We obviously see the map, so they're not going to run into anybody right now.
Yeah, they Moonlight Shadow, but it's difficult doing it into when you have no vision. They just do it to get vision. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Against Night Stalker as well, it's hard to keep it.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna be on like a carb on it. They send Tinker top, just farming away.
They might be able to get another Roche though. I
Yep.
mean, Escape Gaming is not on that side of the map at all. And it's going to spawn again in 50 seconds, so I have a big chance. And even if they won't get Roche, there is a chance that they might be able to just get a fight around Roche, because even that is something that EG wants. EG wants to fight. It's just Escape constantly. You know, they get one hero, but then they don't get any more, and EG needs to win a fight with more than just one kill.
Yeah, they need to kill the Tinker, is what they need.
Yeah.
It's so high priority. Like Quickfoot has been playing very, very well, not getting picked off all the time. Against Batrider, Bane, like these two heroes are very, very strong at dealing with the Tinker, especially when you have Glimmer. You can just position yourself on Bane, like play by Zai. In just, you know where Tinker's gonna go. Like if you think about it, Tinker's gonna TP to a lane and he's gonna blink either above or below, and you just gamble every time. And that one time you catch him, so when the game's over, really.
Zai, as I was promoted to a human ward. No
Just
Roshan
sit there,
spot.
Zai, and figure out Roshan spot.
Yep, there it is.
Just what are you
So,
hiding, Rashawn?
Escape Gaming, as expected, are not gonna contest this.
Another scan from Escape it, or is that from?
That's up from the dire.
This one, yeah.
Yeah.
How can you tell? You just guess.
It's no. It's just it says it on the bottom
Oh really?
left. Yep.
Huh.
Then you can press enter and you can still see it and use the scan.
Damn. Is
There
that
you go.
new?
It's been there for like a month or two.
Okay.
Like not that long ago since the scan was introduced. Okay, Escape is gonna try and make something happen here, but it's too late now. They get an Echo Stomp, but the Nightmare's there. Yaps are already get lassoed, and okay, That was Echo Saber doing some job there. Fear, he's still invisible. Cinnamon, also invisible, teleporting out of the safety of a Glimmer Cape. And again, I mean, they want to fight, but they only got 1 kill. I think
that
at that
sleep
point it
from
was
Zai,
yeah.
stopping the follow-up ulti from Elder Titan,
Mm-hmm.
like pretty huge in that fight, to be honest.
Yeah, and at that point, the rest of Escape also says, you know what? Later, Yapstar. We're out.
See you later, dude.
We'll be back.
They don't even give the Aegis to Fear, knowing how strong he is.
Yeah.
Oh, this might be an issue for them.
Oh, never mind. What?
The laser is an issue.
Yes, with the Aghanim Scepter. I mean,
Yeah.
we talked about it at the start. There were there was blinding light to miss. There's lasers to miss.
Oh.
Oh, Era.
Era
He
wants
has that
this.
Shadow Blade. They find Fear. Can they kill him off? They know he doesn't have an Aegis, but the Nightmare helping out, dodging some of that damage. In the meantime, Era gets Fiend Script. He can't do anything. He is dead.
Okay.
Koikfa also in a lot of trouble. Will get picked up. That is 2 kills, and it will be 3 going the way of Evil Geniuses, and that should allow them the possibility to at least take a tier 2 and perhaps make a start on that high ground of
It's
Escape
go time,
Gaming.
Shiver. I don't think they stop now. The Tinker was their main issue for going high ground.
But Tinker has buyback. 40 seconds. It's also not that long, even if he doesn't buy back.
They
Tier
push
2,
pretty
perhaps
quick.
tier 3. I'm not sure if they push quick enough. They're gonna try. I mean, you're right. This is what they've been waiting for. They're actually gonna continue fighting. They hit an arrow.
Snail. Damn, that arrow though.
Yeah, and Sumail can't play that aggressive right now. He has the Aegis. There's no, like, the brakes are off.
There's no stop.
Yeah, and Tinker does end up buying
He's
back.
going
Let's
in.
see if they can kill him now. That's gonna be very painful.
You
That's
can see
gonna
what
leave him
Sumail
two
and
lasers.
Universe are trying to do. They just go up into the front line and try and stop that.
Yeah.
Try and stop the laser from Quickfa.
Yeah, well, the laser did happen. The Aegis also got used, so they get the tier 3 and they do back off. So get the tier 2 and the tier 3.
Force the buyback on Tinker.
Force the buyback on Tinker, and that means next fight, if they get the Tinker, they should be able to get the racks.
Yep.
And perhaps also start on the bottom lane as well, because
The important thing is to keep
Yeah.
the creeps pushed in.
Yeah.
For EG. If they can get the creeps into a good position so that after they get a kill, they can easily take objectives or even like push in top or bottom. They could get 2 lanes of racks if they kill the Tinkers too.
So Escape Gaming, they don't want to just be sitting ducks.
Mm.
What's their play to make sure that they have a chance here, rather than just waiting for the pushes from EG to come and just faltering?
Buy another gem, use it, or pick it
Okay.
up off the courier, and then use it at nighttime. Get map control, get some vision down, and then try and do what you've been doing all game. Farm on the Tinker. That's what you need. You need items on Quickfoot, items on your.
Why did they put the gem on the courier?
I guess because it's daytime and it doesn't use it that well.
I guess so. Just do not want to give it away. I mean, EG has their own.
The Yules from Sumail catching out Quickfoot top.
Then he just bought back.
Okay.
He just bought
The
back.
creeps are so well positioned as well, Shiver.
They have the push going on the top lane. They have the push coming in on the mid lane. Just bottom lane is still in favor of Escape a little bit also
Alright, so
because
they still have
they're
ET
hanging
to slow
around.
them down though, so the Stomp is very good at this, but is it enough?
They have the Cuddle as well, actually. That might be enough. The Stomp is there. The Cuddle is there. Creeps are dead. But there's a new creep wave coming. So,
But they have ET for this, right? But look at Sven mid.
yeah, I'm looking at Kezu mid. The BKB is already on. Kezu has no chance. No chance whatsoever.
Alright.
Nice stomp. Slowing down Universe. He actually gets attacked by 2 towers. Blinding
Yeah.
lighted in range of the tier 4s, but Fear's just going to town on the buildings. In the meantime, Mirana is fighting and killing and gets the kill on the Keeper of the Light. And Keeper, I mean, Cinnamon buys back, but at this point, they need Tinker.
Yeah.
Tinker just got alive. Okay,
This
let's see
is-
what he can do. He has the laser.
Oh,
In comes the
they've slipped.
Nightmare, slowing down Cinnamon, making sure he can't chase anybody. And
Tinker's
they
at the
do-
bottom of the base
yeah.
though.
Well, they get the Mirana kill. That's good. Can they get more? I think EG is just
Cinnamon
leaving
dead
base.
again.
Oh god.
He got destroyed by Fear on Sven.
Tinker doesn't know where to go. There's the Fiend Script actually. Fiend Script up on Koikfa. Nice stun. Yapsur trying to make sure that nobody's dying, and the Echo. The Earth Splitter gets the kill as well on the Bat Rider, but They just don't focus on fear.
No. Well,
And Tinker did die. Bane did get the kill in the end.
you could see what they were doing though. They're sending in Sumail to try and create the space, so
Yeah.
they don't allow
There's just 3 people just playing with
miss.
with escape.
Radiant's top barracks has
Yeah,
fallen.
this game was very dominant again from EG. Just the way they played it, they didn't really allow Escape to do what they wanted. Like, okay, Escape's draft, they did pretty good at the start of the game. They went top and they farmed. They farmed well on like Era. They got a few levels. They got a kill or 2 on Fear,
Yeah.
and they made space for Quagfa in the mid lane. But what they didn't do is stop the Universe at all. Like Universe just like destroyed bottom lane. Bottom lane was a complete win for
Oh yeah.
EG, and Sumail did really well mid as well. So
So you got 2 wins on EG in lanes and 1 wash.
yeah, pretty much. Well, yeah, I guess. But Fear didn't do as well as Era. But Fear has the backup of the Helmet of Dominator Ancients.
Yeah, and if you're gonna go aggressive tri lane on someone, you kind of expect to win that lane rather than play even.
Yeah, well, it's not so much that you want to win the lane. It's just you want to keep the supports there. So Quagfa has a good
GG.
time.
36 minutes. So Escape did try to delay the game
The
as much as possible, but
problem
EG
was there's
just no
so much riding on Quagfa not dying.
Yeah.
You know, it's so hard to play against like a Blink, Bane,
And it's so
and like
it's so easy to predict the playstyle of Escape as well, which allows EG to just get those pickoffs on the Tinker whenever they, wherever Tinker is, because they know where he
I have
would be.
Yapster on my team today.
Well.
14.9. That's not bad. Highest on the team.
Not bad, but if people have Sumail as a fantasy point card, you shouldn't have anyone of Group A in your fantasy team today anyway, because they have
my
only
my
2
laptop
games.
isn't good enough to change it.
Oh, okay. Well, rip. Anyway, Evil Geniuses 2-0. It looked effortless.
It kind of did, yeah. Like
They had a play style, they had a plan, they executed it, and they won.
there was a time in that game though I was like, okay, Escape have promise here. You know, they have good high ground defense. They have it, but
That was
Evil
right
Genius-
before EG started to just think, okay, let's go.
yeah,
That's right before EG actually started trying.
like in a team where Nightstalker had Ags and Gem, they didn't have map control.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, actually.
Doesn't happen very often. So Escape Gaming, they have a tough road ahead of them, and I think their score is now 1-7, which kind of means that they are they already in the lower 4 now?
I have no idea.
Is that confirmed? I think 1 more series losses, and then
I'm sure they'll confirm it on the panel.
Yeah, they will be in the bottom 4. So group stages of the International 2016 continue. And stay tuned for more games. There's a lot of games going on at the same time. Hopefully you can keep track of everybody a little bit. Good luck if you can, because that's actually an achievement right there. But for us, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
And for TNC, as you mentioned, pulling out some upsets here, a 2-0 against the Wings and a recent 2-0 against LGD. Incredibly impressive here. I hope EG don't underestimate them, but they have. No. They were in there watching. They saw TNC playing a bit while they were eating.
Yeah, we were watching. In fact, TNC finish up their game along with Universi and PPDS. They were on the couch with us, and just having some food and watching the games. And TNC had a very long first game. It was in fact a 68-minute game, and they could be a little bit tired, after that. But then they also had the much quicker game in game 2.
So here we are, game number 1, draft EG. They don't like to play. PPD had been one of those players that had been very vocal, if you will, about how he's not a big fan about the whole illusion radiance meta. Yeah. Doesn't like to bother with it, so you can even see it here in their first bans. Ridding of Shadow Demon, who's like the best support to go along with that type of style, and the one and only Alchemist.
I think it's a feeling on their entire team, it seems like, because if you ban out Alchemist and Shadow Demon, you really just don't like this meta where people are trying to, as PPD even said to us, like cheese. When they try to do something that's weird and very hard to counter, he just wants to play Dota straight up against the opponents and outplay them. And he feels probably that one of the few ways they can win or can lose right now, 2-0, would be to something they're completely unprepared for.
And we'll see if TNC are going to be willing to engage EG in that kind of game, or if they might try to find a way to kind of play their own game and work around that. Because if you look at these two teams, and mechanically, you can't help but give kind of the nod to EG on this one.
No, definitely. I think EG are the more accomplished players, but TNC have also brought a lot of impressive plays here to TI. I did not expect them to be that strong in the group stage, and a lot of other peoples have had their eyes opened about what TNC are doing, and they're going to go for it. The Venge and Beastmaster combination, very good auras here. You can build around it very well. And EG going to pick up the Drow themselves. A little bit of a ban as well, you could say, because if you give away Drow, Venge, Beast, you're in trouble.
That would be a nightmare to deal with.
And you can definitely play it yourselves. EG have played it before. It's one of the heroes that's trending really hard now. If you ask what heroes are trending at TI, I would say out of carries, or Huskar and Drow are probably two of the big names.
Yeah, that's what you see like on both sides of the spectrum. It's like on one hand you have the Drow Huskar high tempo kind of popular killers, and then on the other side you still have their Morphlings occasionally, your Alchemists pop here and there. But for here, it looks like we're going to have a bit more of that high-tempo action kind of a game already, with the Drow just kind of popping up and...
yeah, and even banning out the Huskar as well. TNC realizing that just because you have a Drow doesn't mean you can't pick a Huskar along with it.
Very true.
Getting rid of that. You should never expect that just because the enemy has this hero, they won't pick Huskar. You can always add a Huskar. That's kind of the lesson that we've seen so far in the group stage.
Yeah, for a lot of teams, we'll probably be seeing that Huskar portrait there in the second phase ban for quite a while now.
Yeah, they should. And even in TNC's situation, we have so much damage. In fact, you have a lot of physical damage, you have minus armor, you have everything that you want to deal with a Huskar, and it's still scary. You never feel safe going into a Huskar game, and all these games matter a lot here.
What would you think about TNC considering an option like Tinker or something? Kind of, could benefit a bit with the Beastmaster, with the global presence. Obviously, with Tinker's Boots of Travel, could be all over the map. But how about him having to go against a Drow Ranger kind of a lineup?
It would be interesting, especially as EG already played against the Beastmaster Tinker earlier today, in form of Escape playing it. Beastmaster and Tinker is a strong combination. I like it to an extent, but Batrider is so good against it. Batrider is one of those heroes that hunt down the Tinker, bring him to his team, and just get him killed. Sure, Venge might be there to save, but it's a little bit unreliable, I feel, to try and rely on that. Because Tinker sometimes is on his own. You know?
Makes a lot of sense. To round out our second phase of bans here, EG get rid of even more pesky Illusion Radiance heroes. Man, look at the hate. They get rid of the Naga, they get rid of the TV.
That's actually really fun. He was very serious on the couch when he was talking to us that he did not like the Illusions. And okay, I believe you now. I believe you now, Peter.
Even if these would, it feels like even if TNC were not going to consider a Naga or TV, PBD's like, I don't care what you pick. I just don't want these heroes in the game right now, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's definitely the approach that EG are having here. They just want to have some normal Dota where they don't have to deal with split push all the time. And yeah, Tinker would fall into that category as well, where you can split the enemy, force them to play your game, and you would slow them down. And then with the Beastmaster Hawk, you could set up ganks yourself. So we'll see if they take that approach. I think another hero that is on the option here is Mirana for TNC. Definitely a good pairing with a Hawk, and also makes good use of the stunts that you already possess. And they played that kind of playstyle. In the previous game when they had Kunkka, they had the Kunkei Shadow Demon and similar heroes, the Beastmaster was there as well, the Juggernaut, they just fought so well with their combinations. And that's what I want to get again, I think. Opening with Avenge and Beast. Combination type heroes.
Combination heroes. Combination heroes, a way to kind of close the gap a bit.
Ooh.
They opt for the Keeper, which obviously I'm always a big fan of seeing Keeper see the light of day in the game. Keeper has been more fitting, kind of that illusion, slow-paced kind of game, but Alliance have been finding a lot of success with him earlier today.
Yep.
They 2-0'd
Navi.
Navi. Yeah, it was very impressive. Ake, even whether in game 1 where he was getting punished or game 2 when they were succeeding, always found a way to get to that 20-minute Agnum Scepter, and then Keeper just becomes a whole new hero. You know, especially during the day, obviously he was getting multiple blasts, huge amounts of sustain, and obviously we know how pesky Mana Leak can be.
Yeah,
So.
the daytime team fights against the Keeper of Light with Aghanims is a very hard thing to take. You should be extremely cautious about taking those fights. And we haven't really seen that many teams try and counter the Coddle so much. It gets picked, and then the other team is like, should we draft, should we take a Night Stalker against it or something that just gets close? And also, of course, the nighttime will ruin him. But we haven't really seen that happen.
I think there could still be room in EG's lineup for a possible Night Stalker.
For a Night Stalker, yeah.
I think it would be great. It's good, as already mentioned, against the Keeper. It's great against the Beastmaster with the vision he already provides.
I think they have the players for it as
Yeah,
well.
Moran is there.
I
She
think-
benefits from it.
I think Zai could play a very good support Night Stalker. I believe in that. He's also a very versatile player in that style. But they're going to go Enchantress here.
Okay.
Okay, so they want to add more pressure going along with the Drow strat. You don't really want to sit back at all, and adding some tower push is probably going to be the most important thing, as they have Batrider and Mirana already to look for kills with.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to pass on when you have already the draw in your lineup and Enchantress is kind of still right there. We've seen the potential already between these two ladies.
It also helps against Lifestealer. Even though Lifestealer can kill off the Enchantress when he gets close, if he is not close, that impetus will likewise bring him down instead.
Yep. Final bans coming out now. TNC saying no to the Bane, still acknowledging that there is going to be a possible, PPD pickup here. And has PPD actually been playing the Enchantress? I know he's been playing the Chen for his team.
I haven't seen him play it so much.
I haven't either.
But yeah, he played a Chen earlier. We saw that. We actually cast one of those games, right?
Yeah.
And but I haven't seen him play
So I
Enchantress.
wonder if they could give PPD the Enchantress and still have room for something like that Night Stalker.
Oh, definitely.
Back
They
end,
could go for it. And I don't think Silence would have been bad here even. And the Night Stalker ulti is extremely useful against a team that has so much vision.
Yep.
You have the Coddle, possibly Ags. I mean, everyone will go for it pretty much. And the Beastmaster with his Hawks. You can deny a lot of that vision just by ulting.
There goes that
Yeah.
Tinker ban.
They ban out 100% heroes that will make it hard to play Dota. Like, you
Yeah.
have to play according to the enemy split push, the
Yeah.
enemy illusions, the enemy marching side lanes all the time. EG's bans are actually really funny to look at.
It's just like, we don't want to play that kind of game.
Yeah.
We want to play our game.
Yeah, they're actually just saying you can have whatever drafts you have in mind that will fight us.
Just not
and
these
that's
five.
fine. Yeah.
Ever.
Yes.
As long as these don't see the light of day, we're going to be fine.
But TNC is also that fast-paced kind of team. Talking a lot to people that study the C teams a lot more, they know that MVP, for example, got a lot of inspiration from TNC. Their playstyle, from scrimming against TNC a lot, MVP kind of shaped their own style that everyone knows and loves now.
Yeah.
TNC is a similar team in a regard. They're just a little bit more crazy, I would say, in how they draft. It's
Rambunctious,
not as scripted and planned out always. But with the Lifestealer, Beastmaster, and Venge, you can definitely take some chaotic fights.
Final two picks of our draft, though, Waga. EG snag up the Winter Wyvern, which kind of makes it more clear-cut that Zai will probably be opting for the Enchantress.
Yeah,
and
it
then
should be.
the final pick for TNC is a Timbersaw.
Yeah, I think that's pretty strong with the Coddle as well. You can now chakra the Timbersaw, and that's really, really powerful. You can either double Timber Chain away or have the Whirling Death available again. It's a strong combination for sure. And the ganks are not bad at all here from both teams. Gonna be interesting to see who gets control in the first 15 minutes. Of
Yep.
course, Drow wants to do it though.
Yeah, as I was going to say, because if you look at them both, if both feels that they need to make the most out of the early laning phase, maybe a little bit more so for EG because, it's just that stereotypical kind of, you have a Drow lineup, you got a clock that you have to play against. And it's not like they're doing I guess in a sense, Mirana could obviously be a late game core as your insurance policy, like where other
She
teams
will
we
be.
see a Drow plus Medusa.
Yeah.
Though, I will say it is a Sumail Mirana, and in the past we have seen him opt for more of a spellcaster build than more of a core build. But that was Star Series. That was a different time and a different place for EG, I imagine.
Yeah.
Oh no, I have that mini-map thing again. What happened?
God.
All right, so I will apologize ahead of time here. Apparently, I can't click the mini-map right now, so I'm going to have to do it like kind of funny. But I'll make the most of it. Actually, I can't see heroes on the map at all.
Oh,
I'm looking.
reconnect real quick.
I'm gonna reconnect here. So, yeah, I definitely can't cast a game if I can't see the heroes. So we'll make it
Valve.
go.
They're testing you. They're testing you now, Coddle.
All right, we'll get back into it here. I'm looking at Waga's monitor right now,
Yeah, in
which
fact,
is
there is a smoke rotation. I don't want to say there's action, but there is.
I still can't see heroes on the map. We can't make this happen. I'll try to like over the shoulder Waga while I attempt to make
You see the spells. This is very random. Vengeful is very close to being brought down here as EG commit heavily. Yeah, you just need to get reconnected. Sumail will leap away, has the HP. Batrider is getting chased down, but no one has actually been brought down yet. TNC and EG just fighting a lot. The sticky napalm from Batrider is stacking up a lot. And in the end, Universe is going to be the first one to die. And they're going to try and get PPD as well. 2 heroes from EG here possibly falling on level 1. As Zai will chase after Demon, so it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. And
I'm going to just totally restart my Dota.
Yeah, that's...
I can't see heroes. I can only see crazy spells flying around. I know people are going to be seeing the dirty background here.
Yep.
But unfortunately. At the end of it, a 2-for-1 trade.
With the first blood going the way of TNC as well, they get 2 kills, and all EG really get is a consolation kill on the Keeper of Light in the end. It was a 1-for-1 bounty rune trade as well, and there will be a suicide by Timbersaw on Roche as well. He was low HP and realized that, hey, I need my HP, gotta just suicide here. So, a lot of stuff happening.
Oh, we're in, and we see heroes.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That was
photo.
weird, but we are back. I can click the mini-map. We're good to go. Folks, I apologize about that. It was unforeseen and unpredictable, but we're going to get back into the action now as we get ready to approach just the solid 1-minute mark. We see no real shake-up in the lanes here as Raven will get bullied back. Zai is going to really be the kind of the gatekeeper for this bottom
When
lane.
you have Enchantress and you find a Tormentor so early, the Shockwave is really strong, and you can use it 4 times as well to nuke. It's an incredibly powerful spell in the early game.
And for the mid lane matchup right now, one that Sumail should be kind of familiar with in the sense that he's played Timbersaw a fair amount himself in the mid lane.
Sure.
What do you think about the Mirana versus Timber?
It should be a farm trade, really. Unless someone ganks the lane, I don't think that Mirana should be able to kill the Timbersaw, but she has put a lot of damage onto the Timber right now, so if he's low enough HP, maybe at level 3 she can make a play. Other than that, just a farm trade.
And we'll make the most of it here. It looks like TNC have forego the off lane for the meantime. They'll let the Coddle kind of get the free XP there. Actually, I wouldn't mind that if I was Demon.
Oh boy, Raven is taking a lot of beating here.
Ooh, bottom lane. He's going to have to pop the Rage to try to avoid the trouble. A step in from AU is going to leash the stun.
He doesn't have another Hadouken. He's chasing with the lightning. Oh, he
got it. Man, the range on that thing is out of control.
Actually deceptively long as well. That is insane.
A little Harpy.
Even denies the Harpy afterwards. Like, good job, now you're going to die.
Yeah, thanks for pleasing me. Give me your soul. And it's over. Bow before the mighty PP. Or Zai, rather. So, with that, they pull off and they'll have to kind of make do here. It looks like Raven, after that Waga, is just, you know, I'll go top lane.
Yeah, and Zai just bothering even more as he goes on Sam H here. Sam H had a great game. Previous game before this series we played Beastmaster off lane and got all the farm he wanted. Not gonna be the case this game. You can't really jungle against the Enchantress who comes out like this.
So this seems like a good idea by EG. They recognize the early draft commitment to the Beastmaster.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like they set something up where the Beastmaster would just be totally bullied out of the lane, and then they have the Enchantress to just be there to just annoy him when he tries to go to the jungle.
I actually think it's a disaster to send a Lifestealer up against the Drow. Oh wow. Solo kill by Universe.
Unexpected, but Universe punishes the support for lingering around on her own.
Yeah, she felt safe as she had boots and magic wand, but not enough if you get caught out on a lane like that.
Mid lane, Zai showing his face there as well, making sure that Cuckoo can't really feel too comfortable getting close to the lane. You got a tornado in your face and a deer lady kind of at your doorstep.
Yeah, all the farm on every single lane right now is going so well for EG. After that early game where they, or after that first blood fight, I didn't expect them to have such an easy time transitioning, but they did.
Gotta be careful with the couriers. I was right there.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's not going to be spotted out. plants the ward in the meantime, and we'll see now Sam coming around. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's just hanging around in the corner. He's like, yeah, just go and farm. I'll come soon.
Yes, yes. He's getting up to clarity. He makes his move, pokes him once, and that's the end of it. Zai just really being a thorn in the side right now for TNC.
Yeah, definitely. Even that one creep that died, he also got experience from that, so he's leeching so much while being in the enemy jungle.
TNC are trying to make their own move, it looks like, here in the top lane. AU's been creeping through these trees.
They want to get close to Fear and try and get him, but it's very hard with the Winter Wyvern behind. He can protect quite
Are they
well.
going to make their move? They are. AU begins to run on forward. There goes the wave, the stun, the charge begins. Can they burst down Fear in time? No, they're going to have the cold embrace. PPD there to help him on out.
They have the slow though.
But still the 3-on-2. Raven begins to bring out the right click. The secondary blast is going to be more than enough as AU will pick up the last hit. Universe has rotated from the bottom lane. Demon going to be forced to try to go for a TP, but a flame break is there by Universe, and Demon goes down. Turns into a 1-for-1 trade, but TNC rather going to be happy to take down the carry.
Oh, definitely. That, and they forced the rotation as well, so really good for them. Mid, another attempted gank here, but not so easy to get the Timbersaw. You need to have that ensnare creep, or you're not going to be able to kill him. And hasn't really been that lucky with the creep spawns anymore, Zai.
Sumail's dancing around here a bit, but now has committed his mana.
Oh,
doesn't
boy.
have it unless he bottles up. Oh, he gets it off there. Gets the bottle charge just enough to leap away, but he's still not safe here. He might have just handed over a bit of a kill here to Cuckoo.
Oh.
Tries to juke back. Did he break the ankles? Is he going to make it away?
They have.
One more right click is going to be enough. Universe creates a bit of space
Oh.
and bumps him to the high ground.
Universe.
Woo.
What a god.
That was
a perfect
very
flame
close. Sumail almost just kind of stubbed his toe in the mid lane, but Universe backs him out.
break. Good thing he has his buddy to bail him out.
Yeah.
Because he definitely overcommitted a little bit there. He got a nice leap dodge on the whirling death, but, well, that flame break, I can't really recover. That was well aimed.
He committed in with that Starfall, and at that point, without much mana to work with, looked a bit risky. And luckily, though, he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, up and above, might not be able to say the same for AU here. PPD's close, smoked up, but it actually looks like he's only doing a kind of convert mission of getting some wards down in the meantime. Yeah. And we'll have vision all over this tier 1. Because you know they're going to ramp up the speed in this lane soon enough, and this Drow's going to want this money.
Oh yeah, definitely, as they now have Drow ulti as well. She hits so hard, still trying.
They're making the move, can't hide in those trees, the ward's there. PPD flying up and over makes it a lot easier. EG strike again and advance their score, now 5-3 in the kills.
And they get the mid kill as well on the Timbersaw. Caudle was not enough to save the Timbersaw from this arrow.
Yeah, very big downside, unfortunately, with a Caudle there as your support in the laning phase.
He takes a while.
Yeah, he's not a big defensive support, so your core gets ganked. You can't offer a lot to stop him. You just need to focus on getting levels.
And every single lane right now being punished a lot. Dying mid, bottom tower is already going to go down here. No one is TPing in to try and save it.
Yep. Looks like Raven is just going to have to watch that one go down, step back, and hope that there's going to be a bit of space for him to continue farming up.
Caudle tried to gank mid, and he did the mana leak on Mirana, but she also had a regen rune to pop, so she popped the regen rune, kept running with the mana leak, and did not care at all.
Like, all right then.
Nice counter.
Caudle's still hanging around this mid lane. And not going to be easy, though.
Good stacks here for EG as well on their own safe lane, just denying more creeps from the enemy, and got a little triple stack there as well in the big camp.
Oh, yeah. PPD's leveling up the Splinter Blast too. Could opt to farm it down. Meanwhile, mid lane, we're seeing a bit of a train. Yeah, Cuckoo going in deep right now. Sumail, body blocked a bit, but now comes Zai. Flame break. Oh, Universe predicts the up and around movement. We'll be able to bump him back. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it will. One more right click should do it. Oh, a lasso even going to be committed just to help secure that one while back and behind AU has tried to rotate in, but it looks like it's going to be only to his own demise. The Vengeful Spirit also going to get dropped here. Will TNC at least be able to get PPD? Yes, they will, but they'll lose 3 for it. Universe with the double kill. Man.
That was a messy fight, but I still think TNC have to be happy with it, because they were caught out, they were in a bad position, and they managed to make the best out of it at least. I don't know if Beastmaster had to use his ulti on the Mirana there. She didn't have leap anyway, but maybe it could have been better if he saved it. Still, trying to make the most out of it.
Uh-oh, Demon. A rock gets chucked at his head, and he goes down. That was just a quick, casual hit and run there by Zai.
And that's going to be his Midas as well. 8 minutes for the Enchantress. He has boots as well, so doing really good farm.
Yep.
And of course, he has been in 6 kills already.
Cuckoo's here now, though. So Zai will have to withdraw. Gets the hell back. Runs towards his teammate, but he runs right into a TP'd Lifestealer, and he quickly goes down.
But Drow did manage to secure the last hit on the tower at least. No one denied that, so tower going down at the same time.
And Fear with a Dragon Lance, so he's starting to bring in some extra stat game.
This is a very high-paced game, and a lot of it is EG just increasing the tempo of it. With the Enchantress, they've been doing so much. And of course the Drow Ranger.
Really does not feel like it's only 9 minutes into this one. There's been already so much action here. Top lane, there's an Infest. Universe, though, waiting, stalking. Cooldown on Lasso, but it's off now. Don't want to lasso this troll, but might go for AU instead. Eats the magic missile here. Is he going to bump her back? Yes, he does. I think he's done this a few times.
Yeah,
but Fear, that's enough space for him to step up. Gets off the cold arrow, and that takes down the support.
Good awareness by Zai as well, as he's, he was ganked and he died, but his creeps were still there, so he still manages to get a kill there with his body Universe.
He's got a Midas now, too, on this Enchantress, so farm game's going to be coming. And he's going to be able to bring right-click soon enough, his own Dragon Lance, and then if the game allows it, probably an Ags.
EG are flying ahead in net worth right now. Looking at the chart overall, it's just EG's advantage going steadily.
Yeah, they're definitely taking more advantage of the map.
Up.
And you could feel that TNC need to do something to bring the momentum somewhat back their way. And this is that kind of play here. They're looking to make their move, smoked up, Primal Roar, ready to go.
Yeah, both are smoked though, so EG are also gonna go for a gank here. Depends who runs into who here and how.
Oh god, Demon might be the one to kind of take the gank on this by EG. Moonlight Shadow is going to be the follow-up. And look at that, TNC head up to the high ground for a bit of better positioning, or at least to just get the hell out.
It looks like just running away.
Yeah, Demon's like, come to me! And he will take the hit for his team, who are going to be forced to back on out.
It's just good timing by EG to realize as well that, either they go for a kill themselves or TNC are going to move for a kill. Whichever is true, you need to go together at that point.
We've got to be careful, yeah. Universe was on the prowl in the mid lane, and Cuckoo, the second he sees EG's approach, says, I got to get the hell back. But PPD's coming, and he can lock him down with the Winter's Curse. There it is, leads to the arrow, leap in, flame break. Timbersaw put into a pile of rubble now. Demon's able to get off the mana leak here, but the tower is dropped, and EG's momentum continues to swing.
Really good setup there, and that's one good way to use the early game Winter's Curse, of course. Pretty low cooldown, and it's an ulti that you might not need in a team fight anyway, actually, this early on. Later on, it will be great against the Vengeful, Lifestealer, and Beastmaster, of course.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What can TNC now do to kind of stop this shift a bit? Waiting out for a potential new smoke might come a bit too late.
Trying to go on the backline.
Yeah, Universe has already made a move, snags up the Vengeful Spirit, and they'll take her out. Now follow-up, though, from TNC. They're going to get the roar for PPD. He gets off his own Cold Embrace. He's going to be good while back up and above. Timbersaw up in arms with Fear right here. The two cores battle it out. Zai's going to intercept and help out. Slows him down with the enchant. He jumps to the low ground, but that's going to be towards Sumail, who gets off the Starstorm. Big nuking damage. Jumps away, trying to make it back towards his team, and is going to be good.
Yeah, just a 1-for-1 in the end there. A lot of people being threatened and had to run away. Very close to Timbersaw being brought down. But EG, they got the tier 2 tower, and only losing Winter Wyvern and getting a trade for it even in the Vengeful, that's a very good position still for EG.
Certainly is.
Of course, when they die now, they give away a lot of experience and gold though. Trading 1-for-1 is ideal for TNC still, but the tier 2 tower falling, that's the downside.
But what is going to be TNC's real next peaking moment? They got the armlet on the Lifestealer, which is fantastic. Beastmaster, I mean, I don't even see one level of book yet, Waga. So
yeah, they need the book to get to level 1 or level 2 book. They have to make a play quickly. They can't really wait for level 3 book even. And an arrow connects again. EU. That was a solo arrow as well. No setup this time.
Yep. Well, can he finish off his food? Yes, he can. The plate is clean. And Sumail pops a Moonlight Shadow as he anticipates TNC's approach, but they have the vision.
They can't see him anymore.
Not anymore, though. Meanwhile, Universe steps in, says, don't you dare chase, gets a lasso pull back here for Sam. Demon has to go into Spirit form here to try to help out. PPD makes his move, gets off the Splinter Blast. Universe still stacking up the sticky here. It looks like Sam is going to get dropped. One more right click from Sumail is going to do the job, and now they move forward. Cuckoo Starts pumping out the timber chains to try to create some space between himself and EG, but it's not going to be good enough. Jumps back in for Fear, but that's not going to be happening. Only Zai is going to be the fall here on the side of EG. The rest of TNC trying to retreat. Demon not going to be able to make it back and away. Raven, one of the last survivors here. Hey, AU is back from the grave and helps out with a magic missile.
These fights, they just can't close distance on Fear enough. They protect him so well. They have really good defensive heroes, and that's what makes it so difficult for them. They had an invisible lifestealer there, so maybe they could have gone top of the Drower Endear and kill her, but instead opted to go for Enchantress. I understand him as well, because if he goes on anyone else, Enchantress is going to kill the lifestealer very quickly.
EG doing that, Mr. President, I got you kind of strategy right now with Fear, Old Man President. They just have no way to kind of breach. But here comes TNC. EG could not expect this. PD has no mana for any sort of ulti. So he's going to have to take that stun on the chin, and it looks like they're going to be able to get Fear. Fear tries to stand and fight, but that's not going to be happening either. TNC make their move in. They take out Universe 2. Oh my God. Zai's the only one left to try to take the Roche, and Sumail also going to be in the neighborhood. Going to get bumped back to right inside Roche, who stuns him down. Sumail forced to leap back and away, but he's not going to make it out. They just five-man wiped EG and took the Roche.
That was so perfect timing, and EG just panicked in the face of that. They were so close to finishing off Roche, and if Drow just kept hitting, they would have at least killed it, gotten the Aegis, and maybe could fight. But he tried to TP out, immediately got stunned. Everything just went downhill from there. Even with the haste rune on Mirana, everyone else was dying too quick, and Sumail couldn't do anything. Man, that was the dream comeback, and suddenly 3.5k gold in your lifestealer. You can go for anything you want from here. Desolator, Maelstrom. Maybe Maelstrom is an option actually because of the Winter Wyvern.
That was just wonderfully done by TNC. And as you mentioned, it became pretty obvious that EG were not expecting it, and they got, well, caught with their pants down. PPD really right at the front of the pit. Didn't have the mana to even help out with the ulti or anything, and it was very obvious EG were not expecting that.
Yeah, and I love what they did immediately after the fight as well. So they got Roshan, and immediately Coddle just runs into enemy jungle, drops 3 wards, and of course, maybe one of them will get D-ward or anything, but they will still have vision of where the enemy are hiding.
Yeah.
And this allows them to play more aggressively with Lifestealer Infests now, and he's sitting in a Granite Golem.
Oh, Sumail making his move for Demon, going to be able to get the singular pick. Cuckoo. If he chases Sumail too far, he could run into EG here, so he quickly pulls off. EG are on the prowl, man. They are not looking to get TNC this game. Never make the move. Cuckoo's going to get hit up from the ulti, while Universe also has his sights pulling back AU, not allowing him to be there for the swap save. Good heads-up play. Sam steps in, tries to get off the ulti, but EG are in a great position to fight now.
Just too late.
Yeah, he might be tardy to the party on this one, and will be able to at least take down Zai, but the rest of EG are there. AU tries to sacrifice himself with a swap to the low ground, and Universe is not going to allow it. He's already on the chase. 2 stacks are built up. That makes it 3. Don't even think about looking at that bounty rune. That one's mine too.
Oh, he doesn't have a TP scroll either, so he has to just run. Of course, he can rage off.
Oh, he waits. He's able to get that one off.
Fine.
Yeah, Demon's here now, and that should be good enough. But just like that, EG.
Well, TNC were in a bad spot. They tried to make the big wraparound with the Granite Golem. Sadly, he took the wrong way. He should have just tried to play closer to his team, because this is such a high-tempo game. If you leave and are a little bit too far away on the map, then your team might just get caught out. And as we saw there, he had the Aegis, and he came in way too late. If he was there in the beginning of the fight, I think TNC would have taken it. Man, this is really, really close right now, and I think TNC should keep fighting before this Mirana completes the entire Aghanim, but as I said that, I think he's got it. Yeah, he will send it out. Point booster is coming up soon. Alright, next fight will be even harder.
Oh yeah. EG definitely approached that one really, really well. Universe with the heads up to grab, or at least he found the jump opportunity for the Vengeful Spirit and has made sure that she's not been able to bail anyone out at a time of need. So covering all bases very nicely here on the side of EG. But
good
TNC
choice.
are fighters, man.
Good choice by Fear as well. He's going for the Hurricane Pike upgrade very early, and I think that's smart against the Lifestealer. Just want to have a way to relocate yourself in the team fight whenever you get locked down. But yeah, TNC with the smoke immediately.
Yep. Here they come. Making their move. Cooldowns are off. EG don't seem to be anticipating this one here. Nearby, Zai casually just farming up in the woods. And yeah, TNC see her, and they go in. Zai.
Good cancel on the ulti by Beastmaster. He was thinking about it, but obviously shouldn't.
Yep.
Oh, he did the long timber chain. That's fun. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Wow, okay.
Yeah, they relocated him, or recalled him, but he timber chained when he got recalled because he wasn't needed. So he actually went across the map.
Swap back here. They're looking to go for Universe. They catch him with the Mana Leak, and they even commit in the Primal Roar. Raven steps in.
Solo kill on bottom, though. Mirana gets the arrow, and with the Aghanim, she can bring down a Timbersaw just like that.
Ooh, Timbersaw trade. Not too shabby here. While this is happening, PPD split pushing Dragon. They're going to go for tier 2.
Hey, if it works, man.
He's got it.
Yeah. He doesn't have the ulti or the Arctic Burn, though, so he can't fly away, but his TP will be in time.
Yep.
It was
Steps
just
out.
a Lifestealer.
As Lifestealer steps in, Sumail with a Hail Mary kind of an arrow will split the wicket on this one and then quickly farm up some nice little Beastmaster Gremlins.
It's hard to build an army against this. Very difficult.
Yeah, they have a lot of spam to work with. Even Zai could be there to kind of take control of his own. That's the thing, you know. Ench versus that Beastmaster book.
Yeah, and then you have Winter Wyvern as well with the Splinter Blast. There are so many things that are going to make it hard for Sam H in this game.
Yeah, the Wyvern pick feels pretty clutch, too. I mean,
I
that's
think it
one
was
of the
great.
drawbacks because Beastmaster's got that aura, which only works against him if he manages to get off a clutch ulti.
Oh yeah, definitely. Against Avenge, Lifestealer, Beastmaster, I think just those 3 heroes alone, you know already it's a good Winter Wyvern game. And I'm not a big fan of Winter Wyvern in general, but he does have his, you know, timings. And PPD is one of those players who knows when Winter Wyvern is going to work or not.
Yeah, situational, but PPD, he knows what he's doing here as EG will round the bend and make their path down this bottom lane here. We'll see what TNC look to do to possibly posture up in a more defensive position. I mean, that's the thing is that TNC, they got the coddle, so they have some methods to possibly stall things out a bit, but I don't know. If EG are able to kind of catch them when they're not prepared, that's when a real travesty can begin.
Yeah. The Sentry Ward just timed out next to an Observer Ward that has been down for 3.5 minutes as well. Wow, that poor Sentry on top lane did not catch the Obs Ward. They're pinging it out now because they want to get rid of it. Coddle is going to take care of that.
Here's Demon, and it looks like he will take that one out. They got to get it done quick and get back to the bottom lane because EG's coming. It's like a wave of blue come crashing in like the ocean right now.
Bleed blue.
And TNC need to kind of get the water out. Universe going to make a commitment in, but he is going to get stunned up at the same moment from the Primal Roar. They'll be able to take out Demon. They swap Universe in deeper. Can they burst him down? Meanwhile, the Curse response is going to be there for AU. They're not going to be able to burst down that support fast enough, but they make it a 1-for-1 trade. And then there's a dive in. They're going to be able to finish off the pesky Universe Bat Rider, and EG, they got to pull out.
I mean, you have to be happy in that moment when you get grabbed as a Coddle, because you know if Lasso is used on you, Arrow combination is also used on you. Your team is just going to be very hard to stop.
Yep.
So even with the Winter Wyvern ulti coming in there, they didn't manage to take down too many of TNC. And in fact, the second wave, or the Winter Wyvern ulti blocked one of the Starfalls, or I should say Sumail mistimed it a little bit. He didn't have much time before he had to run away, so got stressed, I guess.
A little bit of a mistiming there for EG allows TNC to have a strong hold, and they'll be granted some more time to be able to work with their side of the map and farming up a bit. So where is the itemization got to go here for TNC? We look at Raven now. You know, he's got his Deso, he's got his Armlet, but where does he take it from here?
I believe you could go for Soul Cuirass if you want to, but I really love Abyssal Blade. Since he has Blink Dagger, Abyssal Blade is going to allow him to lock people down and kill them. And that way, if he ever goes on Winter Wyvern, yes, there are 4 staffs still, so there's always going to be some way for them to save him, but I think it's going to make it much easier for him to burst people still. Assault Cuirass is definitely an option, though, because then his entire team is going to right-click really hard. And I want to touch on that. Vengeful went for Tranquils. I'm a little bit sad that she didn't go for the Power Treads this game. Could have been strong.
We got EG
Demon.
smoked, and Demon is there to conveniently cross paths with the whole Dire army. He goes down, but simply tanks the gank.
Yeah, he does. He was on his way to drop some glorious wards, but he ran past one of Dire's visions. Actually, he just ran from the lane as well, so they saw him heading down that path.
So an easy snag for EG. Not too much trouble for TNC on that one. It's not going to allow EG to really kind of follow up with any sort of heavy objective game. How are we looking on Roche? We still got a little over a minute on that one.
Oh, Saigon in this room, but there's Necrobook.
Yep, he goes in, quickly tries to force back it away, pops the heal out, but the damage will be done. Raven's there. Godlike streak for the Lifestealer. A 916 performance by him already. And now they quickly head their way towards this pit, hoping that it's going to be up, but it's not. Yeah. Universe also there to help scout it out.
They do find PPD though, but he has a 4 staff and of course his Arctic Burn.
Uh-oh. Steps back. Gets off the ulti,
Oh.
but it's not close enough to the lifestealer, so he's not going to get caught inside of it. Sam does end up eating a lot of damage, but it looks like they'll be able to back out in a way. That's 2 supports down from the side of EG. Sumail lobs the arrow, but will not find a target.
I love this pipe as well on the side of TNC. Can help mitigate a lot of the damage from the Mirana, of course. You pretty much are guaranteed to have full value of everyone who gets barrier on them. That's the beautiful thing in this game.
It's funny, like, not only has she have pipe, Timbersaw got his own hood as well. He's mitigating as much as he can out of that magic damage.
They're just realizing that Drow Ranger is pretty much the only physical damage right now. Mirana, of course, she hits a little bit, but it doesn't hurt that much. So it's between the little bit of physical damage from the Drow, the pure damage from the Impetus, and then there's the magic damage of Mirana. That's where you got to deal with. And pipe gonna block a lot of it.
And that's where I had one of the question marks in the draft is Sumail going to be any sort of backup physical core, or if he's going to go some sort of spellcaster build again. We'll have to wait and see. But look at this. Both teams parallel to each other. TNC waiting on that low ground. They have that ward. They could actually see EG there as they head off to the bottom lane.
Oh, they want to swap. Very close to swapping the Enchantress there.
Yeah, they almost saw Zai. But then that moment, EG head right back, and they'll see him under that ward again. Look at the vision.
I believe they will go for E-Blade this game. Oh, maybe Universe is going here?
Flame break, but
Hard,
TNC
though.
see this.
It's very hard to go against a Vengeful, because you have to grab her no matter what. And even if you do, there's the Beastmaster with ulti, so you might just get held in place.
I would imagine at this point, EG have to think that something's fishy, like TNC are tracking their movement right now. To see them like kind of come in and out of the mid lane.
That's the one you feel that there's some ward watching you, and you have to get rid of it. Roshan spawned an EG. Sneakily just go for that.
This is where we saw EG get hit hardest in this game, though, Waga. So let's see if they can take it down fast enough with that really only hard-hitting Fear. Here comes TNC. Are they going to be able to get it done? This thing, though, EG have better positioning with PPD and Universe outside of the pit. Will things go the same, or will things be different? TNC look to make their move. Demon's going to eat the first arrow of the shot. And now Raven going to get caught into the Winter's Curse. He's eating so much damage because the Necro Book is doing work. He's going to get dragged up to the high ground here by Universe as the Starstorm begins to crumble down from Sumail. EG not going to allow a repeat performance here if possible. Fear, though, getting hit pretty hard from Cuckoo, who is going to backpedal his way on the back end of his haste rune here. We see Sam and company moving all the way down. They're looking for Sumail. He's hiding within the trees, is able to blink on out. Waits 6 seconds for the leap. He's not going to have it. Commits a Starstorm, does plenty of work to take out Sam, but he is going to lose his own life as Cuckoo flies on through, shredding and dancing about.
Oh, the Drow Ranger dealing a lot of damage here. They need to get close.
Can she break the machine of Cuckoo, though? It looks like Universe is going to be there to help tag team, but a mighty blast flies on through from Demon, which will assist.
He just runs.
Fear's got to get out. He's one of the last survivors here. Steps back into a corner, tries to just firepower his way out. He's able to get Cuckoo down, but Cuckoo gets him as the last word in. Demon steps, wants to retreat, and it looks like he's good. He makes the clearing. Meanwhile, on the other side, AU up in arms with Sumail. Both him and Zai make their move. Another buyback by EG.
Yeah, they want the Roche. That's why buybacks. I think they might have been able to do it without him, but this is going to make it easier.
Another absolutely ridiculous fight by the Roche pit here leads to what look like 9 takedowns with 2 buybacks being involved. Another buyback there. TNC trying to hustle their way back to the Roche pit, but they're going to be too late. They're not going to make it in time.
Yeah, TNC are too late this time. Drow takes it down too quickly. But I think EG... Oh, they're still on the hunt here,
They
TNC.
want to fight right now. TNC, can they get any sort of catch here? Nice quick rage to avoid the arrow. They manage to stand up to Zai, and they quickly take him apart. Universe going to be committing him. The lasso pulls him on back, but Fear is caught far from his team, and he's going to hit with a Chakra Man with a Necro Book. They're going to lose their first life. Curse comes out from PPD onto Sam. They're not able to burst him down enough. Universe steps back while Fear gets it to the low ground, but Cuckoo is not going to let him go. Makes chase. Fear's still good. Cold Embrace keeps him alive. Is it going to be enough? Cuckoo's waiting for him. Whirling's on through. Blast the best with the Cuspy War. Universe with a triple kill here. Fear's still fine. He's running back. He's good. Cuckoo can't catch up with them, and he's going to be forced to retreat. EG survive this fight. They take down 4. The last man standing is this one here. Cuckoo with 4 stacks, a flame break back. I don't think he's going to be making it too far, and EG have just 5-man wiped TNC. When they were desperate to make a catch, they're not going to get it.
And that's 4 kills in a row as well for Batrider. An ultra kill technically for Universe here. A little bit too long between it for Timbersaw, but that was really, really good for them. And immediately after already killing Timbersaw once, he's now dead again. So that's more Bloodstone charges being lost. And you just have to give credit to how good the Hurricane Pike has been for Fear. And the
cannot
Force Staffs,
believe he
it's
slipped his way
insane that
out.
he lived there.
He just got flown all over the place. He started in what was such an awkward position, but they're not done yet. EG move in. They see Demon. They lasso him up. They pull him on back. He tries to survive, though. Making it back. Can he get inside? Oh, gets burnt up. Universe, mega kill. 5 straight kills for the Bat Rider.
Yeah, so quickly as well. And that's 2.9k gold. He's now happy to start building into whatever he really wants here. I don't even think he needs BKB this game, so gonna be curious if he goes for Lincolns maybe against the Beastmaster. Or if he wants to go for something else. Ether Lance, of course, very popular as well. The cast range. We'll see. TNC lost a lot of momentum here.
Yeah. Yeah, their momentum almost feels like it was cut pretty much in half at this point. So
Yeah. Oh, look at that experience graph. Look at that dive. That was crazy. I was just about to say after that fight on bottom that, hey, TNC, they managed to force out a lot of buybacks. They were in a pretty good spot, but then a little bit too late for that Roshan fight. So EG get the Aegis back out and then get to take a team fight with Aegis. And just because of that, they win it so hard. Because else, Fear would have been dead, but he came back from the dead and killed everyone.
it looks like Fear is building up a defusal.
He is, indeed. It's an interesting choice here. Just really good DPS, and there's also some stuff that you can remove. I believe the Mana Leak is really the main thing. But it's just great agi, and it makes everyone on his team so strong.
Oof. Timber Bomb, top lane, was trying to get a catch here. Might find Sumail, but not going to look to pursue. It looks, I say that, but he's flirting around that area. It looks like they're not going to find anyone, so they'll have to kind of go back to the grindstone here.
Definitely. You see Caudle, Demon on the bottom lane, trying to finish up his Aghanims here on the Caudle, but there's a lot of control by EG right now. They're heading into the enemy jungle.
I mean, it'd be a nice tool to have for when you're stuck in that unfortunate position where you're kind of waiting inside your base, trying to force back all the lanes and create a bit of space to just find some farm. But this old man is in trouble. This old man is in trouble. Get out of there. Get out of there. Oh, no, he eats the arrow. He gets forced into the wall.
He actually got doubled Hurricane Pikes.
That's bad.
You know, there's 2 Hurricane Pikes and 2 Force Staffs on the side of EG. I would not want to be Lifestealer against that.
So imagine just an old, frail man on a horse gets just shot with an arrow, and then they just shove him into that wall 2 times over.
That's justice.
That's
He's
cruel.
done some stuff in his days.
Arrow.
I know his past, man. Okay.
Lead in, AU. Hog tied up by Universe. He goes down.
Beautiful pickoffs here, and 2 heroes who do not have buybacks, so you only have your cores alive, no supports. And against this, again, as I said, the quad Force Staff against Lifestealer. Lifestealer has such an issue trying to lock someone down. He's going for the Abyssal, but yeah, too far.
EG looking to begin their siege right now. We have Universe still with 20 seconds or so before the lasso is up. Cuckoo's going to try his best to try to slow the momentum of this wave a bit, but with all of that range, I mean, you got the, Zai Hurricane Pike working from the low ground a bit. Fear, of course, with his extra bit of range. Like, they're just able to siege so nicely.
They are, and I think EG are pretty happy just slowing down a little bit here to get their items. They have been in an advantageous spot now for a little bit, and they just need to get their items from it. Full Lincoln Sphere completed for Mirana. And I think they're working on maybe a Lotus Orb. Let's see what Batrider is actually going for. Oh, yeah, he's going for it.
Yeah, Lotus Orb was something else I was thinking about when you were making your suggestions earlier, too. So Universe will benefit from the bit of armor and a way to kind of, potentially repel off any scary swap, mana leak, or anything like that.
Or when Hex gets picked up later on, and as well against Abyssal Blade, even if Lifestealer is in rage form, he can't really go on someone with the Abyssal Blade who has Lotus Orb on him, because he will stun himself. So, very good item indeed.
But EG know that they don't want to overstep their boundaries here. I mean, you mentioned it, the Sumail going for the Lincolns here, which is a great pick, but still not too much damage. Actually, I say not too much damage when you look at his...
Oh, he has plus 72.
Oh, it's the Drow factor,
yeah. Because Drow is building Agi now with the Diffusal build-up. She's going to provide so much right-click damage.
Man. Yeah, okay, never mind. Ignore that. Sumail's good in damage. He's got the spam now. With the help of the Lincolns, he could pretty much keep all waves at bay, and with perma Starfalls, Starstorms, but now even has the right click to kind of back it up.
And it just allows him to play more aggressively as well. The fact that he has Blink Dagger and Lincoln Sphere makes it so he can make more use out of the Aghanims.
I think EG Knew that TNC were in the area. Sumail lobs the arrow here as they have that ward on the high ground, but they're a little late to kind of catch that pick. I mean, obviously, dream case scenario for a team like EG in this position would be able to get a solid pick off and then be able to kind of follow it up with that push, but TNC not looking to allow that. Buddy-buddy system for them.
Yeah, buddy-buddy, but they're also really just stuck in their base right now. It's difficult to break free, and I don't believe they have any... They have one smoke. Okay. Well, they can make one play with that, so they're shoving out the bottom lane. Mid lane is pretty fine. Top lane is really good, so they're definitely in a good position to smoke, but they need to get the D-ward down first. And there we go. EU gets the D-ward, and now maybe you don't even want to do it, because you just D-warded. It's kind of obvious that you might go for a smoke, but I don't think they have much time. They need to go.
Yeah, because now here comes EG on the prowl. Moonlight Shadows out. TNC, get what you need and get out. Otherwise, could be a potential risk, or maybe they're looking to bait out Cuckoo at the front.
Maybe.
Either way, they're going to make their committed jump. There's the pullback, and he is too far and away from his team for anyone to bail him out. The follow-up's already going to be there as PPD sets up Sam with the Winter's Curse. He moves forward. He gets the Raw for PPD, sends the book that way. Raven's going to help out and get the finish for the Dragon, and now they look back for Zai. Can they muscle him down? He got the Ghost Scepter off, and they don't have a way to purge it, so he's going to be good for now. Eventually, though, it looks like they will be able to burst him down. Sumail steps in. He gets his own little snipe, finishing off the Vengeful Spirit. And now EG are going to be forced to pull back.
Yeah,
Can they make it away, though? Sumail, Lucky Lincolns will pop the bit of damage, but they eventually catch up, and they're going to be able to get the grab. Sumail goes down. TNC pick up another as they take 3.
TNC are so tenacious, really. Like, they keep fighting, and they don't give up. I love the way they take the fights as well. Too bad they were a little bit slow on the Vengeful there, reacting to the Batrider going in, so Timbersaw was not something they could save. But he just buys back immediately, comes back, fights, and they take the fight.
They'll take this tier 1-2. They scope out the Roche nearby. And obviously he's still going to be down for a minute or so. Get rid of the Wolf and get right back to work. Tier 2 in their way.
Double tier 2 is a great payback now for TNC. After using the buyback, they need to get something. And if they get both these towers, that's going to be the Abyssal Blade for Lifestealer. 3.6k gold now.
What happened there, though? It felt like EG were able to make a solid approach, but
it was as you said. They tried to bait with the Timbersaw, and that's indeed what happened. EG probably felt very confident, even if they were going into 5. Oh, they're smoking here, and again looking confident. Sumail is dead, though. I'm not sure about this. Of course he has buyback, but you don't really want to smoke and take a fight and then use a buyback. Buyback is something you want to use if you have to.
Well, for now, EG's confident stride in the mid lane has kind of forced TNC to second guess maybe any sort of further commitment here in the mid lane.
Wards on the ground. Zai probably wants to steal those. What? Are they baiting them? Is this a strat?
I don't know.
Okay.
They just tantalize some wards out there.
Yep.
But Zai's like, I'll go this way, as much as I really would love to get over there. He's thinking about heading that way now. Oh, he sees the bird. He takes the bird. And now the bird will scout him out.
That's a good steal, in fact.
Okay. Oh, whoa, double force. Universe gets thrown all over the place as he snags up the Venge. Venge swaps herself, makes it out to safety here, and gets Cuckoo into the fight. Very nice rotation play there from TNC, but EG have already made their move. There's the curse. It's going to be caught out. He gets himself cold embrace, and PPD is going to be forced away to safety. He's fine. EG back up, and they make good space right now, but TNC, are they going to be able to make it out and alive here? Infest pop out is going to be their Demon, though. A straggler on this one.
They're just running. They realize they can't die here with everyone. Just
they
try and
will
cut their
lose Demon.
losses. Yeah.
Everyone else has got to go.
That's pretty fine still for TNC. They got caught in a really bad scenario after that Winter Wyvern ulti. They just had to bail. At least they avoid a full team wipe. But this Roshan is respawning right now.
Yeah, EG kind of
and they will scout it.
Recognize that. And like, if we take a good fight now, we'll be able to get the Roche too.
And the DD rune as well is there waiting for them. So that's going to be a super quick Roshan. They could maybe even push with the Aegis straight away.
Yeah, I mean, will we have cooldown problems at all for TNC? It looks like everything will be up. That's a nice thing for TNC's lineup, I guess, technically, when you look at it, is they don't have, you know, long cooldowns to have to play around.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much everything will be up for any given normal fight.
And that's very true for many of their drafts. They very often go for this kind of style. That's why they love the Shadow Demon as well. They're one of the teams that I probably think Shadow Demon is a good ban against, because a lot of teams overrate it, in my opinion here, but TNC make use of that kind of hero.
And EG, after claiming the Roche, they get their Aegis, throw it into the pocket of fear, and will get back to a little bit of farm grind. Probably look up for their next potential item, and then, as you mentioned, make their inevitable push.
Yeah, they have a full BKB now on the Mirana as well, so that's going to be really good for just setting up a push. And they're just checking for wards before they go. They don't want their next move to be predicted by TNC. As, of course, their last gank was a little bit unsuccessful in the bottom lane, where TNC really knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, for right now, we'll check over what vision is actually out there and available for TNC. It's not too much on the offensive, as they only have the one defensive ward over here. We look at EG. You know, they just dewarded a bit, but I imagine with wards in pocket here, they'll get some more offensive vision down.
It's hard against the gem to get wards that stay down as well. I think they had the gem as well, and then it was lost. It was, in fact, they who bought it first, but it's been passed around a little bit by now.
Yeah. PPD holds a gem right now for EG, but here comes them down the mid lane. TNC already wading into the high ground at this point. Demon will start this potty off with some blast.
The defeatist ward. When you drop that ward, that's when you know you're scared of the high ground push that is to come. And against the gem, it's probably just going to get dewarded as well.
Yep.
But it's
We'll
all about
see, though. Lots of outspam here. Actually, both teams have some incredible creep spam right now.
They do. It's all about who can get an initiation. And against that Linken's Lotus Orb Fear, it's pretty hard to go, especially with the Aegis as well. You really don't want to go.
Just keep throwing Fear out in front. You heal him up. Give him your Lotus. You give him your Linken's.
Yep.
And let him do the dirty thing.
Yeah. You don't have to take the tower in one go. Just get some hits in and be very mindful of the swap.
Yep.
Whenever Linken's is down.
There's
of course, Lotus Orb fully counters the swap as well, since you get swapped twice.
Oh, yeah. It's just, you end up right back in your place.
Yep, you do.
Cold Embrace. Fear's going to be good. So close to finishing off this Tier 3. It's a slow and painful process for TNC here, unless they can find a way.
It really is. They don't have the best initiation as well. And here, EG looking for it with the Batrider.
Moonlight Shadow, but TNC very far back. Look at this. They actually smoke to attempt to hide a bit further behind their own racks. Tier 3 goes down, though. These racks are exposed. And EG.
Oh, they know they're smoked now. That arrow didn't see anyone. That's extremely suspicious. EG should know.
They could back up. They could think a wraparound's coming. They want to stay close.
Yeah, but they're pretty fine just having Fear in front, because they have so much defensive stuff, as we talked about before. Bottom now, Sumail. He has the BKB Lincolns, though, so not easy to catch him.
He's spotted where TNC majority is, though, and they're looking to kind of creep in from down below. EG need to kind of reposition here a bit, so they totally pull off, anticipating that possibly TNC were going to look to come in from the south. A book was already committed here from the Beastmaster, too, so EG can kind of wait this one out a bit.
They can. That's a big part of his DPS as well.
Yep. Fear moves in, still confidently looking to use the back end of his Aegis. I imagine he is going to get swapped all the way back and in, and he's down. He's far from home. So EG might be forced to infiltrate here if they want to help out their ally. Meanwhile, Fear, there he goes, forced back out to safety, closer to his team. While back in below here, look at Sumail trying to be the flank player. Caught up in arms with both Demon and Raven as he will be forced to flee out.
Yeah, he still has the cheese as well in Mirana, so he can keep playing pretty aggressively here. And that's a very good start for them. Just getting that one pick. Of course, Aegis was down, so now it's a little bit scary for Fear on the front line. See how much he trusts his teammates in this push.
Yeah, that swap put him real deep.
But Shivas is a great pickup for a Timbersaw now.
Yes, it is. Let's see how much use he can get out of it. He actually puts to use right away, hopping right into the mix with his buddy, Lifestealer, right in his back pocket. Fear might not be able to make it. Demon snipes him down with a blast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cuckoo committing in right into the heart of EG. Sumail catches him right in the face with an arrow. Beautiful Starfall, and he is going to get dropped, and EG pull out.
Dear God, that magic burst is just insane. That's a Timber with a Hood of Defiance trying to save himself, but you just can't against this Aghanim Mirana. Hurts too much.
But on the other side, I mean, him and Raven just unloaded their own burst when they jumped Fear there.
Oh, definitely. It's quite powerful to just infest the Timbersaw and jump out immediately. The infest itself deals 400 damage, and the Shivas adds quite a bit to add up that with the Timbersaw spells. And they're looking to punish Drow being dead here.
Yeah. they don't know it, but she actually does not have a buyback here for about 40 seconds time. They're looking to just kind of make their approach, maybe force out a buyback if there was one.
Yeah, the wave clear is the big scary thing here, as Mirana can just blink in and leap away.
It is daytime, though, so Kyle can heal up these waves at the same moment, but he already committed his blast. That's the first wave potential to go down as Sumail pulls it back. He gets swapped into the roar, got the leap off. The Lotus is there from Universe to help out. Another force to get him even further and safe. He's way deep in his base. TNC, are they going to overcommit here? PPD catches a beautiful curse onto the vent. She gets taken down. Demon gets hit with an arrow. He's going to get dropped. EG have just played TNC into their own base. Sumail looked like he was almost caught, but he dragged them inside.
Yeah, definitely. You can't catch a Mirana with so many defensive items.
They were so bloodthirsty for that kill because they committed so much so fast, but he got that quick leap off.
Yeah, it's very hard to get him, as you need to chain stun him fully as well. He did not even pop his cheese there. He felt pretty safe in this scenario. So
credit to, Universe being right there, bailing him out, Lotus Orb, Force.
Yeah.
Man.
Force Staff is really the enemy of Lifestealer. And Lifestealer, look at Zai, he's like bodyguarding this creep. He knows he's in there. He's running after him. It's your escort service. But he's going to take that taxi all the way back to his base, in fact, from the EG base. Don't think I've seen that in a while.
He's like, I know he's in there. No fishy business, no creep like running out of place whatsoever.
Meanwhile, mid-Rax is being brought down by Fear.
Yep, Fear's already in there.
His range Rax so far.
Zai still escorted, and finally he pulls off.
He actually just traveled all the way from the enemy base to his own base in Lifestealer. I think that has to be the first travel of the tournament.
He probably got up and used the bathroom. In the one. But takes the trip all the way back, and this is a position where TNC don't want to be back in, where they're stuck in their base, and EG is inevitably coming. It's like they work so hard to hold off EG and then make that approach to EG's base, only to get stifled like that. So it's like now they have to go back to the drawing board again.
It's very often been the demise of a lot of the C teams, is the high ground push. From the games that I study, it's just they are very committing in the way they take fights, and look at their draft, they kind of have to be committing, right? They can't just slowly siege high ground like EG do. They don't have those type of heroes. So it's really, really hard to break that puzzle going in high ground. A nice scan coming out from EG.
Yep.
And they want to fight there, knowing that the enemy are there.
Arrow out, it makes a connection, and when they don't see the target but make a connection, I guess they can figure what's happening. Sumail says, let's go, jumps right in, BKB Starfall, and they're going to quickly take out the Beastmaster. They hit TNC where it hurts, and TNC might be forced into a fighting situation. Raven says, we got to go in and we got to go for it. Can he be able to burst down PPD? Cold Embrace, some more force. Arrow catches Cuckoo, so he can't quite move. Swapback's going to be there to help save him, and then a follow-up Yules. He goes back in, he blinks, he thinks he's got the jump on Fear. Fear gets pushed to the low ground, and he's going to be fine. Timber Chain is going to be off the mark. Raven in the meanwhile, he's chasing and he's like, I'll go for Fear, but Zai starts unloading the impetus damage, and Raven's going to be forced to pull back. Meanwhile, Portman Coddle on the high ground, going to get shot down there between Sumail and Zai. Meanwhile, over on the left-hand side, it's Cuckoo as he gets unmercifully beaten down. EG, they hit TNC right off the bat, and they hit him where it hurts. Beastmaster taken out of the equation.
Yeah, that was just a perfect scan, and that arrow connecting on Eventual made the fight quite easy for them. They're also fighting during nighttime, so it's even harder for TNC. But these Force Staffs, I just see Lifestealer running for majority of the fight. I don't know how many hits he actually gets off in a fight, but it's not enough.
Now EG back inside for the third, fourth, fifth time, I feel like, mid lane, trying to finish what they had started. They'll finally be able to take down that second Rax. The mid lane will be completely flattened out, and they go for their second approach now. Cuckoo on that sidelines with his Timbersaw for still about 30 seconds time. But EG...
Yeah, with that 86 bonus damage from the aura, look at just Mirana and Enchantress pushing so hard.
Yeah, these towers really not standing too much of a chance right now. TNC will attempt to slow down the wave as best as possible. There goes the quick swap for Zai. Zai gets off the Ghost Scepter here. The blast is going to be flying on through. Good stun for Universe as he gets the lasso off, but it's only going to stop them in their place in the meantime. Universe will get bursted down by Raven, and Zai, who is far behind enemy lines here,
that's 2 kills,
is just going to draw their attention back, but it is 2 kills. It is a bit of a hold, but they did lose their Raxwaga.
Yeah, they're now in a terrible spot, having 2 racks down, and they have to make a play with these deaths. Of course, there is buyback on both of them. They can't know that for sure, but you need to at least force it. So, travels on Timber. He, in fact, might be the target here as EG wrapping around.
Yeah, Cuckoo feels good.
Oh, the Courier gets
right
killed
now, but
PPD.
Courier snipe. Ooh, quick blink dodge there. Sumail not looking to let this Timber go, though. Kuka, though, is going to get recalled. And with that Timber Chain and taking no damage, he's out.
He's going to be fine.
And he'll chop all the trees and even hit PPD along the way. Whee!
Screw the trees. Clear-cut challenge is still going, boys. Forever.
And ever.
Okay, Roshan is up. That's actually a very good target for them here. Having the Aegis, I think you have to put down the Timbersaw almost. He's dying so fast in many of the fights. Lifestealer is an option, but they're just ignoring Lifestealer. I don't think he needs Aegis at all.
Not like the first time, though. The TNC are going to be able to just get a clean Roche for themselves, so good grab for them.
Yeah, Timber will get it. Cheese is there as well. A little present for the Beastmaster, who almost has the entire refresher. In fact, has it now if he wants to, and yeah, picks it up. That can be the key to winning the game here, actually.
As
The
long as
double ulti.
As long as he's not sniped out of the fight right away.
And as long as he doesn't use it on a Lotus Orb.
Yeah,
Yep.
we'll be good. That's the thing, though, and that's what makes these games start to become really crazy, even when you're trying to, like, cast them. You got Lotus Orbs and Hurricane Pikes and Force Staffs flying out everywhere with Lincolns on top.
Yep.
You just never know what spell belongs to who and who's doing what.
Exactly.
It gets... That's the best Dota, though. So.
It's wonderful. Love watching it. And we'll see here as EG, all of them are alive again. They're trying to get into enemy jungle, invading territory a little bit more.
One rack separates EG from being able to get these megas and lead to a potential first win of this 2-game series. But TNC, man, we repeat ourselves a bit, but a tenacious squad that really never say die.
No, really. And they're making EG fight for it. We've been casting EG games before in this tournament, and EG have been looking extremely solid.
This is definitely the hardest that EG have had to work to get a win so far.
For the games that we've seen, this is very close. And this is just the first game of a series, so we'll see who can actually pull out ahead. I think Universe is going for the BKB here as well. Gonna make it a little bit harder for him to shut him down. Has to be the Beastmaster Roar, really, but he always seems to have a Lincoln's or Lotus Orb on him.
Yeah, it's true. Do EG, now that they see that TNC have been able to move into the Roche and snag up the Aegis, do they just stall it out? Or do you think EG are still in a position where they could make an approach to TNC, even with the extra life?
I think EG should still be playing aggressively, I believe. They do have buybacks on everyone as well, every single hero on their team. So there's no reason to not be aggressive, I think. Sure, the Aegis is a little bit deterring, but I believe they can still take the fights. Of course, it would be better to get a fight on your high ground, and maybe TNC will come to them. They're just patient enough.
I want to see what they're stacking up here on Raven. Boy, he's got a little over 3K.
He went for the Lincolns after his Skull Basher, so did not go for the entire Abyssal Blade.
So that's probably next up, and then obviously got to pocket some buyback money at this point in the game. So
for sure.
He's got some farm to do still if he wants to be able to finish that. EG have been partying up here in the top lane, hiding out behind this tower.
Anticipating a smoke, as there's not that many people revealing themselves on the map, and the lanes are pushing quite far. So they're just scared for a little bit as soon as they see people farming. The thing is, seeing just Timbersaw top doesn't really say anything, because Coddle could still be bringing him, right?
Yep.
If they smoke up. So they still have to hug tight here. And this is definitely showing on EG that TNC are scaring them a little bit. They're respecting them.
Oh, yeah. EG are definitely taking a much more cautious approach.
But it's just 2 minutes now until the Aegis is timing out, and TNC have a very small window to make
any sort of use out of it. But like, what is it like? I feel like when they fight their best when they're postured up in a more defensive position, but whenever they look to go on the offensive, that's when EG's been punishing them.
It seems like that's true for both teams in this
game.
game.
Really,
whoever is the aggressor seems to be losing out on the fights pretty hard. There's so many defensive spells on both teams, with the swap, with the blinding light, with the freezing touch, or the freezing cold embrace.
Not even including all the items.
Yeah, exactly.
Defensive items that both these teams sport too. So it's a ridiculous fortress to penetrate for either side right now, and we'll see. EG looks like they're going to give it another possible swing soon. At least just kind of getting the pressure back where it belongs on the side of TNC with these Raxes down. But I guess TNC are going to try to make some sort of offensive pressure here.
Full Abyssal Blade and a DD rune on the Lifestealer. That's a very good goal time.
This is their best shot with the Aegis still in hand.
It's very close to timing out soon, though.
Let's see what they can make out of it. PPD begins to unleash the Splinter Blasts to try to slow things down. It just turned to Nightfall, though, unfortunately for TNC and in particular Demon's Coddle.
Yeah, it makes it much harder because they need to run up and hit the tower a little bit, and they're going to take a lot of damage while doing so. So the Keeper was kind of their medicine there after pushing high ground.
Yeah, so it looks like that plan's not going to be happening. At least for now, Cuckoo does need to step back and kind of relieve the pressure here from the bottom. He can always get recalled in, but they kind of have to reset.
I have to say, they make good use of the Coddle in that regard, just having the Timbersaw split push all the lanes. They can move much more freely than many teams would. So Keeper of the Light is a big reason why they are able to do what they're doing.
Yep. Something unfortunately.
Oh, Mirana and Invis, they're going out.
Okay,
They
here
know
comes
where they
EG.
are.
They're making the move. It's going to be in the high ground, though. They need the arrow to kind of scout ahead of time here, and TNC have already prepped the blast. They see that EG could be coming from that side, and EG don't like it. They don't want to go anywhere too predictable.
Don't want to go, even though the Aegis timing was right then and there. So could have been a good time to take the fight, but gonna wait a little bit more. Of course, one team fight at this point could be completely game deciding.
Oh, yeah. Very high tension right now. And even when TNC see EG pull off, they don't want to wait to see what EG could be doing next as a second approach, so they just pull all the way off as well and just kind of get back into resetting these lanes a bit. So that's the thing, is that TNC, as that kind of feels very back and forth, TNC are the team with that deficit to their base, so they are, they have less time to work with dancing around their opponent's side of the map.
Definitely, and I think they need to just have the Timbersaw all the time split pushing, and they're bringing him in the last moment. They brought him in maybe a little bit early there. They were not really going into an engagement yet, but at the same time, he could have been scared that they're going for the Timber, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see here a smoke, actually. EG trying to be the aggressor during this downtime of the Roche.
Where are they going to go with it, though? It looks like towards the bottom lane. It's been already open, but maybe if they move all the way through.
They're saying someone might come for the big camp here. They're getting a ward down anyway, so always when you go for a smoke, having wards with you so you get value no matter what is pretty important.
Bird's out. Bird gets taken. I don't know if TNC saw that, but
they probably noticed pretty quickly. In fact,
it's like, my bird's gone.
Yeah, he just pinged it out. He's like, I should be seeing stuff here.
Zai's using the bird, gets killed, but gets a little bit of vision there inside the base. As EG are in the neighborhood, as I like to say, like sharks in water right now, swimming outside the base of TNC.
Most definitely. This butterfly pickup on Fear is really massive right now. They have 2 butterflies, and there's not a single MKB on the side of TNC. So Lifesteer cannot really deal that much damage to the Drow and Mirana anymore. He's going to have a hard time. Even if he gets close to them, 35% evasion. That's going to mitigate a lot of his damage.
Not very often we get to near a 1-hour game with a Drow lineup, after all.
No, not really.
I mean, for EG, a team that doesn't like playing those kind of games where they're kind of long and drawn out, they're in a long and drawn out game with a Drow. So
oh, they really are.
You can tell that they know that this is a much more fickle time for them, and any sort of misplay could be a bit of a travesty. So don't want to be handing over all the work that EG have kind of built up for themselves. And for TNC, they feel they still have hope in this game, and I wouldn't blame them one bit. They've been holding very strong, and we are, as mentioned, at that point where one bad fight, they could go to the other side, and they could just go for the jugular on EG.
Yeah, they're just trying to catch out the Timber, but it's very difficult. With the travels, with the recall, he can just push out the lane really far, and you have to anticipate his movement before. You can't just go for where he is now. And here we see a bold movement, but not going to find anyone. TNC hanging tight.
Yeah, they don't want to let anyone go too far out.
Oh, the smoke pop for TNC, though, is their go time. So he's sending Timbersaw up top. He's pushing, and they can go in.
Oh, they go in. They're going to spot Universe. He quickly blinks away, man. He was preparing his hand movement for the swap, potentially there. But now PPD makes a move. Says the curse for Psy. Ravens come out. He looks to go for the Wyvern here while Demon helps the back of the rest of his team. There's going to be the pullback. Meanwhile, Cuckoo gets in the face of Fear. Fear's in trouble. He needs help from EG, and they quickly get to his aid. Cuckoo wants to chase. Can he get the Drow down? He's still making a move for it. He'll get him. Shoots down the Drow, and now EG could be left a bit stranded, while the other side, Demon and Raven, make a go for Zai. They're going to be able to get him. Cuckoo. They're all good. On the other front, Cuckoo, caught between 3 EG members, gets the Yules, and now his team shows up, so he's going to be able to Timber Chain back and away, and it's EG who
gets out of that.
retreat. They have to get the hell out.
That's insane. He was alone against 3 for so long, and he manages to live. That Yule Scepter really saving him. Beastmaster cannot lock down his Refresher and his ulti already used. 2 big kills, though, getting the Drow and the Enchantress. And now in a great commanding position here to control Roche, get some dewarding done in this area. Of course, they probably need to send someone to defend base a little bit and recall with Coddle.
Yeah, they actually just recalled in the Cuckoo Timbersaw in hopes of getting Sumail here. He's quickly purging off the Mana Leak, gets double forced, and he's with his team.
Yep. He's going to be fine. And he's going for a Daedalus, so he is transitioning now into DPS on Sumail. Trying to get more damage out.
They sent Raven back to the base, so he'll be the one to clean it up.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
It's definitely a mess right now. And
It's a mess.
he needs some money as well in this Lifestealer. Even though it's a 57-minute game, he's quite far from getting gear capped. And that MKB, it looks really tasty right now. He's actually going for Assault Cuirass against double Butterfly. Huh. I guess... I don't know. I don't really love this choice. With Beastmaster and Venge in your team, yes, everyone can right-click quite well. But these Butterflies, there's no one who's hitting through it. And the only one who's really going to bring down the Drow Ranger and Mirana is going to be Timber.
Yeah.
So there's too much pressure right now on the Timber, I think. And if EG just play smart and lock down the Timber Saw in the fights, then they can just take the fight easily. We'll see if they realize, though.
Yeah, last fight, I mean, Cuckoo was able to kind of isolate
sneaky.
Fear. But, yeah, Demon has been calling in a couple of members here. Uh-oh, trouble's coming. Zai walks right into the face of TNC, and they're going to be able to burst down Lady Enchantress. She does have a buyback here, but she's out of the playing field right now, and Cuckoo's not done yet. He's hustling in. Zai says, I got a buyback, and now we're going to have a bit of a swing here. Sumail pops his BKB, looks to go for the Timber, while PPD gets kind of lashed apart by Raven. That's going to be a gem on the deck while up and over. EU force the low ground. Universe should help be able to finish that one up. But yeah, Cuckoo has had eyes for Fear, and Fear only, and will be able to take him down. Fear was able to get off a double kill before that, but here comes the Curse now. A buyback from Fear. EG going in for this one. The Curse only locks him in place. Not a whole lot of damage going to be due to it, but they're able to finish off Cuckoo with the return of Sumail and his right-click damage. He is here to play. He gets a double kill and helps clean up the rest. TNC will lose 4. EG do commit a lot of buybacks. It's 3 all day, but they will get their win.
Yeah, definitely. And that was fighting without the refresher on Beastmaster. I think that was a big thing that hurt them. Of course, EG, they need to make something happen now. Roshan is up and they have a DD rune. They take it so quickly. I think it's smart here to take the Rosh before they push mid.
Buybacks out for TNC.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to stop this Rosh.
No,
it's too quick.
Absolutely not. Too quick, and they already have trouble inside their own baseline.
Fear has 600 damage with negative Vengeful aura on him. So he killed Venge, and he carries that negative aura, and still he has 600 damage with a DD rune.
That's crazy.
That is actually disturbing.
With that fight, EG might have taken this game here. They're only steps away from being able to close this one out. What can TNC do now in hopes of defending? I mean, they have one set of racks left here, but no more advantage real outside the base.
I still think they can take it, but they have to just sit back in their base. They need to wait out this Aegis. EG are going to come to them. That's definitely for sure. But you saw in the last fight how they can bring down the Drow Ranger. If she dies, everyone loses that massive aura. The 104 base damage increase. It's just really, really important that they bring her down. I don't know why it says base range damage increased, actually. It's a bonus damage, not a base damage. But it doesn't matter.
You can see the effects of it, though. I'm clicking through Zai, I'm clicking through Sumail, and they all hit like trucks. It's ridiculous, and you can see why it's very pinnacle for TNC to be able to isolate Fear and take him out fast. Cuckoo is doing everything he can to do that.
Oh, he's doing a great job. I'm so impressed by this Timbersaw, how he gets that close to him and always shuts him down. But sometimes the fights gets too spread out, and Mirana really fiends on these big spread out fights. Same for Enchantress, because they get to pick one target that doesn't have so many friends around them, and they can bring them down easily. We'll see, though.
Gone over the 1 hour mark now in just our first cast of the day, Waga. And one we weren't expecting. I mean, based on draft, we felt that this one was going to be done a bit sooner than later. But TNC, a resilient squad, and EG.
Demon!
Forced to sweat it out, Demon.
Jimmy, be careful.
He's doing some shenanigans
he jumps
here.
the word and he's like, oh shit, why am I here?
Okay, he should be okay.
He can't TP
But
out
he's not going to
anything,
be.
though.
Yeah, he's not going to be there to blast out these waves.
He's actually recalling.
Oh,
he's like, let's go on the back line. Oh,
okay,
God.
he's got Sam here. But EG have already made their move. There's going to be the last one, but they get to swap back on Cuckoo. They're going to be fine. Now look who comes in from behind. They quickly take out PPD with the roar. Set up Raven, makes his move for Zion. He's going to be able to take him down. Fear's got to run back. Him and Universe get blinded, lighted back and away, and Sumail just leaps out into a good bit of space. But Raven's made his move. He's running in for Fear. Can he make it? Can he make the cross gap for it? He blocks him off on the front, but Fear up and over into the river.
Catch him.
He is out of there. He is long gone. I don't think TNC are going to be able to make the catch.
Wow, he gets away with just one Force Staff as against all that chase. Sumail now with the split push as well, saying, come back to base.
hits the tier 4 a couple of times, and he'll see CPs and gets right back.
That was so important that Fear managed to get himself out of that one. Because if he died once, no matter if he has Aegis, he's going to die again for sure. There were no friends around.
Crafty plays from TNC,
And that's
though.
insane. He should not be, yeah.
Demon pulling in Sam from behind. They made that flank approach. They took PPD out of the fight before he could even realize what was happening.
And PPD has had a massive impact in all the previous team fights, so very big. That was a classic Jimmy play as well.
Yeah, very
Let's
nice.
just sit in the trees, recall a friend in here. The Beastmaster from the trees of Sam Age. Yeah, this just screams Jimmy.
Here we go again, Waga. Now TNC. Stride past and towards the side of EG here.
It's crazy. 50
Let's see
seconds
what they
still.
can do. They have yet to be able to make any sort of dent in the base of EG with how many approaches they've had. EG have always been able to make a strong defensive hold.
Yeah, really. And
Hey, is that a gem?
this is again their time. Yeah, there's just a casual gem. This game is, long enough that we're not even surprised by this anymore.
What's happening bottom lane? Sumail and Cuckoo
Oh god.
trading blows. Sumail's going to take out the Timber. He is out for 2 minutes.
Wow.
TNC got to do this without their machine.
That
And
is
Fear recognizes this. He went right in.
That is a crazy pick off to get, and that's just his DPS, in fact. I don't even think he arrowed him there, because he had it ready off cooldown, so with the Mjolnir, Butterfly, Daedalus, he hits really hard.
And he just totally canceled any sort of momentum down that mid lane for TNC.
And, of course, it's kind of swinging the other way now. 1.5 minutes of not having Timber, and I already mentioned how important I think he is to get in and close down on Fear.
Yeah, EG are beelining it now towards the side of TNC. TNC will try their best to get these waves back, but without a Timber to defend, and without Fear having to worry about a Timber defending, this is bad for TNC. And there goes Universe.
Oh,
He
the
gets the snag,
Aghanims.
but he goes right and gets hit in the face with the Primal Roar. Sumail also hit very hard. He goes down.
Dear God, this Lifestealer.
But look at the rest of EG. They've actually already made the move for the top lane. That's Megas. If they can get it with a Blinding Light, we'll hold them off, but it's going to get quickly canceled out with the help of the Manta there from Fear. He gets the job done. The Megas unleashed now.
They need to catch anyone. They have to swap. No, they don't actually have it available. Chasing after. Got a stun.
Get it.
That was close. That was really close. But now in a mega scenario, it's still not automatically over, though. EG still need to win one big decisive team fight because they can hold megas.
They can't hold Megas. They got a quite a farm Timber Saw.
We're here all day, Coddle guy.
They got Coddle. They have ways to stop the Megas here, but I don't know. EG, who I'm sure have been in this position many a time before.
Yeah, I would say that they're, of course, the ones that are most likely to win. But after we saw them jump there on bottom lane, with the Aghanims grab of the lasso, I thought they could maybe bring someone down with the Mirana, but no, Lifestealer just turns that around, kills them extremely quickly with the Abyssal Blade. TNC are still in this. Never give up. And this is only the third, I believe, game today that's going to hit the 68-minute mark, it seems like. That I have seen.
Yeah,
Might
it's
have
been a day
more
of
even.
some long games already.
Really? Yeah.
So Raven will quickly get the pressure off their base. They walk back out and we'll make do with it. And I guess if you're EG, your safest approach is stalling out for the Roche, maybe getting the extra life and giving it another try.
Yeah, you need to get the Roche now as you put yourself in this position, dying and buybacking with the Mirana. I don't even think he wants to carry the Aegis though anymore on Mirana. Maybe he drops the Lincoln Sphere to carry it, because the risk of him getting picked off is pretty overwhelming. So many disables now that can pierce the Lincolns. Just, the Beastmaster can always just roar twice. The Abyssal Blade and the open wounds. This is a scary game right now.
And it's not even really, even with Megas, it's not even one-sided. I mean, this is where the graphs become pretty damn irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, the graph doesn't really matter anymore. I don't think that's... I think the only thing that really matters anymore is the buyback status of different heroes and then individual item pickups when someone gets a big item. Sort of what I look towards in a late-game scenario like this.
Still lots of money in the pocket here of EG. Zai is also getting pretty damn scaled heavy on his Enchantress with about 5k gold.
They're kind of
in
starved.
reserve.
They're kind of starved on the side of TNC. They need 1100 on the Lifestealer and 1400 on Timbersaw before they can afford their buybacks. And being against Mega Creeps, I mean, you get 30 gold right now, 31, 35, something
Feels
between
like
that.
nothing.
It's not much money, in fact. And of course, EG using all this time to farm up the entire jungle, much bigger bounty.
Oh, yeah. Full loot for them as they just scavenged the whole map, and TNC just kind of funneled into a bit of a corner, playing a bit of a tower defense game.
The only plus side, I guess, is that you always have farm delivered to your doorstep. You don't have to walk anywhere for it, you know? It's right there.
Yeah, but the enemy always knows where you are, too. It's like, we know they're there. We don't have to worry about them making any sort of spontaneous movement. But I say that Cuckoo is far from home, very far from home, and is at risk of being taken
Cuckoo,
down.
not like this.
I mean, they have Curse and everything waiting for him. They'll wait.
There's an arrow.
Universe, arrow, lasso, and the real heavy hitter in Sumail shows up.
90 seconds. He does not even have the Bloodstone anymore, so his death time is so long. 99 seconds to wait.
Okay.
They're gonna smoke. They're gonna take the action to them.
YOLO!
That's the most unexpected thing. But they
do.
did see Fear. That's why. They know where he is. Okay.
Recall's already out. There goes the quick Abyssal hit onto PPD. He gets a Lotus and a couple of Force, and he's suddenly over in the lane, but they still able to catch up and take him down. Zai is going to be the follow-up victim, but he gets the cheese off. He's good. Force is backing away, and he's in safe distance. Another Moonlight Shadow and away from the Necro Book. He's going to be hard to spot, but they still get him with the swap.
base.
Pull back. And as this all happens, you're right. It's Fear. Old Man Fear inside the base, shooting down the tier 4s. TNC, it's cute movement in the top lane, but eventually you got to make your way back to save home.
Yeah, and there might be Re going top as well as he refreshes here on Sam H, but he's been spotted.
It's like, just roar him. Oh, no, he roars the Lincolns. Oh, it goes from bad
Sam
to worse.
H.
It's bad.
He
It's real bad.
should just have let the Coddle bring him back. He would have been fine.
He has buyback, though, but he doesn't have that roar anymore. And without that, tier 4's going down. Fears, illusions begin to go to work.
This is a tough spot. They're going in.
Oh, Universe gets cracked in the noggin with an Abyssal, but my God, there's so many 4 stats that he just gets sent out and away, and Raven can't catch up. That's been pretty much the name of the back end of this game. And now, with one more sweep of a fight here from EG, they will close the game out. There's a lasso pullback for Raven. He gets the quick buyback. 6 seconds. Timber will be back into this one. Demon tries to slow them down with a blinding light right in the middle of the mix. Venge will get dropped
They're
here.
trying.
Looks like they're trying their best to hold here.
Oh,
Universe
they
wants
got
to
him.
go for the base here. They're bursting them all down. They got
They're
Fear. They
holding.
got Universe. They've actually been able to hold. They keep them back, and they'll get Zai too.
Oh my god, they're so close to being taken down.
Sniped by EU on that one.
And EG just scratching their heads like, oh my god. We were so close, but now...
800 life or so left on the Ancient.
And they don't have buyback on Sumail still. That is one of the big things. He has 80 seconds until he can buy back, 90 seconds until he respawns. And they're just going to buy back immediately. They want to make use of this Radiance Ancients being so low HP, I think. Need to make a play.
So what do you do? What do you do? You're going against TNC. They're all
They don't
alive.
actually have travels on Fear. So I don't think he can do much. I think he's stuck in his base.
It's just putting it on cooldown, I guess, sooner than later.
Yeah, that's a good mentality to have, actually. When you know you're going to get forced to buy back, it's better to use it as soon as possible.
We have a pause here. And apparently one of the microphones is messed up, Fears in particular. Kind of a critical time if you want to be able to communicate with your team, so can't really blame them for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be a very fickle kind of a play. How cheesy can you play this one if you're EG to try to, I don't know, do you go for some sort of crafty behind the back play here to just close the game out? Is Glyph already committed too?
The Glyph was used by Radiant, yes. They had to use it to defend, so it was really just everything, tooth and claw to defend that. But now both teams are ready. I think TNC, they're just going to make a play for it, try and get to the enemy base here again. Of course, a little bit scary as the double buyback comes in, but with Mirana dead, I don't think you have to worry that much.
Let's see if they can even get there, though. It's quite an
It's a
army
struggle.
of Megas to even push out this lane unless you're one of the select few who can easily clear out these waves. You're going to struggle a bit. So
Yeah, and Vengeful was scouted taking this Invis rune, so she shouldn't be able to surprise anyone with that either. Looking for anyone she can catch, but...
this is nuts, man. This is a nuts game. 71 minutes in. EG have Megas. They cleared out every freaking base structure inside of TNC's home.
EG also have that one wave bottom that's pushing in. I think that might be dangerous for him.
Uh-oh. Venge. Gotta be careful here. You catch up with the silence. Two
the
lasso
lasso.
connection with the Ags from Universe. Pulls both supports back inside the base. Raven's gonna pop off right now. He looks to go for Zai. Now they put their focus on for Fear. Fear is able to get the one quick shoot down, helping on that Vengeful Spear. Backs up and towards the fountain. Have TNC committed too hard inside of the base right now. Cuckoo cursed
Oh,
right in
God.
front of the fountain. He's going to get kited about. He can't really move.
The
He
TP?
goes for the ambitious TP out, but he's not going to be able to get it. He does have a buyback this time if he wants to sport it. It looks like he will. Raven's already on the way out. TNC are able to fight inside the base, but they can't do anything about it anymore. Raven shot down, out for 2 minutes. No buyback for him.
Oh god,
EG hold.
they just cannot take the fights when they don't have Refresher on Beastmaster. It's actually that that's being the big issue. They can't knock people down and they just run away. They're going for PPD though.
He'll get him and then recall back the Vengeful Spirit right after that, it looks like.
Yeah, but they don't have any TPs
And
look at
Sumail's in the
bottom.
base. Sumail's in the base.
It's
There's
so
no
over.
glyph, and it is over. EG take the game, but my God, did they have to sweat that one out for a Drow lineup that you're anticipating is going to be able to close the game in your typical 20 to 30 minute, time frame. Here we are, 72 minutes in, and so much credit to TNC, man. They could hold.
Oh, it was insane. And I think both teams really, they just kept their composure a lot. And I can't really blame TNC when they go high ground. Both the times they kind of overcommitted, but that's the only way they can push high ground. They can't just siege. So it was a struggle, and the fact that they didn't have Refresher on Beastmaster, it made Lifesteer just run after people, but not really killing them. And all those 4 staffs, that was game winning. The itemization was very big for EG
Very
this game.
clutch itemization there. And so many epic moments in that game when you really think back of it. The first big tilting moment that allowed TNC to really get back in the game was that huge 5-man wipe of EG at that Roche, too.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the moment when Fear survived, the 2 moments, in fact, when he survived, he was playing very much on the edge with his Drow Ranger. I'm extremely impressed by that.
it's been a hell of a showing. I can only hope that game number 2 is going to be just as hyped. So what we'll do now is cut to a small break. When we come back, myself, Cuddle Guy, and Wag are going to be here as we bring you the cast for game 2 of EG versus TNC in the TI6 group stage. We'll see you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to more TI6 group stage action here. We're in day 2 of group stage coverage, and we are in heat number 2 of today's action here. We got TNC versus EG over here on the 4th stream. I'm Cuddle Guy. That's Wagamama. What a nutty game number 1, man. EG draft themselves a drow lineup. You're thinking this is going to be a quick one if EG can take it, but they do take it, Waga, but it doesn't take them 20 to 30. It takes them 71 minutes.
It's actually insane. TNC have played 3 games today. 2 of them have been 70-minute games. It's just crazy to see games go that distance when you have Drow Ranger and Mirana, these kind of lineups that typically take a lot of control early on and win. But TNC, they just held on, man. They kept fighting every single high ground push. Even when they got double racks, they didn't give up. When they got mega creep, they don't give up. I have to admire the way they keep fighting, but EG in the end were just a little bit too strong in that first game.
Now we'll see what the approach is going to be for game number 2. The draft at the start looks pretty identical to what we saw in the previous game. TNC rid of the Wisp and the Elder Titan, while EG, they refuse to play this kind of game
Identical
here.
bans,
You
yeah.
know, get rid of the Owl Shadow Demon. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if EG, EG were probably going to try to ban out the others, but
Oh,
TNC's
God.
like, we'll take that one before you ban it. We'll
Oh,
take that
God.
Naga, thank you, and then put the Coddle with it quickly.
I know how tilted EG are going to be just by that, because last game they banned out Naga Siren, Terrorblade, and Tinker as their last 3 bans, and TNC just go, wait, they don't like to have to react to split push all the time, to have to, you know, deal with what we're doing? Okay, we're going to go Coddle and Naga in the same team. That is just disgusting to play against. I love the way TNC just pick up on what happened in the previous draft there.
Some probably some serious grief coming out here, but they are already beginning the preparations, Waga, for this illusion kind of a game, and this is a good head start. They go right into a Magnus. Obviously can be paired with a wealth of options later on. They could get, I don't know, Sven, Slark, Ember, anything really, and they will be able to have an answer for that pesky army.
For sure. It will have an answer to the army, but Naga Siren is not one that sends all her illusions to the same spot almost ever. Even in late game teamfights, you still send them in one by one, spread them out, go on everyone at the same time. So, while Magnus is good, I think he's good for the reason of potential Shadowblade and RPing people, just going in and getting kills. Of course, Shadowblade, Blink, Force Staff, very strong build that, you know, Arise and many other great Magnus players do a lot. We'll see what they want to go for. But yeah, they have the stuns needed so far. Naga Siren is one of those heroes. If you don't chain stun her, she can often just get rid of the silence and Manta Style off, and then she just songs and you're not killing her.
May actually go a draft without seeing too much acknowledgement towards something like a Huskar this game. Or do you think that's something still feasible here if EG want to kind of get a Huskar and ramp up the tempo so that Naga can't even reach critical mass?
EG could do it. It's very good against Naga Siren, in fact. The end snare is one of the big issues, though, that Huskar can be held in place, but very often he just stays there anyway and fights whatever comes his way. So we'll see what they go for. And they also have the Vengeful Spirit to swap if you get end snared, so I think Huskar is still on the table for EG, not so much for TNC. Because Huskar needs quite a bit of farm, and Naga needs all the farm. She needs the entire map.
What if you, but what, is there any sort of drawback to committing for a Huskar and then being stuck with little to no options if for whatever reason the first part of the game doesn't happen, and then you're just like, now we're in a starving game where Naga's taking over?
Oh, for sure. That could always happen, but in that case, I think it's less about the Huskar itself. It's just about you executed it poorly. If you go for Huskar, you should normally be able to break high ground at minute 15, 20. The only danger for that, right, is the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
So if you have aggressive heroes like Venge and Magnus who can catch people when you push high ground so that he doesn't just stand there and defend, then you can do it. I think it's still possible for them, but it will be a matter of EG if they have the confidence to go for it.
There's still a lot of, you know, we were talking a bit out there about, you know, in this new era of Coddle, like, some of the things that Coddle typically hates going against can catch him out like that. I said Nyx Assassin was one of the things I hated the most.
Slark?
Slark's bad. Like, they'll just get in your face and you don't have a good answer for it. And obviously the common one, Night Stalker, who's very good at just ridding of any sort of pesky daylight that he could use from.
Ooh, interesting.
But, okay, so Bat Rider and then a quick response Legion Commander from EG.
OG played it earlier as well, and some of the teams have experimented with the Legion Commander. I believe they have scrimmed it quite a bit here because it's not a hero that's been played so much before TI. But teams seem to respect that she is quite strong, and I've seen OG play it and struggle quite a bit. I've seen other teams, you know, sometimes make it work. We'll see in this game. Empower on Legion Commander is really strong, though.
Oh, yeah.
Reserve time.
Now, do TNC need to consider grabbing a support, a defensive support, to help bail out anyone potentially caught up from this Legion Commander here and now?
I think you have Naga Siren ulti, and that's probably going to be the best thing to have against the Legion, really. You can stop her from fighting, but other than that, I don't really love grabbing a support against Legion so much. Sure, Grave is great from Dazzle, for instance, just to stop it, but that just makes the Legion go on the support anyway, which is normally what you do as a Legion Commander in the first place. You want to aim for the supports and make it 4v5. And of course, late game, when you have a lot of dual damage, then you can go for the big juicy targets.
Rounding out the bans rather from the second phase, AM and Jug have been taken out by TNC, while EG got rid of that axe, and then of course the Timber Saw here. Some comfort picks from TNC that we even got to see from them in the last game.
Oh yeah, it's just a nuisance to deal with the Timber Saw. He deals so much damage, and you're also already rocking a Legion Commander and Magnus, two strength-based heroes that would get cut down really hard. That Whirling Death is painful if you're a melee strength hero.
Absolutely. But it's TNC's next pick here. And they've been nursing the clock a little bit here. EG really haven't shown too much of their game plan as far as how high tempo or not they're looking to go with it.
Maybe Kunkka?
Maybe Kunkka.
They could do Kunkka. They have a lot of like setup for it. Combination heroes are there. It's a hero that they played before. Other than that, they have a lot of options, in fact. They love playing these low cooldown heroes, though. So probably expecting something like that.
And with a support and potential mid in mind here, I guess TNC are looking to see what kind of options they want to go for.
Ooh.
Bounty Hunter is going to be the choice.
Yeah,
So,
that plays even more towards the tracking your opponents and just moving around, not letting them catch you so easily. So EG are really going to struggle to catch out TNC in this game, or at least they will have to do very well to do so.
10 seconds remaining.
so what do we see here as potentially what I imagine being the Zai hero now? Would you think something like a Spirit Breaker would be too ballsy? We don't see it too much recently, but was a typical Bounty Hunter counter. Could get in the face of Keeper a bit, but otherwise maybe, if not that, something suitable for their 4 position.
I like something that would bring more damage. AA is, in fact, not too bad here. Something that brings damage into the Magnus RP or the Legion Jewel. The Spirit Breaker, I feel they just end up with too many heroes that do the same thing, get real close, and they're going to get hit by the blast, the Batrider sticky napalm. The team fights are going to be hard. Okay, that's going to add a lot of damage, and it's pretty elusive. Look at the amount of stunts on TNC. There's not much that can keep down an Ember. It's
Yeah.
only Batrider, and he's not an easy target to grab with lasso.
You're
Of
right on
course,
about that.
Engineer doesn't really bother the Ember much at
Mana
all.
leak is not as much of a problem to Ember as it would be for like Storm or Earth Spirit.
No, not
So
really.
He's fine with being able to kind of step in slight, step back, wait.
And they can perch off the mana leak with the Legion Commander, so
That's
they have a
very
tool
true.
for that too.
10
Very true.
seconds remaining.
And he'll of course have his fitting boxing gloves of Empower with the Magnus there.
5
So
seconds
excellent
remaining.
synergy here from EG. They just need to round things out with another
EG's
support.
turn to bat.
And we'll see what they want to ban out here. Ricky was banned, so not going to be that Ricky versus Bounty Hunter matchup. I always enjoy watching it.
Yeah, we
they-
see it a couple times. Like, you're gonna get a headache Invis hero to kind of roam around the map.
10
We'll get one too.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, exactly. He's quite strong with Empower as well. You get that cleave on your
5 seconds
ulti.
remaining.
So for TNC though, their final pick looks like their mid lane potential grab, something that could be slated to go against the Magnus in the mid lane. So a melee core, options become pretty heavy as far as being able to kind of outmatch the Magnus, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I feel you have a lot of stuff that could lane against Magnus now. You're kind of in that free position where you can put anything against it. Because you have Bounty Hunter who can come in and help you. And Magnus, he always gets farm, but he doesn't really shut people down on mid lane. So whatever you really want to run here as TNC, you can go ahead and do it. I think possibly even a Necro could be great.
Necro, huh?
Necrophos with the Keeper of the Light, you can ulti them as well. The Legion Commander duel is going to be suffering a lot against that heal. I think that would be a possible pick, and TNC, the kind of team that could do it.
What about something like Tinker? It was final banned in the last game, not yet to be banned here by EG. Track and Missile is pretty nice to have
I
together.
don't like Tinker and Naga in the same team. It's too farm dependent. You need heroes that can operate with less items, and more specifically, who can operate with only killing heroes and not taking so much of the map. So that's why I suggest something that can go together. They need to make their 4-man, the Coddle, the Batrider, the Bounty, and the plus one needs to really be able to fight on their own and then recall the Naga. Oh, there we go.
That's one thing that sucks when you're a Coddle. Night Stalker comes out for Zai.
That does mess with him. They do end up having 4 melee heroes though, even though Ember is sort of ranged with that Sleight of Fist spam. But that's an interesting pick. Great against the Bounty Hunter, great against the Keeper of Light, and in fact really good against Batrider too. So I think that was a good reaction pack by EG.
So what can TNC now get to fit that mid lane to help with their 4-man roundup to go outside the Naga so they can help create the space? It's going to be Mirana.
Oh.
She's good against, working with the nighttime.
I wouldn't really have gone for Mirana here. We'll see if Cuckoo can make it work. I feel it's hard when you're a little bit more limited on vision, and I don't think this bulks up the 4-man that much. So we'll see if they have to play around the Naga a little bit more than I expected. Because they're all so squishy. Anyone can get dueled here and get brought down pretty quickly.
What do you think as far as early game? Because when you look at both lineups overall, Ember has a little bit of a build-up, but obviously so does the Naga here. Is one team going to be able to make an impact in the game sooner than later? Or are they both going to have a pretty stagnant start?
I actually think the Ember takes longer to get online than the Naga because he needs Travels and Battle Fury, and Naga is going to have Radiance before that in most scenarios. But I look towards the Night Stalker. It comes down to if he gets good levels, if he is going to go the Iron Talon and get level 3 in jungle, or if he's going to be pressuring a lane. I really want to see what he's going to do in the early game here. But very common is to just jungle up during the daytime until it's nighttime and you have your items. You'll have Boots and Iron Talon, which is just fine to fight with.
I mean, they also, on their own team, EG, have a good 4-man squad to leave Sumail so he could get that time to farm up. Once the RP comes online, imagine that could be paired together with the duel.
Oh, I think EG have the way stronger fighting lineup. But TNC have to play around EG somehow. The thing is that it's easier to play around them with the Naga and have the rest of them go together as 4 and fight. But now they kind of have to only take very few select fights in a very good way. Like they need some hard scouting work from the Bounty Hunter, I think, so they don't take unfavorable fights. Because EG's lineup, all of them are really tanky. All of them dish out quite a bit of damage. And the amount of stuns and silences is going to make the early game hard for TNC. Whereas TNC don't really have any stuns apart from the arrow and the lasso. And you have the mana leak, sure, and the end snare, but well, they actually swap as well. They picked the wrong heroes.
Oh yeah, Cuckoo, yeah, it was originally slated down that Mirana, but it looks like they've swapped it back a bit. Both teams seem to be ready to go, so we will be set to begin, folks. It's game number 2 of our second heat, and we pause right away. As it's TNC versus EG. I guess we could slowly make our way through some predictions here while we wait for the reconnect here from TNC's Mirana. Total number of Roshan kills here.
Neither of the teams really pivot around Rosh that heavily, and Naga lineups really don't take Rosh easily, so I mean, it's down to EG with the Venge and the damage from Legion Commander and Empower, of course. I think the thing is the game going to be 70 minutes long like the previous one?
Yeah.
I'm going to go 0-2. I think it's a good prediction for this, but we'll see.
Player with the highest net worth by 25 minutes in. This is actually a decent, time frame into the game.
Oh, careful, because they swapped. So if you take Raven, you're going to get the Mirana.
Oh, is that how it works too? Okay. Yeah. Player with the highest net worth, I guess I will go. So I got to go with Cuckoo then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, it's swapped right there. Player with the most kills at 10 minutes. 10 minutes is kind of early.
It's very early. I think Sumail is a pretty good bet, though.
I kind of did Zai.
Maybe Zai, yeah. Because the Night Stalker is really a high-pace early game hero.
That's if he has a huge, 4-minute nighttime and stuff. We'll have to see. And then finally, of course, total number of teleports canceled by stun. 25 minutes. Well, we have Venge to be able to do that. There's
quite a few.
Night Stalker's Void, I guess, could count. Shuriken Toss. Arrow.
I'll go 3+. I think it's going to happen.
All right.
We'll see. But I think that's a bold one. They've been scouted out here, TNC, by the Observer Ward of EG. So EG know what's up, and they want to contest. So they're moving people towards it. They're not really sure. They backed out again. They're just going to take their own rune.
Yeah, it looks like Sumail will be content with taking that bottom rune for himself. PPD will be by his side here. And Fear will be one to kind of take reign in the bottom lane with PPD by his side, while it looks like EG will run, or at least start running a dual off lane get up here between the Night Stalker and the Magnus.
Yeah, it's a quite popular way to do the Night Stalker, just offlaning it because of his early game. He's so powerful with that HP and armor. So, good way to get some pressure done as well. And abusing the fact that Coddle doesn't really zone a Night Stalker that easily.
Yeah, I mean, he could mana leak him, I guess, but Night Stalker will probably just stand there and take it. It's not too much trouble with all that armor he's going to be flexing.
We got the Vengeful Courier service on the mid lane. Gonna bring the salve, because Bounty Hunter is there camping as well.
Yeah, better be safe than sorry here. He even planted the ward too, so yeah, they'll have that full vision between the two towers there in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's good habit to do against a Bounty or a Ricky. Don't want to give away the Courier at minute 0. Very costly.
Bounty's trying to stalk PPD, but PPD's movements have been a bit unpredictable here as he keeps bouncing back between the mid lane and starting to cross paths towards the bottom side again.
Yeah, he's just staying ready if mid was to be harassed by a Bounty Hunter and making sure everything is good.
But this does leave bottom with a Fear versus Sam matchup, a Legion Commander versus a Bat Rider. I'd have to imagine the Bat Rider is going to be okay with this, but at the same time, Fear could always easily purge off any sort of crazy stacks.
Exactly, that's the thing. You can't really kill a Legion Commander as Bat Rider. Shouldn't be possible. Oh, yeah. 2 sentries in the tree lines there. We'll see who finds it first. Yeah, neither of them know about the other one yet.
Yeah, it's more to the benefit, I guess, of EG, where Bounty Hunter could think he's safe, but then not know where the hell he's being spotted from.
Yeah.
But for now, is just kind of taking more of a slow approach right now.
Oh, that range creep is gonna find the ward if he keeps chasing that way. Go range creep! He found it.
He's like, no, I got PPD here. Oh, there's a ward. Sweet. Oh, it gets snagged down anyways, and it's gonna be EG who kind of lose the extra bit of vision.
Big contest here for the big creep.
Yeah,
who is gonna get the centaur?
That's where the money's at. Demon helps blast it down a bit, but Zai wants to hang. He tries to avoid it. Right click. He wants it. He's so hungry. He could pay the price for the centaur. The greed is real.
Yeah, that was a big misplay by Zai, in fact, and the arrow.
And they're going to get Universe possibly, too. They will. Double kill for Raven.
I'm surprised he kept going for that, because TNC were just hitting the heroes. They did not care about the centaur at all. That made him die so slowly. Bottom lane.
PPD looks to make a move. Stun's going to be there onto Sam. Fear had hit him up hard. Pops down the nuke. Needs another right click. Will PPD get close enough for it? No! They have to let him go. He pops off the sap. He's going to be fine. Now they look over instead for the Bounty Hunter, where the dust could possibly expire here if they can't get him in time. Pops the Fairy Fire, and Demon says there's a mic issue and pauses it at that moment. A tree was also dropped. Was that by him?
Yeah, he dropped it. It was the Bounty Hunter. So
and I don't think Zai can eat the tree.
He's trying to block him, but he's not going to block, I think. I think he can walk to the left of it.
Okay. That's a funny little play,
this ramp I don't think is so easy to block, because it's kind of wide. But there's also tangles on the Vengeful, so she'll happily eat that, you know, get some good HP regen.
That's true.
But EU should be fine. If he just keeps running straight away, the dust is timing out right now. He has 3 seconds until he can go Invis. Oh, in fact, he might die.
2 seconds for Void.
He might die then.
It's a level 1 Void.
If he keeps running, he needs to get hit twice and Void, and then he dies.
I think he'll be fine.
If he gets hit once and Void, he will live. So
stay time.
If he just doesn't stop to drop more plants, you know, he'll be good. No more gardening issues.
And then the lane itself, I imagine Fear will just kind of stay planted there. Bat Red is there. I guess this is a moment for touching base in the other lanes. Okay, never mind. Now let's see what's going to happen here.
Run!
Yeah, obviously walks right past that tree. PPD does eat the tree for the extra regen. He's like, I'll take that bounty, thank you. Gets it. Walks away with his life.
Man, they didn't get anyone with that rotation. That's very costly.
Yeah.
We put down Zai as having the most kills, but not a good start for him at all. I think right now he wishes he started jungle with that Iron Talon. And a little bit of a pause again. We got some static noise.
A little bit of audio interference, it sounds like, for our players in their booth up and above us, but we'll wait it out in the meantime here. They make their comeback to the lane with what they have to deal with, but should Zai now just find a new home? Does he even bother heading back up and helping out Universe? Should he let Universe do his solo Magnus offlane thing?
Top lane is lost for now. You can make a comeback there when it's nighttime, but you also have to be careful about that ward that Bounty Hunter placed. If you get scouted by that as Night Stalker, you might not be able to gank the top lane. But it's not about laning phase anymore for Night Stalker, and this is why a lot of people prefer the the Iron Talon. It's just a safer way. Of
Mhm.
course, the bounty could have been on him, and it's very risky to go full jungle against it. So I'm not saying it would have been a, this is the solution, but he's now in a very big struggle where he doesn't have a natural lane to go to, and he can also not jungle at all. So he needs to pick his moment. Sai here.
Yeah, and got about another minute till that first nightfall, and I don't know how much he's going to really be able to offer.
Without boots,
the
it's just so hard to close distance as well. Some of these heroes that he's going to try and gank are going to be having boots as well now. There's boots on, most of them. Even Caudle has boots now, and 380 movement speed. He would be fine even getting ganked by Night Stalker during nighttime right now.
Yeah. It's going to be good for them. Meanwhile, mid lane, Cuckoo Naga, 13 to Sumail's 18 and 3. So, as a lot of people say, Sumail, one of the best mid laners in the game, can always seem to find a way to kind of come out on top or at least break even. He's got great mechanical skill. To show it here, but
he's definitely doing really good there, and it also helps him that he got this Arcane Rune, being able to spam out a little bit more. I'm sure he's going to use the Flame Guard once more before it times out as well. Getting that 54 mana cost Flame Guard.
Oh yeah,
pretty good value.
Very big value.
But these lanes, EG are just trying to play a farm game anyway, so if Sai doesn't have the best early game, that might still be fine. They just need to get items on all 3 cores.
And away we go, back into the game here with a reconnection from TNC. It looks like their troubles have halted a bit, but they've already made a move for Universe. Get a nice arrow, they time out the blast. He's going to be forced to charge both of them back towards his tower, but he cannot escape their wrath, and they'll be able to take him down. TNC.
I love how they both just position themselves in front of him. They're like, yeah, we'll take the taxi. If you're going to skewer towards your tower, we'll come with you.
Yep.
And just great play here on this top lane. Raven and Demon together, they've been doing an absolute perfect job here.
In a lane setup that you wouldn't really think is going to be able to have the upper hand, but,
No, but
a bit of a misplay by the creeps, a bit of a overzealous.
Oh yeah,
Zai,
it was
that
that big camp.
Yeah, you hand over a big advantage.
Yeah, 2 kills going the way of Mirana immediately there was a very big impact, and it hurt them. And right now, the thing that EG can play towards is, of course, the very farmed Ember on the mid lane. Just wait for his level 6, and then maybe you can make some rotations, get some kills with that.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. In the meantime, they still have Zai kind of running around as he waits for the Nightfall here, the 4-minute rune. At the top lane will be a bounty, a forgiving rune for him to work with, I guess. Yeah, to level 3.
He just takes that as well. So he's forcing Sumail to use the bottle crow on the mid lane. I guess he's fine with that. Level 3 might have been more important. Just some harass on the top lane. Again, the mana leak being quite a nuisance here for the off-lane Magnus.
I'd imagine that EG's next move might have to be assisted by PPD here. The stun might be required if they want to get any sort of potential setup. I don't know. As mentioned, with the chase potential from Zai, it might not be good enough with already how much speed TNC have.
They back up in the smoke here, EG. So they're going to try and make a play on top lane, helping out Universe a little bit. See if they can make it happen.
Mana leak. It's already TNC going on the offensive here. He gets all of his mana taken away and stunned up briefly, but Demon gets close enough to allow PPD to catch him with the magic missile. Zai follows it up, moves in with the Void. Can they have enough right click to catch up with the old man, or is he too damn fast? He's cutting through the trees. Can Demon juke and jive? He runs right to PPD. They'll be happy to right click him down, and EG get themselves on the board.
I wish there was a small opportunity to make a play there. If he kept running up, they could have bottled him. 2 bottle charges on the Mirana still. Try and keep his friend alive, but they just lost a Caudle. It's not a big price to pay for that smoke rotation after all.
Not the worst thing ever, because I don't even know how many other opportunities there could be there for EG during this nighttime phase. On top of it, getting anything outside of the Caudle here. Oh, looks like a Bounty Hunter takedown bottom lane, as it's going to be Zai.
It's a dual win as well, so very good for them, getting some extra damage.
I was watching Sumail because he's been jumping into TNC territory here. He's hit up with 2 stickies, 3 now, and he's mana leaked. Mana leak does conclude, and there might be enough space. He's able to get off nice double set of chains. Blast is there, but he's able to mitigate a lot of the damage and make it back towards his tower. That's 6 stacks now. Another mana leak. Demon again might have gone just a little bit too far. The old man gets skewered a bit and then bopped on the back there by Universe.
A little bit too aggressive play by TNC. They are an ultra-aggressive team, but as I mentioned during draft phase, EG has so strong heroes. You can't really just go into them like this, and they need to try and anticipate the movements more.
A little too bloodthirsty. I mean, as much as it would have been nice to take down the biggest farmer of EG, Don't want to be handing over too many freebies to said farmer. So.
Yeah. And also really important for EG that they managed to make that rotation down to the bottom and get that dual damage. Because dual damage early on in the game, it really pays off later on. You will get so much more from it in terms of farm, in terms of kill potential.
Do you think it's in EG's best interest as
the dust.
Sumail and Zai have spotted out the bounty hunter here? They'll catch him with the dust in the void, and they'll be able to get the kill. Sumail picks that one up.
Good
That's
stuff.
his own first personal kill. But is it in EG's best interest, outside of forgiving little pickoffs like that, to put the duel to use as soon as possible whenever it's up, or is Fear just content on just kind of farming up and only taking opportunities as they casually approach?
You should still probably just be farming as the Legion Commander right now. Before you have items to really set up the duel, you shouldn't be going for it anyway. But once he's pushing into a tower like this, maybe making a rotation down there, could find a kill. Either way, he's going to be pretty safe farming down here against the Batrider. He can't really die, as I mentioned before.
Yeah. Could purge off if necessary, but he simply waits out for the stacks and gets right back into work, while Bounty Hunter does plant down an Obs Ward behind that Tier 1 of EGs in the bottom lane, so potential future setup for TNC to make an approach on that bottom Tier 1. While we check out this top lane, Universe...
Mana leak again.
Yep, mana leaked. He's trying to wait to see how Raven's going to shoot the arrow. He is able to sidestep it. Fear shows up, purges off that mana leak, and now tries to go to work. Gets off the duel for Demon, former EG member. Going to be handing over the bonus damage to Fear. 302 victories all day under his belt.
Yeah, that is beautiful. Getting 20 damage now, and really good rotation there. They're playing towards TNC's own aggression.
Yes, they
punishing them a lot.
Yeah.
So TNC, a little bit figured out here by EG in the early game laning phase. It's 5 for 3 in kills, but it's definitely starting to become an advantage for EG.
That's definitely 3 different instances where, yeah, just a bloodthirsty TNC, and in particular Demon, who's always out there like, I'm going to get him. I got him with the mana leak. I'll just poke him down.
Yeah.
Overextends a bit too much and hands over a nice little forgiving kill. Sumail.
Yeah, that can quickly happen. And right now, it's just a little bit TNC having to slow down and find their own pace in this game, because they need levels before they can make these plays. They don't really have that much coming in from Mirana, who doesn't have enough items yet. Once you have the Aghanims, of course, you can always look for kills, but this early, EG are actually king in terms of ganking.
Fear seems to be building up an armlet on his Legion commanders. Does that seem fitting for where this game is going?
Oh yeah, I think so. If you get farmed on Legion Commander and Ember, so you have armlets on the Legion with the Empower, you're gonna be really powerful in any form of high ground siege or pushing power. And that's where I think they might struggle, so addressing the issue.
Zai could be caught between multiples here. Salmon comes in from the right, Hughes on the left. Catch between, but Universe is here now. They turn around with their own dust play. PBD makes his move, catches with a missile, and they're going to take that Bounty Hunter down. And EG.
They'll drag him away, his corpse.
My family, my friends, come back. Sorry, buddy. You are now in the pocket of EG as they advance their lead now 6-3. Not too much in the net worth department because, you know, there is a testament to TNC with their continued farm grind on their Naga and such.
Yeah. TPing in top now, trying to get some experience here as Bounty Hunter, who's had quite of a struggle here. 0-3 on the Bounty. Can't really find his pace.
Yeah, tomes are probably coming his way in the future because you got to get to that level 6 and you got to get that track online.
Yeah, really. And it seems like Ember is getting away quite silently in this game as well. He has been farming a lot. 69 CS first 10 minutes is really good. He is out farming the Naga for now as well. Keeping a good pace.
Pretty much matching up neck and neck with his own fellow core Fear in the CS department too, who's in addition to benefiting from high CS game, he's got already 2 duels under his belt. It's pretty damn hard here and is maintaining control in this top lane where EU has to just be forced to sit and watch and just sap some XP if possible. Zai is on stacking duty.
Now that he completed this is kind of the time. Oh wow, he gets the duel! EU walks too close and there's a sentry ward.
Oh man.
Oh no, that's just a freebie for him. Gets his armlet, gets 10 more duel damage. This is 10 minutes in, 11 minutes now. Plus 30 at this pace. This Legion Commander is going to get massive.
TNC, though, not looking to take too many shots on the chin and allow EG to get away with it here. They make their own play. A smoke, a Moonlight Shadow, but Universe is already pulled off, sensing something's a bit fishy here, and he's out. Makes it away before any sort of spottage.
Quite easy to make that read, as well as top lane. The tower is just undefended after the bounty hunter goes down.
EG on their own move to see if they can intercept anyone from TNC trying to migrate to the top part of the map.
They're looking for the fish, the farming fish of Cuckoo.
Where is he? Where is that fish? He's actually up and over by the secret shop, finishing out a camp as he gets closer and closer to that mighty relic. Still needs more time, though.
Yeah, he needs quite a bit more time.
What's happening down here? Fear showed up to the top tier 1, though, and he is waiting behind this tower now for EG to come. PPD and Zyre on the way, planting a sentry to see if they are in vision, but they did miss the obs ward that was behind them, so TNC see this movement and quickly pull out.
Yeah, they're gonna run away, hide in the tree line. Demon, though, might be caught
Demon,
up.
oh god, he came out from the side shop and right through the middle and into the lane. Old man Dota going to be swapped back. Raven's here, though, and so Sam, so at least they might get a little bit of redemption, but a quick purge from Fear denies the lasso play. Sam doesn't want to let him get away with this one, and it looks like he's going to try to go for it, but Sam now going to get dueled up and slashed by Fear. Can Fear get more damage under his belt?
No.
He cannot. Just at the end of the duel, they will get the takedown. Raven, who is still in the heat of the fight right here, will be able to get the last shot on Zai, but will still lose his own life. And to all people, Waga, it's to Sumail.
Yeah, this is going beautifully for EG right now. Just so happy. Sure, you didn't get the dual damage, but guess what? Money talks. They have enough gold now to get a Blink Dagger as well for Legion. And with the tower going down, this is getting really scary, the pace at which EG are ramping up.
Ooh, PPD TP's away. Very close to getting canceled there from the Bounty Hunter, while Fear stuck behind, gets mana leaked up. He waits for it to be concluded, but now they're looking to make chase. But Zai's here now, just as they relocate Cuckoo into the fight.
Yeah, but he's not really ready for fighting. This build, he just want to keep farming. Can't do so much, even if he comes here.
I didn't even notice, but I guess he used his song not long ago.
Oh, yeah.
I guess probably in the heat of one of the other fights.
Yeah.
Got a mix with a long cooldown at level 1, so if something EG had spotted, it's something they could use to their advantage.
For sure. Right now, just a little bit of a farming break here for TNC, trying to get more on the Batrider in the jungle, but I don't think EG are looking to slow down. They're gonna come and contest this.
Oh, for sure.
And they're stacking up their own Ancients quite a bit, so the Ember, with that Empower, he has the level 4 on Sleight of Fist. He could already start to farm this up. And in fact, it's gonna be Legion.
Yeah, Universe almost has his blink. This is going to be prime time very quick for EG. And we'll have to see. I mean, obviously for TNC and the lineup that they have committed to, they are not going to be in their prime for a little while here. Naga with the Radiance still in the works, only just completing her Sacred Relic. Batrider, he has his drums, but the blink has got a while.
It just doesn't seem like this TNC lineup does what they normally do in terms of aggression. Yes, they went towards what EG were banning out a lot in the first series, like, oh, you don't like being ratted, but EG have drafted themselves into such a nice position. Oh, swap comes out, Bounty, gonna go down again here.
Yep.
And that's 0-5-0 on the poor Bounty. And
it's not going to get any easier because if
Yeah.
you're not making that early game impact, that's kind of where I feel similar like an Earth Spirit. Like if you're not making that early game impact, you have a real hard time finding your way back in the game. Farming is just not as easy of an option. And then once they start 5-manning, especially for the Bounty Hunter, you know, pickoffs or anything is just few limited, very, very limited.
yeah, definitely. And they're gonna try and take this fight here.
Oh, they got
Arrow?
Zai. Nice little arrow there. Quickly pings himself. Will EG be able to assist? They blinding light him to the low ground. He's going to be good. Raven's the one in trouble now as Universe steps in with a big RP and they skewer her back. Bottom is going to get dropped, and Zai is still good. EG claimed 2 lives and lose nobody. Finally, he will get dropped. Spoke too soon for that one, but nonetheless, another promising trade for EG when it was TNC trying to catch him from behind.
Really great for them. Gonna be very happy with the outcome there as they can push the mid tower a little bit more. Also looking for a duel here. Legion Commander, Fear.
Oh god, careful Bounty Hunter. He had been put into a hurt locker. No detection on PPD though.
Yeah, right now they just need to split more. They have the Radiance coming up just soon on the Nagasar, and after his tower, he's gonna have enough money for it. For Naga, that's when the game starts.
Yeah, the problem is that with Tier 2 pressure already coming, I don't know how much of a game is going to be left for her at this rate. But we saw in the last game, you know, EG had so much of an advantage, but TNC is tenacious as ever. That's got to be what the T stands for, by the way, because they will be resilient. They will hold this one out until they're in some sort of forced submission state. But Fear, I mean, just after what felt like him grabbing his Blink Dagger, has got 2k gold. Zai needs to be a bit careful here. Gets in with the Mana Leak, pops the Darkness, and TNC do not want to pursue, but they might have no choice. Sumail steps in, gets off a nice little slight, but yeah, he jumped out and back towards the mid lane for his team to kind of clean up the rest. Fear will be there to assist as he quickly nukes down and finishes off Demon.
You could probably have kept him alive and just kill him with the duel instead. He didn't want to kill the old man, he just wanted to catch up to him.
Thanks for being so forgiving there, old man Fear. He relates to the oldness.
He definitely does. Still kills him.
Doesn't relate that much, I guess.
Okay.
Nonetheless, you know, EG get what they need from this bottom lane and will set back to course on being able to progress forward and being able to close this one out. Let's see how Sumail's doing. He's got the basics.
He does have the basics. The Blink and the Boots of Travel is something that Arteezy and Sumail have played a lot in the past when they spammed Ember. Is a really strong build that can fight early on. So it doesn't look to go full farming, and since you have the Empower anyway, you still have a poor man's Battle Fury.
Yeah.
It's a really good fighting build. That's all you can really say. He gets in on the Caudle very easily now, and can also catch even Mirana when she blinks away. Or leaps away.
Naga game's beginning, though, as we can see the illusions going to work. I guess if these illusions do scale and tankiness, I suppose, there's not the best options for EG to kind of deal with them, except for, you know, of course, Ember's Slight to help a bit, but...
I think they're just going to build up Legion Commander with a Heart or Mjolnir immediately. One of those two. He could go for the Desolator as well. In fact, he did pick up... He picked up the Ultimate Orb, so going for maybe a Linken's even. Interesting. Not an item I expected on the Legion Commander here. I think he could have been near immortal if he had the Heart.
Spotted just briefly by the sentry. PPD gets the missile off, swaps him back. Meanwhile, Sumail gets his own pick, but we're not done here. It's Fear who steps up, claims the extra bit of damage, and 2 will go down across the board here.
Sumail just chasing down on the Batrider, and he could not get away from this aggressive little Batrider play, but that's more dual damage, and it's 1 extra pick off on the Batrider, who at least has his Blink Dagger, so he didn't get delayed on that one. But TNC, they don't really have openings to go on right now. They just need to slow the game down. They kind of picked themselves into this spot where you need to get Manta, Octarine on your Naga, and of course Travels.
Yeah.
So you're still a way off before you can take over control of the game and play that Dota that EG seem to hate.
But I don't think like the rest of TNC are going to be ready for it. Once Naga gets to form where she could take most of the map, like what's going to be left for the rest of the team? You still got a Mirana core who's trying to finish out Nags, but she can't take too much farm away from the Naga. And then that means that Bounty Hunter, Caudle, Batrider outside of this point, I don't know where they plan on getting too much resources for themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I'm not sure.
Even now, it's, you know, like Naga's like, I got this camp, I got that camp.
It's just scary playing against the Night Stalker when he starts to take over more and more of the map. Right now it's daytime, but soon you're going into a long nighttime again. And
it's funny.
Not that easy.
Demon recalling Naga illusions even to separate lanes just to even get more function out of them and
right,
pushing out these lanes.
He's like, your micro is off. Let me help you there.
That's pretty funny. Not even an Axe, too. You had to commit the Spirit Form to help do that. That's pretty funny.
I guess there's nothing else really going down for him. And, yeah, we have Bounty Hunter looking for anything he can do right now.
Every time I come this way, though, I run into trouble.
It's not your neighborhood, Bounty. I'm sorry.
Able to get the one little obs down.
They saw him for a split second.
Yep, there it is. They see him for that
and
split second.
And they're going.
No, please! I just want to get a ward down and get the hell out. No! How dare you!
Fight me!
Every time he dares cross the river, EG are there somehow, some way.
I'm close to saying that this poor Bounty has had negative impact by this point. 0-7-0. And yeah, you even get an assist when you track someone and they get killed. So he hasn't even been in a track kill. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a bit easy now to label him as a bit of a non-factor, unfortunately, in this game. We'll have to see if he finds a way back, but Raven has been spotted inside the trees, shoved into that tree. He actually manages to get the leap off here as there's no silence, but there it is. It was her waiting on the high ground just for said moment. EG will be able to snag that one up, and then they go on their assault towards this mid lane. Naga TP towards the top lane here to make a go for this tier 1. Demon does have the Spirit Form to recall the Naga in case there is going to be an approach to the high ground here by EG.
Of course.
Which EG seemed to kind of be thinking about.
And they have seen the Magnus as they keep it in, so they know that not everyone is there. Duel?
Duel for Sam. It's a good one. Fear now sports 72 bonus damage. He's 10-0 on his
21 minutes in.
It's out of control. One of the most dominating Legion Commander performances at this TI for sure.
Oh, definitely. Most definitely. He's doing really well. Cuckoo on top lane, trying to kill Universe here, actually. Chasing after. Not going to be able to catch him, though. Not enough levels in the ensnare.
Looks like he will be able to get recalled back. Woo!
Ooh, that was close.
Any damage would have canceled that. And Zai was close.
Yeah, he was thinking about using his ulti as well, but he saw the Night Stalker coming in from the side with the ward and decided, I have time. Ice cold Cuckoo.
And he tries his best to stall things out by pushing through that top lane, and now they need to go to work on the opposite side of the map here, pushing out this bottom lane, while EG just look to finish out the remaining pieces. There's still
definitely.
2 tier 2s on the outskirts of TNC for pretty much free money for EG at this point.
They're
And then,
also,
possible
looking
rose.
really farmed now. They almost have the entire Battle Fury here. Completing it with one more CS is Sumail.
So, it's
So
like
with Empower and that,
that's like a double Battle Fury, of course.
that's going to hurt a lot.
Let's watch this creep wave.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have the Battle Fury yet. He's going to send it out very soon, or even jump back to base.
Oh yeah, he didn't even have the Battle Fury, and he hits it that hard. This is
And
bad.
if he times his Sleight of Fist to right when the Naga uses her illusion, he can almost instant kill the Naga as well. So in the team fights, you have to be pretty careful as Naga player to not be close to that. Of course, tier 2 top tower looking pretty much lost at this point.
Fear's here.
And this is where you would want to go Roshan, but looking at TNC's lineup, they don't really have anything at all that kills Rosh. So EG can just keep going here.
Yeah, it
Nothing
looks
really
like
to
they
worry.
will here. Top lane, they have Universe's RP waiting in the back. And they're seeing if maybe he can fish someone out. They even send a wave up into the high ground there. PPD has got the level 2 swap right now. And Sumail's going to be one to dive in. It forces out a Moonlight Shadow. Both the Bounty Hunter and Demon take a lot of damage, even from that one slight.
Fear getting a lot of damage done. That tower is already down to below 50% HP. They can back off if they want to. They prepared for the next push, but they want to make a play here and now. I suppose they are respecting the Roche fight of TNC, so rather take the fight here. Oh, close to getting Batrider.
Linked in for the chains, not going to be able to get it. Fear's Lincolns will be popped.
And I think that's going to be it. I think they're going to get out now.
Yeah, don't want to be waiting around too long. They pull off as TNC begin to creep out these Naga illusions and force all the other lanes back and away into the kind of game that EG don't want to be stuck in here. So the pressure will keep coming up. Zai continues his buildup of his Ags. He's got 2 of those 4 components already done. And we look at Universe here. What did he just recently grab? Has he got something here? No? I guess he's just got a mobility tool belt.
Yeah, I mean, he has what he needs. The Blink and Force Staff is really more than you expect from your offlaner anyway at this point. So with the smoke up here, they have a big window to catch kills. And smoke from Raven as well. TNC, you might be going into a trap.
Ooh, Sam just beelines it for PPD, gets the lasso pullback. They're going to quickly purge it off. Then a jump in, Universe RP, skewers back. There's a duel. He's going to get the damage, and they quickly wipe the floor with 2.
Oh no, Cuckoo's here.
Get hit, and they hit right back harder. But Cuckoo is here. He pops out the song. Universe very low. Zai very low. Demon charging up the blast right now. Can they sync it together? They will get the blast off, but they quickly jump back and away. EG reposition. They look to re-engage. They're going to get the 1 swift kill. They'll get the follow-up grab. 4 go down. Cuckoo the only survivor.
And none was lost. EG, all of them survived. Very low HP on plenty of them as well, but they get everything. The dual damage, 4 kills, and Cuckoo had to run away and tell the story to whoever is left.
No one. His illusions, that's who he gets to talk to.
Yep.
And they're
Crazy,
not a
man.
very conversing bunch. He's just going to have to get back and grind through his farm here as the mighty EG becomes...
This is very reminiscent of the game where Fear played Ursa. He's 12-0-2 right now. He's just having a very dominant game, and of course you can say the same for rest of EG. I mean, 2-0-15 on the support Venge, 4-0-9 on the mid laner. The only ones who died was really Zai and Universe on the off lane in the beginning, and they've been having, you know, pretty fluent game as well, doing whatever they want.
So we'll have to see what the next move of TNC is going to be. A very offensive one there. Punishes them quite a bit, but I don't know how much time they have to really go too far out from home here. With Sumail covering base here at the top lane. Looks like he'll quickly head his business out, but you know, any little bits of farm that are in their own jungle or in a nearby lane, Naga's taking it.
Yeah.
So you don't know what the rest of TNC can really do here.
She's taking it, and now she has the Manta style, but she still needs one more item. The Octarine, that's when you really start to be ultra useful in terms of split pushing. But it takes a while before you can do much against this EG lineup. And at the pace that EG are picking up items as well, they're so far ahead in net worth that I think Naga is going to find it to be really hard to fight. What is Fear building into? He has the entire Assault Cuirass soon. 200 gold off.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. Armlet, Blink, Lincolns, and Assault Cuirass.
Pretty good game here. And if you have him in your fantasy cards, he's top of the fantasy points right now too, if anyone's curious. So
Yes, he's doing really well.
I had a gold Fear card. I opted not to use it today.
Man, Mirana in general seems like a hero that people get tons of fantasy points on. Even Raven in this game, not really a dominant performance at all. 3, 4, and 2, 156 CS, but he's still second in the fantasy points.
Wonder what that is.
Well, the stunts are super long duration, right? So I think that might be it. I'm not sure exactly what else it is, but she does do a lot of AoE damage with the Aghanims, so damage dealt is probably high. Anyway, that's just a little tidbit as we're looking at TNC, still trying to avoid EG.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. We see it in a couple of these games. You're just getting bullied about, and you feel like any move you make outside the base ends up just kind of leading to your own demise here. So you really got to dig deep to kind of formulate something to kind of catch a team like EG now by surprise, especially when they're so farmed up and above. The options just feel like there's so few.
Yeah, definitely. And that's pretty true as well. But EG, at the same time as you're not finding farm on TNC, EG are just racking up so much. They almost have the entire Daedalus now on a Battle Fury Empower Ember. This is looking very grim. I think they need to do some desperation smokes and just look to be the aggressors. Else they might just end up this game with two players not being part of a single kill. The 0-0-0 score on Cuckoo. This is the type of Dota that EG said that they hate.
And almost trying to make TNC regret going for it at this rate. Is that that's what EG were planning on right now. They head down this top lane. I mean, Naga's getting pretty swole. You can't deny that. She's nearly matched up in the net worth with both Sumail and Fear, but she is just one lady with a lot of illusions.
That is true.
I mean, you can only give her so much to just be the one. I mean, it's her, and then Mirana's kind of there.
I guess it's one more thing as well. They're fearful to keep taking fights because they know that Fear is probably going to get at least one duel win every time you take a fight anyway. At this point, he's so farmed, it's going to be hard to deny that. Maybe with a good song timing, you can do it. So we'll have to see if they can make a good base hold here with a Coddle.
Yeah, otherwise EG comes in, takes what they need, and walk away from this series with 2 wins and 2 points when they're already pretty much out in front of their group.
Oh, definitely.
With 5 points to their name, I believe. So putting them up in the 7 points could help secure them an upper bracket spot and claim a good chunk of money right off the bat here. Fear, Lincoln's popped as Manley comes through. Sumail steps in, gets a casual slight for Demon. Demon, well, he gets hit by the skewer. The arrow's going to be there. A jump in from the Mirana to get off the Starstorm now, but Batrider leads him with a lasso that's quickly going to get him killed. Cuckoo now with the song looking to move in here. Can he take down Fear? He wants it. Tries to surround him. Raven's going to be there as well with the Starstorm ready to go. Is it going to be more than enough? He tries to self-purge, but no. He will get dropped. Finally, Fear gets taken out. It's a huge bounty.
Ember.
But when there's a Fear going down, there's an Ember coming up, and that's Sumail. He's got 7-0 and 10 to his name, and he just took the names of 3.
That
now
DD
going
rune
for the racks. He is just a beast.
The DD rune did so much in that fight, and that's buybacks used as well for TNC. They need to find something more here. Trying to go, catching out Zai, but he's too quick.
It's too quick. It's nighttime. He's running away. Can't catch up. No net for you, and EG make it out.
And that's also an Aghanim's Gem Night Stalker, so very hard to play Bounty Hunter from here on, trying to find anything. They did try and take the fight. They only lost the range racks, so they can still play around that. With the Naga Siren, it's still easy to split push. But that's EG making the first mark, and you get a lot of money for taking racks.
Oh,
it's not just about the base damage anymore.
Uh-oh, Cuckoo moves out, trying to run for Zai. Universe meets her, hits her with an RP, and that's it. Okay.
Yeah, Night Stalker can't really do much about that, as of course the Manta style is up, but Sumail,
he's moving in. He wants to get Demon. He'll get that kill.
He recalls in Raven so he can witness his death.
Yeah. Be there for me. He goes down, though. Sumail adds another one under his belt, and EG could possibly make a new approach if they want, but they're going to have to try to push back this bottom lane soon enough because Sam has been out here putting in some work trying to relieve the pressure back at his base.
Man, Sumail is really cooking right now. He's got 4,000 gold again after the Daedalus. It's just seems like he's picking up items every other minute here, and probably might be picking up the Aegis as well, or put it on Fear. Seems to be the case here.
It's going to be Fear. Fear picks that one up. He moves in, still sports that 86 bonus damage, and him and Sumail both bring plenty of deeps for the team.
Yeah, hitting really hard, both of them. And we see Raven just pushing on top lane. Might see EG going down the mid lane and going high ground. They would probably prefer taking top lane fight though. A little bit easier to fight when the tower is gone already.
Looks like an MKB there for Sumail too. I guess just in case, maybe?
Yeah.
Unless it's a rapier.
They do have the Radiance effect as well,
Yeah.
so there is evasion. But most likely MKB coming up.
All right, here's EG. They're back. They're looking to finish up what they started in this top lane. The range is already down. They want to get the melee. Fear's out in front. He gets hit. Lincoln's goes down. Mana Leak's there. He doesn't care too much about it, but he does get hit with the blind away. He'll sit there, get knocked, purges everything off, backs on out. So a little bit of casual siege damage, but nothing too dramatic here yet for TNC.
And the creep wave coming in as well, so now they can go again.
PPD moved in, was able to drop down a ward. It might have been spotted go down, and so does the Rax. So first big hit there by EG.
Yeah, melee Rax being gone. That's going to be harder to deal with. All that bulk on the melee creep's HP. Hard for Radiance to burn that down.
Yeah, when, you know, like, Bounty Hunter is not going to really offer a whole lot to try to spam out these waves. Demon can, but Demon doesn't have an Axe yet, so. And he doesn't even have a fully leveled up Illuminate. You know, it's on Naga. Lots of Naga, Bat Rider Fire, and I guess Mirana could certainly do her own thing there.
MKB being picked up just now by Sumail as well, as he completes his third DPS item. He's going to hit extremely hard. And I think they might just be waiting for an opportunity to go smoke gang right now. Octarine is complete on Cuckoo, so now he can really start to strangle the map a little bit with that, but it's a good thing for EG that they took Rax on top. It's gonna make it slower for him.
Yeah, she won't have buyback, but I don't imagine EG could be making an approach too soon, unless they happen to see the Octarine and figure they will make an advancement, but...
It's so hard to lock her down though, since she can Manta Style as well, and
Yeah.
she has a lot of HP, a lot of saves on her team.
And a song and everything like that. It's very, very tough.
Yeah, they're just gonna 5-man, go bottom, and guard this creep wave as they're pushing along. Look at Jimmy, sitting in the tree lines. Is he gonna be spotted this time?
We've seen this before. That's when he
We
relocated the Beastmaster.
Oh, he TP's away, but... Oh, so close.
He's gone.
Yeah, Legion was right next to him when he disappeared.
And then back at bottom lane, look who's cutting the wave here. Sam trying his best to not allow EG to easily be able to move up into the base once this wave does go down.
Yeah, but they're just committing on this one wave.
Oh! That one hurt. Coddle gets wrecked
Yeah,
in
he
the
didn't,
back lines.
didn't look at the timer for a creep spawn. Happened to be standing next to it at 30 seconds.
There goes Cuckoo, quick Manta to try to avoid the latch down there from Sumail, but this tier 3 has been dropped. The Rax is exposed. Sumail looks to make a move for the Bounty Hunter, but he gets hidden under the Moonlight Shadow. All of them tracked up here, but
No creeps
no
now,
threat
but
at all.
they don't care.
They do not. Arrow flies out. The backdoor protection could help a little bit. Fear gets hit with the arrow. Burn comes through. He's going to lose his Aegis.
Oh, the
And
Radiance
EG
starts
looking
hurting.
to pull off. Sumail very low. Gets lassoed up, pulled back. He is tracked, but they get a nice little save there. The song comes out, and Sumail TP's away. Meanwhile, on the other side, nice time arrow right there. They should be able to burst down Fear. Looks like they'll be able to get it.
Oh, God.
Raven with the double kill, but Sumail again. Big slide of fist. Secures a double kill for him, too.
Yeah, but these are the track kills that they need on TNC.
They are.
Sumail's still fighting, though.
Oh, yeah, he needs another. He's going to move in for the slight.
Oh!
No, he gets arrowed in the face. Raven with the ultra kill, man. He
Look at
brings
the
in
money.
the money.
Oh, God. Ultra kill with track and being behind so far. They were 20,000 net worth behind, and he gets an ultra kill. That is a rich Mirana right now. Whew. Okay, that was actually a very impressive base hold. They do lose the range tracks, but again, they need to take the melee axe to stop this Naga from doing what she does. An impressive team fighting, in fact, by TNC. Being 20,000 gold behind, it is not simple to take these fights.
Tenacious, man. These guys will hold.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
They really fight for everything, and I think EG just got caught out. That song was perfectly timed to stop the duel as well. So just good execution by TNC, and the arrows, of course. Especially that last one on Sumail. If he didn't land that one, he would have died.
Yep. Good heads-up play here. EG will be forced to take that one on the chin and pull out a bit of a reset here if they want to make a new approach to try to close this one out. TNC always seeming to force EG. A team that loves to just get the kind of game they want and then just run over their opponent. They force EG to take this into the later innings of the game.
Definitely.
The final stretch.
And the thing about this is as well that EG, that was a fight with Aegis. If they don't have Aegis, it might be harder. Mid, Cuckoo is really close to them. He's looking to set up with a song, but gonna think better of it. That's the thing about Naga as well. You don't really know if it's just illusions close to you or if it's real. But
especially at this late in the game, and the illusions almost feel just as strong as she is. TNC, they'll take any sort of breathing room they can outside their base to find the little bits of farm here, while EG just try to get back to where they were once before. They finally get themselves past the river. They decide to smoke, and they head straight up north here.
Yeah, but they have also been spotted out, I believe, as they nuke the lane creeps here, trying to find anyone, but everyone of TNC falling back.
Drop a couple of wards for the high ground, and
now with the Naga Siren Diffusal as well, a little bit stronger in the fights now. Let's see if they can get more base damage.
Arrow to fly, Universe already caught two with an RP. Braunbrack right back into a Sumail Slide of Fist, which quickly takes both the Bat and the Coddle out of the equation here, but Cuckoo follows up. There's a Song, looks to make a move in, but now EG have hit their stride. They pop their BKBs, they make their move in. The Bounty Hunter is going to be ripped to shreds, and the rest of TNC have to waltz back into the fountain to heal up from all the damage that has just been done.
Puts a stop to it. He's like, nope, now we're going to be done with this. Gets 2 kills that don't have buybacks. Beautiful RP. And you can see how quickly they burst as well.
To the Megas here.
Yeah, and at 38 minutes with 3 people dead, Megas already, and all 5 alive, this game is over.
Raven locked down, charged back throughout the duel, still gets the winner, 104 bonus damage. Fear with a 13-2 performance. Sumail 14-1. Both cores just really putting on a show here for EG fans. And
oh, definitely.
TNC also mad respect their way. They've had a hell of a group stage run so far, pulling out many upsets along the way, and
they're
almost some here, but they are still fighting. Taking it back to Fear now, as Fear thinks he's got it. If he can get a proc, he could take out Raven, but not going to be able to get it. The Song ends up almost saving Fear there, avoiding the arrow trouble. Eventually will get burned down. Demon, though, stunned up by PPD. Looks like right clicks are coming for him, while Sumail is being the Fountain Keeper. He wants Cuckoo. He gets him, but gets blasted back into the fountain.
They're just diving at this point.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit. They're just diving in. Okay, they're going to die in the end. Buyback was used by Naga, but at this point, TNC, as we said, they don't want to give up for anything. I believe that EG are wondering why they didn't give up at this point. But I think when they all respawn, they can just go and end this. At any rate, you got to say that TNC, they tried to do something that they picked up in the first game. That could be a weakness of EG, the split push and so on. But I think it hurted them more than it hurts EG. TNC play an amazing aggressive Dota.
Yeah.
They know how to utilize their spells. They combo really well. And when they have these heroes, they just don't seem to operate as well. They're not a greedy team that wants to farm up like this.
Yeah, unfortunately with so much Dota going on, I wasn't really able to seriously watch TNC, but I think based on some of their picks, they found some success earlier today with some of this more split, tactile kind of Dota. But I would agree with you that their aggressive Dota at least seem to fit the bill a lot better when you're approaching a team like EG.
Yeah, look at the Bounty Hunter. He's easily split pushing this by running out and then going invis. So he's just stacking the mega creeps right now. I don't know if it's actually going to be good for them.
He's like, I can't do anything. The creeps hurt me.
This is sort of how you prepare the creeps to kill your base. He's stacking 3 waves of mega creeps. This is going to hurt when it gets to your base, dude.
Like, bring them to a neutral camp or something, I guess.
And they don't actually have any splash apart from the Naga Siren with her
What is happening
damage.
here? Fear's like, what is this kid doing?
I mean, there's just a train of creeps coming in.
Uh-oh, and someone TPing onto him here.
Oh, more creeps.
He's like, please don't do this. I didn't want this to happen.
Yeah, about that. That's a lot of mega creeps coming your way.
Look at them all. Half of them are like, we'll just take the river.
Yep. This is a shortcut. They already reached that waypoint on the top, so... Meanwhile, Night Stalker's gonna die. Everyone is dropping their items on bottom. TNC, what are you doing, guys?
I think they're just clowning around right now. They killed Zion, dropped everything they had in front of them.
You think?
Emptied their pockets.
Oh, yeah.
Here come the creeps, though. From their long expedition, they skip over TNC and head right into the base. for the back door.
Yep, the creeps are going to finish this game. They're going for it.
Meanwhile, Raven caught up by Universe here, catches with the RP, skewers away from Sumail. He's dead. Meanwhile, in the upper front, Fierce says, I gotta be KP. I don't care about your pesky song. Slashes down a couple. Sumail's there to help, and that is game. EG will walk away from this series with 2 points and 2 wins.
Yep, GG gets called by Demon. And that's it, 2-0.
That's exactly the shout out to Bruno. He's not a big fan of the whole Radiant split game.
Yeah, he's hoping. He's hoping PPD. Well, that's a 2-0 series, but as one-sided as this second game was, the first game TNC showed a lot of strength, and I think they were closer to taking a game off EG than some of the other teams that we have seen.
For sure. Definitely a team you cannot underestimate, and something that I'm sure a lot of the teams who happen to be watching this will be taking note of. TNC can be that sleeper team, and next thing you know, they find their way into the upper bracket and make a lot of money. But
yeah, could happen.
EG, a team who are rising back up to the expectations we were holding for them months ago. Since then they had an awkward showing at the Star Series, but they're now at top of the group and starting to look more like their TI champion selves.
Yeah, they're definitely playing amazing. I think EG are going to be definitely one of the upper bracket kids coming out of this group stage, but we'll see.
All right, Wagga, this means we have a heat off, so we're done for now. We'll take a break and come back for heat number 4 and 5, so we'll leave you with a bit of a break, but when you come back, there's going to be plenty more TI6 group stage action to come. Congratulations once again to EG. We'll see you later for more Dota action.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Group B action. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Mott. It's Digital Chaos, currently sitting 3-1 atop Group B, and I believe what is a 4-way tie. VGR at the bottom of the group, 0-4, still looking for their first win. Mott, VGR have a lot to prove in this series.
They really do. Obviously, it comes back to the fact that they're missing on one of their best players in Yang, having some visa issues, so they have to bring in their coach, Mikasa. And, well, they started off with a pretty bad record so far, but I will point out that the two teams that they played against was Secret in the first series, I believe, and then it was Newbie in the second series. So that is a rough start for them, obviously, in terms of who they have to play against. However, DC, obviously, pretty good opponents, but I think Vici Reborn might have the potential to take a game here.
Yeah, and on top of that, they got rid of Nono. They benched him as previously their star mid player. Then they brought back in Mikasa, but no longer able to use Yang as the offlaner. So I believe it's Mikasa who's taken over that role, right? And now it's Nono playing the mid lane.
Yes, I believe so.
It is Nono in his customary role. The coach, definitely a versatile player. And has played quite a few roles back in his day, but still, it's not an ideal situation for VGR. They will be underdogs in this series, probably in every series until they start putting some wins on the board. Let's see if they can do it here. So draft quickly getting underway. A first overall pick, Shadow Demon, to start things off. What do you expect out of DC?
From DC, they've had some interesting picks so far in this tournament. They've done a lot of different stuff, which I think has been pretty cool. Obviously, they've played a little bit of Ursa. They've been playing a little bit of Razor. They did Alchemist the other day. Invoker, I think, was played by Weeha as well. So a lot of Batrider is kind of what I expect to see. I think it might be banned, though. So, yeah, DC banned that out. They'll pick up the Eye, which is another hero they've been picking up a little bit, I believe. Not 100% sure about that. But
will they take the Mirana? VGR already with Shadow Demon. Mirana, a great partner for that. Also, just a generally good scaling core or support. And DC have played quite a bit of Mirana. We've seen Miseria in the 4 role, playing it a lot. I think it was in the qualifiers the last time we saw him, as well as at Star Ladder. So, still remains to be seen.
Does Weehop play it in mid lane at all, or no? I can't remember a game where I've seen Weehop play it mid.
No, I think it's mostly been a 4 position for them. I want to say I saw Resolution play it once, but they go Sandcane instead. So Sandcane pretty early in the draft as well. This is a hero that's been stock rising as of late. Generally, where we see him excel is when he gets help in the off lane. And I've seen him more often on the Radiant side, but DC going to pick him up on the Dire. So quite likely this could be a dual lane off lane. It could be a support duo, but generally Sandcane has been played as a core as of late.
Moo used to love this hero. Like, it used to be one of his favorites. So the fact that they pick it up now is not super shocking to me. The fact that they pick it up second, as you had mentioned, is kind of surprising to me. I don't see it wouldn't have gotten banned. They haven't picked it in this tournament yet, so I don't know why they go for it second. But they clearly have a plan with it. They want to get something done. They have the IO to go with whoever. I do like the Luna ban there, as DC actually played Shadow Demon Luna recently. In one of the games they played, and they did it very well. So I think they saw that Shadow Demon was picked up. They know how powerful Luna could be with that hero with the illusions, so they banned it out.
Worth mentioning, so far Drow ignored in this series, a hero that has been a game winner in most of the others that we've cast, but not being picked up early. Another one of the cheesier options. Huskar gets taken out of the pool. I like the Juggernaut reply. Blade Fury is very good against Caustic Finale. He's also a difficult hero to burst down with Epicenter as well as Burrow Strike, and he's pretty open-ended as far as lane goes. So they can lane him against the Sand King. They can put him mid instead. I think they probably want that matchup with the Jug versus the Sand King, whether it's mid, whether it's bottom. Even if the Sand King goes safe lane, maybe they move the Jug there. But it gives you flexibility with your lanes. And that's important to have when you don't know what DC are going to do. The Sand King could be in pretty much any role. The IO almost certainly in a support role, but where the IO focuses its attention remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, right now this is both a pretty open-ended draft for both teams at this point in time, so I do think the Huskar ban is very, very apt. Vici Gaming Reborn got Huskar'd twice yesterday, I believe, by, I can't remember what squad it was, but they
Was
did
it Secret? I think it was Secret.
I think it might have been Secret. Yeah, you're right. It was Secret. They got 2-0'd by them, and they picked Huskar in both games. And I don't know how VGR just said, okay, we got Huskar once. Let's let it go through again, and then
Just ban the hero.
yeah, and they do this time around.
Or have a good strategy for dealing with. Like, what Wings had today should have worked against Huskar. They misplayed horribly, and OG made some great plays. But I think there are ways to beat Huskar. I don't think you have to ban him, but especially once you lose to him once, it's just say it. You want to at least have a shot in the game and not just immediately lose 2 points because you can't deal with Huskar.
Yeah, I agree with you. Huskar is just something you should be taking out of the pool from the get-go if you don't know how to deal with it. And, of course, they have done so. Vici Gaming Reborn, they'll ban out the Alchemist, they'll ban out the Aerospirit, they'll ban out the Huskar, and they have one more ban to go left with, of course, 2 minutes left in reserve time. So there's plenty of time to go and think about what they want to ban. Not only that, but what they want to pick as well. Although first pick coming out of this phase is going to be for DC. What is available that is premium, in your opinion? What do you think is the best pick here for DC out of out of this phase?
It depends on the Sand King's role. I still think Mirana's a really strong option. They have good setup now for the arrow with the Burrow Strike. It's a lot of magic damage, so if someone gets a Veil, then it adds up. Yeah, you can't kill Juggernaut with it, and there indeed is the Mirana. But it's still good outside of that, and if Juggernaut's forced to Blade Fury, he's already playing defensively. VGR...
Well, you do have a Jug at least with Blade Fury against Starstorm, which is kind of nice, but that's the one good thing.
I like the Jug a lot in this game. I think Jug's a really strong pick, and I'm just wondering... VGR, like, overall game plan-wise, because when we saw them, the one game I saw with them yesterday, they ran the Alk for Nono. He got super far mid, and it looked like they were in control of the game, but got picked off, died repeatedly. Do they try to play a more up-tempo game? DC with this draft will be looking for kills in the mid-game, so having a defensive support and a strong, versatile carry who's not easily ganked is nice, but they still need their tempo controller. Batrider is okay this game. I would Relocate is a decent counter to it, but I still think a bat could work. For Mikasa, they go for something different, though. Disruption into Crush is a pretty convenient setup, but it's not really like the most reliable initiation later on in the game. It does give them huge physical damage burst against the 0 base armor IO, so it still leaves the lanes open. It could be a safe lane Slardar. I think you want to avoid the Sandkeen Slardar matchup, though. To me, that's probably the biggest issue with running a melee core is most of them just won't lane well against Sandking.
Yeah, I mean, the Slardar pick is certainly something that's... I don't know if any teams really run it so far. I think maybe 1 or 2 teams have picked it up.
He was all the rage back, I think it was at Shanghai.
Yeah, that's very true. But...
Back when physical damage was king.
Yeah, and the amp damage nerf they did to him, I think they nerfed something else alongside the amp damage nerf.
He got some small tweaks. I think it's more that just a lot of the magic damage here has got a lot stronger.
Very true.
So your traditional physical damage dealers kind of fell off in popularity. DC go now into Morphlane. So this is a hero that hugely benefits from the IO tether, the regen that it provides, as well as the mobility, and can later on be a good source of pick-off potential. Man, VGR, no Elder Titan available. The best Morphling counter is probably AA, but AA is also food for heroes like Sandkin and Mirana if it gets caught out in the mid-game, so wonder if they will go for it.
Well, they still need, like you said, it could be AA, it could be, there's plenty of other supports ready and willing to be picked up as well.
Lion is pretty good here,
I think so too.
Lion Shadow Demon's a little awkward.
Trying to think of what they're going to pick up for end.
Okay.
Well, that's a good support.
It's all Secret running the Kunkka
DC ran this as well, so they know what to do. They know what to expect with the Kunkka. But it generally is going to be it's like the good old Shadow Demon disruption into support or to Torrent combination. Whereas usually sometimes you'll just do the X for the Torrent combination. Now you can get away with just having the disruption first and foremost, or even a Ring Crush as well. Might be helpful in that regard. So.
Who was the team that we saw the Kunkka Ags from? Was that DC?
That was OG at Summit, and I want to say Grand Finals, and it was awful. It just like...
Yeah. You're not picking this hero for the Ags.
No Tail did it as a core. He played it as a core, and he got it like at the end of the game, right before they were about to lose. He threw the boat, and it hit one person. It was like the axe, and that was it. I was like, that was super underwhelming. So, I don't know. Maybe probably not going to be the Kunkka Ags. However, I would like to see it again, maybe with better
I would like
luck.
to see it work, but
Yes,
it's
exactly.
a fairly underwhelming upgrade as far as
It
Ags
is.
go. The last ban will be a morph, or a life stealer. Yeah, they have a decent vehicle in the Slardar. But VGR
Reserve time.
What
looks
do
like
they
a
need to get
support
rid of?
Kunkka, support Shadow Demon. So they're likely looking for a mid hero. As far as heroes that really combine well with Slardar, besides Life Stealer, there's Death Prophet. A bit vulnerable to burst damage, but they do like this game. They have the defensive supports. They have Kunkka's boat. They have disruption. We saw in the OG Wing series there was another Death Prophet pick, but had no defensive support. So I think this is a much better game if VGR want to go for that. It also lanes pretty well against Mirana. Morphlane maybe struggles against the dual lane a bit.
I was thinking about what hero they were going to ban for DC and Oracle fits that mold. They need another support as well, but I am interested in VGR's pick. I know you're touching on it. I want to see what they go for here.
Yeah, I think that Prophet's decent.
Yeah.
There's Razor already been banned.
10 seconds.
I think this is supposed to be an end hero unless they play Slaughter for him, but unless they do
Well,
Juggernaut,
he
could
plays
do
the
Juggernaut.
Jug.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
will play the Jug.
That's true.
So I think you're looking at a no hero.
Yeah, you're
with
probably right,
a
actually.
Mikasa Slardar.
Reserve time.
He played Jug against Newbie. It did not work well. He went Battle Fury and Scotty. That was the long game, I believe. It was an hour-long game.
He was pretty farmed that game.
Yeah, he had some serious cash, but they just couldn't take the victory, and that might have been their best chance. They go TA instead, so you're right. It's going to be the no-no TA in this situation.
Wow, that's not a bad. There's not that much damage over time.
No, there's very, in fact,
and
there's
it's
very
great
little.
with Slardar. but-
Against Mirana, it's pretty good until like she gets quad Starstorms, and then you're just like, well, I guess my refraction's gone because I got a quad Starstorm.
The main issue for VGR is if Slardar has a bad time in his lane, they don't have any way to start fights until much later in the game. Because come mid-game, Shadow Demon Kunkka is not a good initiation. You need the blink on Slardar. He has to get decent farm, but so often when you see these tricores where everyone needs farm, Jug, TA, and Slardar, the Slardar is the one that misses out, and then in the mid-game he just ends up being useless. So I'm a little worried about his ability to secure the early Blink Dagger. Maybe they run something unconventional, like an aggressive tri-lane, and
Yeah.
give the Jug a 1v1 against Sand
I
King.
wouldn't mind that. I think it's a good aggressive tri-lane.
But I still
there's a lot
think
of
Sand King
disables.
beats Juggernaut pretty heavily. Like, Blade Fury can dodge Caustic damage, but Caustic is always up, whereas Blade Fury has a long
Yeah,
cooldown.
Blade Fury at the first level's cooldown is very long.
It's
so
40 seconds. I believe.
Yeah, it's something like ridiculous. So I think the Caustic will do a lot of work in him getting last hits and him just dominating lane, doing a lot of damage to the Juggernaut. Excuse me. And Ogre Magi is the last pick for DC, and surprisingly got this far and was able to get picked up at the tail end of the draft. So I think that's a great pick for DC. It kind of fits their lineup pretty well. And I want to ask you, who do you think has the better draft here? I mean, I love Kunkka, but I'm not sure about this VGR draft.
I think VGR go harder into late game, especially super late game, but I'm a little concerned about their laning stage. That would be my main worry.
Well, we'll see.
So overall, I would say, let's see what the laning setup looks like, but unless VGR can pull off something unexpected, I do favor DC.
We'll wait and see how things do shape up. Immediate smoke up as FY was looking to ward. Misery looking to drop a ward down as well, and he will put it up into probably, the Uber Cliff there towards the Ancient Stack. Quick pause coming up for Digital Chaos. I'm sure there's some sort of issue coming out. Maybe audio.
Nah, they're
or-
just making sure the pause button works.
Let me
There's
hit the F9 key. All right, we're good. Critical.
Nice and fresh.
Yeah.
Get ready for the tactical pause.
What else is there? I was thinking about FY is a player that there's been a lot of talk about him. He used to be FY God, and to some people he still is. I've heard that after he played with How and in that Vici incarnation, he had a couple of confidence issues, and so maybe not quite the same player. Again, I haven't seen much of VGR. They're 0-4 right now, though, and this is a guy that used to be one of the best, if not best, Rubik, or just actually support players of all time.
They had issues within the team, but that's more because How is just a very strong personality, and
Right, correct.
and how whether or not he's technically the captain of the drafter is always going to have his opinions on how the game should be played. So I'm not sure about FY lacking confidence necessarily. To me, his individual play has still been on point. I think the bigger issue for VGR is No suddenly being back in the fold when they were doing so well with Yang. Yang, their big playmaker in the off lane. Right up there. Oh, hold that thought. Here we go. Early initiation.
Torrent, and it's going to find Misery. And he's going to get Slithering crushed as well, the Tether, but no way. They can't save him. Of course, level 1.
Just when you doubt FY God. VGR with the easy first blood.
I mean, he was trapped, unfortunately. He actually stood in these trees over here at the secret shop. He was right in this area. He had placed this ward down, but they knew that he was there, so they chased him down, and the disruption came through. And there's nothing you can do in that situation for Misery, so he does have to feed away first blood, but might not be the worst thing in the world. They could try to contest top rune, though, for VGR, and they're going to go for it. And it looks like they might get both of these runes. Now, Moo does get the bottom one for the...
Yeah, but End is going to punish him for that. Nice little spin there.
Have to use a tango.
Meanwhile, they find Weehaw, and another pick off for VGR. Shadow Demon Kunkka doing a lot of work early.
Yeah, this is a great start. Misery is looking at least punish Noto a little bit, but nothing else there.
So this is a good... Ogre is very good against TA. The Ignite will remove your refraction charges. And I also believe you can't meld dodge it. At least you didn't used to be able to. So
I don't think so.
So even if you meld like while because there's some projectiles that while they're coming in, you could dodge, but
that arrow
already in a lot of trouble.
They do get the torrent, but they've already lost the TA, and we'll see if FY with a tower can do enough damage, and that tower's hitting him very hard. But again, 8 armor for the Ogre Magi, as Misery is going to be able to get out for the time being. He's probably going to deny himself. It looks like that'll be the case.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, End chasing after Mr. Moo. Already committed the Burrow Strike. The spin comes through, but End doesn't stay close enough to him. Doesn't have the boots.
Yeah, exactly. Moo is boots first. End does not. Movement speed advantage. Going the way of the Sand King, not to mention the Burrow Strike, but he is still in a little bit of trouble here. DDC is going to right-click him at least twice, and he doesn't have any more disruption, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Moo having a bad lane. No. To me, out of all these deaths, No, that was the avoidable one. He played way too far up. Maybe hasn't laned against an Ogre as TA. TA is generally not a hero that we see much of lately, so it's a very strong counter to TA in the early laning stage especially, and you have to play super defensively because he removes your refraction instantly, and he hits very hard after that.
And Weehaw definitely will need some help here. I mean, if a TA versus a Mirana matchup is just given a 1v1, Mirana doesn't do much base damage, so...
And she has no reliable way to break refraction. So yeah, it's really bad for Mirana in a 1v1, but that's where help from a little friend, or a big friend in this case, comes in handy.
Yeah, this Ogre pick is looking better and better by the second, but it's been good all throughout this tournament, so we'll continue to see it picked up as we progress through the second day of group stage action. DDC will find himself a kill on Moo in the bottom lane as Sand King does fall. And that's a big pickup. And Moo, this is the problem with the Sand King is they picked it second, but he's not really having a particularly good time.
When we've seen other teams run the Sand King, they run it in a dual lane. Like Na'Vi is probably the best example where they've been running a lot of the general Sand King, but he gets the Io's help. Moo's not getting any help bottom. He's just up against the tri-lane, and I don't think Sand King could do anything against the tri-lane. The Juggernaut is already one of the better heroes to deal with Sand King because of the Blade Fury, and with this matchup, he's quite likely to have to resort to the jungle at some point. Maybe they stack for him. He has not skilled any points in Sandstorm as of yet, though. So overall, things looking rather bleak for Moo. That's for the opposing off laner.
That was a lot of gold he got there.
He does manage to steal quite a bit of gold, but as for Mikasa, he's at least able to get his experience early on, but this is another lane where the offlaner is going to struggle, may have to resort to an early Iron Talon.
Moo's actually doing better in terms of experience than Mikasa is in this offlane right now, although Mikasa has 5 last hits. There are 9 going the way of Moo's and the Sand King. Meanwhile, mid, it looks like there was a Ignite thrown, and it's just No again getting pushed further and further back, but he's not doing that badly. In fact, he's tied in CS with Weehaw right now, or at least last hits.
If there wasn't an Ogre here, he'd be crushing the lane. See VGR bringing in more reinforcements. They refill Nono's bottle once again, and now they're going to move forward.
They don't have a smoke, but they do have boots. No X marks, by the way, but the disruption is there to set it up.
They have boots and Windlace, so they can run down this Ogre.
Yeah, Ogre's probably the target that is easiest to kill. They actually are buying a smoke and ferrying it out, I believe, but it's going to take a while to get there.
They're expecting Misery to stick around mid because they know the matchup's favorable for TA, and they know Misery wants to give help to Weehaw. So as soon as if DC make an aggressive move on No, they plan to counter it, unfortunately. There's also a rune spawn to worry about, so DDC, well, I say unfortunately, but fortunately for him, it's an invis.
They didn't see that it was an invis either, but The thing is that they do know what everyone is missing off the map, but
This
the
looks
Ignite
bad
will come
for DC.
through. They're going to Fire Blast. They're going to go for the arrow. I think it might have hit DDC. It did, I'm sure. There's going to be the Torrent as well, and Misery should end up falling.
Nice pick there.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, Mikasa being given a little more breathing room here. I see Moo also left alone. So End gets a little frustrated. Blade Fury to force him back. Overall, though, these lanes looking fairly even. DC pulling ahead despite the 4-1 kill score. But when you're running Shadow Demon Kunkka, you have to keep on getting those kills to stay ahead. They just don't do much else in the laning stage.
Yeah, this is important for these two heroes to get to level 6, especially for actually both of them and for most support heroes. I mean, it's pretty big deal. They're underneath a ward that is about to expire, or their ward that's about to expire. I was wondering if they're going to place it in the same spot, but Saksa probably needs to tether away. Unfortunately, won't be in time. He tethers as the Torrent and Slithering Crush come through. That was pretty impressive. And
that tether materialized before I even saw his hero.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. He must have been spamming that, and I guess it just has a good animation.
The visual animation makes it look different. Oh, it's no. Left alone mid, the Starfall over the top.
Refraction, I think.
But he timed the refraction well there, and he's able to block at least one of the Starstorms.
There's the Slithering Crush, but Mikasa is actually waiting for the rest of the team. The arrow coming through is going to hit No. Refraction not available for another 3 seconds. He's low. Ignite comes out. They really want the skill on the Tia. He might die. No, the Refraction will keep him alive. The Ignite, it's not going to be enough. He'll stay alive just barely.
Still, they're investing a lot to deal with this Ogre pressure mid. That's a dual lane, and they're sending 4 heroes mid. So look for DC to benefit elsewhere, which is what we're seeing now. Sandkane catching up and even pulling ahead perhaps in the lane as he's 26-1, just barely behind End. And then more importantly, the Morphling and the IO getting a lot out of their lane. Level 4 on Sox already, level 6 in Free Farm on Resolution at 45 CS. So this is a trade. But I think overall VGR, this is what they should be doing. They need to protect No. He will feed if he's left alone, just given the matchup and given the amount of pressure the Ogre can put on him.
And No, because he's been involved in a couple of these kills and assists, his net worth is starting to skyrocket. I mean, there was a point where he was doing worse than the Mirana, but now he's above said hero, and he's actually 300 net worth above. Moo's going to go on to end bottom. There's a lot of damage. The Caustic Finale and the Sand King's Burrow Strike hit at the same time. There's a hero nearby. It is DDC on the Shadow Demon with Disruption. And guess what? FY has also rotated down bottom as well, ready to go with any sort of combination.
Yeah, there's also no mana on Sandkane. This is a good time to go home, buy your items, which is what we see Moo doing.
Wow,
Raindrops coming up.
Raindrop Wand, TP Scroll, and Smoke. He's got everything, dear Lord.
Also for VGR, they're playing well around the TA. You definitely not only need to protect her in the lanes, but you need to stack for her mod, and that's what we see here, a triple stack for No. So even if he doesn't see us the best in the lane, normally TA is more of a dominator, but we're not seeing that 1v1 crushing by any means. He can pull ahead there.
The Ancients are also stacked pretty heavily as well.
Yeah, the triple stack.
Oh, I thought, well, there's another stack over here in the Dire Jungle. I thought you were talking about this one. It's over towards the lane, but I don't believe, I think they're just using that to pull, and they happen to
the Dire Jungle. This, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is more for the supports, this particular stack. It could be for the Sandkane, though, if he shows up.
Yeah, he would love that. Does he have Sandstorm yet? Nope. He's still going 3 points Caustic, 3 points Burrow Strike.
Seems like the build right now.
Yeah.
I have not seen many points in Sandstorm as of late.
Yep. Disruption's going to come out. It'll be on to said Sand King, and it looks like Weehaw will have to break off pursuit with Moo. Instead, they're going to put some attention towards top lane, where Resolution now, with the top net worth, will go to work on this Tier 1 tower and try to take the first one of the game. But there's TPs coming in.
Oh, DC wanting to dive, but this is too far to aggress.
I thought about it. There's the Fire Blast. They can waveform now. FY might be in trouble. No Ghost Ship. He's only level 5, so they're in Crush. Mikasa's low.
They want the Mikasa kill. That's the more important one. Waveform through, and he will get it.
Now there's the Moonlight Shadow to follow up. Misery throws up the Ignite. It'll hit on the FY. And TP's up, and he's not able to find a single kill. I think he has Omni Slash as well, but not going to use it in this situation. He's out of mana, but he does have the Mango. They're going to go back in. They really want this tower.
No more Glyph. I think VGR have to let this go. So they force out rotations. They still get the kill on the Slaughter, and they get the tower. That's a big win for DC. Resolution even getting the last hit. Puts him on a fast clip for the Lincoln Sphere. Meanwhile, Moo closing on a Blink Dagger. As the laning stage progresses, it feels like DC are getting the upper hand. And I think this just shows you how much the Ogre can get done in the laning stage. Basically, one support forcing 2 supports to react to him. Shadow Demon and Kunkka have been mirroring the Ogre's movement. Io's just been freely farming and getting levels top and helping win that lane. So it results in a big disparity elsewhere on the map.
It's just been some impressive display from DC supports, I think. The Io hasn't really done much yet, but when he gets 6, we'll see those relocate saves. But bottom lane, there's going to be the disruption.
They need this kill. Moo is very fat, but he gets the 2-hero stun.
Wow.
X, can they get the vision?
They're close. The torrent, he uses it, and now it looks like Moo will end up falling, regardless of him getting out.
Will he, though? He's going to have another burrow. There's the poison.
That was 4 stacks at least, I believe. It might have even been 5, and it did so much damage to Moo. It's like 75% air, 50% of his HP just immediately evaporated.
But I mean, this is what I mentioned even during the draft, Travis, is when you see a Tricor where all 3 heroes need farm, inevitably it seems like the offlane Slardar is the one who really suffers, and he is super poor right now.
He's below the supports now.
He's almost below the enemy supports. He is right there in the gutter. Slardar needs farm. Slardar needs levels. This is not a hero you can just abandon. He's much like a Sand King, but I think has a harder time catching up. He doesn't have Caustic Finale. He's not as good at clearing stacks. And
exactly.
They've invested so much in No and End that there's been little left for Coach Mikasa. Well, now player Mikasa.
And he did die once, which obviously did, I mean, it's detrimental. He can't really farm the fastest if he dies. So you need to avoid that death top lane. And that, if of course, that also cost them the tower probably as well. If he was there alive, they might have been able to set something up. But speaking of trying to set something up, it's, again, another push coming in, this time from Weehaw with Moo and Misery backing him up. And it looks like there's 3 heroes in the vicinity with the 4th approaching an End. This is going to be a tough defense, but once this Juggernaut gets here, it might be a little bit easier.
Moo's really eager to fight this, but there's a lot of ways to cancel the ultimate. So they're going to go in on Misery, Purge to start.
That's a dead Misery. Ghost Shift and Torrent at the same time with the, like you said, the Purge. And they lose Misery. It's not the worst kill. I mean, they lost 3 there. It would have been a lot worse. They didn't get the tower, obviously, but they could have been in a worse situation.
Yeah, elsewhere, Resolution free farming top, but to account for that, No clearing out his Ancient stack. So I think the fact that it's No's being allowed to just free farm the Ancients and there's no contest is overall win for him. And right as I say that, Saksa has the same idea. He pings it out and says, we need to do something about these Ancients. Can't just be letting No take them for free.
It is unfortunately going to be too late as he's cleared out most of these Ancients. Now down bottom, Moo is looking for FY. Epicenter has been skilled up. He's got 1,000 gold, still no blink, obviously, with that little limited amount of gold at this point. Resolution's farming mid. So
they have a smoke. Are they going to
go for something here?
They're very far behind the tower. This is a strong defensive setup with Disruption and Blade Fury. It's not easy to kill anyone. And you can't really initiate on the Juggernaut. So DC say, screw that lane. We're going to make a deeper move. And we're going to do it towards mid.
This is a great play.
No has an Invis rune. Is there dire detection? Nothing. So if he pops this Invis in time, they might not be able to kill him. They do have Epi, though.
No should know something's up. They were bottom a second ago. Now they're gone.
They have 4 missing now. I feel like this is way too obvious from DC.
Yeah, it's just No's going to sit behind the tower. They might wait for the creep wave and then dive it. That's probably your best bet. TP should be ready coming out for Vici Reborn. I think they are. Everyone has a TP for Vici Reborn. So
yeah, you can see End pinning the bottom lane. Pretty sure VGR making the call. Hey, this lane's missing. There's already been 2 heroes missing. 4 heroes off the map. Play cautiously. And No will do just that. So TA, who was like almost 2,000 gold down on the Morph lane, only 800 away. Those Ancient stacks make a huge difference. DC not contesting them could come back to be a big problem.
With a Blink Dagger as well. Moo's going to go in. He's looking for Mikasa, but they're baiting it. Now Moo will take 2 hits, and he's got the amp damage plus Meld Strike. One more right click. The auto attack from No with a Refraction on will do enough. And that's just the Invis rune coming to play. And also, they should see the Blink as well, and they used it in that fight in particular.
Arrow not going to hit.
Man, that creep was right in front.
Weehaw getting a bit flummoxed there.
What did Weehaw buy? I'm hoping a point booster. In fact, it was. So
is that even a question?
I don't know. We saw phase boots the other day for S4, so.
Well, S4 clearly not playing enough Marana. No, he got the Ike still afterwards, though, right?
True. Resolution, though, is going to have to Strength Morph and try to replicate away. The X-Mark's coming in, Demonic Purge, and he will end up falling. The poison will bring him down, and that was a lot of damage over a short period of time. And Resolution, even with Strength Morph at level 4, it's just not enough to keep him alive there. That's a big kill. It's a lot of gold going their way.
That's the one hero that's been free farming. So bringing down the most farmed enemy hero while protecting your own carries and playing safe puts VGR in the lead. This is around the time when DC should start to take off, but they haven't managed to keep the farm up on Mu. He had a great start in the lane. He was way ahead of the Slardar. Now they're dead even. Same thing with the TA. Was way behind the enemy Mirana and especially the Morphling at some points, but now she's caught up too.
Yeah, this No TA is having a pretty great game. I mean, besides Mikasa having a pretty rough start, they're doing really well, and he still is going to have the Blink Dagger at the same time the Sand King is, which is kind of shocking. But that comes with, of course, them getting a couple of kills, and as long as you're playing together, you're going to get that experience and find some gold going your way as well.
Have you seen much of you've seen much support Kunkka? Do you normally max Tidebringer?
No, I don't. Well, it depends, I think, but usually not really, I don't think.
Usually
I'm pretty sure it's Torrent you max because it just does the most damage.
That's what I thought too.
But because or even getting more points than X, but you don't really need it.
Is this just maybe it's because they have Slardar, so he's thinking, the amp damage. That's well, no, but the cleave is pure, so it doesn't matter if they're amped. Actually, yeah, I'm not sure why FY maxed it. Maybe just wanted to be able to farm more effectively in the mid game, playing a bit greedy. It is FY after all. He's known for his greedy support play.
He wants that drum. He's got the bracer now, obviously. I think that's probably the fine choice, and we've seen that from other support Kunkkas as well. It's very common. Top tier 2 tower. Resolution's taking tower hits now, but here comes the TPs. They have a great deny from Mikasa. I was going to say there was no glyph, but the deny came through and was just in time. So some gold, not really fully accomplished by Resolution and DC.
Yeah, they need that tower gold. Now No, your leader net worth 2k gold built up. He has just been free farming Ancient Stacks 3-1 and 3. He did get a lot of help in a matchup where he needed it, but now it's about to pay off. He's closing on a Deso. He's got a DD bottled up.
Oh, man.
They're going to have a TA problem real quick.
Yeah, this is the problem with it was a great choice, too, I think, from Vici Gaming, is just that the TA is so, when you get to this position, if you get to this position where you're farming out of control, you get the blink, you get the Desolator early on in the game, you can snowball like crazy, and it's so hard to stop a TA snowball. That's one of the heroes that has the, especially with you, if you have no heroes to deal with a TA, and they don't really have with the
They have Ignite, but that's about it. Yeah. And once TA gets a BKB and Deso, she will be a massive threat in these team fights. Amp damage, Soul Catcher, Meld Strike, Desolator. Most targets will get 2 or 3 shot at best.
Yeah.
IO might get 1 shot.
Waveform dodges the Torrent. It was a good effort from FY, but
yeah, he stalls the Linked Sphere on Resolution, so pretty difficult kill.
Resolution with that and a 1400 gold. I'd imagine he's going to go for the Ethereal Blade next. Again, I'm a big fan of the Dragonlance, but it's a different type of game, this game. They're not trying to be aggressive early on. They're not trying to fight and take down towers early on. They're just trying to find farm for him.
I think DC, with these item pickups, going for the E-Blade, going for the Ags and Wii, they will be looking to slow the game down. But VGR, they're the ones who want to ramp it up. Deso's coming soon. You have a Slardar Blink about to be picked up. And their support duo is much more of a ganking style duo. So I would expect VGR, true to FY's normal form, to be looking for a lot of smoke ganks and pickoffs as soon as that next round of items is completed. The Deso now ready to be delivered. The Blink Dagger also online. Here we go.
They get those items, maybe wait for FY's drum, but it looks like actually they're kind of grouping up together right now, as you had mentioned. The smoke should be there from DDC, and it is.
There's really good vision here by DC, though.
They might smoke under the guise of a ward. Not quite.
Free fountain trip here for No. Grabs his Deso. He will be joining the team.
The DD pops at the perfect time, or almost the perfect time. He activates it, and he's looking for a team fight. Unfortunately, the only one bottom is going to be Moo, so they're not going to go for him. They might head into Roche instead, and that looks to be the case. And I don't think... Oh, the arrow's going to come into the perfect time, and it hits end beautifully as well.
They do have Epicenter, but Moo is not really in position.
He's kind of trapped. He needs to TP.
He has to TP.
Oh, he's going for FY. They're relocating in. They miss, actually. They miss completely at no burrow strike. He doesn't see FY. That was a waste of an Epicenter.
I don't even know if he realized I don't think he even realized they were there at first, and now until the relocate came through. And now Saksa on the run. The relocate back happens. FY may drop, but he's baited out so much for the team.
He's got the ship off. The rum's coming through now. Now the Omni Slash Moo and Misery in trouble, getting dope on the tower.
This was before No joins the fight. This TA is going to pop off.
And he gets 2 quick kills, one for No, the other for, I believe, DDC.
FY is still alive, by the way.
Resolution is chasing after FY, and he will not find him. Has to replicate out. And that's
Look at this guy. You questioned FY God.
No, I mean...
FY God.
He just owned... Is he going Armlet? He has a helm and gloves of haste.
He's going carry Kunkka.
What the heck? I thought he was going to go like Veil or something, but now Weeha has found Mikasa, or maybe vice versa. He's got the leap ready, but the Starstorm doing some work. One more right click, but he leaped into danger, and Nono just hits the Meld Strike and gets an easy kill.
And they take the tower as well. A Roshan, a tower, a kill on the Mirana, a big win for VGR, and they're going to look for more. Resolution, he is split pushing. Shotgun's not ready yet.
Oh, sissy.
They try to make that move on against Nono, holding the Aegis for now, but he's got backup from DDC. The Purge comes through.
Kill. They have detection, disruption. That might have stopped the yeah, it did stop the damage coming from Nono. Here comes the Ghost Ship coming through. Resolution about to get hit. And Will, the Strength Morph now. He needs to be careful. They might have a relocate ready to go. They do in 1 second. Adaptive Strike. Nono is going to die twice. Resolution and Moo combining up to get that kill.
I think DDC should have disrupted the TA there, not the who was it, the Sand King? Or no, the Morphling, I believe.
Morphling, yeah.
I think he should have disrupted the TA, then he could have just blinked out.
He actually helped the Morphling because the TA did a Meld Strike that was dodged by the Morphlings because, of course, the disruption came out. So, okay, I mean, that's just...
It also buys time for your refraction to cool down, which helps you like survive for a second round of the engagement.
I mean, that is a huge kill because the gold is going the way of Resolution. He is 200 to 300 away from having his Ethereal Blade, and then he'll be able to pick off pretty much anybody with the exception of course, the refraction of TA or the Blade Furied Juggernaut. So, and maybe the Shadow Demon can disrupt himself as well, but that's about it.
That was an overzealous maneuver by VGR. Good punish by DC. I think should have been an avoidable death. They may need to slow down now. I mentioned the TA BKB. To me, that is probably the biggest item this game that she needs to get. Once she has a BKB, while it's active, DC cannot kill her. They can kite her. They can try to bypass her with the E-Blade. Maybe keep an ally safe, which is now ready. But killing her is a very tall order.
Yes, absolutely. So from here on, DC, they'll smoke or Moonlight Shadow together as they've just gotten that Ethereal Blade. However, not joining them just yet is going to be the Morphling. I believe they're down bottom, ready to set up. And Nono is melded here, looking for a Meld Strike. And he's, I think, just out of range, actually.
Yeah, a bit short. But Resolution slowly chipping away here. The trap is deployed. He can't get this kill on his own. I think they need 3 heroes to kill this Morphling right now. Jumping onto Nono. Definitely the strongest hero on the map. 4-hero spread top as VGR are looking for pickoffs.
If he breaks the refraction with the Ethereal Blade, he might be able to do enough damage, but probably not. I don't think it's enough. He has to do a couple more right-click, and then the refraction will be back up anyways. But this top lane is looking very interesting. Good Radiant Vision. Dire Vision's lacking a little bit because of the sentries placed down. Misery will walk around, and there's the Burrow on to end. Good defensive disruption to start this off.
Then the dust gets popped, kind of out of nowhere. Maybe expecting a Moonlight Shadow forward, but not the case. Still Nono trying to hold bottom. DC are slowly sieging the tower.
And they're going to be able to deny this Tier 1 tower top lane.
And they decide to go bottom instead. Yeah. Can they find the IO is the question. The E-Blade used on Nono. The Crush finds Saksa, though.
They need to leave. No replicate. They're going to TP out. Saksa will end up dying. He is TP. Ooh. Mikasa, he had no Blink Dagger. Even if Nono had gotten there with the Meld Strike, it wouldn't have been enough to stop him.
Yeah, they even blew the relocate for that. Didn't actually complete. But IO will end up going down. So FY completes his armlet. Carry Kunkka coming online. Curious to see what the build is next. Does he go, traditional carry Kunkka? Do you get a Shadow Blade?
What is traditional
carry
Kunkka?
Do you go Daedalus?
I guess
Rapier?
Those 3 items. Battle Fury maybe even used to be the big deal.
No, that's some pub nonsense.
Way back in the day.
That's like Dota 1 pub noob shit.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. But I think it's kind of silly, and I don't mind silly things happening. But although this is TI, so I don't think Battle Fury is the choice. I think you're right. Shadow Blade's probably the most common item choice here if he decides to continue to build him to carry.
The cleave is just the reason why Battle Fury is not any good on Kunkka is because it's fun, but it's because the Tidebringer cleave is just so much bigger than Battle Fury that the area where they overlap is very small. So it's better just to maximize your raw damage output, which all goes through the Tidebringer anyway.
He's going to buy a Yule's. Okay. Well,
Okay,
I don't know
more
what
of a, more of a
the
utility
armlet must
combo.
be just. He must want to stay alive longer, get some extra armor going his way, and deal with.
Yeah, it helps you to like pull off plays and fights.
He doesn't want to die instantly to an Ethereal Blade combo, so armlet obviously will help that fact.
Yeah, I mean, there are cheaper options, though. You can get a cloak. You can get something that helps the team more, like build a pipe. It's more of like a middle-of-the-road item that gives you additional damage, lets you make individual plays, and yeah, also will help you live through the shotgun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, it's like almost a guaranteed way to live through shotgun unless there are other heroes there, and like a cloak might not be enough. If I don't know, you're probably right though. It just seems interesting that he built the armlet for that particular reason.
This is just an FY build. He might be playing forward position, but at heart he is a carry.
Yeah, he has the Eul Scepter recipe. He has the Bracer still, which I thought was going to be turned into a drum, and that's what the Windlace is going to turn into, is that Eul Scepter. But they do trade tier 2 towers, one top lane going down, one bottom lane, and the BKB for No is now complete. And against that Morphling, it's a very critical item. Still, he might have to do it all on his own, as the Morphling can clean house, the Epicenter can do a lot of damage, and we'll see how this transitions. How is End doing? He's picked up the Manta and the Diffusal Blade, so pretty good stuff from him.
Yeah, Diffusal Blade is a necessity against E-Blade. Also a pretty mana-intensive hero, the Morphling. If you can take away his mana pool, he's not nearly as tanky. So
Moonlight Shadow blown up by a single side trap, I believe. I'm pretty sure was the only thing that spotted them out there. That's got to be so frustrating for DC, and probably gem-worthy. Although you give a gem away, it's just going to be your Moonlight Shadows not nearly as effective anymore.
Mikasa's moving in. His smoke might be breaking soon. Weehaw even throwing out the arrow. It just barely misses, and they continue pursuit. He gets caught off guard.
They got the Torrent to follow this up as well. Leap away, but actually still gets caught by the Torrent. He'll get off one Starfall before dying, and Mikasa's not done yet. 3 seconds for another Blink Dagger. He wants Misery, the side trap, to slow him down. Mikasa jumps in. The Slithering Crush will go. They have a Meld Strike and Misery.
Oh, that BKB!
That was a beautiful BKB to stop the Burrow Strike. He was ready for Moo. That was absolutely spectacular. And Weeha's bought back as well. So they buy back, and VGR just back away instantly. Instead, Mikasa's going to think about turning around here. I don't see VGR going back in and fighting again, because they got everything they need. There's no reason to try to engage after you get the buyback from the Mirana.
Yeah, you force out the buyback. You're very happy with that fight already.
That's
sure,
really
it's a 10-second BKB, but a Mirana buyback and a kill on her and a kill on another support is more than worth it.
So the Morphling is the one hero for DC they have that is very, very farmed, and he has only died once this game, but the Mirana is now starting to fall off for Weeha.
I feel like Morphling will struggle to solo carry this game. He can do it, but there's a lot of heroes that are effective against him. They have Shadow Demon. Disrupting and purging Morphling forces him to run away. You get a small Morphling army of your own to combat him. Soul Catcher is great to have against that hero. And their physical damage is enormous. They also have a Diffusal Blade carrier, so you can't just rely on E-Blade to keep you safe.
And they have amp damage on top of that.
And they have amp damage. So I think VGR have the tools to deal with the farm Morphling. But we saw Resolution go off yesterday and just have some sick individual play. So
I mean, it's
if
doable.
he can do that here, he can carry, but it won't be easy.
He's going to jump on FY. Oh, man, they were ready, though. They jump right in. Slithering Crush. He's going to have to replicate
the
X marks. He needed to wait. Oh, now Resolution, Manta style, but he should still end up falling.
He's out of mana now.
At least the waveform away, and now the relocate out.
The X to again!
Oh, no, the X comes back. I was going to say the relocate was beautiful, but FY God is there. I can't believe it again with another excellent X mark.
That's 2 X's, Mod. Give us a third, and this might not be fit for young viewers. FY out of control. Think of the children, my friend.
That's insane. They did everything to keep Resolution alive. He really wanted an aggressive play against FY, but instead, Resolution gets caught not once, but twice with an X marks and dies, even after a relocate save. Replicate out? No. Relocate out? No. FY is going to shut the door on you. And that will bring him out, I believe, his full Eul Scepter. In fact, it will.
And that will be Roche. 30 seconds. It will not take them more than 10 to 20.
Amp damage, so good. They have, like you said, outstanding physical damage. I mean, this Roche dies very quickly. Not instantly. It'll take, 10, 15 seconds or so. But other than that, Still very fast Roshan, and it's going to be going to Nono, obviously, who's having a heck of a game. Now, after all of that, finishing up his BKB, he picks up a Chrysalis, and then the damage, you can't deal with that. You just can't.
Yeah, you have to wait out the BKB. TA is killable when her BKB is down, and certainly if she's caught out of position, but in a team fight with proper support and positioning, Nono will not be dying easily.
FY as well as End have no deaths this game. Nono has 2, the Shadow Demon has 1, and the Slardar has 3. There's 4 kills going DC's way. And
oh, they found Moo.
X Marks is going to bring him back again.
This X is just ruining DC.
Man. So what...
This is the FY show at this point.
I feel like you kind of have to deal with this X Marks now, and what do you do against it? Can you Lotus Orbit off? I don't believe you can.
Don't think anything removes it.
I know Manta doesn't.
You can't.
It might be able to.
No. Can you Manta dodge it if it's during like the invulnerability frame? I think you might
Probably.
be able to do
You
that.
can Manta dodge just about anything during the invulnerability frame, I believe. But
there's very little that removes it. I don't think anything DC has deals with it. Like if you replicate out, it will pull you back in. If you waveform out, it will pull you back in. If you try to relocate out, it will pull you back in. I don't think there's anything in this game that, in any case, that will save you from it.
Yeah, the Manta dodge and that invulnerability frame is what we call in the speedrunning community frame perfect. I don't know if that's actually the case in this game, but it feels like it. So they're gonna back away. DC, we're doing good, guys.
The main thing you can use that's reliable for Morphling is BKB, but.
Yeah, but not everyone's gonna get BKB.
But it's a very low cooldown for FY. It's an 8-second ability. You can just spam it. If you're able to force out BKB charges with X, you're already winning the war.
Honestly, he's just done so much. He makes Kunkka look like a very good hero, whereas we've seen other teams play it and make it look awful. Not to say the other teams are playing it and just playing super poorly, or it doesn't work sometimes. You know, Kunkka's not always the best hero in any given situation, but against an IO and against a Morphling, the X Marks is so strong. Even against a Mirana too.
We just haven't seen anything out of Moo either in the offlane. He's 0-5. This is a core Sand King that's yet to find a kill. We haven't really seen a good epicenter. The one relocate gank they went for completely backfired, and it just feels like the game plan is morphing kind of by default into just farm for late game and hope you can win there, but I don't really think DC have the late game.
You have TA, you have the Slardar, you have the Juggernaut that are all very good late game carries and cores, and then you have Kunkka, who was meant to be a core a long time ago and still can be, and he can build into physical damage and right-click damage later if he wants to. Whereas for DC, you're really relying on Resolution and Weehaw, and Weehaw's already gone for the caster build, so his physical damage is going to be poor.
They see someone mid, it's Weehaw, he's carrying the gem,
Good blink.
Able to get out.
Nice blink, and hops away with the Mirana leap as well. But down bottom, this is kind of what DC are forced into. It's like you said, they want to farm, but they also are split pushing now, and they're keeping this bottom lane pushed in. It was top not too long ago, and now they're just kind of doing musical lanes and hoping for the best.
They definitely want to wait out the Aegis time, and there is about 2 minutes to go.
Yep.
So they're closing in on it.
Man, Nono is getting so farmed. He has, let's see, Blink, BKB, Desolator, and Daedalus, so 2 slots left. He's going to sell his treads, get his boots of travel, so now he has the 1 slot left, not to mention the Moon Shard later on down the road. I don't know what you build next. I don't know what you build. Maybe a butterfly for Nono?
It feels a little risky. He has Aegis for a minute and a half or so more, but once this Aegis ends, he will not have buyback.
Yes, that's true.
And I don't feel like there's any hurry for VGR to get that next item and go win the game by any means.
I think his death timer will be like 80 seconds or something.
Yeah. Eventually he wants BOTs because it's just a good late game item, but it's great to deal with the Morphling IO split push and the relocate potential. But it's a bit risky here, so has to be careful with his positioning.
So other items that are coming out right now, let's see. You have a Force already done for Mikasa. He's had that for a while. Blink Dagger was just finished for N, plus the Ultimate Orb, which is probably going to be Scotty, which I think he did yesterday. And then what else is there? Anything else? It's the Ags, I guess, for the Sand King, and that's the only thing else that I can think of note. Oh, that's not good.
Fine socks.
See you later.
Hey, IO.
Oh my God.
And that was only N.
Did they have Soul Catcher on him? Oh, they did. Okay.
They had Soul Catcher and Amp. It was a non-critical auto attack from the Jug.
My God.
Imagine a Meld Strike crit from Nodo.
He just gets
that kills the IO like 4 times over. He's just dead for the rest of the game. It deletes him.
Death timer's like 300 seconds or probably.
It sends him packing into game 2 of this series.
Well, yeah, like you said, DC kind of just have to wait out the Aegis, which is now gone. But I don't really think they could do anything even with the Aegis gone. The team fight for VGR is still very strong. They don't, I think, have a pipe or anything to give you magic resistance.
No, just the BKB.
Which is fine. But if you do get a good epicenter from Moo, although it is only level 2, it could still do a lot of damage. It's just not going to be enough yet, I don't think. It's the Starstorm that I think you should be more worried about, probably.
Sand King is not a big threat at this stage in the game, and it's going to be more BKB soon for VGR. Mikasa very close to his. That's a key hero to pick one up. And I believe... Oh, Juggernaut has Blade Fury, so he doesn't really need a BKB. But he's likely to get that next stats item. N tends to prefer just the raw HP build on Jugs, like the old school...
Right.
What patch was it? 6.84? Or no, 6.83. That was the Jug patch, where we saw like Mask of Madness and mass stats items. So yeah, Scotty is completed now. Very tanky on the Jug.
Was that the same patch that was the rubber band
That was
patch?
the troll. No, that was the troll sniper Juggernaut patch.
Yeah, the rubber band patch.
Well, they tweaked the rubber band very hard.
It was
no, I think that was the patch before, because it was a very short-lived patch before the rubber band slackened.
Only a little bit, though, and then they had to change it even further. But now DC will smoke up, and here we go. It's 2 heads running right at each other, 2 ships colliding. He's going to be Moo jumping in first with the Burrow Strike. Demonic Purge, he might be in trouble as they get the Torrent off as well. DDC, Ghost Ship coming through, already 1 dead on both sides.
Looking for more, a buyback from the Slardar, but Resolution with his BKB already committed has to run. And they continue pursuit.
He needs to get out. He's got Waveform in 1. He'll be able to use it here, and he'll actually get relocated out instead. His BKB was over. The Omni Slash coming out from N brings down Misery. It's a double kill. And Mikasa has finally rejoined the fray, but they're waiting for the IO now.
Is he going to get one shot? No.
Not quite. But 3 dead. Very good fight overall for VGR, even with the buyback from Mikasa. Did the Epicenter get used? No. Starstorm did okay damage, but they're going to probably lose Araxir even with the buybacks. I don't know if they can.
You do not back here if you're VGR. You have your full squad online. They already committed their relocate.
Healing Ward coming out as well, so even with him getting Ethereal Bladed, he's fine.
And has to make sure to micro that so Weehaw can't quickly kill off Dodo. Out in front, though, needs help. He BKBs, he can't be disrupted. Oh, no. Panicking under the pressure, not trusting DDC.
DDC is in trouble as well, but the Ghost Ship's coming back out, and here comes Zen. But the Burrow Strike there, they have still the Epicenter, and Starstorm coming back in. Weehaw in trouble. He'll fall. They bought back on a TA. They're getting ready to fight.
The X's.
Yeah, they're bringing someone back, and now it's going to be another Burrow Strike coming in on Mikasa. He just bought back great disruption this time around. Buybacks from everybody. And Slardar is going to try to leave, but there's the Waveform, Adaptive Strike, the gems on the deck. They want more. No is blinked away. Moo not quite in range. No Aether Lens, no Aghanim Scepter. I don't think they can find this. Oh, the Spirit broke. They know that he's over there. Oh, they should. Instead, they go for FY instead. That's going to be the target. The Adaptive Strike coming in with the Ethereal Blade, and he's going to fall.
A complete struggle by VGR to break this base. 2 buybacks for 3 buybacks, so still a little bit more committed by DC, but when you're this far ahead as VGR, that is definitely a win for Digital Chaos.
If they die on No again, he doesn't have buyback. He just used it, so that's, I mean, the one thing is that they do have the buyback on End, and DC have no buybacks. So DC, I don't know how hard you go with this push, but they definitely want to try to get something done. And a tier 2 would be nice. They have Glyph available, and they still have Epicenter for DC, and Ags is coming soon for Sand King for his Burrow Strike.
Is DC going to pull another match out of the hat? This feels like it should have been a clean VGR win, but some mishaps in the push, and all of a sudden
they're not going to commit to they
find themselves pushed back.
The high ground, which I think is a fine choice. They can check Roche. It's such a long respawn timer. That sucks for them. DC, if that was a short respawn timer, they could head into the pit. But it's still 1 minute left, and by that point, in fact, now everyone is up and respawn for Vici Gaming Reborn.
They have to communicate better in these fights, though. If Nono needs to trust DDC to disrupt him, and they have to be clear about who should be in front. Like in that particular engagement, there's no way TA should be up that far hitting the tower with with nobody behind her. If they're going to put the TA up that far, Shadow Demon needs to be in position to disrupt.
Well, she doesn't need to. I mean, No shouldn't have, like you said, shouldn't have used the BKB.
Right.
Otherwise, the disruption was there. Then you could BKB out if you want, or just.
There's a lot of ways they
away.
could have approached it. Like, Jug could have been hitting the tower. He's a lot tankier than the TA, and also has the Blade Fury if they jump him, which is a much lower cooldown than a BKB. But
Weehaw should think about Boots of Travel because the bottom lane is pushed in so far, and so if Vici committed to a fight there, they could have gone bottom and pushed and maybe taken a Rax. But they smoke up instead.
Weehaw doesn't really hit buildings very hard, though. Do you mean the Morphling?
I mean, well, Weehaw can't get there. He needs Boots of Travel.
No, he
has
BOTs. You mean?
Or I meant
Resolution.
Resolution doesn't have BOTs is what I meant.
Yeah.
Weehaw would have to bots there, but yeah, he doesn't hit very hard. That's the problem.
They have relocate though, so if they want to backdoor,
True.
they definitely
That's
can.
a good point.
But you can't just blindly backdoor when all 5 VG are alive. So VDC looking for that one big fight that could allow them to walk into the pit.
DC are going to use the Moonlight Shadow after smoking, and it looks like VGR might get caught. They have the gem, though, and it looks like Weehaw avoids the slithering question.
Double whiff there. Both teams missing their
Resolution
spells.
blows up Shadow Demon. He has to buy back immediately. BKB pop for No, and now Rezo is kind of on his own right now.
This TA is wrecking him, but Resolution able to back away. BKB is going to wear off, and then he can come back in with the shotgun. They need more kills. They get another.
Yeah, that's a huge one. Moo going down. And again, no buybacks on the side of DC whatsoever. Resolution's going to turn around. He's got the full Ethereal Blade. No, wait for him. He's got the Refraction. It might be a dieback, but the Refraction disruption is down now. And here comes End and the rest of the crew. Resolution cannot get it done. He jumps forward and he needed one more auto attack. And No.
30 HP. Oh, boy. That one's going to leave a mark.
Oh, DC.
Even the X onto No. He can rejoin this push immediately down the mid lane. They're going to have a healing ward soon. 13 seconds. Screw the pit. VGR say, let's get some racks. That's a dieback on the Morphling, and that is 1, 2, maybe 3 lanes of racks.
I think it might be Megas here. It's got to be close. Weehaw has to do some
I mean,
work
if
with the
TA gets
Starstorm.
there, No needs to go join his team. He steps off to buy a Moonshard. He was meandering around the river. I think hoping for a DD rune or
this
something.
This should be 3 sets of racks without Resolution alive, even with 4 heroes. I don't see VGR backing after just 2. There's no tier 2s left. Moo is getting kind of ready for an epicenter, which we have yet to see this game with the exception of the one failed one at that bottom lane. They say screw the range racks, let's get the tier 3 and let's get the full set of racks down bottom. Moo's rotated over. Here comes the epicenter.
First epicenter of the game. Is it going to be a good one? He runs away!
Why?
Oh, Moo.
Still, though, No taking some serious damage, has to pop the BKB, and now Weehaw looking to go back in. And comes in and just blows Misery away, chops him down. Bro Strike ends in trouble, and he might have to Blade Fury out. He doesn't have it down for 3 seconds. One more auto attack, and it's going to be the Starstorm that clips him and gets the kill.
He has a buyback, though, and they have taken 1.5 lanes of racks as No lurks.
They're looking for Mikasa now, and they'll find him with the Starstorm. Yeah, the second one will hit, and it's 2 down.
Gem hits the deck.
That's the best they probably could have done given the circumstances.
That is a dieback on the Slardar, I believe. Yeah, down for only a minute. I guess he's quite under-leveled, under-farmed at this point.
Yeah.
But, or maybe he may have died once already since buying back, because he should be dead longer otherwise. But regardless, can DC really punish this? The lanes aren't that pushed. No. They don't know. If the Slardar's buyback is almost up, so they probably figure it will be by the time they could get there.
I think they want to go Roche, but I don't think that's going to really be a possibility. I don't know. Maybe they can't contest with just 3 heroes. I mean, you can buy back on End, but I don't think you want to. I don't know if they really care about the Aegis. They should, though.
It's annoying to have to deal with 2 lives on Resolution, but it's also very risky to go into the pit. You die on the TA, no buyback for a full minute. That's a lot of time for DC to potentially push. Not to mention Juggernaut don't want to have to use his buyback to take that fight, and they cannot take it 3v5.
Cheese is on the deck. It's going to be picked up by Weehaw, who drops his Ring of Aquila. Yeah, I mean, the problem is they were so close in killing No, and that would have stopped or slowed down the push. They would still have lost 4 heroes, I think, but at least No would have died again.
That's the power of Shadow Demon, and that's why in that mid push when he BKB, it was such a no for them. Is they really needed him not to use it there. But Shadow Demon is a fight winner.
FY has picked up a Blink recently. Not only that, but he's also picked up the Ultimate Orb. But Resolution will clear up this top lane, although it is, I won't call it Mega Creeps, Super Creeps, whatever you want to call them, as the Rax is gone there. At least the melee Rax is. And he can rejoin his team, but I think they have a replicate down there. I hope they do anyway. Yeah, they do. It's the Mirana replicate.
So if you're VGR now, I still think you have the better late game, assuming you execute. You're up 1.5 lanes of racks. Well, sorry, it's 2 melee racks, which is effectively 2 lanes for all intents and purposes. So I don't think there's any hurry. You still have room to farm on end. You still have buybacks that are cooling down. No is mostly done farming. He can eat the moon shards and buy 1 more item, but he's still got a little room to grow. So I don't think there's any huge hurry here. For VGR, it should more be about being careful with their movements,
Yeah.
securing map control, and finding a pick-off before they break the base.
I mean, absolutely. Yeah. But DC aren't going to let them just sit back and farm or not, pressure because, well, first of all, they're going to wait for the Aegis for VGR, but, well, there's an X-Marks coming in. That was from FY, though, but...
Yeah, FY just constantly keeping these lanes pushed out.
I think
and doing it in a very safe manner.
For DC, I think you smoke up, maybe try to find a couple of pickoffs because they are outside the base. They are killable, even though they're very strong. I am thinking about itemization for the TA. There's no MKB for anybody in this game, and the TA can still build Butterfly.
I think Morph already bought a talisman. Oh, he's got the quarterstaff. So yeah, he's going to go B-Fly. MKB should be your final item.
So one of them's going to get a Butterfly, one of them's going to get MKB. I was just...
Yeah.
Mixed it up, I suppose, as he replicates back in.
Yeah, so no. For now, buyback is more important. You haven't even seen a Butterfly yet. And VGR will commence the siege, bringing in the Jug Illusions. Anyone who doesn't have buyback should sit farther away. Let those... The one thing is, I think something you brought up earlier is quite relevant now, is Boots of Travel. Like, they can even X no. He can just at least hit this wave twice top. Well, gonna do exactly that. Okay.
Yeah.
I swear VGR can't hear me right now, but just abuse the X to push out lanes. And that way, when you go for the siege, you've got all the lanes pushed in. Even if you lose a fight, DC can't instantly rack
wow,
you.
That illusion
go.
was a bait. Mikasa jumps in and blows up Saksa, and Resolution is going to be next. He can't strength forfeit time, nor does he want to, as it's just the Aegis, but he needs backup. Saksa will buy back. Resolution pops the BKB. You cannot man fight No. The Omni Slash jumping through, hitting Resolution, and Resolution alone, and he is done. He's got buyback. He's going to have to use it, but they might just lose this fight outright. They've lost
kill
two.
After kill. They're looking for more. VGR in command of this game now.
They literally, everyone had buybacks for DC, and they were all forced to use it. Except for Misery, who bought out before dying.
Triple buyback and an Ogre Death who doesn't have it, and they invested nothing really in that fight.
That was
just a boat that's already cooled down because Kunkai's ultimate has a 40-second cooldown at level 3. Here we go.
We're going to X marks end in. He'll get some auto attacks off. Starstorm doesn't do any damage. The Blade Fury's there.
And they can just keep on Xing one of these heroes. They can jump in, hit the racks a few times, then back away. It's such a safe way to siege the base.
Cheese was not used by Weeha. He didn't die, but he will probably need to give that cheese to Resolution, or I don't know. He might have
This
keep
is
it for
so
himself.
cheesy. Disruption illusions, X on the jug. Just super safe play. Even the Manta.
VGR look good now. I mean, they've made a couple of mistakes here and there, but this is a very good game. I mean, they're on the doorstep of taking this game in this series 1-0 right now.
And he's even Blade Furying while he hits them. Unfortunately, there's no creeps in the base mid, so it doesn't actually do damage. But the concept is there.
DC have been really doing a great job of split pushing and keeping the lanes pushed out while they're hemmed in their base, I suppose. But now it's going to get harder as the creeps are coming through. Look at these illusions. Just go to work on the ranged racks. My God.
It's slow but steady work, but it's DC who are the ones that, like, they can't really take a risk and come out, because if they do, 3 of these heroes don't have buyback and are very likely to die. But if they sit there, they're just going to lose by default, and we can see that already. No's been sent top for a flanking maneuver. He's going to get the range racks. A quick sniperoo.
And Resolution's up there as well, and I don't think he has replicate, so
FY is just
they're just going to come in and finish off and give him megas, and then at that point, I don't know what you do. Yeah,
this
these
is
illusions
this
will
is
get it.
checkmate.
Yeah.
DC just have to run in.
They're going to try to fight now, and here we go. The BKBs are going to be popped like crazy. There's the ghost ship, just going to give him the rum. Moon dies to 2 hits.
And
from
No looking for more. He wants a piece of Misery. Does get chain stun. Locked down a bit. He needs a little help here. Where's DDC? Disruption is on cooldown for
he's
now.
about to go down. He will. He does have buyback. He's going to use it. Resolution, though. Man fighting it again is losing it. He replicates an inch forward. Will wait for him away and might actually
The
survive.
BOTs for
Torrent.
Mikasa.
He's coming in.
Bringing in reinforcements.
Here comes No. Resolution is solo, and that's it. They have to call good game. Weeha's down. He does have buyback, but that is it. They cannot deal with the Mega Creeps now, LD, and it is going to be game 1 going to VGR, finally getting their first win here in TI6.
Well, it wasn't always that smooth through the mid game, but at the end, VGR had an unstoppable siege prepared. Disruption illusions, the X sending No back to push out the top lane, then sending him top to snipe the Ranger X. And as soon as that Ranger X went down, DC realized we have to go all in and try and take a fight. We're going to lose by default if they're just allowed to sit back and siege. So, woo, what a game. That was some cool, unusual picks, tactics from VGR. Definitely feels like these teams are a couple steps below what we saw earlier. I mean, we've been spoiled, really. OG Wings, LGD playing some pristine Dota. At least yesterday for LGD. Sounds like today they struggled a bit. But still, for me, DC, they did not get anything out of the offlane Sand King. Moo had not even used an epicenter for like 30 minutes. His Aghanims was super late. I didn't feel his impact. I feel like Misery did his job. He, in the laning stage at least, he occupied both VGR supports, got them the advantage, but they just didn't push the advantage.
They didn't
after
scale
that.
either. The supports, not even just the supports, but like you mentioned, the Sand King. Moo, I don't think they needed to pick that hero second. They could have waited. And on top of that, I think that he did play poorly, or I think they just struggled with the hero early on. He actually had some very good burrow strikes, some very good caustic finales. It's not like it was completely useless. I'm just wondering, maybe they could have done a little bit better with the hero, given another hero, which is what you talked about, put another hero down in that bottom lane with Moo.
I think Sankey needs a little more help, to be honest. Once Morphlane has a good start, he can deal with Slardar in lane. Slardar wasn't getting any help. They were both supports for VGR were completely focused on mid. So I would have liked to see DC play this more like Na'Vi, send the IO bottom. If not at the beginning, then certainly at some point in the laning stage. They eventually sent help there, but it was very late. So I think that was one of the weak points of the game plan overall for DC. But still, Moo had an okay Blink Dagger timing. It's just that they didn't find any openings for it. And VGR, some sick individual plays. It looked a little dicey with that first push mid when No BKB'd, couldn't be disrupted, died. Suddenly DC are marching back the other way, but in the end, they just had too much firepower late game, and DC needed to be farther ahead.
Yeah, DC, good showing from both squads. VGR get their first win. No looking very strong. Mikasa maybe a couple of mistakes, but still all-around solid play. Everyone, especially FY, had some excellent play coming out here for VG Gaming Reborn.
Yes, indeed.
We will take a quick break here, and we will go into game number 2 as soon as possible, guys. And, of course, that will be our last cast of the day. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. My name is Mont. With me is LD, of course, and we'll see you guys in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the International 2016, where we have our matchup of Vici Gaming Reborn going up against Digital Chaos here for the group stages. Game number 2. Vici Gaming Reborn finally getting on the board. They were 0-4. Now they get a win. DC getting another loss going their way. I'm Mott, with me as LD. VGR, they didn't look as badly as I think a lot of people maybe had predicted, and they surprised the heck out of me, LD. They look good.
Yeah, their scoreline looked bad, 0-4, but they were competitive against Newbie, at least in one of the games. The other game was kind of a stomp. So I think this team was a little unfairly written off on day one. I still think they're underdogs to finish upper half, especially starting 0-4.
Right.
But as you pointed out, they had to play some tough opponents. So I don't count VGR out by any means. They already got their match with Secret out of the way. They also got Huskard, and they played Newbie. These are supposed to be two of the strongest teams in the group, so I still think VGR have a pretty good shot, and I guess the big question for me is just teamwork and polish. Like I think a great example of where VGR look a little uncomfortable with the lineup they have is that play mid where no, BKB couldn't be disrupted, died. Like that to me was a clear example of the team just not really fully trusting each other and/or not communicating very well.
Right.
That was an easily avoidable death. Those types of mistakes can cost you, especially against the top team. So they need to clean it up a little bit. And on the flip side for DC, I would like to see them have a little more like tempo control. Moo tends to just sit in his lane and farm a lot. He tends to be a player that doesn't rotate very much. So if he's not going to rotate, you got to bring other heroes to his lane and set up kills that way. But didn't really see enough out of the Sand King in the off lane. Perhaps they'll adjust heading into game number 2.
I hope so. I think we talked a lot about that Sand King in the first game, and after the first game was over, we talked about his performance. And again, I said it was generally a hero that he's comfortable on. He's played very well, but it just felt as if they weren't functioning together. They weren't getting the team fights they needed. He never really used an epicenter, and when he did, it fell flat. And I think they need to find something either more impactful or they need to just get the communication and get the teamwork going again.
So what is the Moo hero for you? Like, what is his go-to?
He has a lot of awful heroes. His hero pool is actually surprisingly deep.
Well, not what can he play, but like what's he best at in your eyes?
I think he's very good on those. He's a very good Batrider player. He's very good at Faceless Void player. He can transition to a core like carry role, but he's most often best on those heroes like Sand King, where you are the tempo control. You're disabling. You're getting your team out of jams by big ultimates, for example. But I don't know. I'm not sure what you do if you're not going to go. Like, there's plenty of other offlane heroes. I just don't know why it was Sand King in that situation. Maybe he just like felt they wanted to try something, but
I still think if he got more help, it could have gone a lot differently.
Yeah.
But maybe they won't. Maybe they aren't planning on giving him help. In which case, I would like to see him get something more self-sufficient. Sand King is not the best hero to go into the jungle. He's got low base armor. He doesn't have the board to tank the camps like say Beastmaster does. He doesn't have Berserker's Call like an axe to tank them. He needs levels in the lane before he can do anything. Yeah. So if you want to just leave him alone, I would like to see him have something that has a plan B. Like Darkseer can go to the jungle, pick an Iron Talon hero, like a Night Stalker even, potentially. Something that has a plan B.
Tidehunter would be fine too.
Tidehunter, yeah.
I mean, like there's a lot of Iron Talon jungling heroes that also function well in the off lane. They go to the jungle for a fair bit, they jungle there, they come back to lane, they try to find whatever experience they can, maybe set up a kill with the help of another person. That's fine. And I do like DC going for the Shadow Demon Mirana 1-2 because now it's a good chance that it's Misery playing that Mirana instead of Weeha, and Vici Gaming Reborn have to be ready for that, hopefully.
Yeah, so with the Shadow Demon opening, they could try out the Wii Invoker. I haven't seen as much of Invoker in general lately, but he can work. We'll see DC ban the Huskar. Banning Huskar is just a generally sound strategy, I feel like, in Phase 2, if you're not planning on picking it. But it leads me to believe there's a decent chance it could be a core Mirana, as that's where the Huskar pick is really scary.
Yeah, that's true.
Is when you're banking on magical damage and a heavy amount. Speaking of Invoker, it's DC who actually removes it. It is one of No-No's signature heroes.
Yeah.
Albeit we haven't seen him playing that much for them lately.
They ban it, and probably means they just weren't interested in the first place in Vici Gaming Reborn. They did have first pick coming out of that pick, that ban phase, and we'll see what they want to grab. They have an Ogre Magi Faceless Void. I don't know if and is a Void player. I think he might play it occasionally. I don't think we've seen it in a while. In fact, we haven't. It looks probably like it's going to be heading to the offline, I would imagine.
Yeah, looking at their previous games, it looks like they never really...
Like once in like a long time, and that was a long, long time ago at WCA was where they played that Faces Void. So I don't think, or at least in the safe lane, I don't think they're going to put it in the safe lane. I think it's going to be a Mikasa hero more than likely.
So they pick up Avenge now. Physical damage, another initiation option for them. Maybe a slight block pick, but Shadow Demon Venge is an awkward duo to begin with, as they're both setup heroes. They don't offer much beyond that.
It's
and
just,
so
it's another good hero with Faces Void. You have, again, Bloodlust, which we have talked numerous times about. And then Wave of Terror and Vengeance Orb, which is very good. I mean, you can get more damage done inside of a Chronosphere, or just in general. I mean, Faces Void, he does have trouble sometimes with early game auto attacks and actually dealing damage unless you get a time lock proc or two. Then you do a lot of damage, but these are just heroes that make it a little bit easier for you to dish out the damage as a Void. And whoever, honestly, it allows them to just do more damage overall.
Not a ton of great offlaners left. Sand King didn't work out. I feel like DC may not want to run that again. What else is available at this point?
Well, we talked about the Tidehunter. There's Slardar, which was picked, which, again, Moo was a big fan of Slardar for a long time.
Tide's okay, but Void can really shut him down. If you have enough damage to dump in Chrono, you can just crush him. Now, there is a Shadow Demon.
Well, they go,
so
wow, they
I
go
guess
for it.
with the disruption to help protect the Tide, it's still a solid pick, and he can be very annoying in the laning stage as well if they are intending to run a safe lane Void. But
wow,
they're not. They're drowning this, and DC, oh boy, they are not very good at dealing with Drow Ranger. They don't have a strong gap closer. They don't have a hero that can pressure her in lane. They've basically already tipped their hand as far as the lanes go. That it's the way DC lane is very predictable. It's going to be an off-lane Tide. The Mirana could be a roamer for Misery, or it could be a core, but I've not seen DC go for any sort of aggressive tri-lanes before, and you need that if you want to contest a Drow.
I think Mirana Shadow Demon with +1 is okay. They're kind of squishy in that lane, and then Ogre can deal with you very effectively, and Venge can too, so I feel like doing an aggro tri-lane here is very tough.
I don't expect DC will do that, so I am right away very worried about them.
I mean, I said wow, and I shouldn't be shocked, but really what I'm surprised by is the fact that number 1, it wasn't banned, and number 2 is that it was picked at the 4th pick out of everything.
When's the last time VGR ran it? They haven't. I don't think they played Draw that much.
I should have talked about this. This is something that DC have done numerous times, even once already in this tournament successfully. Shadow Demon Luna, we saw the Shadow Demon Jug illusions in the last game do a lot of damage to those buildings, to those towers. It's kind of the same concept, except Luna has the glaives, and you can dish out tons of damage with those illusions, so it's just a very solid combination of heroes. But Luna is going to take a bit longer to get online than a Drow Ranger. However, she could come to fight early with Eclipse, and that might be the saving grace for DC, is that they have very good early team fight with Ravage and Eclipse at the same time.
They cannot go aggro, though. This is going to be an uncontested Drow now.
Yeah.
They have okay kill potential on Void if they're going to commit to a full tri-lane. But Tidehunter will get zoned out of the lane by Drow. He will have to go to the jungle. So it'll be a free farm Drow. They'll take an early tower. Void is also pretty bad at defending his tower. So perhaps DC just look to trade with this. As we will see VGR respect ban the Weeha Meepo, which would have been very good this game.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
I don't know if DC would have considered actually running it, but
can you imagine
it is a good Meepo game.
Can you imagine if they were thinking about running it and they're like, okay, there's no way they ban Meepo here, and then it just gets banned again every single time. Like they never get to play Meepo. I think they played it once recently.
Yeah, well, the problem with Meepo is he's generally a 5th pick, and if you have a player that's good at running it, it's just often the safe throwaway ban.
Yep.
DC removing the TA.
We'll see where DC want to go for with their what could be mid lane hero, what could be support hero. It is the Weeha DK instead, the Dragon Knight. So they have a bit of push of their own, a bit of early team fight of their own. I don't know. DK against a Drow strat, I guess, is kind of interesting to me. I'm not sure how you feel about it.
He's got good plus armor from Dragon's Blood, so he deals well with physical damage. He can be an initiator with a Blink Dagger or Shadow Blade. But he does require farm, and he's not going to do well in the lane, assuming there's a ranged hero there, which generally is what you see with Drow. So it's more focusing on having a reliable mid-game frontliner, and it does well with the push, and we will see the same combo that has become very prevalent. Wings love this duo, the Drow Medusa. No going to be handling the Medusa, so mid lane, Medusa not really the strongest laner, but with a Drow should do well.
I mean, against a DK too.
Yes, it's an easy matchup in general, and Drow will help.
Yeah, the Medusa, though, is susceptible to being roamed on by the Shadow Demon Mirana. That's the key support duo for me, and just key part of this game for DC is just getting those roams and being effective, actually hitting arrows and getting kills. Like, it's a possibility. It can happen with Mirana Shadow Demon. It's very good at getting kills very quickly, and they can spiral out of control if the support duo is successful. But Vici Gaming Reborn, we'll see if they can deal with that roam, and if they can do what most of these teams that pick Drow Ranger and Medusa do, which is literally start man fighting at like 10 to 15 minutes, and by the time you're finished, it's 17 minutes and the game's over.
Game 2 underway now. Here we go. VGR 1-4. A win here. They're up to 2-4. They could finish as high as 10-4. And they have played two of the hardest teams in the group for me, Secret and Newbie.
Exactly.
So don't be surprised if this team makes a run on day 2. 2 more best of 2s await them. But for now, they got to take care of business against DC. DC already rotating out. We see Saksa dropping an early lane ward. And the teams will set up as the runes spawn in 1 minute.
Yeah, they're getting ready to go. I think right now you can see FY have smoked down to bottom, and he actually put up that ward. It's very good at covering the bottom rune spot, or at least close to it, and the entrance to the jungle. You can see Moo is the only one down here. Are we going to be wrong about the aggressive tri-lane? Are they actually going to run it? And if so, you know, are they could just go for a contention at top rune spot and then run down bottom. Otherwise, this might be a top aggressive tri-lane coming out for DC. I'd be kind of surprised, as we had already talked about it. But
looks like VGR want to dodge, though. So I guess they're anticipating this, playing it safe.
Maybe they had vision already?
Drow bottom.
Oh, they just saw that there's nobody down bottom, probably, with the smoke coming out.
Yeah. So they're able to dodge.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's going to be again the Drow.
They don't have a save for the disruption arrows. The main issue, I guess, until they get swapped.
Exactly.
So they feel like all they need to do is get their levels, and going aggressive will allow them to do that. Tide versus this is not fun, but they'll transition into dual lanes, at least with DDC going for the initial creep block. Leaves the Void top. Void is quite resistant to this disruption arrow combo, unless you get
see him with this ward too.
A very long duration arrow, because he can always time walk off the damage.
They pinged him. They know that he's there. Let's see if they buy TPs anytime soon. They might not for a bit.
Misery's going to take a beating from DDC.
Ugh, Ignite. Annoying. That's tough to deal with. Mikasa will be having a tough time again, like the Tide, like you talked about in the bottom lane. But Tide won't be able to get up to get a TP. So if they do want to switch lanes, he might just have to like get a courier to ferry it out, or have someone else bring another one. We'll see.
So off lane looks pretty good for VGR. Mid lane should go well for Duso once the Drow gets levels. This top lane is a double melee lane against the Luna tri-lane with Disruption Arrow, so I expect VGR to struggle top, but I think they should be able to win 2 lanes once they get the levels on the Drow. So I like the lanes a bit better for VGR, but Misery and Saksa potentially move around later. No smoke picked up for now, though. And you can't. The issue is you can't really leave Luna alone. Luna will die against this duo unless she gets a significant level in farm advantage.
She would die against both duos. If you left her alone bottom or top, she would have died regardless. That's the biggest problem here, which is kind of why I like the dual lanes. They can't rotate. They're pinned down exactly like you said to pretty much helping. At least one of these heroes is to help this Luna at least get some farm, and so they can't roam on mid. They can't roam on bottom. It's tough.
Misery leaping away from the Ogre, but they have forced out the salve here on Mikasa as Moo gets pursued a bit. Let's see, has End skilled up Frost Arrows? Yeah, he takes the early point in it. So is looking for the potential kill and just general kiting that offers. Disruption. And not going to happen.
Weeha has to salve up mid lane as he takes a lot of damage. The physical damage from Medusa, again, early on it's usually like a wet noodle, but when you have that Drow Precision Aura, it's more than enough. even with damage reduction from Breathe Fire.
Yeah, he's gone for the second point in Dragon's Blood early just to help deal with the right-click harass. Good skill decision by Weehan. With the poor man's shield, he's doing well in this lane. 7-1 so far.
Misery's forced to roam alone, and that arrow is going to hit, but he gets the mana shield off just in time. That is very good for Noto. There's no mana left for Weeha to be able to breathe fire, and if that mana shield wasn't there, he didn't have much mana left, but he probably still might have died there.
Yeah, that could have been really ugly for him, but good use of the mana shield. See Mikasa up to level 3 now. I just feel like DC aren't quite on the same page. Like, we saw that disruption top, but Misery was not ready with the arrow earlier. They go for the aggressive lane. Now they're moving the Mirana around, but they're trying to gank Adusa, who's very tanky. I would like to see Nono get a ward up the hill, or for the Ogre to scout for this Mirana, and that's what we see now from DDC. Looking for Misery, who does shoot the big creep. If you're constantly playing musical lanes, the nice thing about Mirana support is you can just get a free big creep every now and then and get some bonus experience.
It does cost a lot of mana, though. 100 and your mana pool is 314, so...
Yeah, no clarities for now.
No, and he might have to just deny himself or go back home, and it looks like it's going to be the former. As Misery will buy out, he'll be able to... I think he might have wanted to stack there, or at least get another arrow off. He doesn't get the creep that he wants, unfortunately. Top lane, Disruption's going to come through. They're going to go with the Lucent Beam, but no follow-up. Resolution does not want to dive the tower, especially at level 3. And we're back to just farming at this point. Nobody really getting anything done here other than just CSing.
Yeah, Moo's doing pretty well bottom, though. That's something we haven't really mentioned. But he's getting a ton of experience. They've not been able to zone him out. Already 2 points in Kraken Shell. He's constantly anchor smashing and harassing the Venge. And as a dual lane, there's not much kill potential. There's decent harassment, but Moo getting very tanky.
Misery has rotated bottom, but I think was spotted by the Observer Ward, so anything that is going to be accomplished is now gone. However, there's a gank mid. It's a big smoke gank, and Weeha is going to be... Actually, it's an Invis rune for Vengeful Spirit. Ignite comes out. They have Magic Missile ready to go. The Dragon Tail nicely done, but still in some trouble. They have... No vision up the high ground. Finally, they will, and Weeha is still getting chased down. They might have to dive the tower here. This is tough. This creeps under the tower now as the tower will start hitting FY, and actually Weeha survives with level 2 Dragon's Blood. That's the main reason in doing so.
Yeah, very tanky. And elsewhere, FY being chased by Misery.
He needs to hit an arrow if they want the kill, but he won't go for it.
It's a very long range arrow he would have to connect on. He's going to fish for it, and he's not going to find it.
Mikasa with 3 poison stacks will take a fair bit of damage, could time walk it, doesn't decide to do so, and instead he salves up. And we're back to actually 2 lanes going fairly well. DC's now got the advantage in terms of CS mid, but it's very close. It's just about the same. And then, of course, top lane Resolution is going to be up and in CS and compared to the Drow Ranger. The Drow Ranger is 10 CS behind, actually, that of the Luna.
Yeah, lane's overall looking pretty good, but for Drow, it's often more about the levels, and once you get level 6, then things get much easier for the team. So, still DC doing well here. They get the Dragon Idol.
They have no Chrono yet, but Resolution is probably
so screwed.
dead.
They didn't. I don't think they expected this movement.
No, that was a very good rotation. They rotate 4. They don't even need end, but it is First Blood. That's First Blood at 6 minutes, finally getting done. But yeah, that was a very good rotation.
This is one of those, hey, we don't want to lane here anymore anyway because our Drow is struggling. Tide's closing on Ravage. Let's do a lane swap, but before we send the heroes top bottom, let's see if we can get a kill out of it. And indeed they did.
They didn't have the Shadow Demon. He had gone home to heal himself or something along those lines, and so he wasn't there to protect or disrupt him. Not that it would have saved him. It would have been tough. The reason I think that was so interesting was because when you're pushing mid as in Elder Dragon form, you don't expect them to like rotate elsewhere. I think you would expect them to come mid and try to defend and stop the push instead of going top. But maybe it's not that shocking. They're going to head top, and Resolution will try to go for a smoke of their own. And it looks like they're going to go for no Eclipse yet, but still, it looks like VGR know that something's up. They had that ward on the high ground, that vision, of course, towards that tower, and so they know that this smoke is probably coming.
Wrapping around FY, lurking in the trees. Saksa trying to get eyes on him.
They see end right now. That's all they see. They also see
But
FY.
they know there's someone here behind him. And indeed it is FY. Lobs out the wave of terror.
He's going to get arrowed, FY, but they're kind of far.
They can kill him with the Lucent Beam. They're going to have to dive this.
Nice claves. He's going to maybe die to the 2 Shadow Poison. No.
Oh, but Misery.
This is still tough. Misery has no leap, and it looks like he'll fall. Yeah, the right clicks are too strong, so it ends up being a trade when it probably shouldn't have been. That was a rough dive. Resolution actually being a little overzealous as he might get ignited, and the right click from End is very potent as he's level 6 now. So.
Yeah, with Eclipse coming online, they already have Ravage. Expect DC to try and take a fight with those, look for a pick-off. Dragon form is up again. And if they're able to find a kill, possibly even bringing the Dragon Knight to a side lane, they can transition that into a tower. VGR are pretty weak as far as D-push goes. They only have Mystic Stake, so although they're running a Drow strat and can push well in their own right, they are not very good at stopping a push from DC, and it's something they'll have to be careful about as the DC group up.
Especially with a Tidehunter behind them. They do not want to engage in something like that. Elder Dragon form will go again. Weeha's running low on mana. He has a haste rune that he doesn't really want to pop. He's going to just maybe wait for the infused raindrop to help him with his regen and go from there. A lot of heroes rotating mid right now, and he is going to use that haste rune. He does need to bottle up now, and we'll see.
Wrapping around with Tidehunter.
They're coming in. Ravage? No, not there. I mean, he's got the magic missile. Ravage will go. It hits onto 2. Can they find anything more? Dragon Tail onto No-No, but there's the Chronosphere. Now Lucid Beam comes out. The Eclipse as well. Resolution finding one. Might find more as well. Mikasa will fall. And DDC getting chased down.
And looking for the Ogre. They grab that kill too. FY now into the trees and scouted out by the poison. They're looking to corner him, but he tankos his way through. Stills the raindrops. Able to escape. But they can now converge on this tower and look for a tier 1.
That's an amazing fight. And finally, that's exactly what they needed Mu to do last game. But he just couldn't do it because the hero, whatever, I mean, the composition of their lineup, whatever, it just didn't work out. And that's a great fight coming out for DC. That gives them so much gold. You can see the net worth graph just jump up to 2,000 right now because they get 3 kills and a tier 1 tower. Low top lane, Mu might be in trouble as the Frost Arrows will go.
It's only a level 1 Frost Arrow, but maybe they can kill him with that stun. Fairy Fire.
Wow.
They got him.
Yep. I think he was trying to fog behind that tree there, but of course that's not going to work. There's a ward, unfortunately. I think he pinged it out too. He's like, there's a ward there. I should have been fogged, but no.
So with Chrono on cooldown, Tidehunter Ravage on cooldown, and Eclipse unavailable, probably a lull in the action here. We'll see both teams farming up. It's a good time to look at item progression. Tidehunter mech is nearly complete. As they siege the tower, they will get the last hit. Drow grabbing it. What else are they looking for? Drow, probably the Dragon Lance being picked up, just a casual Morbid Mask for now.
Yeah, she has the 2.
Curious what Mikasa goes for. He's quite poor on the Void,
yeah,
but...
Is this all he has? Is the treads and Quelling Blade and Poorman's shield?
He's got to have something on the curve.
Oh, yeah, he has
so
the headdress.
Flat's coming.
It's very, very, very common for off-lane Voids, and we'll see how much he can get done with it. He's trying to go toe-to-toe with Resolution, but Eclipse is coming back up in 30 seconds. You could argue that Chrono's also up in 15. Maybe they want to get something done. We'll see if DC move together as a squad to try to find something. The tier 1 tower now gone. Bottom lane could be a good lane to push in or top. We'll wait and see. It's going to be a farming type of game, and because I feel like because of that fight and End going down, I think, I'm not sure, did he die there? No, he didn't, but with the rest of the team going down, this Drow push strat has been slowed down. It's 10 minutes already, and they haven't taken anything. No towers except for the top tier 1. Can they find anything bottom with the Smoke of Deceit gank?
Yeah, VGR smoking up behind the Void, looking for a Chrono. But they're going to be walking into a potential Ravage, and currently under tower. They have to chain stun the Luna. If she gets off Eclipse and the Ravage is there and she doesn't die right away, it will be a very ugly fight, and both teams now converging on the lane. So.
Misery scouted out the smoke, and so Resolution, he's fine for now. And actually, they just push back for a second. VGR will go back in, looking for Weehaw. Swap, is it there? No, not level 6 yet. He's actually only level 5.
Very close to it.
Yeah. That's surprising.
Both teams pretty confident in their team fight. We're going to see 10 heroes bottom.
There's a fight coming soon.
Well, no tide yet, but Mu is likely to join this one.
He is going to TP at some point. I don't think he wants that tower. He does get it. I think he wants the tower and the fight.
He's got mech now.
Look at No-No. He just gets Dragon-tailed out of nowhere. The TP is coming through. They've got Ravage. The Gush will come out, and Vici need to leave.
Good arrow. Nicely dodged.
It's a good Stone Gaze. Everyone has to turn around now. That might cover the retreat of VGR. Now the Stone Gaze is done. On cooldown, the Lucid Beam will hit onto DDC, and Mu, he doesn't have Blink. He went for the mech instead. Or, yeah, the mech, and the Blink Dagger is up for Weehaw. That might be enough. And he finds Mikasa with it.
Can they save him? They don't have the swap yet. He's still 6 XP away, also not in range anyway. That quick blink dagger grab, and Weeha just catching him off guard with it. The observer ward off in the jungle, so it didn't actually scout it being picked up. Nice decisive movement by DC, and now they're starting to death ball.
Oh, this TP coming in. They've got the disruption mid with the soul catcher on No.
No mana for the ultimate for Saksa, but do they even need it?
Oh, he's got no mana left. The arrow, the dragon tail, the breathe fire. They don't care about that tier 1 tower bottom. They're going to back up now. The swap out of the Moo into the bottom lane. It looks like Moo going to get gusted up. The frost arrow's hitting him hard. And there's the fire blast. No magic missile, but he is done. And with all of that right click going, they finally will bring the watermelon down. He's very tanky, but still. Vici, they're able to get the kill secured.
Yeah, VGR still hell-bent on fighting in this bottom lane. The Ravage is going to be available, and he's up in 20 seconds. As Weeha nearly caught out there, blinking away at the last moment. Still Mikasa on the chase. He's going to deploy the Chrono, and they look for the pickoff.
Wave of Terror is going to give them some nice damage or armor reduction, and then, of course, the Drow Ranger just lays in, and Weeha will fall. That's probably the most important kill VGR have gotten this game, and it's going to allow them to take the tier 1 tower bottom lane, which is huge. It starts
Will
to
it,
push
though?
off.
Tide has mech, Tide has Ravage, Tower is full HP,
you're
and
right.
there's Glyph. I think they're going to fight this.
He's going to gush. He can Ravage. He's getting ready for it. Do they have Gust? They don't. He doesn't have mana for it, but FY might be the one that's left out to dry.
Now he has mana for Gust. But
it's
FY
too late.
is dying regardless.
Yeah, that's going to be that. And there's another hero that,
Misery sneaking around.
yeah, Misery was coming in from the backside. I thought for a moment there he was going to find someone, but no.
Yeah, I like the way DC are playing around the Medusa pick. Medusa is not really that effective at this stage. She has good damage, but she's just very immobile and doesn't want to be coming to fight. She wants to be farming. Moonlight Shadow again being used effectively here as they're going to set up an end.
It's Disruption, Soul Catcher, Lucent Beam, Arrow, easy kill. Resolution gets it, and Resolution went Dragonlance too. So very early game centric type of build for the Luna.
This is a dream item for Luna. Very squishy, has bad range to begin with, and just wants stats to try and stay in the front lines. It's easy to build. You can get it quite early. And DC clearly just want to be 5-manning around the mech, the Tidehunter Ravage, the Dragonite ult, and along with that Dragonlance.
They're pushing into a 14-minute Drow strategy. Now the Ravage comes out, hits only under 2. I thought it would hit on No, but no such luck. And FY will fall first, and No is getting chased down. They might dive the tower. I think not. They're going to back away.
DC forced to back. Just kidding. Weeha says as he jumps back in, bumps No on the butt, and we'll find the kill. Now looking for more.
Ooh, Arrow's going to come through and end. He's going to dodge it, but DDC will not be so lucky. The Lucent Beam. And
Dragonite Blink Dagger, though.
Oh my god, End is getting crushed, and Resolution finds a double kill. The Starstorm doing a lot of damage as well, coming out from Misery, and 4 dead. And this is a 15-minute Drow strategy being crushed by DC. Where was this in game 1? Damn, this looks good.
Well, DC much more of a 5-man draft. Last time they were running Io, they were running Morphling, so this is a complete swap in strategic outlook for the team, but VGR, even though they have a Drow, it's really more of a late game strat, really.
Right.
Deuce is a hero that needs 2-3 items before she can do anything, and especially if you're going to go Lincolns. If you're going to go Lincolns, we almost always see the Manta. I'm not a huge fan of the build because I think it lacks damage. Even with Drow, it still feels a bit weak as far as the damage goes.
Yes.
You do have Venge, which compensates, but it's still 2 items at a bare minimum before you really look to fight. Void needs a lot of farm. Ogre wants levels, so he can max out Bloodlust, which is getting there. And you want the Vengeance Aura as well as the Wave of Terror to be maxed. So you're really looking at, 20 to 30 minutes before VGR truly want to fight. And DC are just playing around that. They went for early game centric items, the Dragonlance, the aggressive lanes, the Blink Dagger on Weeha, into the mech on Moo, and they're just swarming all over this VGR defense.
I'm just so used to seeing this Drow Medusa strategy snowball that they do so well in the early game that he gets those items, but that's not been the case for
Did not
No.
really happen.
No, he is not snowballed whatsoever. In fact, he's about to die again.
Gets goshed. He will commit the Stone Gaze for this, but has no TP.
He's actually going to get Demonic Purged as well, and they still don't have Ravage. Not that they need it. They have the Lucent Beam. Infused Raindrop saves him for a moment. The Demonic Purge is now done. Another Shadow Poison. Can they really not kill him? No, just kidding. The
He
Lucent
had the
Beam.
stick charges, never popped them. I think he would have lived. Weeha could have blinked for another stun, but And I guess the team had just already made the call they're not coming, so VGR just deciding to abandon their Dusa.
They had one hero, but I mean, Ogre, unfortunately, with Bloodlust, it was close, but it's just not enough to get him out of there in time. As the armlet is finished up for Weeha, he blinks again. How many times have we seen him blink, stun, breathe fire, and then the kill is set up? But bottom lane, Resolution might get ganked here in this bottom lane. They are going to go for the Chronosphere. They get the silence off as well with the Moonlight Shadow. They have detection. It looks like they don't have detection, and Resolution is actually going to get out alive. Oh my god.
Man, DC getting so much mileage out of all of these picks. The Disruption saving the day. We've seen the Shadow Poison securing kills. The Weeha Blink Stun has been incredibly effective. The Moonlight Shadow probably the MVP spell of this game, and 3 or 4 times now it's either set up a key gank or allowed them to live.
For sure. And the one against End when he was farming the Ancients, or the hard camp here towards the Ancients is probably the most important one too. But End has now got his Dragonlance. He's got his Yasha as well. Not going to pick up the Hurricane Pike early. Doesn't go for the Helm of the Dominator. It looks like there will be DC sitting around mid. No dire vision really except for in lane, and they're going to try to go for another fight potentially.
No, they're looking for Roche. With Chrono on cooldown, VGR cannot fight this.
No. I mean, they're so far behind now. No doesn't do any damage. He's a walking Stone Gaze at this point. Maybe Mystic Snake as well. End is the real damage dealer, and the rest of them kind of have to just help him out. But by the time, I mean, they clearly aren't contesting, and you're right. They're not going to fight with that Chronosphere with it being down for 57 seconds. He actually is going to be able to get Blink soon on Mikasa, and that might be a game-changing item. But for now, it is going to be Roche going the way of Digital Chaos. They have a net worth advantage of almost 7,500 at this point. The Luna continues to scale and farm very well, has picked up a Yasha for the Manta style later on down the road. And they're not even stacking Ancients, really, which is, I mean, that's one thing you usually do as a Luna, but not being touched this time around.
It doesn't fit their strategy. Their strategy is just to 5-man and to abuse their superior team fight at this stage of the game before Dusa gets items and while Chronosphere is on cooldown. So whenever he has a creep, he may look to use it to stack if there's nothing else going on, but first and foremost is pressuring the enemy, which is exactly what DC are doing now. They're looking to break the base.
Weeha blinks blindly looking for that target, but no one's there as everyone's still top split pushing. They're going to lose at tier 3 unless they get home now. Chronosphere is back up just as he TP's in. They lose the tier 3 regardless. Weeha, armlet toggle. Just be careful. There we go. More TPs coming in. They're ready to fight now, I think.
This is when Luna gets super annoying with the glaives bouncing from buildings to building and then eventually to heroes.
No, the swap back might save him. No, he gets right-click down with the last one, then the mech comes out as well. Moo has his Blink Dagger in the stash, but not on him still, though. I think they've gotten this Rax, especially with the Void Doubt. He could buy back, but by the time he does, they'll at least lose the melee Rax here. And that's it.
DC smashing their way through this VGR base. Probably feels good for some of the Drow haters out there to see her crushed so thoroughly, but
yeah, I mean,
this is not the polish on a Drow strat that we've seen from the likes of Wings or even OG.
There was another team that ran Drow and was unsuccessful in it, I think on day 1. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. I believe it was a Chinese team. I think it might have been, not Wings.
Well, Wings lost 2 games with it versus THC, but that was...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
THC had, like, hard counters to a Drow strat.
That's right. That's a good point. And then Wings is like one of the originators of that particular strategy, or at least over in that region anyway. They've done a very good job.
Well, they're the ones who turned it from a 4th or 5th pick into a 1st or 2nd pick. That's, I think, the big difference with Wings.
And it's not really doing much. I mean, End still has that late game potential. I mean, we've talked about Drow Rangers at late game scenarios. They're very good now, or at least better than they used to be.
DC commenced their siege of this tier 2. They're going to look for a 2nd lane of Rax. Still holding the Aegis now. I don't know when VGR are going to... They can't really give up a 2nd lane, but I'm not feeling too confident about their ability to defend it either, Mott.
I don't think they have the ability to defend it. I mean, again, it comes down to that Chronosphere. Mikasa is like 100 away from a Blink Dagger, and that might be the most crucial item of the game for them at this point. And he does actually get it. I think he sold something to pick that Blink Dagger up. I'm not sure. It might have been a Quelling Blade, I believe. And now he has his Blink Chrono ready to go. And they're going to smoke up. Are they going to wrap around? The Dragon Tail comes out first, though. And now they're going to blink in. He gets arrowed as he blinks in, swapped out. But now they're looking for the Ravage, the Starstorm. Everyone is solo the Eclipse, and that's got to be it.
Oh, my.
Oh, Lord.
Instant GG.
That's
Just destroyed
for Mikasa.
VGR. A hard-fought Game 1 win, and then a Game 2 thrashing. 4-2 now for DC. VGR dropping to 1-5. They are looking like an unlikely candidate to make it to the top of the group. They have to win a lot.
I would agree with you. They wanted to go for that draw strategy. It clearly didn't work. The laning phase probably should have went a lot better for them. We talked about the drow lane and really also the mid lane. They probably should have won by more in those lanes, but the DC draft allowed them for just to move to lane with Misery, find kills, rotate around with the other heroes as well. I mean, DC played very well. They had a good draft, and that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, without a laning stage win, VGR were just hard-pressed to stop the DC 5-man. You get a good chrono, and then what? Stone Gaze, very easy to dodge. We never really saw a 3-4 hero chrono, and No did get caught out of position quite a bit. Ends this game 0-5. I feel like this style of draft just requires a little more polish and to avoid getting picked off, and that was something DC was able to just find kill after kill. The Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight seemed like the real turning point where the game just fell apart.
Absolutely, and DC, like you mentioned, another win under their belt. They've got, I think, more games coming today, and there's 2 more heats, but as for us, for LD and Mott, we have cast since 9 o'clock this morning. It's, again, another late day here for the International, and we will be seeing you guys, at least for today, and we'll see you all tomorrow. So an absolute pleasure casting for all of you. Again, Mott and LD, and we will see everybody next time. Bye, guys.
to ban.
Welcome everybody to your broadcast. We're here to interrupt your Pokemon catching to bring you eHome versus MVP Phoenix, our second last series of the day for the International 2016. I'm Tubby1, joined by Merlini. We have ourselves a match which I was actually really excited about. I believed a lot in eHome coming into this competition. I haven't been disappointed. An MVP, a team who is always entertaining to watch. I don't think there's ever really a sad day with MVP when they draft.
Game 1 versus Liquid was probably one of the slowest MVP games I've ever seen.
Yeah, that felt a little sad.
It was unusual.
Yeah. It could have been amazing, though. And that's always the thing with MVP's games. Like, MVP's games, you're either going to have a one-sided stomp, which you're like, oh, I saw that one coming. Or you're going to have a, oh my, that game was amazing.
And in case you're thinking this game, it's like, oh, MVP versus Wildcard, eHome are on top of their groups.
Are they?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And
Are they-
you didn't know that? Do you not keep track of standings, Toby?
I knew they were in the top 3. I didn't know they were actually in the number 1 position.
They are tied for number 1 with Newbie. They are both
Okay.
5-1 at the current moment. And MVP Phoenix sitting in the middle of the pack, tied with Team Secret and Liquid, all 3-3. I don't believe this is updated for maybe the series ongoing, but
Yeah, because Team Secret, I believe, just lost one of the games, right?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, so MVP, chance to maybe even crack the top 4 and push Team Secret down. There's not many games left to play. There's only 2 more rounds tomorrow, and they got their 2 rounds today in MVP. They're playing up against eHome now. They may have an easier time up against VGR, but VGR also seemed to find a little bit of a stride today. But still, the dream would be at least 3 wins out of this last 2 rounds for them.
Oh, here we go. First ban, Naga Siren. Ice Ices has been phenomenal on that particular hero. We don't see too many position 1s, but they play very well around it.
I kind of actually miss casting, because we haven't got to cast any of the Alliance games. I've seen it like an arcade coddle. Stack, farm. Level 5 by 3
Sometimes
minutes.
they do the aggressive Keeper Bristle, but Keeper has been one of the premier supports in this tournament. I think kind of a little bit behind Oracle maybe, but I think Keeper's a lot more versatile.
He probably also can't get away with stacking in this game when you got a Ricky Maru on the field.
His job is to mana leak the timber.
That's the job. I think it was Moon who got fully tilted at that, and when Coddle goes level 1 mana leak up against a Timbersaw, just to piss him off.
I think this was the same opener that they did versus Team Secret. Looking at the draft order, it was a first pick Keeper into a second pick Kunkka.
Who else they have? They had so they actually had a Timber themselves in that game with a Razor and a Nyx, though. So they won't be able to create the same kind of draft. But overall team fight looks really nice for eHome so far.
Reserve time.
Kunkka. Kunkka Rum, so good. So good at killing Timbersaws too with the X.
Coddle's just got to wait on his Blinding Light. In comes the ship, Blinding Light. They're all out of range. Ah!
Please, we're not talking about your pups, Toby. We're talking about eHome versus Phoenix.
We've seen some stuff already this tournament, which I have definitely seen in my pubs. But let's not go down that road. So they take out the Morphling. They're looking at... they don't really have... Well, they have some decent control against the Morphling if Ricky can get to the point of having Diffusal Blade. Don't know if MVP's going to get that much money on the Ricky in this game.
I think they actually want to fight, though. I think Morphling will breed the type of game that MVP Phoenix struggle, which is trying to outfarm and late game your opponent. MVP's strength is early, mid, fight, not late game.
They might also be worried about, like, if MVP have a plan to pick up an Immortal-style hero. Like, if they, in fact, want to run the same hero you're talking is horrible. Like, if they want to go an Alchemist, and then you start replicating Alchemist, that's going to be a pain in the butt. Who's still in the pool?
Anti-Mage is still in the pool, but I think Anti-Mage is very similar to Morphling. I'm actually surprised to be in the Morphling just because I think there's substitutes to him. And I think Riki's actually pretty good versus both of these heroes, the Morphling and the Juggernaut, because both of them, I guess maybe not so much the Juggernaut, but more so the Morphling. Long duration silences are just incredibly useful versus him, especially when he builds Lincolns and doesn't go for BKB early.
Removes all of the escape mechanisms, or most of them that the Morphling has. No way to just get Lincoln Sphere and say, hey, I'm going to be okay. Alrighty, Herm, final ban. Hard to assume exactly where this Timbersaw will end up, as MVP already showed earlier today.
I think
they will
usually
flex
off lane, though.
It should be off lane. They definitely had a bit of time with it on the offlane.
I think it should boost their confidence a lot, though, in running an offlane. It was a tough offlane for the Timbersaw in the Liquid game. He was versus a Keeper and a Nick Assassin. Those two supports can keep him there for a very, very long time.
Especially when he ended up feeding First Blood as well. Oh, not First Blood. It was like the first kill after that bottom rune battle.
Fourth Blood.
Yeah, fourth Blood. Obviously critical. But walking down to the lane. Oh, I got a Swirling Death. I'll be fine. Ow. Alright, eHome taking some sweet time on their 4th ban here. They took out the Oracle, so there's no like quick saving grace for MVP's Timber.
They want the Kunkka X combo to be a guaranteed kill. So paying some respect to Kyo with the
that PA ban.
However, that makes me think that they're going to draft more physical damage, though. I don't know. I don't think they would have really struggled versus a PA. I think Kunkka and Keeper are both very good at dealing a lot of magic damage to go through her low HP pool. They have very good ways to deal with her mobility, but I don't know. The mana leak isn't particularly good versus the PA. When you blink strike, you don't get your mana reduced unless you blink strike like very, very short range.
The Morphling ban might have actually been linked after all. Alchemist.
Yep, that makes more sense now.
Yep. Alchemist gets picked up in the 3rd position. So he'll run a 2, which means we get Timber off and we're just missing the safe laner and 1 extra support for MVP. And now it's eHome who have to realize they could be playing up against a very heavy stall style game from MVP. Like they're obviously going to hit a nice mark in the mid. She don't have an aggressive really. I wonder if this is a game where you bring in someone like a Slark as well for MVP.
Too slow, I think.
What would be quicker?
Let's see. Lifestealer and Juggernaut are already banned. Ember Spirit, I would say. Although Ember, I think, struggles a lot versus DP and Kunkka. What is faster? Better.
We get ourselves a Nyx, but that's more than likely going to be a support hero. Unless they're trying something else out.
They're overlapping a lot in invisibility and gank potential. I think there's severe weaknesses in MVP's lineup right now. It's that their team fight is just awful right now.
4 melee heroes underneath everything which eHome's going to throw. That's what I'm worried about probably the most.
They have no good way to kill the Death Prophet very easily. And then combine that with the Kunkka boat, I don't really foresee them dying. But they do have a good run at you lineup, barring the Alchemist. And the pressure is always on the non-Alchemist team to make more things happen in the first 10-15 minutes of the game.
So MVP just chill back. It's like everyone gets an Aghanim's upgrade, and eventually they'll be able to win the game against eHome.
They don't have a good way to invade the jungle right now, though.
You're talking about MVP to go into eHome's jungle or vice versa?
Vice versa. To deal with the Alchemist stacks. eHome unlikely to stack that much. Firstly, because of the Riki, and then secondly, because of the Alchemist.
They get themselves a Sand King, so that's at least one way they can slip behind the lines. Really good lane presence from the SK.
And you're against 4 melee heroes, so pretty much whatever lane you're up against, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah.
Maybe not mid lane so much against Alk, but I don't think it's going to be a mid Alk from them.
It looks off, right?
Yeah, when do they play Alk that often?
It's kind of weird, though, to say like an Alchemist won't go mid when he has the power of the Bounty Rune with Greed. It's like your only other option then would be to push the Alchemist into safe lane.
The last time they ran Alchemist, it was a QO mid Alchemist, and they lost.
Great. Fantastic. Who was that up against?
IG Vitality.
That is definitely not a good thing to have on your list.
They were behind in net worth almost the entirety of the game, despite having an Alchemist.
Okay, so I don't want to use that game as any kind of reference then, apart from the fact that it went horribly wrong.
But I think more importantly, it shows that MVP, like, they don't have that much success running things that are outside of their normal heroes.
True, but at the same time, I kind of want to say, like, with game 1 of MVP versus Liquid, everything was going really well, but they just took a
No, they were just farming well.
Yeah, they were farming well, but then, like, what they did with it just didn't work. Like, they didn't have, like, the naturally aggressive heroes, which they have the momentum with, they find kills, and everything just flows.
Against Liquid, you always have to be able to win team fights, and they didn't have a way to win team fights, so their draft was inherently flawed, and I think it just wasn't up their alley.
5 seconds remaining.
EHOM needs something to round out their safe lane in the ice. I assume it's the ice hero. Yeah, so Anti-Mage is
Heavy farm.
the substitute for the Morphling and the Juggernaut. Yeah, the heavy farmer, and they have a very good 4-on-5 lineup. Like, they can definitely fight the Alchemist and the rest of MVP's heroes while Anti-Mage farms up, and Anti-Mage is not a BOT hero, so Keeper Light Recall even better.
You might be slightly concerned though with both Ricky and Nyx hunting the Anti-Mage. A good cloud, Anti-Mage won't be able to get away. You get Vendetta hits, stuns, mana burns. So it's not going to be the safest thing in the world for Anti-Mage just to slip around. So if Timber and Al can get to a point where they feel really confident, they'll be okay, and it's going to be a Lich. This is something which Liquid actually banned out against MVP Phoenix during the first series they played today. So MVP is going to drag the Lich in.
I'm looking at their lineup right now, and it's very, very defensive. We see them run Lich a fair amount, though, so that's not a huge surprise coming out from them, but this is an Alk lineup that they don't seem to run very often. I'm looking at their last 3 months, and they have only run Alk 4 times out of at least 30 games. And it seems to be okay for them. We'll see how they farm.
Yeah, I'm interested to see just how well the Nyx and Ricky go with their rotations. Like, if they can find pickoffs and make more space, the Timbersaw is going to bring the damage during the team fight. I'm wondering if Lich is really going to be that fantastic in this game.
I don't think you can get kills and expect to escape, though, versus the Kunkka.
Yeah, they definitely have to be strong enough to stand and fight.
So who's going to get the Blink Dagger first?
SK, all 11.
Thinking, yeah,
That's a bit of a no-brainer.
Okay, which team will win?
You really want to go with eHome. Like, eHome look really, really good.
Top of the group.
Well, and their draft looks like it will back him up, but MVP could pull something out amazing. Total number of deaths by 25 minutes.
I'm going 16 to 25. It's an Alk versus Anti-Mage. But it's MVP.
I think you're still fine with 16 versus.
Yeah, okay.
I would almost lean down towards 0 to 15.
Total number of tower kills. 6 or 10 is like almost always my prediction for that.
Oh.
Can't go wrong.
All right. Let's go to the game. As what have we got as far as early warding goes? MVP wards inside the eHome jungle, so they're looking to keep tabs on, and they actually block up the pull point as well with this ward. Febby is that they have a sentry on Death Prophet, so potentially they could throw it down and kill him. If Febby walks up this hill and there's no way they will know.
Oh, they know.
Oh,
No.
they're just body blocked?
Yeah, he's body blocked. Where's their sentry? Oh, he hasn't placed one yet. Maybe they're placing one at the rune.
Maybe they also didn't fully realize.
Oh, they have to know.
Well, it was only a very light touch. Febby, is he going to steal it? The Torrent's coming in. Febby will be sent up. And it is the Alchemist and the Death Prophet to take the rune. So they just use the Torrent as cover fire. So they both get the runes, and it looks like they didn't know. It was a very slight body block. So if they were looking elsewhere, they wouldn't have realized.
Maybe they just didn't think they had a good way to kill him. Spirit Siphon, is that enough?
There's your sentry. Hi, Febby. Spirit Siphon is now up, but Febby will get out of range of that sentry. He didn't actually bring any sentries with him, surprisingly.
But that one maneuver is going to make the wave in favor of Old Chicken.
That's something which Kyoto is trying to repair at the moment.
And Old 11 has his spawns blocked, but little does he know, or little does MVP know that they were going to run an aggressive lane.
That they are. There's your mana leak. Lanham's going to start. Torrent as well. MP can't run out of it in range. He does have that reactive armor and Stout Shield. Try and protect him. And Dubu, he went sacrifice level 1. There was nothing he could do to help out eHome. And eHome take first blood on the bottom lane.
eHome is really good with their laning configurations, though. Like, now, all that gold that MVP invested on the top lane, they have 2 Observers and 2 Sentry Wards. That is like 300 gold down the drain, and more importantly, Vision that isn't going to protect MP in the safe lane. As a Timbersaw, he's back to lane, but he's already at half HP. He's still level 1.
And then you still end up losing top lane to eHome because Old 11, Caustic Finale is just such a beautiful thing that Forev can't even stay close. What's he going to do? Spike Carapace back the damage? That's not a viable option. So Old 11 just has a really good farm time here, and you're seeing what Forev's doing. Like, he has to walk over to the side shop and stay there. Wait for the creep wave to push underneath his tower and then go nuts.
He has to be a little bit careful because he's not topped off in his HP, but the point of a Lich lane is to win your lanes. And if you lose this bottom lane, like if eHome get 1 or 2 more kills, then I could see this going very heavily in eHome's favor, at least in the first 15 minutes until Alchemist starts participating.
That's the second time I've seen Lanham do that. The Torrent cover fire to pick up the rune. Don't waste your time on detection up against a Ricky Mara. They want to keep the ward for the mid lane anyway. And guarantee a rune. This keeps Ricky at under level 2. So no smoke screen available yet. No blink strike. Nothing on those lines. And on bottom lane, MP can't even harass Ice back. Like 1 point up in mana burn's enough to drop Timbersaw down to 0 mana. Looks like they're having a little bit of fun. Febby's still got to know that sentry's there. Okay, so we'll get rid of it. It's actually the Alchemist who got the extra gold from the last hit on that sentry.
Teams have been really good about dealing with Riki and Bounty Hunter nowadays.
FP's dead again. Lanham, wow, he really waited on that Torrent. He could have gone for that instantly considering MP had no mana. So it was a guaranteed stun from Fenrir's mana leak.
Oh, and the Ice Armor early on the Lich. With level 2 reactive armor on Timbersaw, I don't actually think they can harass him out. He's sitting at a whopping 15 armor with 21 HP regen a second. And he is not phased.
Yeah. That's actually pretty good up against an aggro lane. The only issue is he's got no kill potential in it.
He's Quelling Blade. All he needs to do is farm and try and keep Ice out. What's the point of even having Whirling Death? He has no mana. I wonder if he'll go 1-1-3.
Still waiting for Febby to have some kind of crack here at Alt 11, but it's an Alchemist to help him, so he can't really do much.
And Riki not the best hero to stack.
Is MP really just trying to zone out Ice
He can.
with just a brawler style?
Look, he's like not really taking that much damage.
Well, it's working. Fresh Frost Armor every time from Dubu. He's always going to have the mana for it, and he's always going to keep denying, and denying creeps up against an aggro tri-lane. This lane's not going to keep working out. Like, there's not enough experience kicking into it for eHome.
They need to keep their stacks up. But if they leave them alone, then this is going to happen. MP's going to put them out.
They're going to try and kill old chicken. There's no concoction. Like, you see a move like that, it's like...
Kind of did.
Alright, he's going up for his farm. Luckily, that sentry's already gone. So he's got his camp that he can pull. This will change the equilibrium of this top lane, but it's like this top lane, Alt 11, 26 for 7, up against a Nyx who is 13-1. This is not for Rev's lane at all. I mean, he's trying to spike Carapace back the damage from Caustic, and it's just no effect.
He missed it.
Looks
And
like
Ice is going to switch.
yeah, he's headed north.
Yeah, realizing it's way better to sack the Sand King. Sand King can catch up through kills. Anti-Mage just really needs that CS and Battle Fury up as soon as possible. Or Vanguard.
I suppose it's also an easier way to harass this Timber. Like if you got that much armor, what do? Bring magical damage to the lane.
Good lane call by eHome. And I wonder if MVP are going to do the same thing. I doubt it. Let's see if they get the stack. Old 11 pulling it in on the bottom lane. Oh, they're actually going in. Epicenter on to MP.
Well, that damage should be enough, right? MP, he's so low. They're trying to hit him down. He actually has enough mana life regen. 14 reactive armor up. The stick charges to help him out as well.
We have that third point really paying off, but now he can't really tank creeps to get his reactive armor stacks up. Maybe he'll go into the jungle to try and heal up a little bit.
Oh, that'll work. And what a great camp for him to find hill trolls. These things do almost no damage, so he's up to 14 stacks. Old 11's going to find it, but there's no mana on that Sand King to help him out. Dubu as well, you seem to be a long way out by yourself here. My Keeper of the Light's going to hit him with the Illuminate. Okay, that's a level 1, so there's no damage in that whatsoever.
And QO gets himself another bounty rune.
Who's really ahead here, I guess? Is eHome ahead in gold? The experience is pretty tight. But that gold advantage doesn't really last long if Hero's got extra things to farm. There's no stacks inside the Radiant jungle. Just the one on the bottom lane, which Old 11 could probably even farm right now.
A lot of it is Febby always trying to make things happen in the early game and just not really getting his farm. Ice. Messing around with 4F a little bit. 4F already has his Arcane Boots, so Ice won't be completely free farming up here.
Still haven't felt that effect of of Febby just yet. Like, he's been roaming around, but there's nothing for him to really look at either. Like, all the heroes from eHome are staying pretty tight together.
Old Chicken pops his ultimate, goes on to MP. No Timber Chain on Timbersaw. He can try and TP out, but
Stick charges something to the trees.
that's a foregone conclusion.
Well, that was optimistic. That was worth a try. That actually gave a little bit of space to Old Lanham in the mid, because it's also giving space to QO to farm up. But your top CSs belong to eHome now.
And using the tail end of the DD and the Exorcism, they will try and get this bottom tower. Febby trying to leech experience, but it will do little in the way to stop them until Timbersaw comes.
He could technically smoke screen. Old Chicken's ulti just wore off, so MP's going to come back into the lane. There's your smoke screen in the back lines, but Old Chicken as well as 11, they move forward underneath the tower. So MVP thought the fight was going to happen a little bit further up the lane, but eHome had a very, very different idea about it all.
You don't have reactive armor stacks, and you're up against all this magic damage. I was pretty surprised that he went up there, but maybe not expecting a turnaround for eHome.
Probably thought the smoke screen might give him enough cover, do enough damage, you'd force him back.
It wasn't that well placed. Sinking was able to get the stun off nearly immediately.
That's why I thought, like, I think Febby believed eHome was falling back.
Forev on the top lane gets stunned up due to mana leak.
I need more damage. Well, with the Frost Blast, they've actually dropped Ice down very low for Rev. Still fairly low himself. TP's going to come in from Febby. That was a very obvious TP as the trees broke in the vision of eHome. Okay. And the Sentry Ward is down. You'll get rid of eHome Sentry.
Well, so MVP are losing the early game XP despite having a Lich, and they're losing the net worth game with an Alk on their team.
Yeah, an Alk and a Lich on the team. That should go their way. Now Sentry's down. Febby completely out of mana. And hit by the Illuminate. Won't care much more. Is Old Chicken really trying to... He's trying to steal the stack of Alchemist. Well, that's not so easy.
Epi it.
Really? Well, Spy Carapace up from Forev. Looks and actually gets a stun onto Old Chicken. Concoction to help finish the job. Forev was actually demanding the last hit. Now Old 11 into the epicenter. Wants QO. Chemical Rage 2 seconds off cooldown, but he's got the armlet toggling it up, and now the Chemical Rage goes to work. So Old 11, a nice time for a rotation, but not enough to find the kill of the Alchemist.
Second epicenter that we've seen used, but not enough follow-up damage. We haven't really seen too much from the Kunkka this game. Lotto just trying to catch up on levels, and he is going for no X build, actually.
Really? That's kind of like the bread and butter of almost every single Kunkka. In fact, most people haven't even been leveling Tidebringer at all.
That's a curious choice.
I'm wondering if he's trying to cause issues for the Riki when he comes in close. Because that's probably the easiest way to inflict damage onto a Riki or a Lich.
Maybe he also thinks that they don't have that much damage output if Anti-Mage is going to be farming most of the time.
More bounty runes in for QR, but Old Chicken pushing to the tier 1 tower.
Epi it!
11 comes over. He's not going to epi it. It's a double black dragon only. And QR tries to retreat back up to the high ground. That Sentry Ward is down. Doesn't really block anything, however. It just looks for the Rikimaru. And they will have a quick look and find Old Chicken. He's already backing up, so say goodbye to your Sentry. And QR still got crap tons of money. I know this is an Alchemist, so he's always going to have that much money, but with the armlet, he's a lot harder for eHome to kill early on.
They need a combo better with Old 11. They're not really getting mileage out of this Sand King. He had that early safe lane start, went to the bottom. They did kill the Timbersaw twice and get the tower kill, but after that, you'd expect him to, you know, get a Blink Dagger pretty soon, maybe get his Aether Lance, pressure the Alchemist, steal some stacks, but they've been very hesitant to make moves until now. They're smoked.
Where while they're smoking? Like, the only one is they're going to kill his MP. Like,
he's important still. He's their position 1.
That
kind of.
the Alchemist is their position 1 in this game. Now he's going to Timber Chain and TP out. 11 able to get the stun off. He's going to go instantly into the Epi with the torrent. MP's got nowhere to go apart from staying there, and they throw the ship at him. But at the same time, you're going to lose Fenrir in the mid. Febby ready to go. Concoction's going to connect. Okay.
He got mana leak on the Alk, so he couldn't chase.
Problem. So they're also going to have some fun up on top lane. Ice. The Anti-Mage, probably not the happiest in the world. Still trying to build into this Battle Fury of his.
It might be too slow, though, compared to this Alchemist. Alchemist is going to have his Radiance in 2 minutes, maybe?
I was going to say, Alchemist hasn't really been contested all with the Ancient stack. Like, you bring in eHome, and they got an Observer Ward back behind the tower, but nothing's blocked up his camp, so Kuro has been fine. In fact, he's been farming both of them through that small little path. He's taking out both the small camp as well as the Ancients at the same time. And now he even drags the creep wave over to find the last hits there, even if he misses a couple.
Well, Old Chicken knows exactly what he's up to, but he doesn't really have the backup, and he suspects that they have a Sentry Ward up there. Exorcism up in 7 seconds. This may be the time that they're looking for to head up there.
He knows that Sentry's there because of the deep ward from before. But he's got no other choice.
Well, I'm really worried about Lich, considering his net worth is about 100 more than what you start with.
High five prediction.
Radiant's
SK Blink Dagger's
bottom
done.
tower is under
First one
attack.
on the field. Just under 13 minutes to reach it.
I'm a little bit scared for MVP, unless QO can make miracles happen.
And they've just been so defensive about it all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like just ice armor up, both the tower as well as the heroes. So one way to try and make it so eHome's push isn't as quick, but with a double damage rune and still Exorcism available, 11, a Burrow Strike in, finds Febby, they trigger the dust, it does connect on the Ricky, but he's already Blink Striked himself away to Dubu into relative safety. I say relative. Lanham, the Observer Ward sees all, Dubu's going to get crushed.
Ooh, he almost caught Febby, too.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Febby still needs some time to heal up with the Tranquil Boots. QO trying to do his farming rotation, but Fenrir will block that camp up yet again.
Finally, that's happened. It's actually the first one which is properly blocked. They've only had Vision Wards beforehand. Now Alchemist dragged back in. He does actually have his Chemical Rage up and running. The silence, nice from Old Chicken, making it hard to counter, but in comes MP, chains himself through, drags the Sharkum as well. You've already lost 2 heroes from eHome, but Old 11 capable of TPing out in time.
They did not have enough sentries there. Riki had cast
Wait, they see Lanham. Can they reach him with the... If you stick charge into Chakrams, oh, he's got phase boots. The movement speed's too high.
The Riki had stopped the epicenter. He smoke cloud on top of him, and then because he has shift queued, he immediately blinked onto the Alchemist, but just not enough damage at this point in time. And just not being able to connect with the Sand King, who has had a Blink Dagger for quite some time. They were just super light on the sentries, and there's that Observer Ward that's still up, and there's that Riki that's allowed to roam free.
They go for MP. That's a lot of damage. The ship will finish the job. As you can say goodbye to a Timber Sword, but the Alchemist has his Radiance. Like, in the time it took for the Radiance to fly from home to where he is in the jungle, he's already got another 800 gold. It's a happy day if you're an Alchemist. Maybe not so happy with eHome rotating into the Radiant jungle. Again, great warding from eHome. They're looking at everything MVP is up to.
They need more burst to kill him, though. Well, maybe they can do it right now. QO trying to be greedy, farming up 2 Kims in the middle.
He just triggered his Chemical Rage, however. This is going to be very difficult. Lanham gets the torrent off. Febby comes in as well. Smoke screen into the tricks of the trade. Old Chicken not having a great time, but the Concoction is going to fly out, plus the Chain Frost to find the kill. Fenrir will create some space with the Blinding Light. But the Dire's Courier also flying at the same time. Blink away for Rev. Oh, he's got a nice line for a stun. A double stun from him with the Acid Spray down. Fenrir will drop. Lanham will join him as well in the grave. As MVP chasing down the extras of eHome for a nice kill.
They're forcing so many heroes onto the Alchemist, and if you take the fight to the Alchemist, all of MVP are going to be there. So it's going to be 5-on-4 in MVP's favor, and going for Epicenter up top lane. MP going to take another spill.
Looked away at the wrong time for that one. Tipper chain down, however. MP on the run. Ice was not really ready to fight that one. He took a... Oh no! Sand King! The Chakram with the chain out, and then Duber brings a level 4 Frost Blast to it. Ice before they started that engagement. That's why I didn't think they'd really go for it. He took a Whirling Death and dropped down to about 20% of his life. If Forev hit that stun as well, Ice will be joining him in the graveyard.
Well, they do get a kill on the bottom lane, even without the help of the Exorcism. But losing the Sand King yet again.
Forev's going in. He really wanted Ice. Forced us to blink into the eastern tree line. Febby was waiting for him to actually blink into the lane so then they could chase kill him.
Oh wow, the Blink Dagger are already up on the next assassin. He's 3-0-2.
Febby's coming.
He's almost the same net worth as the AM. That's crazy. Well, 1 mana burn. He does not have enough stick charges quite yet.
He's only got 2 of them. Dubu's just making a break for him. Into the tree line, up high, but then you cut a path.
This tower is still alive and healthy.
No. They were really only looking for the kill, trying to force Ice off it, but he plays around it instead. But eHome, there's a Roshan for them. So Aegis the Immortal now into the hands of the hero who you normally don't want to have at Aegis the Immortal in the hands of, the Death Prophet.
Arcane Rune.
Then maybe you do want it in their hands.
I don't know what their plan is right now, though. I think they just have to accept the fact that Alchemist is going to get really big. I think they tried too many times and have failed too many times to stop him from farming, and now they will have to deal with the ramifications and gear up for the 40-minute plus game. They already had that in mind.
That's a very odd scan. They scanned in this region here, right in front of the town, when they have an observer ward just a little bit further away.
Maybe for Riki.
Possibly, yeah. They could have been that. They could have also been looking for smoked up heroes, because MVP have done exactly that. They smoke up. Their observer ward is watching the movement of eHomes. They know exactly where they're moving. And Febby, there's your jump. The first one, 11, able to get the double burrow strike off, but Old Chicken takes so much damage. The Lich Chain Frost bounces down to Old 11, so the Aegis Immortal triggered. You've already brought down the SK in Forever, a little bit too far away, but MP, that one tree was left standing, allowing him to chain forward, and now they can go after the Death Prophet. Spirit Strike will make this difficult. Is he going to trigger Exorcism? Yes, he will, but in comes QO, beating down on top of the Conquer. They've already managed to rip in a 2-for-2 trade-off, but Old Chicken, how much damage has he got? That's a level 2 Exorcism, so QO, not a healthy man. Blinding Light forcing him back, and QO will go down. Old Chicken try and play the Fog of War, missing the silence, but MP, he got himself caught on the hillside. He'll go down. A terrible, disastrous fight for MVP. Then Old Chicken gets to roll in the dough.
Let those spirit siphons roll.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Death Prophet, one of the best heroes at fighting without your carry. And they missed a fair amount of spells. Timbersaw, I think, missed his chain when he was trying to go for the finishing blow. The Alchemist armlet toggle, which is very difficult.
Rev as well, the epicenter, the Spy Carpus went off. So at least you got to reflect a little bit of it, go into Vendetta. Sentry Ward down for the dire side, 1 second to Burrow Strike, but it won't be required. Whew. Ice, a level 2 Mana Void already available, finds that kill.
That was close.
And now is rapidly approaching his Vlads. Like 19 minutes in, you kind of have a great start for the Anti-Mage, but now Battle Fury done, fast farming for him. And the Nyx as well as Riki will be very ineffective if they just try and gank him.
Well, after killing the Alchemist twice like that, I think you're in a decent spot as an anti-mage. Well, my team just killed 4 of them. They took Roche without. They just got me a kill on the Nyx assassin that more than makes up. And now I think is when the Lich starts to be much less effective. Each Night Creep not really that important because now anti-mage can just head into the jungle.
You still need to keep this Alchemist under wraps, though. Sitting at almost 15k net worth. Okay, now over 15k net worth thanks to one bounty rune. It's just the easiest farm. And this little path thing stacked, just a small little path. It's so much for QO. Like, they need to have some kind of obs ward, but that's why the 2 sentries are down for MVP.
Yeah, they really need to stop them from farming this big old cash cow. MVP.
But how do you even stop it? Like, they don't really have a great invasive lineup unless they got their abilities up.
Maybe a deep ward to the south side?
That could work. At least see when he's doing it. But at this point, with QO, it's practically all the time. He comes into the mid lane, goes up to the camp, goes to the mid lane, goes up to the camp.
Oh, they dropped the sentry ward. They will see the observer ward and ping it out, and they know that they're coming because they had to have smoke to drop it into this area.
Someone needs to get rid of it. Lanham, wow, okay, that's defensive. He uses X marks a spot to get rid of an observer ward, which is in his own lane between his own towers.
They know exactly where they were, though. That's a smart play. I like that.
Spy Carapace actually stunning up. Will be enough. QO front line triggers the Mana Style. Chain Frost, very ineffective, only hitting onto it. In comes your epicenter from 11. It's going to be enough to catch out 2. Tricks of the Trade will slow down the fight for the Rikimaru, but already Old Chicken catching out 2. They need some kind of stun or disable for MP. Not available, but Old 11, he doesn't require one. Finding Febby, and will he have enough underneath with the dust on him? 11, where's the damage? And there it is. Smoke Screen will wear off. 3 heroes lost for MVP, and eHome, even with an Alchemist having almost as much net worth as their 2 biggest cores combined, they are still taking these fights.
The Death Prophet is owning these fights. They cannot burst her down at all, especially with the BKB rush onto her. Like, they just really don't have that much to deal with BKB. Maybe Alchemist, but he went to magic damage build as well with the Radiance.
They did exactly the ward you were talking about, just a little bit further to the south of the Ancients. Obs and Sentry down. It doesn't block, but at least lets them know what's going on.
It can set up a good epi for them into a ship. These are spells that need some time, and you want to cast them from the fog and catch the enemy by surprise. So maybe you'll catch him without his Chemical Rage up. Maybe you'll catch him with his armlet off. Maybe you'll catch Nick Assassin before he Spike Carapace. Is very important for eHome to catch them just a second before they're prepared. And yikes, this is looking very grim for MVP at the moment. And Ice hasn't even really started joining the fights yet. Still sitting at 1-0-1. Roshan going to respawn in a few minutes. MVP need to pay careful heed not to hand another one over to eHome.
Yeah, Ice doesn't need to join for another good 10 minutes if he wants to. This is an any mage that can continue to farm, and his teammates won't care. They're actually worried MVP was moving up on them. eHome with a very defensive scan. Fenrir might get a nice timing to snipe out a courier if the place is right. It's coming with a Bloodstone recipe, but the rest of eHome are now on top of the Radiant Secret Shop, so there is no purchases that will be happening anytime soon. They put Knobs on the other side of the hillside. In comes QO. 11. Actually using his Burrow Strike a little bit early on the neutrals. More worried about what could be coming his way.
I'm just worried about these super poor MVP supports. You can't give an axe to Riki. If you give an axe to Lich, he's still not super effective. And all he's really offering at this point is Frost Armor because of the BKB.
The two biggest ones have got to be the Timbersaw as well as the Nyx Assassin. That at least will slow down with double Chakrams as well as the Burrow ability. eHome will have a hard time ending the game, at least.
And that's what Anti-Mage is for. I don't think he can pull Ags to these two heroes too, because he's still dying a lot in these team fights. He's 1-3.
eHome? That Observer will get a glimpse of MP? I think they realize where they're headed. It's up to the top lane. Kuro is currently bringing down that tower, so yep, eHome coming in from the eastern side of the jungle.
Oh,
Kuro. Oh, his Chemical Rage has still got halfway through it, but it may not be enough. The Torrent's going to connect with the Epicenter as well. They want all the damage, and they've got all the damage. Very late for the Chain Frost to do any kind of work, but the other two players of MVP can escape.
He just gives so much gold. Actually, he only gave 334 gold that time.
He's not worth
He gave
that
like
much.
600 last time he died.
Yeah, he's not worth that much
What do you
anymore.
mean? His net worth is incredibly high relative to everyone else's in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't really seem to be helping.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you're actually behind in gold with Alchemist. That's unusual,
Yep.
to say the least.
Behind by, like, the whole team is behind by 4,000, but it's the experience 10k advantage going the way of eHome at the moment.
They lost their lanes a little bit too hard. MP has just died way too many times, and he has a Bloodstone and a Cloak, but it's 25 minutes in. They need a secondary damage source aside from the Alchemist.
It's just crazy to say you lose your lane when you have like a Lich in your lineup and you're running an Alchemist as well. Like, you should have so much more. Rev going to go Invis. They know exactly where he's going to come back to. Old 11 triggers the BKB. Febi's on the front lines. They get the Spirit Siphon off with the Sentry Walls down. Febi out of range, but in comes the ship. Febi needs to bail out of here, but he can't. He got trapped, crushed by the hull. As eHome has already taken out the Tier 2 tower, so they got what they wanted. They took the Tier 2 tower, and again, every single one of these fights has happened without Ice.
And now look at where he's farming. He's farming all up in the Radiant jungle, and MVP just do not have a hold on anywhere on this map. They have the Nyx Assassin, they have the Riki, but they can't kill anyone without Alchemist. And now they're even forced to more defensive items. A Hood of Defiance coming out from the Timbersaw. I'm worried for them.
Oh, it's a very well-founded worry.
On top of that, they have the boat. The boat is just like, oh man. You have all these great burst abilities, Timbersaw, Nyx, Lich, but when you're talking about boat, like, these heroes just don't die.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we're talking about during the drafting phase, right? Like, eHome's team fight is just so good. Like, low life, but high sustain. You bring in crap tons of physical damage, crap tons of magical damage. And even if this game turns into a split push kind of battle, you've then still got a Keeper of the Light who doesn't have an Axe, but he could always just trigger the ulti, pull in a recoil, and bring in Ice for the fight. So MVP can't even win on split push. So with the Alchemist build with Manta, If he finishes up something like an Octarine, like, it still won't be enough.
I applaud MVP for trying out different strategies, but it's not.
It's not what everyone thought they were going to do coming into
But
TI,
maybe that's
right?
exactly what they needed, right? But if they had won with it, they'd be like, wow, MVP can do a lot more than one thing.
Yeah.
But now it's like, maybe they should go back to doing the one thing that they were so good at.
Insane aggressive team fights before anyone realized that were going to come.
Yep, not 4 Protect 1.
Yep. 4 Protect 1 is a little bit too 2000s, maybe 12.
And none of them are. They were protecting him very well in the first 15 minutes of the game, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, the Alchemist, I don't think Hugo has ever really felt that phased in the first, 10, 15 minutes at all. And then things just went wrong. Like, he has to join the fight.
I think any sort of death on Alchemist, though, is just... Like, if you die in the early game, that slows down your timing by, 1 or 2 minutes. And then if you die in a later game, you have a ton of net worth. So you
Febi's
get
going to break the smoke.
Where's our gem? 11, he was
They have
scared.
one.
He turned around, though. Like, what are you scared about walking into, buddy?
It's that flinch, man. I see a snake on the ground. I have to jump.
Not the best use of the gem reveal, but still getting a kill out of it is better than nothing.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot of observables from eHome. Now, like we said, they need to do something about watching the stacks, watching the farm of QO. They had the Bermuda Triangle style of wards around that. They're going to lose one of them in 8 seconds. Actually, they're going to lose all 3 of them now. So they may have to repair that or replant the wards.
And now Roshan has respawned. It was almost a full 11-minute respawn for him. Old 11 kind of out in no man's land. MP and Dubu maybe looking to get a kill on, but I don't think that's possible. 11's actually going to look for them.
Yeah, he's coming up. MP's getting out of here. He sandstorms up to start with, but Dubu, they've already TP'd out. And it's Roshan for rehome, so with the Exorcism.
And a DD. I don't think they needed the
Yeah,
Exorcism because of that, but
this
better
actually
safe than sorry.
This kind of delays their push, but he had an Arcane Rune on the Death Prophet. So, again, you just screw it. Cooldown's going to be really low. By the time the creep wave is ready to push into the base, you're going to have Exorcism back off cooldown.
MVP, probably one fight away from getting their base just blown wide open. I think eHome, this is the time to fight. As you mentioned, the Arcane Rune, Death Prophet's ultimate going to cool down in just 1 minute's time. Anti-mage with the BKB. Yeah, this is the time. I think they can end the game right now before Alchemist starts making their other teammates useful with the Ags upgrades.
Even if he doesn't, even if eHome doesn't end it right now, they're still going to take at least 2 lanes of Rags when they push in.
They need to.
They've got the power for it. Still, I would kind of prefer, though, Old 11 to have that Yule Scepter out of his stash and on him instead of a Quelling Blade.
Got to get those D-wards.
That would be a dream right now. Top lane, Ice. A little bit further up, Febi's actually watching him pretty closely. It's only Dubu and Febi, however. They cannot... the only thing they could potentially do is stop the recall.
Yep. But they can just cast it again in 10 seconds. Especially if he chakras it. Well, we don't see the Spirit form just yet. Fenrir maybe looking to cast it come this next wave. There's Alchemist Illusion trying desperately to slow down their push just a little bit. But Ice is in deep.
It's the Ags. Q needs another 400 gold, and he's got his Ag in him. He just will be buying an Ag. There is the pullback on Ice. So they're pushing in, but the Ags hasn't been purchased yet.
Yeah, they do not have that much time left in them. They're not going to have that Ag Scepter before this fight.
He needs 200 gold. Now there's actually going to be no buyback for him. He's short by 500 to get the buyback. Ice is getting stunned up, but he doesn't really care that much, even sitting inside the chakram. Primarily because he's got the Aegis the Immortal. And they go again. Exorcism from Old Chicken. Now halfway through his duration. That tower's pretty low as Ice jumps in once again. They're using X-Mark spot to give him a couple hits on the tower. The Aghanim Scepter is now purchased. Who's that on? Is it on the Nyx?
I don't know. Nyx already had the point booster.
He hasn't given it yet. It's coming on the courier.
Maybe Timber, I would say.
Timber looks like the best option, but Forev is standing right next to him, and they're going to give it to Forev.
I'm just saying that because he had the scepter.
Point booster.
The point booster was like, now what is he going to do with that point booster? But they were about to lose the game, so I can.
Let's look at our other options. What do we got?
Timbersaw, I think, is really good.
You can buy Skadi or Bloodstone now.
Oh yeah. You can. Soul Booster, casual. Actually, Soul Booster's not that great anymore. Casual.
He can sell it and buy himself something nice.
Now he just needs the utility items, I believe.
But that's still like okay, so what really went down there? eHome pushed in, they had, say, a little bit of a low, and the tier 3 tower took a little bit of damage.
They don't have sustain. They don't have the Ags up on Keeper, nor do they have an Urn. So they can't actually heal up from the spam from the Timbersaw on the Nyx Assassin that we saw, and the spam's only going to get worse with the Ags Scepter.
All 11s. Well, there's no Observer Ward, though, for MVP, so they don't see eHome moving around inside their own jungle. In fact, now in bottom lane, MP well out of position. He's got 17 one charges. If he only has the time, he'll just deny himself. He won't battle with the one charges. He's got 18 seconds till he'll respawn. But in they come, no exorcism, 30 seconds on cooldown. Tricks of the trade, keeping the Rikimaru out of trouble forever. Okay, nice Burrow Strike from Old 11, but there's no follow-up. Doesn't commit the epicenter. They're just saying hello, but not really doing much damage. The tier 3 tower will drop. Ice still has the Aegis of the Immortal.
They have to kill the Nyx. They realize that Nyx is actually a problem in these fights, and they pinged out on him, but Sand King has to be close by because he's the one holding the gem. Death Prophet just had a BKB out of stun mana burn combo from the Nyx Assassin to prevent herself from dying, and what do you know? Another arcane rune.
Life is a happy time if you're an old chicken.
Man, that's 2 in 4 minutes.
Not too shabby. Old 11 seeing QO. Ice actually farming right next to him. He could potentially prep an epicenter and jump down. With the gem, they also saw Febby, so Burrow Strike, that's an easier kill. Instead of going for the Alchemist, they wait for someone who's a lot easier to knock off.
Well, they're actually going for the Alch, though, as you mentioned, and he is going to TP out. Will they get the stun in time?
Oh, you see him. No vision. No vision.
That would have been very close to game ending right there. Kuo right in the perfect spot in that tree. It's a pretty unusual place to TP out of.
I'm a little surprised he didn't just trigger a mana style and try and play like a distraction game as well with the illusions.
You don't want to give away your position, though, because Sand King would just stun through. He can judge by the distance of the 2 illusions about where your hero is, and then have to pull some incredible micro to disguise your position. So if it were not versus Sand King, I would say fine. But because it is versus Sand King, I think you don't risk it. It was a confidence play.
That range with Forev. There's high ground defense. If Alchemist can actually farm up the second Ags now, which she's got a fair chunk of the money for, and give that to the Timbersaw, I'm wondering how eHome, in fact, take the base of MVP. Like, MVP will still have growth issues because the Aghanims upgrades is, like, down to just Lich. Like, stats for the Rikimaru is kind of, like, the only other thing that Ags upgrade will give.
You can BKB Siege. It's not ideal, but it might be what they need to do soon because I think the structural damage has to come.
The BKB just came up for QO, so he doesn't buy the Aghanims, he buys his own sustain during the fights.
Yeah, they don't have that much
and
physical damage. I guess front some from Death Prophet.
They're coming out. eHome just smoked themselves, and they're rotating to the north side. Radiant scan to the east, so they're looking for someone inside their own jungle, and they're going to find Ice on the bottom lane. The Observer Ward's being down. They should probably think something is awry. There's your jump. He misses the stun. Looking for another one. Ice to the corner. QO going to self-stun. BKB now being triggered from Ice. So an unsuccessful gank there from eHome. They do burn a BKB charge.
Man,
that was the 10-second one for Ice, but...
He blinked at exactly the right time and blinked the right way. And went the right way after he blinked. Like, there were so many small things that Ice had to do there to survive.
Oh, they're still so far ahead. 26,000 experience going to eHome in 35 minutes. Just over 14 grand their way to.
They can still blow up the Death Prophet. She's not that tanky. Looks like she's actually going for a Lincoln Sphere.
Okay, Lincoln's?
Yeah.
I was wondering if you actually get something like a Refresher Orb. If you don't have the sustain, you get the double exorcism out.
Might make her a little bit too squishy. I think like a Nyx combo can hurt her really badly. Oh, I think you'll go for Octarine now if you're Nyx, right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, I think you go for Octarine because then you just have a lot of stuns and their BKB is going to be pretty low at some point. But MVP, they have to play the stall game.
I still just love the fact that we're StarCraft.
Lurkers
are everywhere. He should have a different animation though when he goes into the ground, instead of just being this little mound.
I would like to see his like claws peek up a little bit.
Like a little periscope thing.
Yeah.
Like we now have Nyx Assassin. You'd think he's actually like subterranean, but really he's a submariner.
It's like the insects use their like little feelers to sense what's going on around them. How does he see if he's underground?
What, you want to have like two little antlers?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Or you could have like vibrations in the ground. Like he just like lets out these ripple effects while he's in the deck.
Maybe they could make it more realistic and have him not be able to see anything.
He could actually what a blind Nyx.
Well, he's underground.
You have to rely on your friends to say, hey guys, you got a guy right in front of you. You should probably stun him.
It's the opposite of flying vision, Toby.
Or
subterranean vision.
Okay, take this. Nyx is actually Ant-Man. He controls up ants, and they can go in specific areas to give you vision.
Sounds a little bit like old Weaver with the Watchers.
A little bit.
Okay, well, they're heading around to the Roche, but Roche is actually respawned already. MVP will get a glimpse of this very soon.
The waves are out far enough, too, that E-Home won't instantly know.
They
the
don't
question
have that much
is,
physical damage, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. Do they have enough to rip through it? Unless they were just thinking E-Home's going for it.
I heard
I'm hearing a
BKB.
BKB. It's QO. QO triggered his BKB. He meant to Manta style, and he's triggered his own BKB.
No one knows, though. And he has Octarine, so not the biggest loss in the world.
It's still one of those things. Like, that was your 10-second BKB. So there's no way they will contest Roshan now, if they were even thinking about it before. With the Observer Ward down, now they see Old 11 getting rid of the Obs Ward.
You know what they say, Toby.
What do they say?
Use it or lose it.
I thought they always say, like, always look on the bright side of life.
Use it or lose it. That is the bright side.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Our key weapon's a surprise. Surprise and vision.
Okay, now Anti-Mage is 5 slotted, I suppose. Vlad's can be purchased by someone else. Still needs Moon Shard up. Still has BOTs to grow. Alchemist can kind of replace his armlet for Satanic or something similar.
He's doing the Ags first.
Yeah, but Ags is not a side grade.
He's also flying the Courier out to him right now, but he can't hold on to the Acronym Scepter. He's also got no one to pass it on to anywhere else. Febby, oh, that was nice. He saw where the X marks spot was going to drag Old Lanham back, and then they hold him in position. Hold him! Hold them! Now he burns the cheese. Literally bounce back down again. The ship will fly, trying to get as much of the damage as possible. So they burn the cheese for this, but support is rotating over. It looks like 11 and MP are also playing up in the tree line, but they go for more fights. It's Ice on the front lines. BKB will now trigger, and MVP have to bail out. This fight is in 3 different parts of the world, but it's about to merge into one big one. Forev back in Viz. The BKB is going to wear off. They see him. They torrent up the ground-dwelling creature. And then the smoke screen still not buying enough space for Forev. So he'll drop. But MVP get home, at least. So now they'll buy back on the Nyx Assassin. They throw down the Chakrams, and they try and keep E-Home away from their dreaded towers.
Cheese worth it. I didn't expect their team to get there so fast, but Anti-Mage was already blinking over. Sand King with Aether Lens also can get there very, very quickly. And they don't have Exorcism for 30 seconds, but they still do have the Aegis of the Mortal, and that's for a good 3.5 minutes. Nyx is the highest priority. You kill her, or him, or the bug, you likely win the game right now, because he is their main base defender right now. And they need vision up there, but they do not have eyes on the sneaky lurker.
Not yet. Give him time. Lanham has a bit of a guess. Just follow the spike. Forev gonna get hit. Here comes that ship. They need a big kill spike. Carapace makes this very difficult for them. But Forev, he's trying to go back, and with the X-Mark spot, he will be back. But QO also eyesighted. Eyesight Size right on top of him. The torrent, it won't connect thanks to QO's BKB protecting him. But Eyesight Size actually starts a body block before attempting that mana break. He needs someone who's a little bit lower to get that spill damage out. And they may have enough. MP is down. Lanham jumps back in again. A great double torrent. 11 Burrow Strike in 1 second time. A quick suicide by Timbersaw, but he's down for 36 seconds. No buyback available. And E-Home remember what they came for, objective-based gaming. That Rax needs to fall.
Without Nyx, they should not really feel that threatened over here. They still have the Aegis on the Death Prophet too, and
maybe they should be grouped up, however. ISI is to try and take the mid lane while Old Chicken lost his Exorcism and timed out. They find an opening. Epicenter, but QO just too quick. So Old 11 wastes his ultimate.
Where was the follow-up torrent coming out from the Kunkka?
Not there.
That would have been a really important kill for them.
Nice Burrow Strike, though. They find Febby. Into Tricks of the Trade.
Okay, now first member of MVP has respawned.
QO again!
Wow. he got to change those hotkeys.
He really does. At that time, it wasn't a hockey mix-up, though, because he already triggered his mana style. So he did his BKB, but no one from eHome was nearby. They were all just willing to bail out. That's going to be like, what, a 6-second BKB now with all those triggers? Yep, it's a 6-second BKB.
Clearly showing signs of some discomfort playing the Alchemist, or maybe just feeling the pressure of eHome weighing down upon his shoulders.
Definitely feels like a hard game for MVP, and not just because of, like, being 20k net worth and almost 35,000 experience behind. There's just a lot of problems. MVP not feeling right, and he's just going for a straight Abyssal Blade.
Oh, now we're seeing
on this Alchemist.
Seeing a Bloodthorn too coming out on Kunkka. I think the Bloodthorn's a really good solution for the next season. I'm so surprised that
the Burrow Strike.
Oh,
All Chicken's waiting for it. Like, Chemical Rage will wear off in a bit. The TP goes out, but then Yule Scepter up. Fenrir's in the neighborhood as well. Start the Mana Leak. A BKB off from QO. The advantage of triggering it so much is down to 5 seconds. And a very low cooldown. But Dubu gets caught out, so say goodbye to Lich, and they get an X marks the spot. Dragging back QO. The Burrow Strikes. Tries to go through him, but the Mana Style dodged it, but it's still not enough. You can say goodbye to your Alchemist. Buyback is available as Ice. He'll get the stun over on the Timbersaw. He's already triggered off his Abyssal Blade, but MP out of mana, almost out of life. Lam's trying to finish the job. Old 11 on Beastic of Life. He went down to 18-14 at one point, and it still wasn't enough to kill him. They just keep fighting, and eHome, a team who didn't really have that much sustain, could just go from kill to kill, surviving these buybacks of MVP, and continue to go for objective-based gaming.
I really like the way Ice has been playing on the carry. He hasn't died yet this game, and he had a very tough early game, but dodging that one smoke gank and just playing pretty safely, not over-committing for the racks, generally hitting buildings when presented the opportunity between that and chasing heroes. He's been just making very solid decisions on the carry. Sure. And his item choices too. It's standard, but no Vanguard early, for example, because he really needed to get his farm up. And just a lot of small things that he's been doing. Going for the Vlad so they can make sure that they secure a Roche. Helps a lot versus the Acid Spray. Good Abyssal usage. He focused the Nyx Assassin down in the last fight, realizing that he is the biggest threat.
MVP are starting to have a couple of items which will help them with the next fight. Akira gets the Abyssal Blade so they can lock down the Anti-Mage. You get a Yule Scepter over on the Rikimaru. It's his only item, really, of significant value, and that could just be enough to stop Old 11 from getting his ulti off. You keep the epicenter out of the fight. You keep somebody out of the fight.
They don't have enough damage though. You stop the epicenter. eHome still has like an armlet Kunkka throwing out Tidebringers at you.
I'm not saying it's the dream scenario, but right now it looks like they're just trying to survive the fight. So you get Pipe and Blade Mail over on a Timbersaw. He just wants to live. Now QO being attacked. Ice triggers the Abyssal Blade. A lot more supports on the way. It's the Burrow Strike from Old 11. Now it's QO's time. He gets the bash on Ice. He already used the Abyssal Blade, so they just try and brawl it out. The rest of MVP are on the way, and Ice is very well aware of this. So they all disappear into the fog of war.
Don't fight without your BKB.
That goes for both of them. They're both at 5 seconds now? Yeah. They're both at 5 seconds.
I'm surprised he didn't go for Butterfly. I think Butterfly's a better choice than MKB in this particular situation, but I don't know. Smokescreen is very annoying to deal with. Well,
it could always change. At this rate, the game could go a little bit longer because eHome has been so defensive. 42,000 now is the lead. An experience, almost 30 grand.
They see QO. QO does not have BKB up. He doesn't pop it off before the impale.
That means a lot of mana lost, and he's game. That's game
over.
That's 100 seconds without an Alchemist, and he was your primary source of control and damage.
Well, Forev is sitting there behind the melee racks. Maybe he'll be able to do something, but as soon as they see those spikes out, I don't know if he's going to live. They ping him out. Yeah, they know.
They see him. And then sure, you get a perfect double Burrow Strike from Old 11 too. You can force Staff back in again, but this game is over. They're pushing him around, and Forev, he'll go down, bring in not even an epicenter. GG, well played. Game number 1 goes the way of eHome in this 2-game series as MVP, again, feeling a little uncomfortable with a couple of their heroes, things not going as smoothly as they would like.
GG, well played. eHome, very consistent and not too many flaws in their gameplay overall, and sound game plans.
Yeah, Even though it did feel a little like they could have struggled to get high ground if eHome didn't have as many hiccups as they did. eHome may have had a harder time ending this game. I say that when you're 45 minutes in as well.
But they didn't throw. I think this is a type of game that you could easily thrown as an eHome. I wouldn't call it throw. It's just like fail high ground pushes, but like into an Ags Nyx Assassin, into like a Timbersaw with double shock rooms. Like they could have easily gotten hit by multiple AoE spells and lose their death profit before BKB while her ultimate's up. Like there's so many small things that could have gone wrong for eHome, but none of them didn't. And it seems boring. It's like, oh, okay, they waited until multiple ages, but they didn't mess up, and that is very commendable.
Yeah, I also kind of think that MVP couldn't force a mess up. Like, everything was like, let's hold back. It's Acid Spray, it's Chakrams, we just wait till you come to us. What was a Ricky going to do? He walks in close and then he just gets evaporated. A Lich, there's nothing you can do. And you started with the Lich too. The first two picks was Timbersaw as well as Lich.
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't it? It was
no. Timber and Ricky.
Sorry, Timber Ricky, sorry. Yeah, but like, what are you going to do with that? Like, you're revealing your invis rotating here very early on. eHome could plan for it.
It's usually because the QO is the one that forces the errors on the opposite team. And I think with the Alchemist, they did force the errors in the early game. They forced him to come to him, and then they all got wiped trying to kill the Alchemist. But later in the game, he wasn't able to do any such thing. So that will wrap up game number 1.
That it will, and we'll go into game number 2 after a short break. So grab yourself a beverage, and we'll see you back here soon.
Turn to ban. MVP's turn to ban.
Welcome everybody here to game number 2 of MVP versus eHome for the International 2016. I'm W1, joined by Merlini, as once more into the breach, once more, dear Merlini.
Trying to see what's going on.
Catching up with all the other games. Well, in this one, MVP is currently 1 game behind eHome after they attempted a pretty damn big Alchemist. That Alchemist had a crap ton of net worth, but all that net worth amounted to absolutely nothing. You can farm all day and actually have, well, no reward, because eHome actually got away with a better 4, I don't want to say 4 protect 1, it was 4 create space for 1, as that Death Prophet did a hell of a lot of lifting. But this is what we wanted from MVP. A live stealer, something nice and early, something that can be aggressive, something that plays to the rhythms of MVP more than the heroes they played in game 1.
Finally, they get their hands on it. I believe it was taken first pick in their series versus Liquid, and eHome lead in with the response. They have already done this before.
There was a plan. There was a plan.
It was
Ban the Bounty
plan.
Hunter. It's going to be fine, guys. They're going to pick Live Stealer, and we get a counter Razor, and you get the Purge from the SD as well.
That is a nightmare for a lifestealer to deal with.
Mm-hmm. And there was no delay. Like Lanham, like he had that planned out. He knew this. He knew that the second he went for it. But MVP, they pulled out a combination which we saw terrorize at ESL 1 Frankfurt. The Ricky as well as Live Stealer. Infest into Invis, run around wherever the hell you want, and just pound away. Of course, there have been a couple of nerfs since then to it, but it still gives MVP a combo for early aggression.
5 seconds remaining.
Pending the lifestealer gets farmed. I think the thing about the Razor, he might not be that good versus the Infest Bomb, but you can lane the Razor versus the Lifestealer quite easily. And even the Unstable Current's pretty annoying, because normally you like open wounds and then once you get on top of them, you rage. But if you have Unstable Current, like you're gonna be super slow trying to kill the Razor, so you don't even have that much kill potential with Razor if Razor is aggro. And as we've seen from eHome, they like running aggros a lot.
I like it too. It makes for entertaining Dota. I mean, even right now with just Razor and SD, it's like start your static link, disrupt them up, and all of a sudden you got crap tons of damage and a great position on your enemy. It's actually a really scary thing for whoever runs a mid. I'm wondering actually who MVP throw into the mid, knowing that could be staring him down. 1 Invis rune and you'll be in trouble. They'll make sure there's none of this, like, we battle from range kind of thing, mass acid spray plus march to the machines. Don't deal with that, and don't let MVP have the easy farm Alchemist, even if it is a dire side Alchemist, so not as easy to move to the Ancients as it was before.
I'm also glad that they turned away from the Timber in the first phase. I think Timber is decent, but he's not first pick anymore, because here teams have been varying their drafts a lot to not include so many like strength armlet plus physical damage heroes, which Timbersaw was really good against. And they also seem to have some sort of struggle laning him in most of the games. They will actually ban it out themselves. Now eHome, I think generally versus Lifestealer Riki, you also want a 4-staff hero, which Shadow Demon can get one. Ooh. Okay, this is going to be a 522 Razor move speed game.
So MVP need all the 4 staffs. Lich again, they're going back for it.
I don't know if that's going to be good enough for their lanes, though.
I'm also concerned that's going to be the case. Unless you run like a Lifestealer Lich duel off, then I could like this a lot more. Because Ogre's not going to harass out a Lifestealer in the off lane. SD's can have also very minimal effect, and you just can play the lane very passively. But it means you have to have someone who's very strong on the safe lane to do whatever the hell he wants. So you need a really strong matchup there. As well as that in the mid, and a Terrorblade pickup. So now we get our eHome safe laner.
A lot of armor versus the Lifestealer, somewhat susceptible to the magic burst from the Lich.
That's a lot of early push too. Like how you meant to stop that? Frost armor on a tower isn't going to slow down a Terrorblade when he takes down your buildings.
Combine that with the Shadow Demon illusions. Woof. There you go. That's the answer to the Terrorblade lane. Now eHome's safe lane starting to look quite vulnerable.
Well, they got initiation galore from MVP.
They have damage this time. Last game, I think, like they just really lack damage with the Alchemist. This game they have the Axe to output a lot onto the Terrorblade, although he is going to have a lot of trouble running away from the Razor. And
Yeah.
he's going to be giving a lot of damage. I guess the good sign is that like Lifestealer might get static linked, but it's still not a good sign when Razor's hitting for plus 224.
I'm still looking at this lineup from eHarm, and the ability to kite out MVP looks really, really good. Like, you have the problems of Culling Blade, so Terrorblade with his timing of Sunder may not be the most advantageous. But the Razor, static linking, and plasma fielding, like they want him to come in. Disruption will always make it so MVP has to switch from target to target.
I want to see a Tusk from Old 11. I remember his Tusk was like the best Tusk, period.
That would be a pain in the butt. Hey, let's get a call. Pick up the 2 on the way through. That Rider would have also been nice. Sticky Napalm make it difficult for MVP Phoenix to move around. Would also be what eHome is lacking, which is a jump-in initiator. Right now it's kind of smoke into disruption, then follow-up, or Ogre Magi gets a lucky multicast. I'm actually thinking the Clockwork would have been a really nice hero here. Burn off the Lifestealer mana is your initiation. It's great up against all the melees. And there we go for MVP Phoenix. They go to what they know, they go to the Slark. But this is a 4 melee lineup with a Lich up against eHome.
They draft very weak lanes, but they pick the Lich to shore up their weaknesses. I don't know. It looks dubious.
I feel as unsettled about this draft as not as actually as much as game number 1. Primarily because eHome aren't just running the standard. We've got a huge team fight combo which will destroy everybody.
So there's still Sand King available for him. Looks to be pretty good. Slardar's actually not that terrible. Actually, you're dealing with Lich. Doesn't sound that fun.
Just out of interest, what happened to Clockwork? Why have we seen no Clockwork this tournament?
What do you mean? I think it's more surprising that he was actually picked in the past month. He like kind of rose out of nowhere. It's like, oh wait, this hero is still not good, and then they kind of returned back to where he was. So other unusual heroes they have picked for him: Venomancer, been picked one time by him. He has played the Ogre one time. Night Stalker, another option. I kind of like Sand King though.
Yeah, Sand King still feels pretty good.
Sand King with 4 stabs seems pretty good.
When you ask for a 4-star hero, you also going up against 4 melee, so SK has proven himself to be good in that scenario.
Elder Titan would be pretty good.
That's going to be the Sand King.
Okay, yeah. There we go.
So a solid lineup again from eHome, MVP. A lot of unbridled aggression with what they hope is going to be a decent laning phase with the Lich. And we'll see if all of that can be bearing fruit at any point.
So let's see how Phoenix do their lanes and how eHome do their lanes. I think they might expect the Lich and the Axe to go in the off lane, so they might put Terrorblade in the off lane to deal to just farm as a Lifestealer. So
What, and try and run the SK on the safe, but then you're running like Ogre Terror, and SD on an off lane.
What's wrong with that? You're versus a Riki and a
But then you're also
Lifestealer.
you're also running a melee in the mid. Can you get away like? Can Terrorblade ever run like a mid up against a melee?
You could, but I think Razor's just much stronger. Yeah, alternatively, you could put a Razor in the off lane.
That's what I'm thinking, because Razor at least wants to couple with the SD.
You could stack the Razor in the safe lane too. Put Razor in the safe lane, Sand King in mid, and then Terrorblade in the off lane. The possibilities are
endless.
They're not endless. They are finite yet large.
The SK. I'm glad you're so accurate, Malini. When will First Blood happen? 0 to 3 minutes.
We can wait. Let's wait on that one. Let's see how it turns out.
Total number of teleports cancelled by stun by 25 minutes.
1?
Yeah, I don't know if I even want to put 1 down.
I'll put 1.
I'm going to be negative, and actually with the Burrow Strike, yeah, okay, 1. Player with the highest total magical or pure damage under game heroes by the end.
Sand King.
Yeah, it looks pretty high. Player with the highest total physical damage done to heroes at the end of a game.
Razor?
Right.
Lifestealer? Lifestealer.
It depends who does them.
Who wins?
yeah. It's like Terrorblade.
Oh, yeah, Terrorblade's actually the best one. Why did
30 seconds.
why did I say Lifestealer?
Because we've gone with Lifestealer almost every other time because Lifestealer was the one position.
Okay, when will First Blood happen? Do they have any Observer Wards? I see 1 Sentry Ward on the Shadow Demon, no Dust up on the Ogre Magi, and I don't think it'll be 0 to 3. So I think I will put
3 to 6.
6 to 9.
I'm going to leave it at 3 to 6. I'm comfortable with 3 to 6.
I'm going 6 to 9. 3 to 6. Yeah, okay, 3 to 6.
Say, you're all individuals, man. All individuals.
I was just thinking, I think for other teams I would probably put 6 to 9, but these two teams I expect the Sand King to maybe run around a little bit early. There's an Ogre in the game who's already in the aggro lane. So let's see the laning setup.
They are doing the lane I thought they were going to do. It's the Lifesteal, a Lich dual off lane. Probably the strongest they can put to the off lane for MVP. And then a Slark and Ricky in the mid up against the Razor.
So they've done actually the most standard lanes, and MVP have swapped it up a little bit and put Forev in the safe lane. But that is not a good lane for old Sand King.
No, it is not. They ignite him up. All they can do is hope to spin them down. But Old 11 actually hasn't leveled anything up yet. He's actually holding on to the Burrow Strike for a very long time, and this could be our first blood right now. Forev so low, but Salves drop down to 19 HP.
That he's already lost the lane though, because now Old 11 can salve up and
Febby?
doesn't have any regen.
Febby, no! Febby, no! He'll survive! Because he got back to Invis, but we're getting ourselves a walking courier. Currently, Donkeys be hunted. Can Febby sniff it out, though? It's waiting behind the Tier 1 tower, injured, a limping Donkey, while QO battling up against Old Chicken. He's stolen 43 points of damage, but he doesn't have a plasma field, so QO dropping Old Chicken down, but the first blood actually happens. Boosh! Up on the top lane. Febby comes into the mid lane as well, looking for the opening. But that Axe decided to stick around too long.
Yeah.
Even with his salve triggered, he didn't go home. He's stuck there.
You don't want to leave that lane in situation. I think it might have been better for him to suicide to Newts, but the problem with Axe is it's not that easy to suicide to neutrals. You'd have to go to the big camp, which actually leaves you vulnerable to dying, and there's not even a large camp available to him because EHOM have blocked off that spawn. So they've really just made life very difficult for the Axe.
Oh, Febby blocking out Lanham. You shall not pass! And now a regeneration rune. He wants the movement speed to get around it, but Febby then steals the regen from him as well.
That's the least important rune, though.
It is, but it's just one of those little dick things.
You would know.
Ah, that's a Magnum level joke.
Thanks, Toby.
Speaking of small, that Terrorblade set looks very, very thin. Doesn't look that bad, it just looks very slender. Like he's just gone to the gym, been working out, and just lost a little bit of chrome.
Is there any way to make him larger or smaller?
Yeah. Bloodlust.
Oh, sorry, with cosmetics. I apologize for not being clear.
You can't change the base model, but you can change everything else that goes around it.
He does look really thin.
Also, we missed the kill on Razor in the mid lane. I saw the death of him going down, that was all.
That's kind of cool that he can still do damage despite getting static linked. He doesn't have that much magic damage, but with the Essence shift, it's not a far-fetched possibility.
Oh, Febby playing around with the SD in the river. Having that Orb of Venom actually makes
Old 11 on top lane, getting a lot of spins. Old 11 forced to Burrow Strike out, and he is in critical HP. Luckily for him, though, he did have the first blood, so he will have the Ring of Health available in his inventory. But Forev with quite a bit of regen on his own.
To go on again in mid lane. Razor can't help it. He's actually prioritizing levels up in Static Link so we can get rid of the damage of QR. Are they looping in again? Line him to come from behind. Forev isn't that tanky. Doesn't have a lot of mana up his sleeve either.
Kyo currently doesn't really have any damage. He's sitting at like...
Old Chicken. Ooh. Smoke screens up. He has to walk himself out of this one. They've taken so much damage life from him.
Wow.
And the Slark will find the kill. Febby barely surviving, but being really active, been involved in both the kills the MVP have taken. He'll now spend his money and then kill himself.
He's not really respecting the cooldown in between the static link buff duration and the cooldown. Like,
I also thought he respect the vision. Like, where's your sentry ward in mid looking for the Ricky?
Because he doesn't expect a melee hero to be able to kill him. But he has 4 seconds in between the buff expiring. More so the debuff. The debuff is more important because Kyo can actually do damage to him. And in that 4 seconds, he was pounced and smoke clouded, so he couldn't cast Static Link yet again. And that is not where you want your Razor to be in this early game. And I'm not the biggest fan of the Boots of Speed build because it's not very useful versus the pounce. Maybe he wanted to run on top of the Slark, but when you're in this defensive position, I think a bottle would have been much better for him. But hindsight is 20/20.
I never realized how dangerous the teeth construction of a Black Dragon is. Look at that. Like, if he has, like, an underbite, he's going to rip apart his own brains. Like, his internal teeth dig back into his scalp.
Do dragons have brains?
I would assume so. I think everything has a brain, no matter what size it is.
You wouldn't know, Toby.
I would definitely know. Like, it's obvious thing. Goodbye, Ricky. Meanwhile, back in the laning phase, Ice looping around the back. If he actually times his stride, he may even kill a courier with his boots. The movement speed's not there. Oh, he triggers the Metamorphosis for it! But he couldn't attack with his real self. The illusion blocked him, so he got 2 attacks with his illusion.
Who does that?
I don't know. Ice. Who else does that? Farev's going to die on the top lane unless he can keep spinning. Lanham dropped down very low, same with 11. But they'll both survive, the old men of eHome.
And now Old Chicken finally has a sentry ward in the mid lane and will respect Febby a little bit. Febby.
He gives no respect. He's like Static Link. So what is... So Ice is now farming with Metamorphosis, the dire jungle, and abandoning his bottom lane.
It's because he's versus a Lich. And normally the opportunity cost is too great if you're going to the jungle, but versus the Lich, like, you're not getting full creeps every wave.
Well, it's back to his normal self. Metamorphosis wears off.
Where's he going to farm next? That large... Oh, that's a 3-stack. I don't think that he can farm that. That's going to be Sand King's territory. A little bit... Yeah, right there. Sand King does not have any points in Sandstorm. However, he does have a level 3 Cosmic Finale. Very good at taking down those camps. However, it is a 2 Centaur camp, so a little bit of magic resist hindering him. Febby looking for a chicken snipe, but it's already back in base.
I can't remember the last time I saw an offlane SK get Sandstorm before, like, level 11. Or level 12. Sorry.
1 point's really good to disjoint, but that's only for against heroes like VS, Sven sometimes.
Febby just found the stack. They have a Dire Observe Ward freshly up as well, so Febby, how cheeky do you feel? If he can actually slow down Fenrir, he may take enough damage from the Satyr Blast that, he's trying to body block Fenrir in, do as much damage, and then he could attack him.
But he's not blocking the actual stack. They will get a 4-stack because of those attempted shenanigans. So.
Maybe he doesn't want it. Like, do they have enough that can clean it? If you can bring Farev in there,
Farev's going in there.
Yeah, I think they want to try and steal this. With the help of a level 3 Dark Pack from QO, they can get a lot of this farm, but they need to kill Fenrir off first.
It's 3 melee heroes, though. Oh, they're actually just going to take... Oh, my God, it's already gone.
Yeah, that was quick. That level 3 Dark Pack, and Farev got a good, nice spin, nice and early on, and
that's
say hello to some extra money for MVP.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on bottom lane, Dubu's on the run. Ice was having a crack at him. Triggers Metamorphosis now, but well, this will have to be used to do some damage to the Tier 1 tower and maybe push the Lifestealer away a little bit further. Top lane disruption. Burrow Strike as well, combining up with the Epicenter. It's like Old 11 having all the prep time in the world thanks to the timing of disruption. And Axe for all the farm he took. And he gives his life back to eHome.
Not worth. Still, Fenrir gonna see that stack and be like, oh no, he pinged it out. It's like, crap, that's not good.
I've lost everything I worked so hard to build.
QO wrapping around from behind. He does have an Iron Talon. He likes that on his melee heroes. Old Chicken, he's really diving under the tower. QO is stuck.
He missed his pounce. He's stuck at the tree line. Fenrir's on his way down. Febby can see this happening. The funny thing is if QO, he can't get out. He's got 11 seconds. He can Iron Talon out now. So he broke free. I thought for a moment that Fenrir would come down for the kill, but if he did, potentially he would have died.
Smart play by him.
So Kuro gets to get out jail free card. And Peak sort of left to his own devices on the spot lane. Dubu was busy stacking up Ancients by the looks of it. Or still is. So that's now a triple stack of Ancients for the Axe take. Old Chicken. QO gets the leash off. Old Chicken starting with that Static Link, removing a little bit of the damage, but Kuro now going to bail out, especially as they realize Old 11 TP'd over. The Observer Ward in the lane able to scout that one out.
Not the best matchup for QO. Not really a good way to deal with the static link. That's okay. He knows how to play that hero.
I love this cosmetic over on the Razor. The way the static link comes out.
Get your immortals.
Yep. Let me just buy that chest.
You can't buy the chest, Toby.
You can if you buy compendium points,
Yeah.
or from the Steam market. Oh!
I don't think. Can you buy it from the Steam market?
Actually, they shouldn't be tradable yet. I'm assuming they're not tradable,
Who knows?
which means they can't be put in the market, or not marketable. MP and Febby are coming down. They're right on top of the Radiant Observer Ward. But for some reason, Lanham continues to walk forward. Ignites the creep wave and then TP's out. The call from Forev will cancel the TP. So Lanham...
Spend your gold la. Oh.
Did you really just say spend your gold la?
Spend your gold Lanham.
Oh, okay. You stopped at la. I'm like, tribute
Well, it's because then he didn't spend his gold. And it
tribute
was
to Singapore.
Chinese people say that too.
Do they?
Yeah.
Never heard him say that. I've only ever heard Singaporeans say that.
Actually, a lot of
that was
Asians
Fairy,
speak it.
Fairy Fish was the first one that said that. It's like every time if you want to speak Singaporean, all you gotta do is add la to the end of every sentence, and you'll sound like a native. They then proceeded to giggle while I did that. Febby, Infest, Lifestealer sitting inside of him. They want to defend this top lane. Dubu's already here, so smoke screen up. The Lich holding, not bouncing at all. The initial damage also dropping down 11, low enough for the straight up kill. They have to work harder for it. Febby is capable of completing that.
I was considering whether or not Ice would have done the defensive Sunder, but he doesn't have Sunder. I'm also a little curious as to why he stunned that way instead of going up, perhaps. But it makes sense now because he did not have a TP scroll in his inventory.
No way to get home. But this is a nice thing for eHome. Now they take out a tier 1 tower. It's the first tier 1 tower of the game to drop. Took 10 minutes for it to happen.
Well, haste rune for Razor.
Q still on the stack again. There's Nobs in the sentry watching him this time, and he knows that because he lost his Shadow Dance. I think he's also realizing he's still being watched.
I'm getting a lot of space on this bottom lane, though. Forev desperately trying to farm up a Vanguard, but he has had even more trouble than Old Chicken in this early game. Midas already up on QO. He's actually very
Okay, they can fight QO now. Old Chicken's got haste rune. All he's got to do is get the static link off. And he can chase QO to the ends of the earth. Okay, he can still chase him to the ends of the earth. But doesn't want to take the risk just yet.
Nice dewardage.
So this is confidence with a capital F for Fenrir.
Confidence with a capital F?
Yep.
Confidence.
Yeah.
You can just TP out. There's not really too much in the way to stop TPs. Axe is busy farming. He might actually die to these Ancients. Jeez, he's low. Oh, he doesn't have Iron Talon. That might be a lot of the reason why he's in Struggle City.
Oh, nice sentry one from Old 11. Finds the obs from MVP. You really want to see it for Rev dies, don't you? He'll finish up his Vanguard now. But he'll have to go back to regenerate. Letting him just start chipping away at the tier 1 tower in the mid.
How is Ice never in a position to die?
Because he's just rotating all the time away from where MVP's moving. But MVP, like, Ice comes to the top lane. There's a small little engagement, but it's not really that great, so they instantly bail out. And it's around the same time, right, as the Dire side normally gives up their tier 1 tower.
Lanham will see MP.
Oh, nice stun to start with. Febby still in the neighborhood. Throws down the smoke screen, but Ice already in a Metamorphosis. As he got the Sunder. No, he does not. Even now, it's not level 7. I'm not level 8 yet. There's Febby, body block. The Infest now pounced out. Ice. He's smoke screened up again. He can't walk out of it in time. Well, now he's in a position to die, but Old 11 prepping the epicenter. Barra Strike's available to bring him in range of Forev. Febby's just out of range of it, however, but Forev is still going to pop. As this fight splits into multiple parts.
Okay, so much for Ice not being there.
You jinxed him, bro.
Immediately after.
You completely jinxed him.
That was a nice TPN from the Axe. He was there, like, right at the right moment, though, to make sure that they got the kill on the Terrorblade.
Still a nice timing for Old 11 now. Looks very, very fat as an SK. He'll reduce to size as Bloodlust wears off, but Blink Dagger is up 12 minutes in. Chicken being chased down by QO, but... Okay, did that Observer would actually... Okay, now they see QO. Running his hand of Midas. Febby's moving over as well. Then QO is almost trying to bait this, so Febby can also be involved. With no epicenter, the damage isn't that high. But QO's got a lot of friends around the corner. They just need to slow down old 11.
He has Blink Dagger already.
That's why they need to start with the attack from Febby.
Yeah, it's still very difficult to kill him, especially with all these melee heroes. If you're on top of him, you're going to get Burrow Struck as he escapes. With the range hero, it's much easier to run around him and do damage and not worry about getting Burrow Striked. Burrow Struck? Burrow Struck.
Yeah, Burrow Struck. Yeah, I'm going to help you with grammar.
Sometimes it's weird, though, with the Dota words. Do you say 4 staves or 4 staffs? Technically, it's supposed to be 4 staves, right? But it sounds so weird.
But we always say 4 staffed.
Yeah, but no, multiple, not past tense to it. It's the same thing with Burrow Strike versus Burrow Struck. That's past tense. Well,
Maledicted. Bottom fight. Burrow Strike, Blink Burrow. Ricky just explodes. Fenrir, however, QO and MP are right on top of him. Lanham trying to chase up as well. Old 11. He's got Epicenter off cooldown in 2 seconds' time, and where do they want to go? Old Chicken's taking care of Dubu by himself, but 11's going to assist him, allowing MP and QO just to run away. They protect their tier 1 tower, and Ice was up on the top lane, pushing to the tier 2. So he's still finding space to farm, and then rotates to mid. Metamorphosis is available, and yeah, he's just going to go straight onto that tier 1 tower. No fortification available for MVP. So a quick and easy tower. He may not get away with it, however, as MP rotates in from behind. A perfect open wounds. QO jumps in, and with a double damage rune, they make very short work of that Terrorblade.
this game, Ehome's playing much better around the Sand King and making sure that he is able to get his kills with his early items, but they're not playing that well around Ice, letting him die in the bottom lane, letting him die in the mid lane. You know, a lot of it's like they're maybe very used to him playing like the anti-mage and the Naga. So they're not very used to helping him out. QO.
Oh boy, he misses his pounds onto Old Lanham. Then MP doesn't really do that much damage with his Infest pop out, but Lanham will turn. He'll still ignite. He's looking for more stuns, and he's moving away at a late. Okay, there's just enough damage from the base attack of a Lich to find the kill. They look for a Burrow Strike up into the epicenter. Going to be difficult to armor toggle through that one. In fact, it's actually impossible to deal with that. Dubu Lich oldie bounces off to the side. Fenrir and Old Chicken have to split. But Dubu's caught in the tree line, no TP scroll available, so it's already a 1-for-1 trade, but it's pretty certain it's going to be a 1-for-2. Missing Burrow Strikes, Dubu up through the tree line, there's poison stacked up on him.
Just purge him.
Now just, okay, no, don't waste it.
It's a minute cooldown. It's 50-second cooldown. Is that wasting?
They're going to need it in the moment for Febby, who's running in. Do they have detection in the lane?
Ooh, the early BOT build on Razor. We saw members of Team Secret going this. I didn't know it was becoming commonplace for Razor players on all teams, though.
Is he coupling with an SMY, judging by
That's
the belt
usually
and
what
the
they do.
Elskin?
Boots of Travel, SNY plus Blood. As I told you, 5-2-2 game.
High movement speed. But you do have the Bloodlust already. Like, he's going to get the movement speed anyway, right?
But BOTs, man. Best 2,000 gold item in the game. And only item that costs 2,000 gold in the game.
Is there nothing that actually costs 2k on the dot?
Not single item, I believe.
No, everything's just a little bit over 2k.
Mm-hmm.
Lanham, MP. They walk around the tree line. They're going to see him. Just a quick ignite. Says hello. With Fenrir and Chicken behind him, Lanham feels very safe.
But dude, Ogre is so tanky. He was like 4-on-1 right there next to the tower, and he's like, whatever. I'm just gonna multicast or Bloodlust, throw my dust up. Just
it's 15 armor. Blink, Burrow Strike. They found Febby with the multicast stun. Ricky Maru, he can blink away. The ignite is ticking him down. In fact, he goes down to the Sand King. The caustic finale pop kicks in on that one. Forev, the blink, the call, Old Chicken locked in place. Get ready for the dunk, but the Burrow Strike from 11. It saves Chicken. He'll turn on the epicenter as well. The Lifestealer's trying to barrel from behind, but he's lost his axe. He's trying to reach Fenrir. Defensive disruption. He had it available, decides not to use it. As again, 11 has to Burrow Strike himself away to safety. Lanham looking for the movement speed, but while he's leashed up, can't just run away, but he tanks. He ignites. He'll finally go down, but Old Chicken, well, okay, he's just running into doom. His own death. 11 misses the Burrow Strike. QO's in the tree line.
they pings him out too.
Oh, and he jumps forward. He has a blink dagger. Sensor won't save him.
Dude, outplayed by QO so hard. I think a lot of that was due to the defensive Burrow Strike from the Sand King who went out. Like, he you lose so much by doing that. I think if you're scared, you wait for them to go on you, and then you burrow strike out, so you at least get the stun and the damage. All they needed was one more spell. They could have also hoped for a multicast, but that's something that's not as reliable. So that one sinking play will allow Kubo to get a lot more than just a Midas and a Blink Dagger.
They're coming back. Fenrir just ran in, disrupted. Febi's going to smoke up on him. Fenrir does have the purge. He's going to trigger it over on the rookie, who cannot get himself out of range of the tower. He'll go into the tricks of the trade. That'll save his life for the moment. Lanham, Sentry Ward, instant stun, ignite as well. No multicast for him, however, but Old Chicken arrives at the plasma field to find the kill. It sacrificed the life of the SD to make this work, and now it's Old Chicken leashed up. He's dealing damage, but he can't inflict any of it. He spent most of his time just trying to run away from the life sealer. Rather difficult to do with open wounds turned on, and again it's going to be Lanham trying to tank through the end of it, but MVP, it's kill after kill. They just keep rolling with it. The only person they're not killing is Ice because he is not there.
This Slark is becoming way too slippery.
Okay, no.
He can't really do anything to him.
Yeah, he really can't.
Just giving him a lot of stacks. It is only a level 3 essence shift, so not the 2-minute stat steal, but they have to be better about killing him. I would say they need to commit the epicenter onto him, as well as like a plasma field. This way you don't really have to worry. Oh, actually, as I say the epicenter, he does go on the middle lane, but just get some creeps, and that's a whiff. Old 11, maybe a little bit on tilt after that.
Putting my drawing skills to use.
Kyo is playing amazingly well this game. He did not have a good lane, or an easy lane, rather.
There's your jump. Old Chicken. Perfect smoke. Perfect blink. Perfect dunk. This is the MVP that we want to see in game number 1, that we want to see before. And if MVP really want to get a good score out of today, they're going to need to bring this type of style.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Up against VGR, who was their last series of the day. Luckily, we are casting that one as well. We follow one team each day. Until tomorrow.
Razor needs more defensive items. He went for the Yasha instead of the Saint first, and not that it makes that big of a difference versus the Life Stealer, but he needs armor and maybe even a Ghost Scepter. I would even consider a Hurricane Pike versus their lineup, just because of him needing to get some distance in between him and the... actually, Hurricane Pike's not that good here, but some sort of way for him to survive during the Rage, during the Shadow Dance of the Slark.
Is eHome worried? Yeah, they're worried about Roshan. They scanned outside the pit on top of the rune, and it stayed red the entire time because Febi was just sitting on the rune.
Well, they're quite vulnerable at this point in time because of the cooldown on the Epicenter from sinking, the wasted one in the mid lane. They only have 20 seconds to weather before it's back up.
They full-man smoke. Again, they leave Terrorblade out of the mix. Size looks like he wants a little bit more farming before he's ready to go, but he could force the bottom tower. Metamorphosis is off cooldown. He's got his Dragonlance up and running.
They need to get that ward up, right? That Roche ward. I think
this little sucker right here.
Yeah, they need that one. I think if they want to make a move there, because if they do that, maybe they can even take Roche themselves with a Bloodlust, a Terrorblade, and trying to wrap around behind the tower. I'm very surprised that they didn't smoke in, but Lanham will place
the defensive wards.
Yeah.
So they put one in front of Roshan, one on the lane itself.
Oh, Forev is smoked up with a delivery.
Well, fortification will slow down the push on the tier 1 tower, but Cure is not there yet, but he has a haste rune, so he'll be there in just a jiffy.
They know something's up. They have to make sure that they stick together right now, even maybe consider a third Observer Ward, which Lanham has placed. And now they're heavily obscured in the tree, so it's not the worst thing in the world if eHome tries to wrap around right now.
Well, Axe is very much revealed. He'll blank in, gets no call off, but then MP jumps out. Defensive disruption will arrive, and they'll buy time for Lanham. Lich Holder going to bounce up into the creep wave, back over to Old Chicken, and into the creeps with Old 11. However, that ulti, that epicenter, it did the work. It's a double kill for him. They're looking for more. Lanham just juking it out. QO can't find him. Now he actually blinks up and away. Lanham, he's going to TP out in the tree line. They won't get there in time. MVP could have at least taken something in return. They managed to bring down the big Terrorblade. That was... eHome gave a lot of space to him, but the epicenter turnaround from Old 11.
And the defensive disruption, the Shadow Demon, that's a difficult call to make, whether or not you disrupt the Ogre or you disrupt the Axe. Because Axe does a lot more damage, especially when he calls in Blade Mails. You remove his initial volley of burst, and no one really is in Coaling Blade range. But Ogre can offer a lot to when he survives.
Already has stolen essence before he started that. So he had a little bit of extra damage against Lanham. Now they're looking for the Lilu Dallas multicast at the moment. QO back to the dire side, but Shadow Demon, he committed the purge. And the Slark will pop. 1 minute on the sideline. Buyback is available, but he will not want to use it.
And that was a very costly death. He had so much unreliable gold, and that was an unstoppable streak going the way of Shadow Demon. So that will be an earn, it looks like, for Fenrir.
What do you think of the build, actually, of Slark? Going straight Skadi over something like an Echo Saber? That's after he gets the Blink Dagger too?
He's tanking a lot. I think it's fine. He needs the more HP to survive like the Sand King burst. I think that's the biggest threat to him right now.
Oh, they're coming down. Ricky was just looking for them all, and now the axe, a blink, a double call. Ice is down, and the damage, it was enough for a second Culling Blade because they just killed him too quick with the spins. But MVP looking for more.
Their Infest Bombs have been really good this game.
Oh,
Chicken!
the jump again. Keeping Old Chicken in place means that Static Link can't maintain. So he's only stolen 56 damage, and now Dubu just throws out the Chain Frost. Wants that initial damage, and they keep going for more. MP onto Lanham. Hunting for Rev. Almost, actually, he's going to die to the tower. The damage from the tower was enough. Fenrir put a disruption on MP, but the open wounds, Rage is back off cooldown, but not before a triple multicast from Lanham hits onto MP. He needs something to invest into, and he's going to find the creep wave. His ticket to freedom back past the tier 1 and tier 2 towers.
That was so close. He almost died to the to the tower while armlet toggling, or the creeps.
It would have been a little bit too insulting though. Like if he died to the tower after Axe also died to the tower. eHome don't get any kills. It's all belonging to their towers.
Well, eHome's cores are dying over and over again, and none of the three are exempt from the death count.
Ice really needs to finish his Manta. Like his recipe's flying up now, so
He needs HP.
He's gonna have the money now.
He has to sit in strength treads, I think, constantly. He also needs to maybe call for some disruptions from old Fenrir to make sure that he doesn't get cold, because he has not been able to get his Sunners off. I think they also need a Force Staff so he can get away from the melee range of the axe, so that the counter helix doesn't whittle him down to 30, 20% HP.
There's just Guardian on QO, fully done. He's having a run over, no Shadow Blade, but doesn't need it when he can blink forward. Does not pounce correctly, so he doesn't get the leash. Febby has to help him out by throwing down that cloud. And QO into Shadow Dance. He's given him 224 points of damage. They do not want to fight.
They do have the Force Staff on 11 right now, so that will certainly help a little bit. I think they smoked, but
yes.
It would have been...
It was under the ward.
Yeah.
It was under the ward.
They will find Febby, though, but where is the detection? Old Chicken's way ahead of his team, really wanting to fight with that plus 224, but they will miss their opportunity. And now MVP trying to swarm around them. QO trying to get vision on the backside, but he does not have Shadow Dance up.
They got a good Obs ward, which is actually watching all of eHome's movements. So MVP can prep nicely. Disruption now happens in the mid lane. 11, blink, Burrow Strike forward. They find Forev. MP's going to pop back out. Forev very tanky. Even without his core armor, he will go down. Buying back straight out from the axe. Lich Shoulder going to bounce into the creep wave and back up. Oh, that's unlucky. Razor cops the Chain Frost. The RNG is against him today, and Fenrir, well, he gets caught out too. They want to give this kill over to the axe.
That was so clutch, though, the initial jump onto 4F. 4F has been the playmaker in all of these fights, blinking and calling and getting the coal on the Terror Blade. But when you lead off with a disruption on them, you can't really do that much. And Soul Catcher ensures that he will die very, very quickly without returning too much blade mail damage. Febby will get scanned out on the top lane, and that will be London's sign of leave.
Blink, Cole, this is like old 11 failed an initiation and he gets Culling Bladed out, even though it looked like he was going to escape for a moment. He failed the initiation. He tried a Burrow Strike on a Dubu, fell short, and then just stuck around to farm the creep wave.
Yeah, he's been missing
had
a
all
lot.
the time in the world to rotate over and get the Blink Call, and now he takes a Trip Ancient stack as well. This Axe is getting so much money.
I think he expected that more heroes were top with that scan. Because what's the point of Ariki going there by himself? Not really that much. He can't stop a TP. He can't get a kill.
This is Febby. He'll go everywhere by himself. He's fine.
It mind gamed them, though, for sure. MP starting on Roach with the Desolator in his inventory. Dubu does have the Frost Armor, can help him out a little bit. MP's dropping a little low. I guess he can armlet toggle through, but it's not going to be a quick and easy one for them.
He's got help. He's got QO to tank out for him with the open wounds. QO and MP can do this by themselves. Maybe another reason too why Febby was sent north, try and get some information on eHome. As far as the Dire Observer Wards go, they don't really have anything. In fact, they have nothing over the riverside. Everything is defensive. One on their side, the river near Roshan, and the other one deep inside their own jungle.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Who are they going to give it to? They will give it to MP. It's a little surprising.
You thought it would go to QO?
Yeah, perhaps. I think QO does a lot more damage, and he has been the main focal point for a lot of these fights. But Lifestealer has been dying a lot in between rage cooldowns.
It might also be a problem seeing the 4-staffs coming on eHome that they need to... Like, Lifestealer just gets kited out a little bit too much. May just get brought down by Terrorblade if he can't get in close.
Terrorblade still does not have that much damage, though. Still working on the Scotty himself.
Once he has that, lifesteal is going to be very sad.
So they need to make sure that the X can't get a good blink call off. That is the highest priority in these fights. And eHome, they will have this Observer Ward coming up for Ev.
I can D-Ward too. They see the Obs and the sentries down.
They placed Observer Ward too early. Maybe they just wanted to kill the ward quick, but they could easily use the Shadow Poison. But now MVP have no doubt that there's an Observer Ward up there. QO knows exactly what's going on.
That's a big waste, but they don't have any sentries on them. They can't D-Ward right now, MVP. Unless they buy a gem or they buy more sentries. Okay, they buy 2 extra sentries. And they're also flying out their own 4-star for Dubu. Long way out for Ev. He does have an extra surprise sitting inside of his belly. With the disruption, Febby's moving over too. A blink, epicenter for Rev. Now the Lifestealer jumps down. Old 11 very low. They 4-staff him down. The Sentry Ward does hit in range, and it will be the SK to fall. So a 1-for-1 trade-off. Of course, the Axe is worth a little bit more. But they keep hunting for kills. Febby with that blink dagger on the Ricky. Observer Ward gives him
that
the vision
tower's
to
still
blink
up.
strike forward. Yeah, it is. May not stop MP from diving. Okay, maybe it will. Disruption's out. Dubu sitting in the neighborhood. He's got a 4-star, so he can push MP away if times get tough. Looks like Febby also wants to go himself. That Observer Ward is up, so now the Lich ulti does not bounce. Enough distance between Fenrir as well as Lanham. So no connection.
And they will get that Observer Ward taken down. Fenrir being a huge nuisance with his toolkit. One of the best at dealing with the lifesteal. I'm surprised he didn't rage earlier. He took like a good 1,200, 1,300 damage because he didn't rage. Well, now he's in a melee creep trying to hide and maybe pop out on someone.
I am just a dominated creep. Ignore me.
I'm your friend. Don't run.
Don't run. We are your friends. Oh, such a great line.
I'm glad you got it, Toby.
Yeah.
And now I think you're actually a Techies fan.
Dude. You was never in doubt.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So Razor going for the BKB now. He's been having a lot of trouble surviving. MP trying to solo this tower atop, but he does not have a TP scroll. He could die twice here.
Blink Burrow, though, was too far away. Old 11 couldn't reach him. So they start the static link. There's the Purge. MP knows he's dead.
Ooh,
There goes the Aegis. He's got Infest. Technically, he could probably jump inside. Yeah, look at this. It's like Pick. It's like, yo, guys, catapult, Burrow strike. Don't let him reach it. Don't let him reach it. Hold the... He reached it.
Now all the teams coming in. He is still very low, though. I'm looking at his HP at 300.
There's an Observer Ward. Kuro knows exactly who is left. He blinks forward. He goes after Lanham. The Burrow strike through, but the disruption timing's a little off. Where's our Lifestealer now? He's taken Cardi to the tree line.
Oh, Fenrir does not have a TV scroll. He's dead.
He would chase down Fenrir. QO blinks forward and blocks him in. So between, well, a cart and a hard place.
He didn't get the memo.
Oh, nice dust. They hit Febby, but Febby, no damage dealt to him, so he just blinks himself away.
And Ice trying to get some damage on T3. Only got it down to about 75% before getting his axe head chopped off. Yeah. I'm not really seeing Terrorblade's impact too much this game.
Oh, it kind of feels like the last one. Oh, goodbye, Ricky. Wasn't looking at that. He actually blinked dusted and found the kill. Meanwhile, QO looking for some revenge, but until that guy has a gem, that ain't going to happen. Yeah, but this feels a little bit different to game number 1. Like, similar in a lot of ways where AM was just never involved. Like, he was always farming. This game feels a little different because Terrorblade's sort of pushing a little bit. He's getting caught out a little bit more, and he's not having the same influences when an Anti-Mage comes in and goes big mana void, or is the problem that that MVP have to run away from.
He doesn't have a good escape. Imagine if he were like a Morphling. I think they wanted a hero that synergized with the Shadow Team. I don't recall if Morphling was banned, but it would definitely make sense if it were.
They're coming to fight. I can't help you on that one. Radiant user scan, does flag. They see at least one coming in for Rev. Now the jump forward, looking for the stuns, but MP gets the rage off and open wounds with a perfect call. But the disruption from Fenrir means the MVP have to change their targets. 200 stolen damage on Old Chicken. He's looking to inflict into somebody, but he can't see QO yet. The Sentry Wars drop down. Lanham QO, can he finish the job? The 4-staff can't keep him out in time, but Old Chicken called up. They need the dunk, but no! Ice sunded him up! So the Culling Blade from Forev does almost nothing. Old Chicken probably should still die to something that isn't a neutral. MP will get the double kill. Pyro Strike back over for Rev, a little bit too deep here. Febby is there with him. He'll smoke screen, trying to stop eHome from chasing.
Now that used Epicenter on the Riki has really came back to haunt them. They really could have used more damage output in that fight. A lot of MVP heroes huddling around that half HP range. But with Terrorblade kind of just sitting in the back, Scotty's finally completed. So now he can actually do a lot of damage to the Lifestealer.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 2 tower to fall. Are they coming back again? eHome, they have Epi, but they do not have...
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They didn't have fortification, they didn't have Razor or Ogre. So without that, no real desire to fight. Roshan's still at least a minute and a half off.
It's becoming a really tight game at this point. Roshan's still anybody's game. Razor finally getting to the point where he can start team fighting with the BKB. Terrorblade also getting to the point where he can survive the initial Blink X call.
These
graphs
graphs
has a Scotty.
These graphs just feel like they're lying to me. Like, you look at the net worth and it's bouncing up and down like a yo-yo, but nothing's gone over 2k in the net worth, but the experience is all the way MVP. There hasn't been a single point in this game where eHome has been leading in experience. And now they go for a jump in. Do they have enough damage for this one? Maybe with a defensive disruption. Buy time for 11 to get inside that sandstorm. Another Burrow Strike in 1 second time once the silence wears off. As Febby's smoke screen again causing problems. The axe is down, and now it's eHome raging through. Old 11 has so much damage, but it's Old Chicken who's found the double kill. Dubu as well. Ice finally having a real influence with that Skadi. Slowing down the Lich so he couldn't run away. Finds the kill. Buybacks galore from MVP. Can the push keep going? Do they keep hunting kills? Right now, eHome seem to be in two minds. Ice wants to go up high ground, but he'll sunder against MP. Dropping him down low. They need someone in close to get the stun when the rage wears off, and that's exactly what Lam is there for. Ding, ding, ding. There goes the kill, even if it does go the way of the Terrorblade. Blink, full stuff, into the Burrow Strike, and Epicenter. QO Febby! Oh, he pushed himself in, trying to help out his teammate that throws away his life. And eHome, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They have not only just wiped MVP from the face of the earth, but they will now claim 2 lanes of Raxus. How did it all go so horribly wrong?
They should know that the axe cannot get jumped. He already has plenty of items, and he's just farming out in these really ridiculous situations. And the last fight that they lost that went so well for eHome, he got disrupted. This time, the exact same thing. They start out onto him, and everyone tries to save him. But without the axe to control the Terrorblade, he is just able to rain hell upon MVP.
What a nice time to have a Skadi as well. Again, defensive disruption. I just want to say how much I love Fenrir's positioning. He's always just behind the fight. Not an easy thing to do when you got an initiation range that the Sand King has, but because he was able to afford... Okay, now he actually affords his own Blink Dagger, which will make this easier. But he was always there to get that defensive disruption off without being harassed by the Rikimaru, and making so MVP can't get that quick and instant kill.
Well, now they are looking for that moment that perhaps eHome may fall prey to, is when Roshan might respawn, but they haven't quite recovered from that mid push, or mid and bottom push. 2 lanes of racks have been wiped out.
Oh my, look at the graph. You know why I said I never went over 2K? You now had 12,000 net worth advantage going the way of eHome. They almost have the experience lead. It's 4K the difference now. That is one hell of a swing.
And as much as I like BOTs, MVP have wasted a lot of gold into that with QO and 4F both picking it up before they have been able to get to the split push territory.
He's there. The gem revealed it, but Febby was able to blink. There was no damage that arrived.
That was close.
It was.
Febby also did not have buyback, and every hero counts this late into the game. eHome.
Are they going to go for, like, they have an observer ward inside the Dire base?
That is incredibly deep. Now trying to make sure they secure this Roshan area.
Oh, wait, they have to know, right?
No, it's not up.
It's in Dire side because
Kuro
doesn't have his ultimate.
They know it's up somewhere, but where's the detection?
Well, you'd assume it's going to be here. But if you throw it on the sentry ward there, you're not going to reach the obs.
I think they just need to sell all their items and get, like, the... I don't know. Febby, sell the lace, sell the magic wand, get the gem. I think they need a gem at this point. Like, they're one fight away from losing. It doesn't matter if you lose a gem.
I export it. They find the obs ward with a secondary sentry, but they jumped in. QO and Febby too close. QO has to shadow dance himself away. Old 11 blinks forward. Yule Scepter on the Rikimaru. They have vision of him thanks to the gem, which is on Old 11. They have to blink forward again. Force Staff is available. Tricks of the trade, allowing the Riki to disappear, and Forev, he comes from behind! He jumps an old chicken! A perfect call defensive disruption goes up once again. The Lich Hold is going to bounce around the middle of this fight. The where is going to be your damage? Just all pumping into Forev! Ice can just go ham! Right over to MP. There goes the kill. He sundered him down. 2 heroes gone for 70 seconds. No buybacks available. This should be the game.
They don't want to go on the Razor, but that's the only target that MVP could find with their limited vision, and Fenrir was just prepared with that disruption, and you go on him, Ice is going to beat on you with all those illusions. And he did not really do that much 30 minutes,
GG.
First 30 minutes of the game, but those last 2 team fights, oh my goodness, was TV the game changer.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Old 11, well, he's going to feed himself out just before the GG is able to finish itself. So MVP losing both games to eHome, and eHome, that secures themselves a top 4 position.
Maybe
no matter the results of tomorrow, I believe that's a guaranteed top 4.
They showed a lot of poise throughout this game when they were constantly being bombarded from the Slark and the Axe Bombs with the Lifestealer, and it looked like MVP had a very good hold on that game. And then finally eHome, they got their team fight together. They protected the Terrorblade, and Sand King had some pretty good epicenters. I think the support cast from eHome like really sealed it for me this game. Like Ogre did so much. He was like very annoying in the fights while trying to stay alive with, and he didn't have any items to really do it with. And Shadow Demon,
he was the sponge. He was the support sponge. Yeah. Jump in there, do some stuns which you kind of want to stop, the slow and the burn damage, the tick damage which you want to stop. But the amount of committal which MVP had to make to kill him off was too much. He
forced a lot of rages out from the Lifestealer. He forced a lot of spells out too. Sometimes they blink called onto him, and they needed to redirect attention away from the Terrorblade and the Razor. The Razor had a horrendous early game, and Terrorblade just died so often without really being in the fight. He was actually like the second to lowest level in the game for them, just a little bit above the Shadow Demon. And I think QO played incredibly well. 4F too.
Yeah, they really did. But MVP, that is still a 0-2 result for them. eHome can be very happy. 2-0 for them. There is still one more round to go. I know Malini and myself are going to be jumping over to stream number 1. That is where MVP is headed, where they will be playing up against VGR is their opponent. And now last series of the day. There's only one more round of games to go because you can check them all out. 1, 2, 3, or 4. All streams are rocking and rolling as far as Dota 2 goes for the International 2016. Make sure you're tuning in, and we'll see you on the next stream.
Fanatics turn to ban. Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Welcome back, everybody. Ooh. Hi, Mike.
5 seconds
Hi, Mike.
remaining.
All right. Stretch that out a little bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the last series of
Fanatics
the night.
turn to ban.
For this stream, anyway. Fnatic versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid, they're on the decline, Blitz Dota. They just lost 2-0 against VGR, while Fnatic, they're on the up and up. They just managed to beat Secret 2-0.
Seconds remaining.
Yes.
Yes.
Although that was their first 2 wins of maybe this entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Reserve time.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm
Their
pretty
first 2 wins?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Fnatic kind of won a game.
They
before
hadn't
that.
taken a game off of anybody
No,
else?
they've had a rough time.
All right.
Liquids
Yes,
turn
Fnatic
to
had lost previously 2-0 to Newbie, 2-0 to DC, and 2-0 to eHome.
Fanatics
Uh-huh.
For
turn
Fnatic to
pit.
have any chance at advancing tomorrow, they must win this game. Because at most, right now, they can win a maximum of, I will tell you right now, I'll be your stats man. They can have 8
10
points max
seconds
if they win
remaining.
this, which might be enough considering how poorly everybody's doing.
5
I will
seconds
update you on the
remaining.
standings so far. eHome is
Okay.
well and ahead right now. They have only tied once, otherwise they've 2-0'd
Reserve
all of
time.
their opposition, and they are standing at a very comfortable 7 points so far. And they haven't even played the last game today. Digital Chaos has a very comfortable 6 points, and they are up against
Ooh.
Secret, I believe. I'm not sure.
Go DC.
Yeah, DC's in a very good spot. Newbie has 5 points,
Liquids turn to pit.
and Team Secret, MVP Phoenix, Vici Reborn, and Liquid are all tied for 3 points.
Ho, ho, ho.
So this group is not determined by any means.
Yeah.
This group is wide open. So if Fnatic actually 2-0 this, they still stand a chance if they win out their
10
games.
seconds
Uh-huh.
But if
remaining.
they lose a game here, I think, or if they get 2-0'd, they are
5 seconds
effectively
remaining.
eliminated. I'm pretty sure.
Bottom of the group, you mean?
They are.
Fanatics
They are
And we'll
toast.
have to go into the best of 1 eliminations, which nobody wants.
Yeah.
So, both of these teams really need a win here. 2
Um,
wins, specifically, actually.
Yes, they need 2 wins. Both teams, like this is the do or die situation of Liquid.
10
Yep.
A
seconds
team that
remaining.
I don't think a lot of people thought were going to be in this position. DC's ahead of them, Cap.
Turn to
And
bat.
if I had to tell you beforehand who would do better, I don't know if there'd be many takers of DC.
Yeah. Thraction Slacks would have taken you up on that one. And
If
I think
Thraction
that
Slacks
is about
wins,
it for the
yeah,
talent.
they're giving him a cut of $1 if they win this event.
$1 cut?
One whole dollar for Slacks.
Wait, only if they win? If they
Only
take
if they
second,
win.
he doesn't
Nope,
get the
doesn't
dollar?
get that dollar. But he can always say he made prize money off of.
That is true.
Yeah,
10
That is more than
seconds
any of
remaining.
us can say about an international.
that is true. He'll have made one
From
whole
a
dollar.
player position.
remaining.
Yeah, he'll have made one whole dollar.
Yeah.
Congrats to Slacks. DC's doing it,
Reserve
man.
time.
They 2-0 Newbie. They look very good right now.
Yeah. Well, let us get on to this game. Number 1 of Liquid versus Fnatic. Draw Ranger. First pick for Team Liquid, Ogre Magi, and Phoenix is a response from Fnatic. And Team Liquid will grab the Oracle. Phoenix dropped off. Not really heavily prioritized by too many teams, but
Oh, they banned
Fnatic
the...
going in here, why is it just, I mean, they're getting a lot of team fight.
Yes,
but-
it's just a strong opener overall. I think the one downside, though, is laning phase with this hero is always a little bit iffy, unless you can just get free Sun Rayus.
Uh-huh.
Although Ogre Magoo,
That guy has a great
10
laning phase.
seconds
he just
remaining.
runs at you. What
Yeah.
are you supposed to do?
Smacks you in the face.
He's like, bop, bop, bop.
5 seconds
Kids
remaining.
bop.
Kids Bop 19.
Kids bop. It's kind of crazy
Reserve
that
time.
Vici is now tied with every other. After they started today with 0 win, like that shows you
Yeah.
how competitive, or like, I don't even know how DC's leading this game. Nothing makes sense about Dota right now.
Yeah.
Liquids
I mean,
turn to pick.
could you say that this Group B is kind of terrifying in that regard? That the
great teams like Liquid are potentially not going to make top 4?
Yes, because honestly, Cap, nobody here wants to be starting in the loser bracket. Not against, with how competitive you see this field already. Why would you ever want to put yourself in a best of 1 against any of these teams?
Yeah.
You're asking for trouble.
I think a large part of that comes down to the fact that the power of the wildcard 1 team coming into this. eHome making such a big splash going from #1 in wildcard and then #1 in their group, as opposed to obviously what Escape are doing right now in Group A.
We kind of knew, I think all of us, that eHome though was going to be very strong going in. They showed a lot of flashes of brilliance. I mean, they're a strong team, no matter how you look at it. So that's not too surprising. They did split the series with Liquid, so that gives me a little bit more hope for them. But at the same time, Fnatic, they did just beat Secret, who, honestly, right now, Secret kind of look like they're in shambles.
Yeah, Secret are rapidly falling apart at the seams. We have now an Invoker and Slark picked up for Fnatic. Nyx Assassin goes the way of Team Liquid. That, I believe, is going to be our 4 position. Oh, never mind. That is now a 4 position Elder Titan and a off-lane Nyx. Why the Nyx Assassin? Just, we think it's good versus Invoker, sure, but we, in the past at least, Nyx Assassin as an offlaner hasn't been picked up when you see just one hero that it's good against.
Yeah, I think it's good against more than just the Invoker.
Okay.
I think it's
good against Phoenix.
Phoenix, yes.
Yeah.
Every Phoenix player hates this. Just because your mana pool is kind of crap to begin with. Your ulti costs so much, and more importantly than that, whenever you Sunray, he can just immediately pop the old spiked. Boop. It is so huge to be able to instantly end the Phoenix Sunray. The problem, though, is that they've picked one of the best heroes in the game against that Nyx Assassin, in my opinion. I think Slark is excellent because he just dark packs everything.
Yeah.
Everything that Nyx does is very exaggerated. His motions.
True.
Pounce is amazing.
Going to be banned away, but there is still the Dusa. If Team Liquid want to go that route,
I
but
think
it would
that
be
is
going up against a Slark. That doesn't sound good.
I think it's okay.
You think it's okay?
Because what you want to do against Slark is essentially, remember, every team wants, whenever they play against a Slark, they want to speed up the tempo of the game and make it so that there's nothing Slark can do in fights. So if you take a hero like Dusa, you just go together as 5 and pow all the lanes.
Okay.
I mean, Liquid seem to be pretty enamored with the Death Prophet still, but I think that hero, at the end of this day, has to be falling down their list quite harshly. I did like that Deuce's suggestion, though. What else is there? They could do a Storm of their own. I don't know if Fada's a Storm player. They could do Razor, but doesn't seem like it's the strongest hero here.
Never happened. Well, 1 minute left for Team Liquid to decide. I'm feeling the Deuce again. I don't know. I mean, that could be a Quaswex Invoker with the Slark.
Windranger?
Windranger.
Ah, they saw your phone.
Yeah, I know they did.
You lost.
That'll be fine.
Oh, they could do Viper as well. I don't know. I think
Don't
Fada
you want
just
more of a scaling mid? Or I guess you're all in and push at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Fada likes to play those heroes that everybody hates playing against. And Viper, Razor, and Deuce are all 3 of those.
Would you really be able to beat out an Invoker well enough, though?
Yeah. All 3 of those heroes beat out an Invoker.
Yeah, but I mean, you can beat him out. But I'm saying, like, really shut him down enough.
Yeah. Viperola does. So does Razor. The only concern about Razor is that Slark can just kind of do Slark thingies. He's just like, Slark. Oh, it is the Deuce, though. This is the... I think this is what OG does a lot. / Wings. Dro Dusa.
We'll see if Liquid can't mimic that playstyle.
They're going to have to, Cap, or they're probably going to get out. Because they need every single win right now. Nobody in this group, because of how close it is, none of them can afford to lose to each other, especially.
Right.
That's the big thing.
Man, it's insane. Like, we start off this day talking about the VGR. Liquid matchup and saying that Liquid were in a pretty good position because they had tied out with the toughest opponents in their group. But that
I actually thought
apparently seemed wrong.
I actually thought that all the teams that got to play VGR on day one got lucky, because that's when they looked just horrible.
Yeah.
And now I think they needed that day to just kind of get everything settled. I think a lot of teams would have 2-0'd them on that day.
Yeah.
So now that they've had time to kind of get everything together and they're showing new looks.
Fnatic rounding out their lineup, an offlaner of some sort.
Let's get hype, Austin. This match might just determine who gets top 12.
I mean, you need an offlaner. You want to get hype. What about a Spirit Breaker?
A Spirit Breaker? No way. A real offlaner, though?
A real offlaner, Darkseer.
DS is good here. Who else
not
is
too
there?
many left, to be honest.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, an Ogre off.
So
no,
that
no,
is
no,
an
a
offlane
Phoenix
Phoenix.
offlane.
Yeah, maybe they even go aggro versus the Oracle ET Dro. Or you could just do Ogre plus Phoenix in the offlane and do Ogre things, and you're like,
Yeah.
dot, dot.
I think I like that a lot more. The Ogre Phoenix dual lane.
All right, who do you like in the draft first? I'm not going to let you cheat off me, so you go first.
Excuse me?
You heard me.
I feel like Liquid were pushed back into a bit of a corner.
Yeah.
With their last pick, but I think Invoker and Slark are going to be too slow. I think Fnatic made up with that, with the Phoenix being a faster, like it comes online faster than most other offlaners, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to stop this 5-man deathball of Liquid from ending the game, or at least getting a lane of racks in a substantial advantage.